Welcome to the global highway survival game. This is a grand journey for all humankind, and even more so an endless flight from doom. Everything you possessed before this moment, your wealth, status, and position, has all been reset to zero. From now on, you have only one vehicle and a single life. Your vehicle may be any form of movable object. Whatever vehicle you obtain, you will automatically master the skills to operate it. Behind you, a blood mist gives relentless chase, greedily devouring all living beings. The road beneath your feet stretches on without end. That is your only path to survival. You must move forward and only forward at any cost. Gather supplies and strengthen both yourselves and your vehicles. May you live a little longer and then a little longer still. This phase will last for 7 days. The current air temperature is 40 degrees Celsius. Current region A10086. Total survivors 100,000. Remaining survivors 100,000. Supply crates and treasure chests have been deployed. An icy, emotionless mechanical voice descended from the sky. Lu Tu snapped his eyes open. What filled his vision was not the ceiling of his own home, but a crystal-clear sky. The sun hung high above, its glare so harsh it made it hard to keep his eyes open. As his senses gradually returned, Lu Tu began to feel an extreme heat sweeping over him. The scorching ground jolted Lu Tu up from where he lay. Why is it so hot? His throat was parched to the extreme. The sound he made hoarse and grating as though it had been scraped raw by sandpaper. No sooner had he spoken than his throat and nasal cavity felt so dry it was as if they might spew fire. To shield himself from the blinding sun, Lu Tu raised a hand above his head, then cast his gaze around him. Reddish-brown rock layers and gravel spread toward the horizon. The blazing sun baked the air until its warped shapes were visible and sparse tufts of dead grass curled into little knots upon the ground. There was not the faintest breeze upon this dead, desolate plain. Though the land appeared parched, the humidity was anything but low. Lu Tu felt as though he had been thrown into a colossal steaming cage. As far as the eye could see, several dilapidated asphalt roads crisscrossed this barren expanse. When he turned his head to look behind him, he saw an endless surging wall of red mist, as though it possessed a life of its own. From the description given by the voice just now, that could only be the blood mist that devours all living beings. Lu Tu took his phone from his pocket. No signal. Lu Tu rubbed his temples, thinking back. Due to an accident, his parents had passed away early. He had received a substantial compensation payout, which he had left untouched in savings. Soon after graduating from university, he started a business with his closest college friend Li Teng. Because he trusted Li Teng deeply, he not only invested all of that compensation money, but even took out a bank loan. In less than 2 months, Li Teng disappeared without a trace, absconding with all the funds and never to be found. The local police station was still investigating, but there was little hope of an outcome anytime soon. After cooperating with the police investigation, he felt completely drained. Back home, he made himself a bucket of instant noodles and planned to take a nap. Yet when he opened his eyes again, he had ended up here. A wave of scorching heat broke his reverie. Turning his head to look at that sky-obscuring, fear-inducing mass of blood mist behind him once more, he knew that at humanity's current level of technology, such a phenomenon could never be artificially created. Putting all the clues together, this could only mean he had truly crossed into another world rather than fallen victim to some elaborate prank show. Lu Tu accepted this reality in his heart with startling swiftness. Lu Tu felt something extra in his pocket. When he reached in and touched it, it was a key. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a sidecar motorcycle parked beside him, the sort he had seen online and nicknamed in Baka Bike. As his gaze settled on the motorcycle, its design appeared very old, and it was in a pitiably shabby state. Most of the paint on the frame had already peeled away, exposing the rust-scabbed metal beneath. On the instrument panel, a small section was lit independently. Peering closer, Lu Tu saw that it displayed the expansion speed of the blood mist and the time it would take to reach his current location. Current regional blood mist expansion speed 20 kilometers per hour. Estimated time until blood mist reaches this location 5835. It was like a countdown to death. The leather cover of the sponge seat cushion had split open in several places, revealing the foam padding inside. Resting atop, it was a manual titled Survival Code. Survival Code. 1. Your vehicle is your safe zone. Without permission, no one may enter it. 2. As long as your vehicle's durability has not fallen to zero, you cannot be harmed by other survivors while inside it. 3. As the vehicle owner, you are the absolute sovereign over any survivor who accepts your invitation to ride. 4. You must enhance your vehicle, making it ever stronger to face present and future dangers. 5. Resource crates have been randomly dropped upon the highways, or remember to seek them out. 6. You will learn the basic usage of various weapons. 7. It is not recommended that you consume environmental life forms, unless you wish to become like them. 8. All information has been digitized. You may call up an information panel for viewing. 9. The chat channel is now open. The trading network is now open. Having more or less grasped his current situation, Lu Tu thought to himself, Li Teng, you had better not die. Our score is far from settled. If he could find that bastard Li Teng in this world, he swore he would kill him in the cruelest way imaginable. As this thought formed, Lu Tu focused his mind. A semi-transparent light screen appeared upon his retina. On the left side was his personal information panel. Survivor Lu Tu. Attributes: Strength 10, Constitution 11, Spirit 15. Skills: none. Backpack 05, empty. Maximum stack size per item 9,999. Living creatures cannot be stored. Vehicles cannot be stored. Coins 0. Comprehensive combat power 12. Professional fighters range from 2025. Evaluation: at any moment you might be kicked to death by the roadside. His combat power was actually only 12. A wry smile tugged at Lu Tu's lips. This was clearly the price he paid for neglecting exercise. According to the survival code, comprehensive combat power was merely a crude measure of physical capability. Skills, it seemed, would not affect the numerical value of comprehensive combat power. His gaze then shifted to the vehicle information panel on the right. Owner: Lu Tu. Vehicle: sidecar motorcycle. Type: motorcycle. Vehicle: level 0, no upper limit on vehicle level. Fuel: 6. 5. Estimated remaining range: 15 kilometers. Defense: 0. Durability: 35. Severely damaged front wheel, abnormal rear wheel, abnormal engine, abnormal. Immediate repair: recommended repair materials: iron plates 15, metal parts 15, or rubber 8. Passengers: 01. Required materials for upgrade: coins 2, iron plates 50, metal parts 50, rubber 20, glass 5, a level 1 chip 1. If a vehicle upgrade blueprint is used, the vehicle will be upgraded to the blueprint's corresponding type. Evaluation: flesh wrapped around iron. That sidecar might as well serve as your tombstone. Seeing that the fuel was only enough for about 15 kilometers, Lu Tu felt his scalp tingle. Noticing the tires swollen from the intense heat combined with the mere 35% durability, Lu Tu felt as though his starting hand in this deadly game was utterly disastrous. The survival resolve that had just kindled within him was snuffed out by half. He quickly roused his spirits, telling himself that whatever the disadvantages, survival came first. He then opened the chat room to see what the situation was like for others. After all, information was the key to everything. Region A10086 chatroom. Current participants 999851000. Where the hell is this? Is this still within the country? Why is my vehicle a pair of rollerblades? What kind of sick joke is this? Hello above, I'm in a wheelchair. Ha ha ha, I'm an off-road vehicle. What do I do? What do I do? Even with the throttle floored, this road roller can only manage 20 kilometers per hour. Where are we supposed to find a gas station out here? I haven't seen a single damn thing. Why isn't there some kind of newbie gift pack? He found nothing truly useful. Everyone was still groping in the dark. Setting all that aside, finding water and fuel was far more urgent, or the blood mist behind would soon catch up. Shutting down the chat room, Lu Tu glanced at the mobile sea of blood mist and swung himself onto the battered sidecar motorcycle. The instant he sat down, he felt as though he had planted himself not on a motorcycle seat, but on a sheet of heated iron. It was blisteringly hot. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort burning his thighs and buttocks, he slid the key into the ignition, twisted the switch, and fired up the engine. The vicious sun hung high in the sky, its glare so harsh that one could hardly open their eyes. Braving the rolling waves of scorching heat in the air, Lu Tu rode his motorcycle along the pitted, uneven asphalt road. Severe dehydration left Lu Tu's mouth parched, his tongue dry, his head spinning, and his limbs weak. After riding for 8 kilometers, he caught sight of a cube standing by the roadside in the distance. Lu Tu raised a hand to shield his eyes from the sun, narrowing them as he stared ahead. It was a wooden box, surely a supply crate. Joy surged in his chest at once. He twisted the throttle all the way down and sped toward it. He opened the supply crate. He obtained 2 500-milliliter bottles of purified water, 10 units of metal parts, and 4 units of rubber. There was water in the crate, but no fuel at all. At least it would resolve the critical dehydration ravaging Lu Tu's body. The items appeared in his backpack, and he impatiently pulled out a bottle of purified water. He twisted off the cap and tilted his head back, gulping wildly. The cool, pure water moistened his parched mouth, then slid down his throat into his esophagus. The feeling of water against his body once more made him immeasurably more comfortable. The heat in his body seemed to drop significantly. After draining half the bottle, Lu Tu forced himself to stop. He had to save the rest. Who knew when he would encounter the next supply crate, and his fuel was about to be completely exhausted. Lu Tu opened the chat room, hoping to trade 1 bottle of purified water or some vehicle upgrade materials for a bit of fuel. He sent a message asking if anyone was selling water or fuel. Someone replied that if he made it back, they would pay 10,000 yuan per share, only to be mocked by others asking where there was to return to. Another message offered fuel in exchange for water, 6 bottles of water for 1 liter of fuel. Others cursed that such a price was outright robbery. So much water for a single liter of fuel, only to be met with a cold reply, take it or leave it. Someone else offered 1 liter of fuel for 5 bottles of water, noting there was only a single liter available and interested parties should message privately. A moment later, that last offer was withdrawn, saying the trade was already completed and no more private messages were needed. Further down, people began asking how to obtain the coins required to upgrade their vehicles. The chat kept on scrolling. Disappointed, Lu Tu closed the trading network. The smallest unit on offer was 1 liter of fuel, and the current going rate was essentially 6 bottles of water for 1 liter. Those who asked only 5 bottles were rare, and their offers vanished in an instant. Yet he himself had only a bottle and a half of water, nowhere near enough to trade. As for vehicle upgrade materials, no one was offering those at all. Everyone's first priority was simply staying alive. Lu Tu could only sigh inwardly. All he could do was move forward and see what came. He mounted his bike and set off again. He had barely ridden any distance when the motorcycle suddenly sputtered out and died on the spot. What the hell? Wasn't there still a bit of fuel left? Lu Tu shook the bike's frame, hearing a faint slosh of liquid from the tank. He turned the key again, trying to start the engine. Aside from a wheezing sound like an asthmatic breath, there was no response at all. Staring at the wreck beneath him, Lu Tu pressed a hand to his forehead. So this is how you treat me. He then turned to look back at the blood-colored mist constantly encroaching from behind. Climbing off the bike, he gave it a vicious kick, then threw his head back and roared at the sky, cursing that if the world would not let him live, he would live out of sheer spite. No sooner had his foot landed than the system's notification sounded in his mind. The vehicle's durability had dropped by 2%. For a foundation already so poor, this was simply adding insult to injury. Feeling drained, Lu Tu gripped the handlebars and began to push the motorcycle forward. It was not only the searing air around him and the venomous sun overhead that tested his will. The ground baked scorching hot, sent waves of burning pain up through the soles of his feet without respite. After pushing the bike for a while, Lu Tu felt as if the half bottle of water he had just drunk had already evaporated out of his body. He licked his cracked lips, a faint taste of blood rising on his tongue. That metallic tang cleared his mind a little, and he forced himself to endure. Lu Tu opened the chatroom again. Beyond a few people posting resource trade messages, most were begging others to give them fuel or water. Reading those imploring messages, Lu Tu shook his head. In an environment like this, anyone with a functioning brain would never indulge in such laughable kindness, especially with that sky-blotting blood mist behind them relentlessly pursuing everyone. To hand over precious water and fuel would be no different from handing away one's own chance at survival. After another kilometer, Lu Tu felt his consciousness beginning to blur. Just as he was about to collapse, a voice sounded in his mind, yet it lacked that cold mechanical indifference. It announced that he had traveled 10 kilometers and that a scan was beginning. The voice continued his soul was highly compatible and the system binding process had begun. The Red Beauty archive was now bound and the system would automatically display information on Red Beauties. Once he formed a contract with a Red Beauty, the Red Beauty shop would be unlocked. After the first intimate close-range contact with a contracted Red Beauty, the vehicle would receive a special buff based on her traits. For every kilometer traveled, he would gain 1 mileage point, and contracting a Red Beauty could increase the rate at which mileage points were earned. Mileage points could be exchanged for various items in the Red Beauty shop. As his mileage increased, milestone achievement rewards would be unlocked. The number of passengers his vehicle could carry was equal to the number of Red Beauties he could contract. If a contracted Red Beauty died or was expelled from the passenger roster, her corresponding buff and shop would become invalid. A novice gift pack had already been issued. Lu Tu snapped, fully awake, eyes wide. He suspected he was hallucinating from heatstroke and immediately called up the system panel to confirm. On the half-transparent light screen that had previously displayed only his character and vehicle information, a third section appeared. It read Red Beauty Archive. Contractable Red Beauties, 0 out of 1. Red Beauty Shop, unlocked none. Red Beauty buffs, obtained none. Current mileage bonus, 0. Current mileage points, 10. His cheat had arrived. Taking it all in, Lu Tu drew in a deep breath. From the description, the system's true power would only manifest after he formed a contract with a Red Beauty. Reading each line carefully, he swallowed, both wary and thrilled by this system that had suddenly attached itself to him. But out here on this barren wasteland, as far as his eyes could see, there was nothing alive but himself. Lu Tu opened the chatroom and sent out a message. Under the name Lu Tu, he posted that he was recruiting 1 Red Beauty and invited interested parties to message him privately. Replies quickly rolled in, some mocking him for trying to seek shelter behind pretty words, others jeering as if he were drunk. A few simply called him a madman. After he posted, some in the chat hurled straightforward insults, while others sneered in a roundabout way. Lu Tu's state of mind, however, remained unaffected. He had cast his line like Jiang Taigong fishing content to wait for whoever might bite. What surprised him was that not long after the message went out, he received 2 private messages. He could not help thinking that people had actually taken the bait. Lu Tu opened the private message interface. The first was from a girl named Ruan Jia. When he opened her photo, a coarse, wide pancake-like face filled the screen. The system came with its own camera function, capable of taking photos and recording video, but offered no beauty filters. Lu Tu thought to himself that perhaps only Long Jiang truly knew how good her natural foundation might be. Ruan Jia's message coquettishly promised that if he would give her a bottle of water, she would send him a photo of her legs. Scratching his head at that, Lu Tu opened her Red Beauty details page. Her profile read: name Ruan Jia. Looks 42. Figure 55. Number of times charged 794. Overall rating 48. 5. Her Red Beauty trait shop unlocks an inferior corner convenience stall. Her Red Beauty buff increased stamina consumption and increased vehicle energy usage. The system's evaluation was simple. It did not recommend that the host form a contract. At that, Lu Tu could only think this is it. This was pure negative gain. And with 794 charges, he could only marvel at how undiscriminating some people truly were. Studying the shop and buff entries, Lu Tu pondered for a moment. These 2 aspects were clearly generated in accordance with the Red Beauty's own traits. This one offered not a shred of benefit. She was nothing but dead weight dragging him back. Lu Tu then opened the next private message. A woman named Lu Yanping was offering to trade 1 liter of universal fuel for a pair of her worn stockings, insisting on fair dealing for all. She had already started doing business. Lu Tu opened this Lu Yanping's Red Beauty profile as well. Her photo was indeed slightly better than Ruan Jia's, but her face was caked in heavy makeup, a dense air of world weariness, and the streets clinging to her. Her profile read: name Lu Yanping. Looks 61. Figure 63. Number of times charged 1866. Overall rating 62. Her Red Beauty trait shop unlocks an adult goods shop. Her Red Beauty buff, the host would simultaneously obtain both syphilis and antibodies to syphilis, while the vehicle's rate of rusting would increase. The system concluded with the same evaluation. It did not recommend that the host form a contract. Lu Tu hissed in shock when he saw her information, sucking in a cold breath. This was practically a biological mother host of contagion. He hurriedly closed the chat interface, half afraid his system might catch a virus from lingering there. Shaking his head at those 2 private messages, he decided he would rather go without than lower his standards. Then he remembered that right after the system bound itself, it had also granted him a novice gift pack. He decided to see what might be inside that novice gift pack. Lu Tu immediately opened his backpack and looked toward the glittering novice gift bundle. Silently praying for extraordinary luck, he activated the novice gift pack and began to open it. May luck favor me. Obtained a vehicle repair toolbox Singles 1, a vehicle upgrade blueprint RV1, 500 milliliters of purified water 10, and universal fuel 10 liters. In addition to water and fuel, a repair toolbox and vehicle upgrade blueprint were also obtained. Vehicle repair toolbox, Singles type, special tool description, a single-use emergency kit for vehicles that restores it to a brand new condition. Lu Tu clenched his fist excitedly upon seeing the repair toolbox. This is exactly what I need right now. At least I won't have to rely on the 11 bus anymore. Plus there are 10 bottles of purified water and 10 liters of fuel, so I won't have to worry about sustaining myself in the vehicle for a while. Lu Tu immediately took out the half bottle of water he had left and drank it all in one go. Seeing that he still had 11 bottles of purified water in his backpack, he felt much more at ease. As he replenished his water, his consciousness gradually became clearer. He then turned his attention to the vehicle upgrade blueprint. Vehicle upgrade blueprint type, BRV type upgrade blueprint required materials: iron sheets 100, metal parts 100, rubber 40, glass 20, level 1 ship 2 description. With this, your little rundown vehicle can evolve into a mobile home. Lu Tu raised his eyebrows, surprised that upgrading the vehicle with the blueprint required even more materials. However, he was astonished to discover that upgrading with the blueprint did not require the use of gold coins. Though the Type BRV is a bit small, it can shield from the wind and rain while providing space to move around. However, gathering these upgrade materials will take some time. The primary task now is to repair the motorcycle and get back on the road. Lu Tu looked at the motorcycle that had broken down in front of him and took out the vehicle repair toolbox Singles to use it on the motorcycle. Do you want to repair the sidecar motorcycle? Yes. After Lu Tu issued the repair command, the repair toolbox disappeared from his backpack. Immediately, the dilapidated motorcycle flashed with white light and became as good as new. The olive green paint shone with a stable metallic luster under the sunlight. Lu Tu had no time to admire the brand new motorcycle. He quickly opened the fuel tank cap and began pouring in fuel. After adding all 10 liters of universal fuel, the fuel gauge needle settled in the middle. Fuel 51, estimated range 130 kilometers. Lu Tu twisted the throttle and the brand new Baga vehicle started driving on the road. With the throttle fully pressed, the blood mist in the rearview mirror gradually receded. The sun in the sky continued to scorch the earth, and the desolate landscape remained unchanged. Outside the highway, only some withered grass and stones adorned the monotonous scenery. Lu-Tu relied on the fuel and water from the beginner's package, racing on the motorcycle across the wasteland. He was quite lucky encountering several wooden supply crates along the way, but he had yet to find the treasure chest mentioned in the announcement. He had no idea how to obtain the gold coins needed for upgrading the vehicle. Lu-Tu opened his backpack to take a look. Backpack 55, 500 milliliters of purified water 13, a vehicle upgrade blueprint type, BRV1 metal parts 55, rubber 18, glass 10. The open wooden supply crate contained only some materials needed for vehicle upgrades aside from purified water. However, the universal fuel obtained was very limited, and Lu-Tu had poured it all into the fuel tank. Although it was a motorcycle, its fuel consumption was not any lower than that of a small car. Lu-Tu looked at the fuel usage in the vehicle information and calculated that it consumed 7 liters per 100 kilometers. The fuel in the vehicle could still support another 100 kilometers. He then opened the system to check his mileage points. Current mileage points, 87 points. Total distance traveled, 87 kilometers. Since he hadn't contracted a beautiful companion, yet he had no place to spend these mileage points for now. Lu-Tu rode while opening the chat room to see if any other information had come through in the nearly half an hour since. I am a beauty streamer with 200,000 followers seeking someone to take me in. As long as you provide me with water and food, you can have your way with me. Even if you are a beauty streamer with 1 million followers, it won't help you. Can anyone please spare some water? I'm willing to work for you. Hey, did you know that the human body has a high water content? My vehicle has run out of fuel. What should I do? Wah. Has anyone seen a scorpion the size of a suitcase? My dad is the chairman of One Rome Group. Whoever gives me a bottle of water, I'll pay you 10,000 for each bottle when I return. It hasn't been long since the chaos began, and everyone is already starting to stir. Moreover, Lu-Tu caught a crucial piece of information about a scorpion the size of a suitcase. Such absurdity wouldn't have been believed before, but now it's uncertain. Lu-Tu remained vigilant. He hadn't encountered any creatures or monsters along the way. However, after seeing the information in the chat room, he couldn't be sure. You never know when they might show up. He closed the chat room and redirected his attention back to the road. Lu-Tu casually took out a bottle of water from his backpack, opened the cap, and gulped it down. Ah, refreshing. Lu-Tu wondered if he could decompose these empty plastic bottles and metal fuel containers. He called out to the system, silently repeating decompose a few times in front of the empty bottles, but there was no response. He simply tossed them into the sidecar for storage. A man wearing roller skates was struggling to glide along the highway. Upon seeing Lu-Tu casually using water to cool himself, he began to pedal vigorously, trying to catch up. While Lu-Tu could only sip cautiously, this brother was already downing a whole bottle. His expression changed to one of excitement. Hey, wait for me. Please take me along. I can adopt any position, he shouted while skating hard. However, human effort could never match machinery, and the distance between them quickly widened. Lu-Tu heard him, but had no intention of stopping. He pressed the throttle to the max and accelerated away. In a world of survival without morals or laws, if compassion ran rampant, one wouldn't even know how they died. He had just been deceived a short while ago and held a wary attitude towards everyone. Moreover, this was a man. The issues of water and fuel were temporarily resolved, but his stomach began to rumble. After the unpleasant experience of being backstabbed by Li Peng a few days ago, Lu-Tu felt mentally and physically exhausted, having little appetite. Now that he had reignited his will to live, his stomach protested loudly, and he could clearly feel that his body was quite fatigued. Lu-Tu opened the trading network, where various items for exchange began to appear. It seemed that everyone was gradually learning how to use the trading network. Each person can only list items 30 times per day with no limit on the quantity of items. How the buyer pays for the purchase is up to the seller. It can be any item. Lu-Tu glanced at the prices of various items. The current price of universal fuel has stabilized at 1 liter of fuel for 3 bottles of purified water, while 1 bottle of purified water can be exchanged for 3 bags of bread. Lu-Tu smacked his lips looking at the 12 bottles of water in his backpack. He decisively used 1 bottle of purified water to purchase 3 bags of bread. Successfully purchased bag toast 3, cost 500 milliliters of purified water 1. Looking at the achievement rewards that popped up, Lu-Tu couldn't help but smile from the heart. The first milestone reward came surprisingly quickly. Acquired a special buff for the vehicle energy consumption reduced by 20, including fuel, electricity, and others. Acquired weapon Taurus 856. Acquired ammo universal pistol ammunition 60. After opening the gift pack, a flash of white light surrounded the vehicle, and then a revolver and a box of bullets appeared in Lu-Tu's hand. Holding the revolver, it was compact, yet heavy, still carrying the coldness of metal. Lu-Tu glanced at the fuel level of the vehicle. Fuel 60 estimated range of 166 kilometers. Thanks to the special buff, the estimated range had increased significantly. The fuel consumption was reduced from 7 liters per 100 kilometers to 6 liters. Initially, with 60 fuel, the vehicle could only travel 138 kilometers, and the extra distance could mean the line between life and death. Lu-Tu looked down at the revolver again. It was a bronze-grade weapon. According to the survival guidelines, weapons are divided into cold weapons and hot weapons. The grades start from the lowest black iron, followed by bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, prismatic, legendary, myth, and the highest tier is supreme myth. Although the grading is the same, it is based on the rarity within the same type. Most items, excluding vehicles and some special items, follow this grading system, including monsters. However, the lowest grade for monsters is small fish, followed by black iron. The minimum grade for treasure chests and supply boxes is wooden. Taurus 856. Type weapon pistol. Grade bronze. Attack power 30. Durability 100, brand new. Ammo capacity 66. Description: rate of fire depends on hand speed. 6 shots are thrilling. The entirely black gun body glinted with a hard sheen. The grip, made of a black non-slip material, and the short barrel was compact and neat. The entirely black gun body glinted with a hard sheen. The grip, made of a black non-slip material, and the short barrel was compact and neat. The usage of the revolver was simple and easy to grasp. Just load the bullets and pull the trigger. Previously, he had only seen some gun videos online to satisfy his curiosity. Now a real gun was in his hand. This heavy feeling was not just a tactile sensation, but a profound sense of security. Universal pistol, ammunition 60. Type ammunition. Description: just loaded in, or it can automatically adapt to any pistol. Lu-Tu opened the cylinder of the revolver, which was already loaded with 6 bullets. Including this box, there were a total of 66 bullets. However, the backpack space was tight, so Lu-Tu could only take out the rubber and stuff it into the sidecar. Then he placed the bullets inside while he secured the revolver to his waist. If he had a holster and a cowboy hat, he could cosplay as a gunslinger. Lu-Tu licked his somewhat dry lips, thinking about the good things that came with the 100-kilometer milestone and the 1,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers, and 100,000 kilometers to come. He began to indulge in beautiful fantasies. The asphalt road in the wasteland was hot enough to fry an egg, with not even a hint of wind carrying a cooling system. Riding his motorcycle, Lu-Tu saw a large creature pacing back and forth near a fallen scooter on the roadside. As he slowed down to approach, he discovered it was a hyena, but much larger than those seen in the animal kingdom. It was slightly bigger than the fallen scooter. Looking at the long scratches on the ground, it was clear that they were caused by the vehicle skidding. Where the vehicle had fallen, there was a wet stain, and the scent of fuel still lingered in the air. Sensing Lu-Tu's approach, the hyena suddenly became alert and stepped back. At the same time, Lu-Tu could hear a weak, sobbing sound from a woman. Lu-Tu glanced over. Infected wasteland hyena. Type creature. Grade small fish. Overall combat power 12. Skill big bite. Description: your bones in its mouth are as crisp as cookies. But rest assured, they prefer to bite from soft spots. Upon seeing the words infected, Lu-Tu's heart skipped. It looked normal now, but would it turn into a zombie dog in a while? Seeing this creature, Lu-Tu understood that this cursed place had more than just extreme heat. No wonder the newbie gift pack included a gun. It was waiting for him here. Although he had a gun in hand, Lu-Tu did not want to waste his precious bullets unless absolutely necessary. Originally, Lu-Tu planned to accelerate and avoid the hyena. But when he turned his head, he saw the woman sitting next to the fallen scooter, Tang Yingxue. Lu-Tu's university classmate and campus beauty with exquisite features, fair skin, and a tall figure. She came from a wealthy family running a convenience store and logistics business. Her personality was sunny and extroverted, though sometimes she would inadvertently adopt an air of a pampered young lady. Despite this, she was secretly admired by many boys. However, there wasn't much interaction between Lu-Tu and Tang Yingxue. There was even a bit of a feud. At the start of their freshman year, she asked him to help carry her textbooks. But Lu-Tu merely glanced at her and walked away. This provoked Tang Yingxue, who had always been spoiled, as other boys would rush to help her, yet Lu-Tu treated her this way. Since then, whenever Tang Yingxue saw Lu-Tu, she would pout and look away. When Lu-Tu saw Tang Yingxue, the system suddenly popped up an information panel. Name: Tang Yingxue. Beauty score 98. Body score 92. Charge times 0. Overall score 95. Mileage points bonus 0. 5. Beauty trait store unlock supermarket. Beauty trait buff 1. Host vehicle increases static storage space. Every kilometer traveled increases storage space by 1 cubic meter. 2. Vehicle energy consumption reduced by 50. System evaluation: a pampered young lady from a wealthy family, naturally skilled in resource management and consumption efficiency. She will be your best housekeeper. Wow, a golden legend. Upon seeing Tang Yingxue's luxurious panel, Lu-Tu was taken aback. Is this the power of the campus beauty? When Tang Yingxue saw Lu Tu, it was as if she had grasped a lifeline. Given that the hyena was watching closely, she didn't dare to shout loudly. She merely turned her head slightly and cried softly, "Lu Tu, please save me." Her gaze remained fixed on the hyena, as if looking away would allow the giant hyena to pounce. Hearing Tang Yingshu's plea, Lu Tu smiled and turned the handlebars, twisting the throttle. It had been a year since they last met after graduation. Aside from that minor awkwardness, there was also a class gap between them, which would likely have led to them never interacting again. However, seeing an old classmate in trouble, how could he just stand by? Lu Tu must act. Lu Tu twisted the throttle to the max and sped past the hyena. Tang Yingxue, seeing Lu Tu driving away, slightly parted her dry, cracked lips, but no sound came out. Even though the current temperature was hot enough to roast a person, this scene made Tang Yingxue feel as if she had fallen into an ice pit. Her eyes revealed intense despair and helplessness, as if she were already at the end of her life. However, just as the hyena approached again, ready to enjoy its meal, an unexpected event occurred. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive gunshots surprised Tang Yingxue as she realized Lu Tu was shooting at the hyena. 2 shots missed while 1 grazed the hyena's back. A faint wound could be seen, but no blood flowed. Tang Yingxue understood that Lu Tu was saving her, and her beautiful eyes began to glisten with tears. Feeling a prickling pain in its back, the hyena turned its head and bared its teeth at Lu Tu. Just as Lu Tu was about to continue shooting, the hyena charged at him. Lu Tu had no choice but to tuck the revolver into his waist and prepare to twist the throttle to evade the hyena's attack. However, the hyena was quite fast and quickly reached the front of the motorcycle. At that moment, Lu Tu was just starting to accelerate, and the hyena, not having time to dodge, was run over by the front wheel of the motorcycle. A sidecar motorcycle plus the weight of an adult man on top made it impossible for an average creature to turn. The hyena flipped over on the ground, became furious, and began to emit a sharp, long howl, the sound extremely eerie and unpleasant. "How dare this beast touch my person?" The hyena opened its mouth and began to gnaw at the front wheel of the motorcycle that was pinning it down. At this moment, the system sent a prompt to Lu Tu warning that the durability of the vehicle was decreasing. Lu Tu glanced at the message, durability 77, slightly worn, continuously decreasing. Damn. He cursed silently in his heart. Seeing the hyena being suppressed, Lu Tu was just about to draw his gun to shoot when the hyena let out a low growl, twisting its body and opening its bloody maw once again, aiming to bite at the motorcycle's front wheel. Just as Lu Tu prepared to pull out his gun, upon seeing the hyena pinned under the vehicle, he heard a huge bang. A loud noise echoed, causing Tang Yingxue, who was slumped on the ground, to feel a painful ringing in her ears. She hurriedly covered her ears with both hands and began to rub them, feeling a bit dizzy. For Lu Tu, who was sitting in the vehicle, it was even worse. The sound was so loud that he felt as if his soul was about to be blown out. He pressed his hands against his ears, feeling extremely uncomfortable. However, thinking about the ferocious beast still present, he forced himself to regain focus. The system sent another warning prompt. Warning. Vehicle durability remaining at 57. Please repair the vehicle as soon as possible. Lu Tu ignored the warning and looked up at the hyena trapped under the front wheel. At this moment, the hyena's mouth was wide open, its body and limbs stretched straight, still trembling uncontrollably. Seeing the comical appearance of the hyena, Lu Tu couldn't help but laugh. "Did you enjoy biting the tire?" The hyena's body was still shaking, indicating that it wasn't dead yet. Lu Tu pulled out the revolver from his waist. Aiming at the hyena's head, he pulled the trigger. Bang! Perhaps he missed the mark as blood spurted from the wound, splattering some onto Lu Tu's face. Lu Tu hurriedly took out a bottle of water to wash his face, fearing infection from the blood. Tang Yingxue stared blankly as Lu Tu executed the hyena with his gun, not turning away or closing her eyes despite the bloodshed. The fear that had previously occupied his heart had faded, replaced by a sense of calm and stability. To prevent it from coming back to life, Lu Tu immediately fired another shot. Killed 1 infected wasteland hyena. Earned gold coins 0.1. Confirming that the hyena was now peacefully asleep, Lu Tu exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice echoed from the sky. "Congratulations to the survivor in this area, Lu Tu, for successfully killing the first monster in this area. Reward random weapon modification accessory box 1, bronze grade material box 1. Hearing the announcement, Lu Tu clenched his fist. It seemed worthwhile to take the risk. The announcement was not over, and the following content might not be very friendly to everyone. A 10086 area unlocks weapon-related categories, unlocks gold coin acquisition. Weapon-related categories have been added to the treasure chest item pool. Gold coins can be obtained by killing monsters. Every night at 8:00 p.m. monsters will emerge in the wasteland, so all survivors should be prepared. To ensure fairness for all survivors, the monster density will increase after 1 hour, and a new batch of supply boxes and treasure chests will be released. wishing everyone the ability to live a little longer, just a little longer. The latter part of the announcement caused an uproar among everyone. They are actually rewarding gold coins. I was wondering why there were no weapons or anything like that. They actually need to be unlocked. Are gold coins only obtainable by killing monsters? The difficulty seems a bit high. Is this what they call to ensure fairness for all survivors? That damned loot too. I just collected a little universal fuel and water. How am I supposed to fight when the monsters come? If you want us to die, just say so. I haven't even seen a stick. I'm lying flat. Damn, I just saw a scorpion the size of a suitcase. I walked past it without bothering, and now I've lost out big time. Hey, upstairs, you had your chance and didn't use it. Everyone hurry and search for supply boxes. Otherwise, when the monsters come, we won't even know how we died. The chat room was already in chaos. After the announcement ended, the rewarded items immediately appeared in Lutus' hands. This damned announcement is like putting oneself on the fire. But survival is this cruel of some opportunity. Lutu shook his head. He decided to check the rewards first. Random weapon modification accessory box type treasure chest level bronze description open to randomly obtain a weapon modification accessory. Material box type treasure chest level bronze description open to obtain a small amount of materials needed for vehicle upgrades. 2 chests, both of bronze level. Open the boxes. After a flash of light, an accessory appeared in Lutus' hand. Automatic reloading type weapon modification accessory effect. As long as there are corresponding bullets in the backpack, it can automatically reload ammunition without needing to eject casings or change magazines. Description: the gun has no empty chamber, only madness. This modification made Lutus' eyes light up. The revolver had a slight inconvenience in reloading compared to other guns. With this modification, that hassle was directly eliminated. Lutu proceeded with the modification without Taurus 856 type weapon handgun, level bronze attack power 30 durability 100 brand new from factory magazine capacity 60 modification automatic reloading description rate of fire depends on hand speed 6 shots in quick succession. The magazine capacity increased from the original 66 to 60. Lutu pushed open the chamber to confirm the empty casings from the 2 bullets just fired had disappeared, replaced by brand new bullets. Lutu then opened the material treasure chest. Obtained iron sheets 100. Obtained metal parts 100. Obtained rubber 30. Obtained glass 10. Obtained level 1 chips 3. All were materials he needed. Lutu immediately opened the upgrade information for the vehicle blueprints. Material requirements: metal parts 155100, rubber 4840, glass 2020, level 1 chips 32. All materials were now satisfied. With a thought, he selected to use the blueprint to upgrade the vehicle. Would you like to use the obtained vehicle upgrade blueprint RV for the upgrade? Yes. After Lutu confirmed, he saw the vehicle tremble slightly, then every part began to extend and deform. Gears, meshed pipelines, connected surfaces spread out, extended, and finally closed up. It was just like the scene in a Transformers movie where those robots transformed. The two watched in awe, realizing that those effects seen on screen were now happening right in front of their eyes. This made Lutus' eyes shine with excitement. Watching the vehicle transform, the mechanical beauty it displayed was no less than that of a stunning beauty posing for him. The transformation was quite rapid. Ding. Vehicle upgrade complete. Lutu received a system notification. A silver grade type RV measuring 5.99 meters in length, 2.3 meters in width and 2.9 meters in height appeared before them. Lutu then opened the vehicle panel to confirm the information of the upgraded vehicle. Owner: Lutu. Vehicle type RV vehicle level 1 fuel 9 estimated to drive 123 kilometers, defense 8, durability 100 brand new from factory, continuously decreasing capacity 12, vehicle buff energy consumption reduced by 20, materials required for upgrade gold coins 10, metal parts 200, iron sheets 100, rubber 40, glass 10, level 1 chips 2, evaluation more storage and sleeping capacity than a small car, a survival artifact in the apocalypse, but it takes a long time to accumulate. Upgrades. Not only did the defense increase from 0 to 8, but the capacity also added another spot. Lutu reattached the revolver to his waist, turned around, and walked towards Tang Yingxue. Upon seeing Lutu approaching, Tang Yingxue just stared at him blankly. Lutu bent slightly and waved his hand in front of her. "You're back to your senses, Tang Schoolflower." Yeah. Tang Yingxue came back to her senses. Lutu smiled slightly and said with a hint of meaning, "Open the private messages, sign that contract, and you won't have to worry about food and safety anymore." While speaking, he sent the contract details to Tang Yingxue via private message. Upon hearing Lutus' words, Tang Yingxue opened the message, but after seeing the content, she felt a bit at a loss. Beauty contract. 1. The party B voluntarily surrenders their body, mind, emotions, and soul to party, permanently relinquishing all independent rights, and shall unconditionally obey all commands from party without resistance or concealment. 2. Party B must fully cooperate with Party A, undertake all survival-related matters arranged by Party A, prioritize Party A's safety, and protect Party A's interests. 3. Upon signing the contract, Party B will automatically forfeit their status as a car owner and become Party A's passenger. 4. Once the contract takes effect, regardless of Party B's life or death, the soul shall always belong to Party A, and Party B voluntarily agrees to be attached to Party A for life. Party A signature. Lu 2. Party B signature. The contract was brief, but it had a profound impact on Tang Yingxue. Tang Yingxue looked a bit stunned after reading it. Didn't that mean becoming his possession? Lu Tu looked at Tang Yingxue, who had her eyes downcast, and said nothing. Lu Tu shook his head and turned toward the newly upgraded RV. In this environment, survival was paramount. There was no need for unnecessary delays. It was better to cut to the chase. He couldn't just let her get on his vehicle without any cost just because she was a classmate. Nor would he abandon an entire forest for her alone. Even if she was the campus belle, that wouldn't be acceptable. There were still many beautiful girls waiting for him to rescue them from peril. Tang Yingxue glanced at the hyena's corpse sinking into the ground nearby and immediately shouted with all her might, "Wait." Lu Tu turned around again, a faint smile appearing on his face, as if he had already heard the answer he desired. Tang Yingxue bit her silver teeth in frustration. How could Lu Tu be so cruel as to give her no time to think? Looking at this former classmate, her feelings were somewhat complex and a bit ashamed. The trivial conflicts between her and Lu Tu from their freshman year had long since dissipated. Yet neither of them was willing to be the first to take that step forward. But this not always made her inadvertently pay attention to Lu Tu. Lu Tu often found himself confused by her. Whether in the classroom or elsewhere, whenever he encountered Tang Yingxue, he could clearly feel her gaze upon him. He would look back, but Tang Yingxue would immediately roll her eyes and turn her head away. Over time, Lu Tu became too lazy to pay her any mind. Despite this, whenever Tang Yingxue saw Lu Tu, she would still cast her gaze in his direction. Now Lu Tu had just pulled her back from the brink of death. His handsome face, now smiling and stained with a bit of blood, appeared slightly devilish. Tang Yingxue's heart raced a few beats faster. She took a deep breath and then loudly declared, "I am willing." After saying this, she signed the contract that Lu Tu had sent. After the contract was completed, 2 points of light appeared between them, flew before them, and merged into their bodies. Lu Tu immediately received a system prompt. Contract established with Tang Yingxue. Tang Yingxue's beauty shop unlocked. Supermarket, current mileage points bonus 0. 5. After completing the contract, Lu Tu could clearly sense Tang Yingxue in his mind and was able to control her completely. It was a strange feeling. Lu Tu strode back to Tang Yingxue's side and extended his hand. "Do you still have the strength to get up?" Tang Yingxue grasped Lu Tu's large hand and attempted to stand, but her body only moved slightly as she helplessly said, "I have no strength now." Having just experienced an emotional roller coaster, Tang Yingxue completely lacked the strength to stand on her own. Lu Tu squatted down, one hand passing through Tang Yingxue's back, while the other supported her delicate bottom. Then he whispered in her ear, "Wrap your arms around my neck, and it'll lift you up." Tang Yingxue obediently wrapped her arms around Lu Tu's neck. Seeing that she was ready, Lu Tu lifted her off the ground. He did not let go immediately, but instead pinched Tang Yingxue's delicate bottom. Tang Yingxue's cheeks flushed red, because her strength had not fully recovered. Her pale arms, slightly sunburned, were still wrapped around Lu Tu. When Tang Yingxue had recovered enough, she loosened her hands from Lu Tu's neck. Earlier, she had been too focused on watching Lu Tu take out his gun to shoot the hyena, and she hadn't paid attention to the announcements in her ears. Lu Tu initially wanted to see if he could disassemble Tang Yingxue's car. But after bringing up the system panel, there was still no response. He had to temporarily give up. The two walked to the RV. "Get in the car." Lu Tu called for Tang Yingxue to enter. Tang Yingxue replied with an and then opened the passenger door. Lu Tu sat in the driver's seat, started the vehicle, and the first thing he did was turn on the air conditioning. A fresh, cool breeze immediately flowed from the vents. The two sat in their seats, beginning to enjoy the refreshing, cool breeze in the extreme heat. Air conditioning is one of humanity's greatest inventions. Lu Tu took out a bottle of water, unscrewed the cap, and began to drink. Gulp, gulp. Tang Yingxue turned her head, looking at the bottle of water with an incredibly eager expression. After drinking half the bottle, Lu Tu shook the water in front of Tang Yingxue, signaling if she wanted some. Tang Yingxue immediately snatched the bottle from Lu Tu's hand and poured it into her mouth. Completely disregarding her image, she tilted her head and drank. Right now, she just wanted to quickly replenish her fluids. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Tang Yingxue choked on the water as she drank too hastily and began to cough violently. "Drink slowly, no one is competing with you," Lu Tu said while extending his right hand to pat Tang Yingxue's back. Once she calmed down, Lu Tu slowly moved his sinful hand towards her delicate waist. Tang Yingxue only trembled slightly, showing no resistance or evasion. She focused on sipping water. Gulp gulp. Half a bottle of water was quickly consumed, and Tang Yingxue glanced at the empty bottle with a look of longing before turning her gaze back to Lu Tu. Her eyes sparkled with obvious meaning. Lu Tu glanced at the time of the blood mist arrival on the dashboard. There was still quite a long time left, enough time. A mischievous smile appeared on his face as he said to Tang Yingxue, "Don't rush, let's first get down to business." Upon hearing this, Tang Yingxue immediately understood what was about to happen and tensed up. Her cheeks flushed red as she gently murmured an softer than a mosquito's whisper. Tang Yingxue had just endured extreme heat dehydration and a brutal hyena attack. Then Lu Tu suddenly appeared, slowing down before accelerating away again. Tang Yingxue thought Lu Tu was ignoring her once more, just like during freshman year when she called him for help moving textbooks, and he ignored her. Despair flooded over Tang Yingxue like a tidal wave. Yet Lu Tu executed a swift turnaround, rescuing Tang Yingxue from the jaws of the hyena. Her emotions were like a roller coaster. However, after saving her, Lu Tu's first words were to have her sign that shameful contract. This left Tang Yingxue somewhat bewildered, but ultimately under the pressure of survival she agreed. Now sitting in the car with the air conditioning on and having replenished some fluids, Tang Yingxue felt as though she had come back to life. She was highly energized after just escaping death. When Lu Tu issued the begin invitation, she felt no resistance in her heart. Besides a slight sense of giving up, she could also clearly feel her body beginning to get excited. She was both eager and a bit scared. If those boys who had once had a crush on Tang Yingxue saw her current state, they would surely be twisted with jealousy. Lu Tu gradually leaned closer to Tang Yingxue, beginning to lightly kiss her still slightly moist lips. The inexperienced pair kissed rather clumsily. Lu Tu recalled the teacher's course videos he had watched before trying to imitate them. Before long, Tang Yingxue began to hum softly. Lu Tu's movements grew increasingly wild. The two kissed their way to the large horizontal bed at the back of the RV. Tang Yingxue let out a soft cry of pain, furrowing her brows. Lu Tu successfully scored the first point. The rhythm of this match entered a tense phase. The atmosphere on the court gradually warmed, and the campus belle's gaze softened. Looking at Tang Yingxue's skin flushed with a faint pink hue, Lu Tu invited her for the second match. Tang Yingxue slightly closed her eyes, breathing softly. Upon hearing Lu Tu's second invitation, her long eyelashes fluttered a few times. Then she gently nodded her head. Ahead lies an endless, scorching wasteland, while behind is a blood-red mist that obscures the sky. A silver-gray camper van sways slightly on this desolate expanse. The scenery is quite unique. After about half an hour, Lu Tu and Tang Ying's discussion drew to a close, and he finally imparted all his knowledge to her. The camper van fell silent. Lu Tu, who usually neglected exercise, burst forth with astonishing vitality during this brief half hour. Lu Tu, lying on the bed, activated the system. Red Beauty Codex. Contractable Red Beauties 12. Unlocked Red Beauty Shop Supermarket. Acquired Red Beauty Buff Home Management. Current mileage points bonus 0. 5. Current mileage points 111. After closing the information, Lu Tu began to delve into the system. Not only could it grant shopping privileges to contracted Red Beauties, but he could also set limits on their mileage points usage. Besides these features, there are many others with rules and usages that are quite detailed. Just as Lu Tu was engrossed in researching the system, Tang Yingxue's voice drifted from beside him. "Why do you seem so experienced? You said you've never had a girlfriend." "Even if I haven't eaten pork, I've seen pigs run." "Pervert. Other classmates would never guess that our department's lone wolf would have such a side. I'm not Tang Sung or Lu Xiaohui. After all, I'm just a young man in my 20s full of vigor. With you looking so beautiful, isn't it normal for me to react this way?" Hearing this, Tang Yingxue felt a surge of joy in her heart, but she pretended to pout. Since her parents passed away, Lu Tu had never felt this relaxed, and his mood had significantly improved. After a few playful exchanges, Tang Yingxue walked to the bathroom and turned on the faucet, but no water came out. "The water tank hasn't been filled, yet let's use bottled water for now." Lu Tu had already put on his clothes and got out of bed, handing 2 bottles of water to Tang Yingxue. She was taken aback by the water he offered. Although she had just arrived, she understood the importance of water. Using it directly for washing. "Isn't that a bit extravagant? You don't need to save these things with me. As I mentioned earlier, once you sign the contract and become mine, you won't have to worry about food, drink, or safety." Tang Yingxue hesitated for a moment, but accepted the water he handed over and began to wash. She couldn't help but wonder if Lu Tu was showing off. Though incredibly curious, she held back her questions. After all, she was a girl raised in a wealthy family, and some things were better left unasked. Lu Tu began to carefully examine the newly upgraded camper van. It may not be extremely exquisite, but it had everything it needed. The interior layout was compact, yet did not feel cramped, with hardwood flooring and a facing booth behind the driver's seat. At the back was a small kitchen equipped with a refrigerator, an independent bathroom, and a wardrobe. The bed at the rear was spacious, and there was a washing machine underneath. Overall, it looked clean, tidy, and practical. Lu Tu sat down at the double booth and opened the first unlocked shop, the supermarket. The products inside were dazzling, selling items similar to those in a supermarket from the original world, including various daily necessities. 500 milliliters Gui Haha purified water, 24, 1 mileage point. Let Mrs. Lu Chicken Essence, 500 g, 1 mileage point. 6-pack 330 milliliters Coca-Cola, 2 mileage points. Bucket of Kong Shui Fu braised beef noodles, 2 mileage points. 10-roll pack of Gyru soft tissue, 2 mileage points. 500 g pork ribs, 8 mileage points. Basic daily necessities for eating and wearing were included along with various flavors of comfort drinks. Tang Yingshu's background was related to supermarkets and logistics, so the unlocked system shop and buffs were connected to these. Thus, there would surely be high-scoring females related to firearms, vehicles, medical supplies, and energy sectors. Not a single one should be overlooked. Lu Tu bought 5 dozens of Coca-Cola, 4 buckets of instant noodles, 1 bag of tissue, and 1 electric kettle from the system supermarket. Purchased items: 6-pack Coca-Cola 330 milliliters 5, cost 10 mileage points. Purchased items: bucket of Kong Shui Fu braised beef noodles 2, cost 4 mileage points. Purchased items: electric kettle 1, cost 5 mileage points. Purchased items: 10-roll pack of Gyru soft tissue 1, cost 2 mileage points. Current mileage points 90. A total of 21 mileage points was spent. Lu Tu immediately placed the Coca-Cola into the camper van's small refrigerator, filling it to the brim. After browsing the supermarket, he felt regretful that the supermarket unlocked by Tang Yingshu only sold common items and did not offer weapons or vehicle equipment. To unlock these shops, he needed to find red beauties with relevant traits. Suddenly, Lu Tu had an idea and promptly opened the trading network. After skimming through, he found that the price for trading fuel for water was stable at 3 bottles of purified water for 1 liter of fuel. Lu Tu smiled. Now driving 1 kilometer earned him 1.5 mileage points. Meanwhile, 1 mileage point could buy 24 bottles of 500 milliliters water from the system supermarket, allowing him to exchange 24 bottles of water for 8 liters of universal fuel. As long as he paid a minimal price, he could trade for the vital universal fuel from others. Wasn't that essential? Without hesitation, he took action. Lu Tu quickly opened the supermarket and began buying water. Purchased items: 500 milliliters Gui Haha purified water 24, cost 1 mileage point. Purchased items: 500 milliliters Gui Haha purified water 24, cost 1 mileage point. After ensuring he had enough, he returned to the trading network to start shopping. Lu Tu cleared out all the universal fuel priced at 3 bottles of water. The remaining listings were for 4 or 5 bottles of water which had been previously listed and not updated. Lu Tu opened his backpack to check how much universal fuel he had collected. Backpack 55, universal pistol ammunition 64, purified water 125. 5 liters universal fuel 6, 40 liters metal parts 55, a level 1 chip 1. He had only spent 83 mileage points on purified water, but had obtained 640 liters of universal fuel in return. Awesome. Lu Tu discovered that one of the backpack's functions allowed him to stack and combine water and fuel when he had enough, transforming them into large barrels of water and oil when taken out. He could also split them back into smaller amounts, but this would take up an additional backpack slot. After finishing her cleaning, Tang Yingshu came out of the bathroom and saw Lu Tu with a smile on his face, asking, "What's up? Did you encounter something good?" Seeing Tang Yingshu come out, Lu Tu walked over to her, leaned down, and kissed her cheek. He playfully patted Tang Yingshu's rear and said, "First, let's get some work done. I'll tell you something later. Hey, you, be gentle." As he opened the door, a wave of scorching heat rushed towards Lu Tu and Tang Yingshu. They walked over to the camper's water tank filling inlet and fuel tank filling inlet, where Tang Yingshu began to fill the vehicle with water and fuel. Meanwhile, Lu Tu stood guard beside Tang Yingshu, having already encountered monsters, and he was just starting to develop, so he needed to be extra cautious. Before long, Tang Yingshu had filled the fuel and water. This left Lu Tu temporarily short on resources, with only 1 mileage point remaining. Owner: Lu Tu. Vehicle type: B camper van. Type: camper van. Vehicle: level 1. Fuel: 100. Estimated range of 4,333 kilometers. Defense: 8. Durability: 100. Brand new, decreasing over time. Occupants: 12. Vehicle buff: energy consumption reduced by 70. Materials needed for upgrade: gold coins 10, metal parts 200, iron sheets 100, rubber 40, glass 10, level 1 chips 2. Evaluation: more spacious than a small car and a survival artifact in the apocalypse, but requires a long time to upgrade. Looking at the terrifying expected mileage, Lu Tu couldn't help but be astonished, marveling at the power of the Red Beauty Codex. The first milestone gift contained a buff that reduced energy consumption by 20. When combined with the 50 energy consumption reduction buff provided by Tang Yingshu's traits, the vehicle's energy consumption was directly reduced by 70. Originally a Type B camper van of this size typically consumed 12 liters of fuel per 100 kilometers in high-temperature conditions with air conditioning. Even a full 130-liter fuel tank would only be sufficient for just over 1,000 kilometers. Now this had boosted the range to over 4,000 kilometers. Tang Yingxue and Lu Tu returned to the vehicle, prepared hot water, and began to cook noodles. Tang Yingxue wasn't particularly hungry, just a bit thirsty. However, after Lu Tu took a bite of the noodles, he felt tears almost welling up. They were simply too delicious. This was the best he had ever tasted. After finishing the noodles, Tang Yingxue obediently sat in the driver's seat. Although she wanted to lie down on the bed in the back now that she had signed the contract of servitude, she needed to be prepared. Lu Tu watched as the campus beauty Tang directly took the driver's seat, feeling quite pleased with her attitude. Extreme environments really do educate people. As the vehicle returned to the road, another buff from Tang Yingshu's unlocked traits began to take effect. With a thought, Lu Tu opened the storage space of the vehicle, clearly seeing that as the distance traveled increased, the storage space also expanded. Buff from the red beauty trait activated, gained 1 cubic meter of static storage space in the vehicle. Buff from the red beauty trait activated, gained 1 cubic meter of static storage space in the vehicle. This storage space is different from a backpack. In a backpack, the same item can be stacked regardless of volume, but items in the storage space are stored according to their actual volume. However, this is of little concern to Lu Tu. As long as the vehicle is in motion, this space will continue to increase indefinitely. After driving for a while, Tang Yingxue tilted her head slightly and asked Lu Tu, "You haven't mentioned what good thing just—" Lu Tu smiled and said, "Yingxue, I remember your family runs a supermarket and logistics business, right?" "Yes, that's right. Why do you ask? You should be quite adept at resource management, right? Well, I've granted you access to the system's supermarket and vehicle storage space. You can use 50 mileage points daily, so you'll be in charge of our vehicle's logistics from now on." Tang Yingxue, slightly confused, asked, "What is that?" As soon as she spoke, a system prompt echoed in her mind. "Stop the car first. It'll drive while you sit in the passenger seat to study." After Tang Yingxue parked the vehicle, the two switched seats. Sitting upright, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. The more she looked, the more astonished she became, her heartbeat quickening. After researching for a while, her body felt a bit soft, and she leaned back against the plush seat. Her clever mind began to work at high speed. Lu Tu truly delivered. Before he mentioned those words, her information panel had none of these features. Moreover, in the chat room with tens of thousands of people, no one had mentioned anything about a system supermarket or vehicle storage space. It seemed she had latched onto an extraordinary opportunity. Lu Tu caught a glimpse of Tang Yingxue, slumped beside him, and smiled, saying, "What's wrong?" Hearing Lu Tu's inquiry, Tang Yingxue stuttered nothing. "Then start arranging the RV. Oh, we need food, drinks, and supplies. If the 50 mileage points aren't enough, just let me." Without turning his head, Lu Tu kept his hands on the steering wheel, his gaze focused on the road ahead. Tang Yingshu's lovely face broke into a sunny smile as she enthusiastically replied yes. Tang Yingxue quickly accepted her role. Although apart from their time in college, they had only a few hours of interaction. Yet Lu Tu brought her not only a sense of security, but also a warm feeling of being trusted by someone else. After unbuckling her seatbelt, Tang Yingxue walked towards the living area at the back of the RV. As if suddenly remembering something, she turned back to the driver's seat, leaned down, and kissed Lu Tu's cheek. Then with her gentle and melodious voice, she said, "Thank you, Lu Tu." Lu Tu chuckled softly. Tang Yingxue happily browsed through the items in the supermarket while beginning to... She even hummed a little tune from time to time. After opening the storage space, she had already planned how to categorize and store the items. She even tidied up the materials Lu Tu had just placed inside. After completing the setup, they switched places again, and she took over driving. Meanwhile, Lu Tu opened the chat room to start gathering information. A 10086 area chat room, current members 9838-510-0000. Lu Tu was slightly surprised to see the number of people in just a few hours. Over 1,000 had permanently left. "I just encountered a hyena, but its name displayed infected. I hope tonight's attack isn't something like a corpse top. No way, I need to find weapons quickly. There are weapons in the wooden treasure chest. I opened one and got a mountain cleaver. Everyone hurry and find weapons to save yourselves. Haha, I found a steel fork in the black iron treasure chest along with a durability enhancement for weapon. Lucky dog. I've only seen black iron supply boxes before. I've never seen a treasure chest. Everyone hurry and find weapons, otherwise we won't survive the first night. Sincerely, collecting weapons. Preferably long-handled weapons. Private message with prices. I saw a bronze treasure chest, but there's a pack of wasteland hyenas guarding it. Anyone want to team up? Me. Count me in." Lu Tu noticed that others had started obtaining weapons, but they were all cold weapons. Except for him, no one. From what everyone was saying, it seemed that starting from the bronze treasure chest, there would be monsters guarding it. It looked like battle was inevitable. He then opened the trading network. He checked to see if anyone was selling the chips needed to upgrade the vehicle. After looking for a while, he found that no one was selling them. It seemed this item had a low drop rate, and everyone on the trading network, apart from basic materials for life supplies and vehicle upgrades, only cold weapons listed on the trading network like steel fork sides and long guns were all priced at 10 liters of universal fuel each. Too expensive. I already have a revolver. I can buy a one-handed weapon for my other hand. Moreover, with Tang Yingshu's slim arms and legs, handling these long-handled weapons should be quite laborious. Too expensive. I already have a revolver. I can buy a one-handed weapon for my other hand. Moreover, with Tang Yingshu's slim arms and legs, handling these long-handled. Hearing Tang Yingshu's call, Lu Tu closed the panel and looked up. In the distance on the right front of the wasteland, a giant dog sat alertly like it was guarding something. Stop the car, I need to see what's going on. After Tang Yingshu parked the vehicle, Lu Tu spent 5 mileage points to buy a normal telescope from the system shop. Lu Tu began to observe. Due to the distance being too far, he couldn't scan any monster information. From his estimation, that giant dog was at least 3 times larger than the one he had just killed. However, Lu Tu couldn't help but feel that it didn't look like a dog at all, it resembled a wolf more. After glancing around for a while, the giant wolf stood up. From its belly, Lu Tu spotted a shiny silver box, which matched his perception of what a treasure chest should. A silver treasure chest. Lu Tu felt a surge of excitement and licked his lips. Along the way, he had only picked up some wooden supply boxes and had never even seen a treasure chest. The dire wolf was swift, far swifter than a hyena of the wasteland, and it closed the distance to within 100 meters in an instant. Without a second thought, Lu Tu pulled the trigger, executing an American-style quick draw. Bang, bang, bang. 2 shots missed, but one grazed the dire wolf's cheek. Feeling the sting of pain, the beast's eyes blazed with ferocity, its savagery only intensifying. It let out an enraged, guttural growl. Tang Yingshu, witnessing this, floored the accelerator. As the RV surged forward, a grating screech of claws scraping against the vehicle's body pierced the air. Sunlight streamed through a gash torn in the RV's side panel. A warning message instantly echoed in Lu Tu's ears. Vehicle durability 5. No wonder it was a bronze-tier monster. A single swipe had shaved off 5 of the durability. Fortunately, the RV's engine was powerful enough to shake off the dire wolf after accelerating. Slow down a bit, let's circle them, Lu Tu said, unbuckling his seatbelt and leaning half his body out of the window. Tang Yingshu followed his instructions, easing off the gas and keeping her eyes glued to the rearview mirror as she adjusted the wheel. Gripping his revolver, Lu Tu watched the dire wolves chasing behind him, his adrenaline surging. He aimed, fired. The crack of gunshots, the howls of beasts, and the roar of the engine wove together in a symphony across the scorching wasteland. A faint flash of fire flickered from the muzzle of the Taurus 856, only to flare up again instantly. Lu Tu fired 11 consecutive shots. 7 missed, but 4 struck the beast's face. Lu Tu could clearly see the dire wolf's face torn and bloody crimson gushing from its wounds. Its pace gradually slowed until it collapsed to the ground motionless. Slain 1 dire wolf. Received gold coins 0. 5. 2 objects emitting a white glow materialized at the spot where its corpse lay. It dropped not only gold coins, but also items. A common wasteland hyena yielded only 0. 1 gold coins, but this one gave a full 0. 5. Still, taking it down was no easy feat. Lu Tu had no time to pick up the glowing items on the ground. The other pursuing dire wolf, seeing its comrade fall, immediately took its place. This one didn't seem to have learned from its predecessor's demise. It kept charging straight after the RV. Lu Tu shook his slightly numb hand and pulled the trigger again, bullets flying from the muzzle's flame toward the dire wolf. With a few pitiful whimpers, the second beast also crumpled to the ground, dropping its loot. Slain 1. Received gold coins 0. 5. After taking down 2 dire wolves, his total gold coins now stood at 1. Lu Tu slid back into his seat, exhaled deeply, and said, done. Didn't know you had such skills behind the wheel. Tang Yingshu replied with palpable pride, I picked up a few tricks from my best friend. Turn around. The monsters dropped something. Tang Yingshu nodded and reversed the RV. Lu Tu collected the items dropped by the 2 dire wolves. Obtain dire wolf Fong 1. Obtain level 1 ship 1. Obtain dire wolf Fong 1. Obtain level 1 ship 1. Lucky break, 2 level 1 ships. These were priceless and unavailable on the trading network. You couldn't buy them even if you wanted to. Now Lu Tu had 3 level 1 ships in total, enough to upgrade the RV 1 more level with 1 left over. Dire Wolf Fang type special material description can be used in special weapons. As for the Dire Wolf's fangs, all he knew was that they could be applied to special weapons. He stashed them away for now. They might come in handy later. After gathering the loot, Lu Tu stared at the massive claw marks on the RV's side, a lingering unease in his heart. If anyone else had faced these two beasts with cold weapons, it would have been like delivering takeout, a death sentence. Lu Tu opened the vehicle's status panel. Durability 94, brand new, decreasing repair materials, metal parts 12. It had lost 6 durability, 5 from the direwolf swipe and 1 from normal driving. Initiate repair. The system automatically deducted 12 metal parts from the vehicle's storage. The RV then began to auto-repair the massive claw marks, but unlike the instant flash from using a repair kit earlier, this process was different. It resembled a living organism healing a wound, albeit at an accelerated speed. Lu Tu estimated that repairing the 6 durability took about 3 minutes. Lu Tu approached the silver treasure chest, rubbing his hands together in barely contained excitement. Silver treasure chest type, chest grade, silver description, you've hit the jackpot finding me. Finding a silver grade chest on the very first day was an incredible stroke of luck. Lu Tu reached out and lifted the lid of the chest. Click! With a crisp sound, a dazzling light burst from within. Obtained Wild Goose Blade 1. Obtained Basic Gene Serum 1. Weapon upgrade core silver. Lu Tu took a deep breath as he gazed at the 3 items from the silver chest. Steel Wild Goose Blade type, weapon melee grade, black iron attack, 10 durability, 100, brand new description, sleek as a goose feather gleaming with chilling light. Basic Gene Serum type, special consumable grade, silver effect, strength 10, constitution 10, spirit 10, one-time use, description, enhances your physical attributes, but won't make your head pointy. Warning, this product is for oral use only. Do not use a syringe. Weapon upgrade core silver type, special device grade, silver effect, directly upgrades a weapon to silver grade. Usable on weapons below silver level. Will not clear existing weapon modifications. Description, don't ask how it works, just call it a miracle. Lu Tu's heart swelled with elation at the 3 items from the silver chest. Though the Wild Goose Blade was only black iron tier, it solved his need for a one-handed melee weapon. Most importantly, Lu Tu genuinely liked it. The Basic Gene Serum and the weapon upgrade core, however, were sure to elevate his strength by a significant margin. Lu Tu picked up the serum to inspect it. A silver metal casing as thick as a thumb had a small window revealing a glass vial filled with blue liquid. It gave off a somewhat ominous vibe. But after steeling himself mentally, Lu Tu popped the cap and downed it in one gulp. The crisp liquid slid over his tongue, leaving a faint sweet aftertaste. Not bad at all. After the gene serum settled in his stomach, Lu Tu immediately felt a wave of heat radiating from within his body. A slight swelling and soreness crept into his muscles and bones. The sensation was fleeting, and once the ache faded, Lu Tu felt an unprecedented clarity from head to toe. Stats: strength 20, constitution 21, spirit 25, overall combat power 22. All 3 attributes had increased by 10 points, boosting his combat power from 12 straight to 22. Lu Tu punched the air, his movements swift and brimming with power. Tang Yingxue, who had also stepped out of the RV, stared at him in awe. You feel different, she said. Lu Tu turned around. Different how? Tang Yingxue circled him twice, eyeing him up and down with a serious expression. You're a bit broader and taller, and you look more coordinated. You were a bit scrawny before. Then she poked and prodded him. And your muscles feel firmer too. Her cheeks flushed, whether from the sun or something else, it was hard to tell. But deep down, Tang Yingxue was happy for Lu Tu's newfound strength. Lu Tu was quite pleased with the change, though he immediately noticed his clothes felt a bit tight. Yingxue, help me buy some larger clothes. These are getting snug. Sure. Hearing his request, Tang Yingxue opened the supermarket interface and began picking out outfits for him. Lu Tu turned his attention to the weapon upgrade core. Upgrading a weapon was different from upgrading a vehicle. Vehicle upgrades only required enough materials, while weapons needed special items. For instance, using a weapon upgrade core. Otherwise, you could only modify the weapon's components, with modifications being the lower limit and upgrades the upper limit. Though he liked the Wild Goose Blade, it was still a cold weapon meant as a backup. For now, upgrading his firearm was the priority. Use weapon upgrade core silver on Taurus 856. Yes. Glock G18C fires 9mm rounds. Compared to the G18, it features a muzzle compensator, excellent lethality, lightweight, and switchable full auto mode. Taurus Raging Hunter 508. 37-inch barrel. Unlike other revolvers, it has only a 5-round cylinder firing. 500 Magnum ammunition. Its terrifying power compensates for the limited ammo capacity. Desert Eagle fires 50 AE rounds. A handgun combining rapid reload and immense stopping power. Lu Tu examined the 3 upgrade branches. The Glock's selling point was its lightness and the ability to unleash a torrent of fire in full auto mode. But funds were tight. With only 64 rounds total, head used 23 to kill 2 dire wolves, leaving just 41 bullets. Its power was decent, but in this godforsaken place, a serious threat could emerge from any corner at any moment. The Desert Eagle, on the other hand, was a timeless classic. It packed immense power and allowed for quick reloads with a magazine. No need to load bullets one by one into a cylinder without a speed loader. So, upgrade Taurus Raging Hunter 500. A flash of white light passed, and the Taurus 856 in hand transformed into the Taurus Berserker Hunter 500. For Lu Tu, who had the automatic loading modification, the Desert Eagle's feature of quickly swapping magazines was utterly useless. Lu Tu looked at the newly upgraded powerful revolver in his hand. Taurus Berserker Hunter 500. Type weapon handgun. Level silver. Attack power 50. Durability 100 brand new. Magazine capacity 41. Modification automatic loading. Description: 4 shots for monsters, 1 shot for bones. The entire body is matte black, understated and non-reflective, with a compensatory slot at the muzzle to effectively reduce the recoil generated by firing large caliber ammunition. On the 8.37-inch long barrel, there is also a Picatinny rail for future attachments of functional accessories. The overall lines are avant-garde and rugged, resembling a silent hunter patiently waiting for prey. Lu Tu gripped the non-slip rubber handle tightly, fitting perfectly in his palm. It was significantly larger than the Taurus 856, but for Lu Tu, who had consumed a primary gene potion, it was completely manageable. Lu Tu shook his head and sighed. Tisk, 1 shot from this, and it's bound to hurt a bit. Due to the gun being too large and heavy, Lu Tu stowed it along with his Yenling blade into his backpack. After finding nothing left to loot, Lu Tu and Tang Yingxue returned to the vehicle. Tang Yingxue took over driving while Lu Tu changed his clothes and began browsing the trading network and chat room. He wanted to acquire materials for upgrading vehicles and also check if there were any bullets for sale. 41 rounds were still a bit too few. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. Wang Bing selling skill scrolls, first come first served. What? There's such a thing. Big shot, where did this come from? What's the price? I've seen it, everyone disperse, needs a gun. At this moment, the message selling skill scrolls caught Lu Tu's eye. Lu Tu immediately sent a message to the other party. Lu Tu, may I ask what skill scroll it is? Perhaps too many people were privately messaging him. The other party took quite a while to reply. Wang Bing, basic aiming, please click to view. Lu Tu clicked on the details of the skill scroll sent by Wang Bing. Basic aiming. Type skill scroll. Level bronze. Effect: increases dynamic vision and hit rate with shooting weapons. Description: move as you like, if you miss it's my loss. Lu Tu felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the skill effect. What he lacked in shooting now was precisely accuracy. Now with this Berserker Hunter revolver, although its power was terrifying, if he couldn't hit, it would be meaningless. Lu Tu, what's the price? Wang Bing, 20 universal fuel, 20 bottles of purified water, 3 bags of bread, 1 level 1 chip. Lu Tu, alright, let's trade. Wang Bing, sitting in his vehicle, was momentarily stunned by Lu Tu's eagerness. He regretted not asking. Those who had previously inquired were either rejected due to that level 1 chip or gave up because they had no shooting weapons, rendering any purchase useless. Wang Bing considered raising the price, but ultimately decided against it. Although his team had paid a heavy price to obtain it, this skill had no market. Everyone was currently using melee weapons like knives, guns, and sticks. Moreover, who knew if someone would later open the same skill from a bronze chest and drive the price down? Better to let it go quickly while he could. After initiating the trade, Lu Tu placed the items Wang Bing needed on the table. After Wang Bing confirmed, he also placed the skill scroll on the trading window. After both parties locked in the confirmation again, the trade was completed. Once he got the skill scroll, Lu Tu used it. The skill scroll floated before Lu Tu and then began to ignite, spontaneously transforming into a pale yellow light that flew into the center of Lu Tu's forehead. Lu Tu immediately felt his vision clear up. He quickly took out the revolver and started aiming out the window. He could distinctly feel his control over his muscles was incredibly precise, as if he had developed muscle memory. Lu Tu began using binoculars to search for prey across the wasteland. After driving for a while, he spotted 7 wasteland hyenas on the barren land guarding a bronze chest. Nice. Another treasure chest. Just in time to practice on these wasteland hyenas and see how good the basic aiming really is. Lu Tu instructed Tang Yingxue to bring the RV closer to the pack of hyenas. After lowering the car window, Lu Tu quickly aimed at one hyena and fired without hesitation. Bang! Tang Yingxue was startled by the gunshot, her ears ringing as she quickly raised a hand to rub her ears. The loud gunfire was accompanied by a huge tongue of fire erupting from the muzzle and a 500 Magnum bullet shot out of the chamber. The running hyena was directly blown apart by the bullet's tremendous kinetic energy, its limbs losing control as it fell to the barren ground. You have killed an infected wasteland hyena. Earned 0. 1 gold coins. Lu Tu didn't stop. He quickly aimed again and fired a second shot, then a third. You have killed an infected wasteland hyena. Earned 0. 1 gold coins. You have killed an infected wasteland hyena. Earned 0. 1 gold coins. Out of the 7 wasteland hyenas, he fired a total of 6 shots with 1 shot, even achieving a throw effect. Though the recoil of the Berserker Hunter was immense, Lu Tu felt great after enhancing his physique with the primary gene potion, and his wrist showed no discomfort. Lu Tu glanced at the loot dropped by the wasteland hyenas, finding it rather bland. 2 bottles of 500 milliliters purified water and 1 liter of universal fuel. Lu Tu walked over to the bronze chest and called Tang Yingxue to get out of the car. You give it a try? Is that okay? What could be wrong with that? Tang Yingxue lifted the lid of the bronze chest, and just like when opening a silver chest, a dazzling light emanated from within. Simple outer armor modification blueprint. Type modification blueprint. Level bronze. Material requirements 10 gold coins, 50 iron sheets, 20 metal parts. Effect vehicle defense 10, a vehicle movement speed 10. Description provides you with considerate protection provided you don't charge into heavy firepower positions. Universal handgun ammunition 60. Type ammunition. Description just loaded in it can automatically adapt to any handgun. When Lu Tu saw these 2 items, he couldn't help but give Tang Yingxue a kiss. What a stroke of luck. Tang Yingxue knew she had opened something good and immediately became spirited. The 60 rounds of universal handgun ammunition eased his ammunition anxiety. As long as the nighttime assault wasn't too outrageous, they should be able to withstand it. Lu Tu initially planned to upgrade the RV first, but after seeing the effects of the vehicle modification blueprint, he decided to armor the RV first. Otherwise, if they encountered a slightly tougher monster and took a few hits, their RV would be flipped. Iron sheets were easy to obtain, and many people were selling them online. However, gold coins were a bit tricky. It wasn't long since they unlocked gold coin acquisition. During transactions, most people were still bartering. After all, gold coins could be used to upgrade vehicles and could only be obtained by defeating monsters. Even if people had some, they were tightly clutched. Lu Tu looked at his gold coin count, which was only 7 coins. He returned to the car and leaned back in his seat to start thinking. The current monster density was very low. It took several hours to encounter just those few monsters. Specializing in hunting monsters was too inefficient. A 10086 area chatroom, current members 9775-510-0000. So hot I want to eat ice cream. Just thinking about it is enough. Do you think upgraded vehicles will have things like refrigerators? Who knows, there should only be Lu Tu's vehicle upgrade available right now. You might as well ask him. No useful information. The cola is ice cold. At this moment, Tang Yingxue walked over with 2 cans of cold cola from the refrigerator. Lu Tu closed the chat room and took the ice cola from Tang Yingxue. The icy touch brought him a refreshing sensation. Ice. Damn ice. Lu Tu opened the bottle and took a big gulp of the ice-cold cola. The refreshing waves of chill filled his body. In this sweltering heat, why not indulge in a can of delightful ice cola? An idea struck Lu Tu. He could try selling the ice cola on the trading website. He walked over to the small refrigerator in the RV and opened the door to take 2 photos. By noon, 30 cans of cola had been frozen. After he and Tang Yingxue drank 2 cans, 28 cans remained. Let's list 24 cans for sale and keep 4 for storage. After all, anything can be stored in there except living creatures, and whatever you put in comes out just the same. Lu Tu listed all 24 cans of cola on the trading site. Chilled can of 330 milliliters, Coca-Cola 1 transaction item, gold coin price 0. Lu Tu immediately opened the chat room and began to post a message. Lu Tu 24 cans of ice cola are now available on the trading site, limited quantity, first come first served. Ice cola 1. JPG ice cola 2. JPG ice cola. Am I hallucinating from heat stroke? Lu Tu. As expected. Upgrading the vehicle will have a refrigerator. Everyone don't buy yet. Once the vehicle is upgraded, there will definitely be a refrigerator. Yes, selling for 0. 2 gold coins. Isn't this just a way to fleece everyone? Don't fall for it. Ice. Boss, can you make it cheaper? 0. 2 gold coins is too expensive. Is there a sugar-free option? Still thinking about sugar-free health. Who will die if not you? I'm in an RV. Oh, everyone give me gold coins to upgrade. There will definitely be a refrigerator. I sell for 0. 1 gold coins per can. Now are scammers this lowly? The chat room was filled with varied conversations, most of which criticized Lu Tu as a profiteer. Regardless of what they said, money still needed to be made. Shortly after Lu Tu closed the chat room, he heard the notification sound for a sale. Chilled can of 330 milliliters Coca-Cola 1 has been sold. Gained 0. 2 gold coins. Chilled can of 330 milliliters Coca-Cola 1 has been sold. Gained 0. 2 gold coins. It seems that everyone is still quite honest about their health. All 24 cans were sold. A total of 8 gold coins were earned. Adding to the previous 7 gold coins, he now has 5 gold coins. Still a little short. Lu Tu glanced at the time. There are still a few hours until evening, and he could freeze another batch of cola. Lu Tu bought 5 dozen cans of cola from the system supermarket and stuffed them all into the refrigerator. After selling this batch of cola, he would have enough gold coins. Looking at the small refrigerator, Lu Tu felt a bit regretful. Its capacity was too small, it was filled with just 30 cans of cola. He must get a bigger refrigerator in the future and fill it to the brim. Lu Tu and Tang Yingxue took turns traveling along the highway until 6 in the evening. They encountered only a couple of wild hyenas and some supply boxes on the way. The supplies consisted of water, oil, and basic materials. This made Lu Tu feel that his luck for the day might have run out. He parked the vehicle on a desolate patch not far from the highway. The side of the vehicle was shielded by a small dirt slope. Due to the daily listing limit on the trading site, Lu Tu had Tang Yingxue list the ice cola at a price of 0.2 gold coins. After posting the message in the chat room, the ice cola was quickly sold out. Gold coins 11.7. Lu Tu glanced at the iron scraps in his storage space. There were only 5. He immediately exchanged 3 boxes of purified water for 3 mileage points from the system supermarket and then bought 50 iron scraps on the trading site. Once the materials were gathered, Lu Tu opened his backpack to use the blueprint. Would you like to use the vehicle modification blueprint outer armor? Yes. Ding. Modification of vehicle outer armor completed. After a flash of white light around the RV, the originally silver gray body was covered with a layer of matte black armor. The RV's defense level had reached 18 points. Lu Tu got out of the vehicle to take a look. The armor's thickness was 5 millimeters, which should be enough to withstand most people and monsters at this stage. The RV, covered in armor, now had a somewhat armored vehicle appearance. Besides the body, the undercarriage and windows were also protected. The armor plates on the windows could be controlled from inside the vehicle to rise or fall. The armor on the front windshield could also serve as a sunshade when raised. One piece of information appeared before Lu Tu's eyes. Change paint job 0.5 gold coins time. Seeing this made Lu Tu smile wryly. Tang Yingxue poked her head out from the side door of the vehicle and said to Lu Tu, "Dinner's ready." Coming. Lu Tu returned to the vehicle, rotating the driver's seat 180 degrees to face the table in the booth. For dinner, they had spicy beef hot pot. Tang Yingxue's cooking skills were average, but she had some knowledge about food. Before stopping, she had asked Lu Tu and used 50 mileage points to buy ingredients and cooking utensils. In addition to the base for the pot, they bought 2 pounds of beef, 4 different cuts, each half a pound. They also bought some vegetables and hot pot balls. Outside the vehicle, as the sun set, the sky had completely darkened. However, the sweltering heat had not dissipated. Behind a small dirt slope, the lights were on inside the matte black RV. Once the pot boiled, Lu Tu and Tang Yingxue began to dip the beef and other ingredients into the hot pot. Bubbling sounds filled the air. The deep red broth in the pot swirled with rich beef oil, and the aroma wafting out made one salivate. After dipping the thinly sliced beef for 10 seconds, it was immediately pulled out, glistening with the oily broth. He placed it in a bowl, blew on it a few times, then dipped it in the oil sauce, adding a layer of shiny sesame oil and a bit of chopped garlic and chili. The hot and fragrant beef entered his mouth, and with a slight chew, the tender texture of the beef melted away. The complex, spicy flavor spread across his tongue. Then he took a sip of the chilled cola. Both Lu Tu and Tang Yingxue had the same thought in their hearts: wonderful. After eating for a while, Lu Tu began to use the system's built-in camera function to take several photos of the hot pot and the internal temperature of the RV. However, he didn't capture Tang Yingxue's face, only her hands were in the frame. After taking the photos, he sent them to the chat room. Lu Tu hot pot 1. JPG hot pot 2. JPG indoor and outdoor temperature. JPG recruiting a clever and obedient beauty, +1 passenger slot. 666, Lu Tu is truly starting to make moves. Bro, I'm begging you, support me with some oil. My tank is almost empty. Boss, you don't need to be too strict about gender. Luga resources are so hard to find. Are you just wasting them? I advise you not to be foolish. Upstairs, what do you mean by waste? Are you looking down on women? Is that photo AI generated? Silly, it's a built-in function of the system. Where did AI come from? The chat room, which had been somewhat quiet, immediately boiled over like water coming to a boil. Once Lu Tu sent out this message, the atmosphere in the chat room changed. There were all sorts of comments. Some were mocking, some were sarcastic, and others were urging calmness. The variety was endless. Everyone was still braving the scorching sun, searching for supply boxes and treasure chests, all for some water, food, or universal fuel. And what about Lu Tu? He was already enjoying hot pot and ice cola, with a beauty by his side. While everyone was struggling to survive, was Lu Tu on a road trip in an RV. It was impossible for others not to feel envious. Moreover, some people in the chat room were fiercely criticizing others for discriminating against women, then turned around to send a few of their own selfies to Lu Tu, asking him to take them in. Before long, Lu Tu started receiving a lot of private messages. After all, it concerned the enhancement of strength, so he opened and read them all. All I can say is that the private messages were not only exciting, but also quite horrific. Most had scores between 40 and 50, with very few reaching 60. A couple of daring ones even sent Lu Tu some explicit photos. Some men also sent private messages. Lu Tu didn't waste time and directly blocked them. As he read, he shook his head, feeling mentally impacted once again. He looked at Tang Yingxue sitting across from him and found himself increasingly fond of her. Her naturally beautiful face was captivating, especially those long legs which were simply a deadly weapon. A dilapidated van was driving along the desolate highway. Zhang Tai, sitting in the driver's seat, excitedly said, "Brother Sun, that iron caltrop you brought out is really useful. If it weren't for the caltrop, we might have died on the road today." Then he nervously added, "Do you think those people will turn into vengeful spirits after they die?" Sun Bao turned his head and glared at Zhang Tai, saying, "What the hell are you talking about? Did we kill anyone?" "No." "Then that's fine. We just borrowed some necessary supplies from them." Hearing Sun Bao say this, Zhang Tai felt a sense of relief. Zhang Tai suddenly looked to the side of the road, as if confirming something. Sun Bao, seeing Zhang Tai change direction, asked in confusion, "What are you doing driving into the wasteland?" Zhang Tai remained silent, driving towards a small mound while turning off the headlights. Sun Bao started to feel anxious, wondering if this bastard was plotting something against him. After a while, Zhang Tai stopped the vehicle and excitedly said, "Brother Sun, look, is that a car over there?" Sun Bao followed Zhang Tai's gaze. It was a camper van without its headlights on, but some lights inside were leaking through the armored plates, slightly revealing its outline in the dark. Zhang Tai licked his lips and said greedily, "Brother Sun, should we go up and check it out?" Sun Bao's eyes darted around as he said, "Anyone daring enough to park and rest here probably has some defensive measures." Then he instructed Zhang Tai, "Let's drive ahead and wait for it to come to us during the day. This guy is definitely a fat sheep." Zhang Tai nodded and restarted the vehicle, driving back onto the road. After finishing dinner, the two exchanged glances. Tang Yingxue began to clean up after herself. Lu Tu was checking the chatroom information to see if anyone had discovered any valuable intelligence. After looking for a while, most of the messages were either requests for support or offers of supplies. Seeing these messages were unhelpful, Lu Tu checked his inventory. Backpack 35, Taurus Berserk Hunter 5000, and 1 Universal Pistol Ammo 95, Yenling Knife 1. Gold Coins 1. 3. Mileage points 600. 5. Vehicle storage space 511 cubic meters. Purified water 330 liters. Universal fuel 507 liters. Wasteland Wolf Fangs 2. Metal parts 125. Rubber 33. Level 1 chips 2. Refrigerated canned Coca-Cola 330 ml 6. Beef 3 kilograms. Pork 2 kilograms. Besides basic materials, various food and daily necessities had been stuffed into the storage space by Tang Yingxue. Looking at these supplies, he felt a sense of satisfaction. After cleaning up, Tang Yingxue returned to her seat and curiously asked, "I see some people have started forming teams. Should we find someone to team up with?" Lu Tu replied flatly, "No, the more people there are, the more trouble it brings. Moreover, sometimes people can be scarier than monsters, especially in a world devoid of morality and law." Hearing Lu Tu's response, Tang Yingxue fell silent. Indeed, how terrifying humans could become when Lu Tu continued, "After a while, when new passengers arrive, you won't feel bored anymore." Then he revealed a meaningful smile. Upon hearing this, Tang Yingxue's face turned red, and she got up to sit on Lu Tu's lap, playfully biting him. After releasing him, she rested her head on Lu Tu's shoulder and sighed, "Will we survive?" Lu Tu wrapped his arms around Tang Yingxue and gently stroked her tense back, saying, "Don't worry, I'm here." Tang Yingxue slowly relaxed. The two began to enjoy the tranquility. However, Lu Tu and Tang Yingxue were quite calm, while the people in the chatroom were anything but. "It's almost 8 o'clock, recruiting teammates with pole weapons. Let's split the materials. Boss, I only have a fruit knife, can I join?" "In a panic, I have a watermelon knife, 5 bottles of water, 5 liters of universal fuel, instant trade, no bargaining. Am surrounded by hyenas howling, what should I do? Waiting online. My car tire is flat. Does anyone have cheap rubber for sale? Brothers who think they can't last through the night can come to me. I've gathered more than 10 people. The only requirement is to follow orders. Boss, take me along. Add me. Add me." The chatroom was filled with a tense atmosphere as everyone sought various ways to survive the night. As time slowly approached 8 p.m., a mechanical and cold voice echoed in the sky. "Night falls, and the blood mist speed is reduced to 10 kilometers per hour. Hunters are starting to venture out for food. Their combat power increased by 50. As the announcement in the sky concluded, a thin layer of red mist began to envelop the entire wasteland, resembling a weakened version of the blood mist chasing behind. Lu Tu had already lowered all the armored plates on the windows in advance. Although the armored plates had slots for observation, the view remained too narrow. This camper was fairly well equipped, but it lacked surveillance. Lu Tu could only sit quietly in the driver's seat, observing the situation outside. The bright starry sky above, paired with the red mist swirling in the wasteland, cast an eerie, yet faint glow, ensuring the surroundings were not pitch black. Lu Tu soon noticed flickers of red light emerging from the red mist. Uncertain of what they were, he tightened his grip on the gun and focused on the red lights. After a while, a large group of humans staggered out from the blood mist, all their eyes glowing red. Lu Tu peered at this group of humans through the dim light. They were in tatters with large patches of their exposed skin rotting and blackened, revealing bright red muscle. Zombie-type, biological level, miscellaneous, overall combat power, 5 skills, bite, scratch. Description: yes, it's them, but don't underestimate their slow movements. Thinking lightly of them could lead to your demise. Zombies had truly arrived. Although their combat power was merely 5, many times sheer numbers could overwhelm the opponent. With a large number of zombies closing in the dim light, Lu Tu couldn't estimate their numbers. The zombies slowly approached Lu Tu's vehicle, emitting low hoarse sounds mixed with guttural growls. One of the zombies suddenly raised its head, fixing its gaze on Lu Tu, who was seated in the driver's position. They stared at each other intensely. The zombie let out a loud roar and charged towards the camper. Lu Tu was relatively calm, but Tang Yingxue, hearing the sounds, felt her hair stand on end, gripping the seatbelt tightly with pale knuckles. Other zombies also began to attack the camper. They clawed desperately, and the sound of nails scraping against the armor echoed inside the vehicle. Scratch, scratch. The force of their attack was even greater than that of the wasteland hyenas. Yet the durability of the camper remained unaffected. Lu Tu secretly rejoiced that it was indeed the right choice to use the gold coins to enhance the camper's armor. Lu Tu and Tang Yingxue switched positions, preparing to clear out the zombies. Tang Yingxue turned on the headlights, pressed the accelerator, and charged straight towards the zombie. One of them was knocked to the ground, and the tire rolled right over its head. With a splat, red and white splattered under the car. Tang Yingxue immediately received a notification. Zombie killed. Earned 0.01 gold coins. Lu Tu: the zombies only give 0.01 gold coins. Damn. Looking at so many zombies, Lu Tu initially thought he could easily earn gold coins, but it turned out to be just 0.01. That's really disappointing. The agility of these ordinary zombies looked quite high, running at a speed of about 1,112 kilometers per hour. After the RV cleared a path, Tang Yingxue eased off the accelerator. There was a large horde of zombies closely following behind. Lu Tu rolled down the car window, ready to start taking out these zombies. He leaned out half of his body and began to aim. The zombies, having sensed the presence of living humans, let out even louder howls. Lu Tu aimed the gun at the zombie and pulled the trigger. The head of the leading zombie exploded instantly. Zombie killed. Zombie killed. Earned 0.01 gold coins. Zombie killed. Earned 0.01 gold coins. Zombie killed. Earned 0.01 gold coins. This shot pierced through 4. Although the gold coins were only 0.01, the series of kill notifications appearing before his eyes was quite satisfying. Lu Tu aimed again and fired. On this desolate plain, gunfire and the howls of zombies intertwined to create a bizarre melody. Earned 0.01 gold coins. With the support of the basic aiming skill, Lu Tu quickly raised his gun and shot, achieving rapid aiming. Every shot hit their heads with precision. As the zombies were clustered together, Lu Tu was able to pierce through 2 or 3 zombies with each shot. After firing 30 shots in a row, Lu Tu was shaken by the tremendous recoil of the berserker hunter and could hardly take it anymore. Only a few scattered zombies were left chasing behind the RV. Lu Tu stopped shooting and observed there were about 10 more zombies remaining. He then switched the gun to his left hand and started shooting again. Although it felt a bit awkward to switch to his left hand, he quickly adapted. The gunfire rang out again, and the zombies fell to the ground in response. Lu Tu left one zombie alive. He opened the car door and jumped out. He stowed away the berserker hunter and took out the Yinling knife. Mainly, he wanted to test out what level he could reach in close combat after the enhancement. Holding the Yinling knife in one hand, he prepared for battle. As a zombie approached with outstretched arms, he directly slashed upwards with the knife. However, he struck the bone of the zombie's forearm, and half of the blade got stuck in the bone. He did not completely sever the zombie's forearm. Lu Tu sighed, realizing that not only was his strength insufficient, but the material of the weapon also had its limitations. He quickly withdrew the knife, sidestepped to avoid the zombie's bite, and then delivered a horizontal slash to the zombie's neck. This time, he successfully decapitated the zombie. Lu Tu raised the Yinling knife to inspect it. A small notch appeared on the blade from striking the bone. Damn, the quality is too poor. Zombie killed. Earned 0.01 gold coins. With the last zombie's gold coins credited, a bronze treasure chest and a black iron supply box appeared before Lu Tu. This surprised Lu Tu. It seemed that clearing out monsters had its benefits. He first opened the supply box. Earned 50 metal parts. Earned 10 glass. Earned 10 iron sheets. These were all common basic materials. Lu Tu thought to himself, hoping to get something good this time, and called Tang Yingxue over. Maybe Tang Yingxue, the lucky one, could draw something good. Earned 20 liters of universal fuel. Earned Vehicle Modification Blueprint Shooting Hole. Type Modification Blueprint Level 1 Material Requirements 5 gold coins, 30 glass, 10 iron sheets, 10 metal parts. Effect adds a shooting hole to the vehicle, wheelchair, bicycle, motorcycle. Cannot be used. Description: Mom no longer has to worry about me being thrown out of the car. Wow, another modification blueprint. Lu Tu couldn't help but admire Tang Yingshua's luck. He opened 2 bronze treasure chests, and both yielded vehicle modification blueprints. Lu Tu always felt uneasy. Every time he shot, he had to roll down the window, either shooting from the side or leaning half of his body out of the car. If the speed were a bit faster and the ride were bumpier, he might find himself thrown out of the car one day. With a shooting hole, he could comfortably stay in the car and shoot outside. After collecting his items, Lu Tu began gathering the spoils dropped by the zombies. Earned 1 metal part. Earned 1 metal part. Earned 1 glass. After returning to the car, Lu Tu checked the amount of gold coins he had. Gold coins 4. Before this wave of zombies, he had 2. 8 coins. Now he had 4. 120 zombies came. Although their combat power was indeed weak, if it weren't for the firearms, it wouldn't have been resolved so quickly. It still lacked 1 gold coin to install the shooting hole on the RV, but everyone was currently being warmly welcomed by their zombie friends, probably having no time to trade. To prevent more monsters from appearing and attacking, Tang Yingxue continued to stay alert in her seat. Lu Tu opened the chatroom to check the situation. A 10086 area chatroom, current members 9632 410 0000. Seeing the current number of people, Lu Tu raised his eyebrows. In just a few minutes since the first night's monster attack, over 1,400 people had permanently vanished. Moreover, the number continued to drop. I've turned off the engine and don't dare to breathe. Who can spare some metal parts? My car's durability is... Why is everyone still raising the price of iron sheets and metal parts? Are you human? Just run, why fight? The zombies are so slow, 1 kick of the accelerator will shake them off. I want to run too, but I crashed into a few zombies and damaged my car. Now I'm stuck. I ran anyway. Lu Tu saw that many people chose to flee and couldn't help but shake his head. Clearing out this wave of zombies would yield a bronze treasure chest and a black iron supply box, which was an opportunity for improvement. In this survival environment, 1 misstep could lead to disaster. To recover, one could only rely on extraordinary luck. Who knows if tomorrow the monsters would be strengthened and increase the intensity for everyone. Nearly an hour later, the death toll approached 10,000. Most people chose to escape by car, but the remaining universal fuel did not support them in running too far. Lu Tu sent a message in the chatroom, which immediately stirred everyone up. Lu Tu clearing the incoming wave of zombies will reward a treasure chest and a supply box. Damn, To Go is awesome. I'm going back right now. Is it still too late to hurry back? I don't believe it. With so many zombies, how can we kill them? Who knows if he's just messing with us? Damn it, who cares if it's true or not? Let's blast these zombies. To Go is awesome. He actually killed the wave of zombies. Although Lu Tu chose to be a lone wolf, he still needed to maintain some contact with others, as he still had to contract a red face. Moreover, everyone would eventually learn about this news. It was better to come out and do a favor for everyone. That said, if everyone died, who would be his chives? Getting familiar with people would also help in business. More than an hour later, many people initially intended to survive alone in this world, but under the pressure of survival, most chose to huddle together for warmth. A 10086 area chat room, current number of participants 8646 110 0000. It's out. Don't be cryptic, what is out? After defeating the zombie-tied treasure chests and supplies boxes really appeared incredible to all. We got some too. Everyone hurry, let's take a chance a bicycle can turn into a motorcycle. People have gradually finished clearing the zombie-tied and obtained treasure chests. However, from the chat records, the treasure chests obtained are all of black iron grade and the supply boxes are wooden. Lu Tu had a guess in his heart, perhaps the intensity of monster attacks and rewards at night are related to the number of passengers. Lu Tu did not intend to share this information. The items for sale on the trading website started to increase, but the prices are quite chaotic right now. Lu Tu planned to check again tomorrow morning. After confirming that there was no threat around the RV, Lu Tu lowered all the armor plates, preparing to take a shower and then rest. The emotional impact of the day was truly overwhelming for both Lu Tu and Tang Yingxue. The tense nerves that had been taut all day relaxed at this moment. Although they could take turns driving, the vehicle can withstand it, but humans cannot. Once the two lay down on the bed, they quickly fell asleep. The next day at dawn, Lu Tu woke up. After glancing at the sleeping Tang Yingxue in his arms, he gently patted her face. Wake up, we should set off. Tang Yingxue mumbled, then nestled her head against Lu Tu's chest. Suddenly feeling something was off, she jolted awake. Upon seeing Lu Tu's face, Tang Yingxue let out a sigh of relief. However, a faint sense of disappointment rose within her. This was not a dream. She was still trapped in this damned survival game on the road. Yet Tang Yingxue was secretly grateful to be Lu Tu's passenger. Lu Tu began to brush his teeth and wash his face. Tang Yingxue had indeed prepared a lot of living supplies, gathering everything needed for daily use. Lu Tu, holding a toothbrush, walked to the thermometer and glanced at the indoor and outdoor temperatures. Indoor temperature 24°C, outdoor temperature 40°C. No matter whether the sun was shining or not, this cursed place was always 40°C. After the two finished washing up, they refilled the water and gas for the vehicle. Tang Yingxue started the vehicle and drove back onto the asphalt road. Lu Tu looked at the swirling blood mist in the rearview mirror, then glanced at Tang Yingxue, sitting in the passenger seat. This was really not a dream, but fortunately there was a system supermarket, making life quite comfortable. More messages appeared in his private messages, all requests to become Lu Tu's passenger, both men and women. He ignored all the messages from men and only opened the ones from women, but none met his requirements. All passed. After all, Lu Tu was not the kind of person who would take just anyone. Shortly after starting, the sun had completely risen. Accompanying this was the announcement that could be heard by everyone. Congratulations to all survivors for surviving the first day. Today the temperature will gradually rise to 45°C. The speed of the blood mist will resume and increase to 35 kilometers per hour. The density of monsters will significantly increase. In this area, a 10086, total survivors 100, remaining survivors 81332. This information made Lu Tu's eyelids twitch slightly. Nearly 20,000 people perished on the first day with a 20 elimination rate. Assuming there are 1,000 people in one area, the total number of deaths across all areas is simply unimaginable. After driving for more than an hour, two loud bangs were heard from beneath the vehicle, followed by a jolt of the car body. After noticing the abnormal situation, Tang Yingxue immediately slowed down. Vehicle durability 10. While Lu Tu was looking at the trading website, he suddenly saw the vehicle's status information update. Durability 89, brand new from factory, continuously decreasing. Both front tires are abnormal. Repair as soon as possible. Repair materials rubber 20. Lu Tu frowned, wondering why the tires suddenly burst. After closing the trading website, he leaned out of the window to inspect the tires' condition. The tires were visibly flat and stuck with something. I don't know what's going on, Tang Yingxue said nervously, looking at Lu Tu. It's okay, just pull over, I'll take. After Tang Yingxue parked the vehicle, Lu Tu opened the door and got out. He saw several dark, spiky metal objects embedded in the tire. Lu Tu pulled one out and recognized it immediately. It was an iron thorn. He had seen some early online discussions about road wild legends. Some unscrupulous repair shops would scatter sharp objects on national and provincial roads to puncture the tires of large truck drivers, and iron thorns were one of those. The appearance of this thing here could only mean one possibility: robbery. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. A dirty SUV appeared in Lu Tu's line of sight. Seeing this, Lu Tu immediately opened the car door and returned to the vehicle. However, he did not lower the armored window, wanting to see what the other party was up to. In less than a minute, the SUV stopped in front of Lu Tu's RV. The door opened. Two men got out. The man in front had a face full of flesh, a prominent scar on his left cheek, and wore a black t-shirt. The one behind him had greasy, messy yellow hair, looking quite lewd. As Zhang Taisun and Sun Bao approached, they were shocked by Lu Tu's RV. Not only did it look brand new, but it was also covered in armor plates. Their eyes were filled with greed as they stared at the RV. Then through the window, they saw a young couple sitting in the driver's and passenger's seats. Especially the woman in the driver's seat, who was pure and beautiful, made it hard for the two to look away for a moment. The high temperature outside ignited their desires. Tang Yingxue felt a bit uneasy under their gaze, a flicker of anger rising in her heart. Lu Tu lowered the window and asked calmly, "What do you want?" The reason Lu Tu dared to lower the window was mainly because the rules stated that as long as the owner and passengers were inside the vehicle and the vehicle's durability had not reached zero, those outside could not harm those inside. Seeing Lu Tu lower the window, the two walked over to the passenger side. Looking at Lu Tu's youthful face, Zhang Taisun and Sun Bao were secretly pleased, seeing him as an inexperienced young man. Once they tricked him, they could tie him up and throw him on the road. Then they could make the beautiful woman hand over the vehicle and take her along. Wouldn't that be wonderful? The yellow-haired Zhang Taisun immediately put on a friendly demeanor and said, "Little brother, I noticed your vehicle hasn't moved. Is it broken?" "Yes." The scar-faced Sun Bao quietly watched Lu Tu without speaking. Zhang Taisun continued, "Why don't you and your girlfriend ride in our vehicle? It's a bit shabby, but there's enough space." After saying this, he tilted his head to look at Tang Yingxue in the driver's seat. Upon hearing Zhang Taisun's words, Lu Tu laughed. Zhang Taisun and Sun Bao laughed along with him, but their ugly faces made their laughter look unappealing. "Ride in your vehicle?" "Yes, in this cursed place, everyone should help each other to survive." Lu Tu smiled, but his expression suddenly changed, his eyes coldly gazing at the two outside. "What kind of show are you putting on? The iron thorns stuck in my tire were placed by you, weren't they?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Tai-sun and Sun Bao's expressions changed, exchanging glances. In their hands, a hammer spear and a hook spear suddenly appeared. At this moment, Sun Bao, who had been silent, spoke with a hoarse and unpleasant voice. You think you can take advantage of me? I'm afraid that won't be possible. Lu Tu and Tang Yingxue did not get out of the car, feeling utterly helpless. However, the two were confident they could force Lu Tu out of the vehicle. Repairing the car would take time, and as long as they kept damaging it, the repair materials would eventually run out. They were not afraid of Lu Tu's counterattack. After all, everyone here was armed with cold weapons. How could they pull out a firearm? Sun Bao brandished a hammer spear towards the car. Clang! The metallic clash produced a deafening sound. Although the car body was protected by armor plating, the tires remained relatively vulnerable. Zhang Tai was about to stab the rear tire with his hook spear when he suddenly saw Lu Tu aiming a dark object at him. Before he could react, a loud bang echoed. Bang! The tremendous power of the magnum bullet caused Zhang Tai's forearm to detach from his upper arm. Before he could comprehend the situation, Lu Tu fired another shot at his left knee. Bang! The shot hit accurately. After losing the support of one leg, Zhang Tai collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, the pain surged to his brain, and he began to scream like a slaughtered pig. Ah! Blood began to pour from the severed ends of his arm and leg. Lu Tu opened the car door and stepped out, aiming the still smoking muzzle of the massive gun at the stunned Sun Bao. Lu Tu tilted his head towards Tang Yingxue, signaling her to get out of the car. As she opened the door, the scorching air enveloped her. Upon reaching Lu Tu's side and witnessing the gruesome scene, her heart raced, and she felt dizzy. The news reports of injuries and killings she had seen before were merely cold descriptions on screens or paper. This bloody sight of mutual harm among kindred was something Tang Yingxue saw for the first time. Lu Tu drew out the Yinling knife and handed it to her. Tang Yingxue's hands trembled slightly. Once Sun Bao regained his senses, he fell to his knees, his pants becoming wet. He cried out loudly, "Spare me, brave hero. Don't kill me. Please spare my life. I have plenty of supplies in my car. I'll give you everything." He began to knock his head on the ground, tears streaming down his face. "You say you have a lot of supplies, but where did they come from? They were stolen. Is that how you got them?" Lu Tu gestured towards his tire bristling with iron spikes. "What about those people?" "I don't know. I didn't kill them. I just left them on the road. Please spare my life." Lu Tu smirked. Leaving people on the road was no different from killing them. Sun Bao began to knock his head on the ground again, begging for mercy. However, Lu Tu ignored him. Tang Yingxue looked at Zhang Tai, who was lying on the ground and howling, and asked, "Should I kill him?" "Yes." Lu Tu, still staring at Sun Bao, continued, "We must learn to, and even become accustomed to this, as such incidents will not be rare in the future." "Am I going to die too?" Sun Bao asked, his voice trembling. "Yes," Lu Tu replied flatly, his expression. Hearing the answer, Sun Bao lowered his head, revealing a dagger in his hand, and suddenly lunged at Lu Tu. Lu Tu stepped back a bit, lowering his gun slightly, and fired at Sun Bao's thigh. Sun Bao fell to the ground straight, and though he did not scream as loudly as Zhang Tai, the intense pain in his thigh made him tremble uncontrollably. "Since you've harbored ill intentions against us, the only way is to eradicate you completely." Lu Tu's tone was as cold as winter. Tang Yingxue nodded, her slightly trembling hands gripping the Yinling knife tightly. She then stabbed it into Zhang Tai's abdomen, twisting it twice. Zhang Tai's face turned pale like a sheet of paper, and he was in so much pain that he couldn't even scream. Tang Yingxue pulled the knife out and aimed for Zhang Tai's chest again. Lu Tu watched her actions dumbfounded. "Truly a living demon. I've seen it done this way on TV," Tang Yingxue said, feeling a bit embarrassed at Lu Tu's expression. Zhang Tai choked on the blood that filled his trachea. He struggled on the ground for a few moments before slowly going quiet. Gained 2 gold coins. The gold coins on Zhang Tai automatically transferred to Tang Yingxue. The joy of earning gold coins brightened her previously mixed emotions. Congratulations to the survivor Tang Yingxue for successfully killing another survivor, Zhang Tai. Reward: 5 gold coins, 1 junior gene potion. Blood hatred level 1, identity passenger, hatred transferred to vehicle owner Lu Tu. Blood hatred mechanism description updated to the survival guide. This area unlocks the decomposition function. Survivors can decompose various items or abandon vehicles. Killing a survivor will yield the gold coins they possess. Killing the vehicle owner will grant access to their vehicle keys, allowing entry for looting, rebranding, or decomposition. Decomposing vehicles can yield substantial resources. Upon hearing the announcement from the sky, Lu Tu, Tang Yingxue, and the fallen Sun Bao were all stunned. Sun Bao was filled with regret and anger. Had he killed the person after robbing them yesterday, that reward would have been his. The chat room was in an uproar. "Then let me ask, what is a gene potion? It can't be the 9 dragons power, can it? Oh my god, are we starting a battle royale? Tang Yingxue, could it be that person who sold ice cola yesterday? I checked the blood hatred mechanism. It looks like Lu Tu is in for a rough night, ha. Zhang Tai, he was a robber. My girlfriend and I were robbed by him, and another scar-faced man leaving us no choice but to be someone else's passengers. He got what he deserved. Hey, what's this about robbing on the road? Well, it was like this yesterday. These two are truly beasts, but it seems only Zhang Tai is dead. What about the other one? He must have run away. Suddenly, Lu Tu heard some noise. Huff, huff. Sun Bao was desperately crawling away from Lu Tu, but it was in vain. Bang. The massive gunshot from the violent hunter echoed through the sky. Bone fragments flew with the sound. Gained 3. 1 gold coins. Survivor Sun Bao is dead, killed by Lu Tu. Blood hatred level 2. Lu Tu is amazing. What a heroic figure. Eradicating harm for the people. Lu Tu, please take me in. I can do any position you want. Hero Lu Tu, would you accept me as your little brother? I am willing to serve you. But you're still a traitor. Everyone's impression of Lu Tu transformed from a traitor to a chivalrous traitor. At this moment, Lu Tu had no idea what was happening in the chat room, nor did he know he had become a hero. He simply closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and sighed. They dare to rob on the road with such skills. An orange orb of light fell from Sun Bao. Oh, dropped equipment. Lu Tu picked it up. Car key. Sun Bao type special unique description. Sun Bao's car key. With no threats nearby, Lu Tu immediately opened the survival guide to check what this so-called blood hatred mechanism was about. Blood hatred. Killing other survivors will increase your blood hatred level. Monsters during the day will become more aggressive towards blood haters. As night falls, the higher the blood hatred level of blood haters, the more monsters will attack, and the stronger they will be, and these monsters will fight to the death. When a passenger kills a survivor, the blood hatred level will transfer to the vehicle owner. Current blood hatred level 2 TSK tisk. It feels like poking a beehive. However, Lu Tu thought it through. A greater number of monsters with greater strength. A philosopher with the surname Gao once said the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. As long as one is strong enough, then this blood hatred mechanism is merely a staircase to making oneself stronger. Lu Tu put away his thoughts, shaking his keys at Tang Yingxue, said, let's see if we can loot their SUV. When Lu Tu opened the glove compartment, he discovered a white quality item. Information document type item content coordinates of an abandoned factory 45,134, 36,485, which contains some supplies and precious items, but is also quite dangerous. Inputting the coordinates into the system panel allows for navigation. Description. Take a look. The remaining supplies were just some water, food, and universal fuel. However, that information document piqued Lu Tu's interest. He and Tang Yingxue packed up their findings and searched thoroughly to see if there were any other hidden items. After meticulously searching and confirming there was nothing else, Lu Tu got out of the car to decompose Zhang Tai's vehicle. Do you want to decompose? Lu Tu silently thought yes. Sun Bao's SUV vanished as if it had been torn apart by something. Gained metal parts 30. Gained iron sheets 15. Gained glass 10. Gained rubber 10. Gained level 1 chip 1. The resources were indeed abundant, but for Lu Tu, only the level 1 chip was quite rare. Lu Tu casually tossed the weapons that fell to the ground into the vehicle's storage space. After dealing with the iron spikes on the wheels, he returned to the RV, adrenaline gradually wearing off, and both of them slumped into their seats. Tang Yingxue happily exclaimed, I struck gold. I now have 21 gold coins, plus a junior gene potion. Lu Tu smiled and replied, robbing on the road is indeed efficient. Please transfer the gold coins to me. I'll use them to upgrade the vehicle. As for the gene potion, you should drink it directly. It seemed that Tang Yingxue was quickly accepting these matters without any negative impact. Gained gold coins 21. Tang Yingxue unhesitatingly transferred the gold coins she had earned to Lu Tu. Initially thinking of giving the gene potion to Lu Tu to trade for better items online, she ended up drinking it. After drinking the junior gene potion, a wonderful sensation filled Tang Yingxue's body. While she was closing her eyes to experience it, she was suddenly lifted into the air. Lu Tu grinned wickedly and said, let me see if there's any difference. You are such a person. Tang Yingxue wrapped her arms around Lu Tu's neck, not refusing. Instead, she felt a stirring in her heart again, due to the previous scene. The atmosphere inside the RV rose along with the temperature of the air outside. The two continued their competition for over an hour. Tang Yingxue, whose body had become soft, ended the competition after Lu Tu transmitted information to her for the third time. Lu Tu got up from bed with satisfaction and began to prepare for the upgrades. The materials needed for upgrading the RV and modifying the shooting holes were somewhat insufficient. Lu Tu purchased a batch of supplies from the system supermarket and then went shopping on the trading website. After a night, water and universal fuel remained hard currency. As long as the trading currency was set to purified water and the price of materials was reasonable, all were acquired by Lu Tu. After a round of shopping, Lu Tu counted the supplies again. Storage space of the vehicle, 623 cubic meters, purified water, 345 liters, universal fuel, 514 liters, wasteland wolf fangs 2, iron sheets 398, metal parts 387, rubber 108, glass 50, level 1 chips 3, hammer spear 1, grappling spear 1. Basic materials were nearly sufficient, and after deducting the quantity needed for the upgrade, what remained was enough to repair the vehicle. Counting the 21 gold coins that Tang Yingxue just transferred to him, Lu Tu's total gold coins had reached 14. 3. The RV upgrade required 10 gold coins, and the modification of the shooting holes needed 5, was still short by a little. Lu Tu chose to upgrade the RV first. Would you like to upgrade the vehicle? Yes. After the necessary materials were deducted, Lu Tu's RV welcomed another upgrade. The upgrade process was the same as the first time, with the entire vehicle undergoing a dazzling transformation. This time it was a bit different. The two sat inside the moving vehicle. At the start of the upgrade, the two floated in midair, and upon completion, they landed in their seats. Thankfully, the seats were quite soft. Vehicle upgrade completed. This upgrade did not have a vehicle upgrade blueprint, so it was simply upgraded according to the vehicle type. The type RV was upgraded to a type RV. The vehicle length reached 8.5 meters, width 2.6 meters, height 3.2 meters. It was significantly larger than before. A bigger living room, a bigger kitchen, a bigger refrigerator, and a large bed that could accommodate 3 people. Owner Lu Tu. Vehicle type RV vehicle level 2, fuel 85, estimated range 38-22 kilometers, defense 18, durability 100, brand new, factory condition, decreasing overtime, occupants 13, vehicle buff, energy consumption reduced by 70, vehicle modification, simple outer armor, materials required for upgrade, gold coins 30, iron sheets 300, metal parts 200, rubber 60, glass 20, level 2 chips 2, vehicle core 1, optional evaluation, bigger, wider, more comfortable. Lu Tu's gaze was immediately drawn to the last item required for the upgrade. Vehicle core. Is it optional? Lu Tu judged that the difficulty of obtaining this item would surely not be low. Moreover, the chips required were level 2, and he currently had one surplus level 1 chip, so he could check the trading website for suitable items to exchange. Although many had perished, those who could endure and obtain treasure chests should not be few. Lu Tu then opened the refrigerator, which had become larger, capable of holding more cola, and now included a freezing compartment. After a night, the leaks should have sprouted. Lu Tu immediately took out all the ice colas and purchased 60 cans from the system supermarket to fill it up. Then he asked Tang Yingxue to list the ice colas on the trading website. Tang Yingxue, 24 cans of ice cola have been listed on the trading website, limited quantity. Whoa, the female killing god has appeared. Did she sell ice cola with Brother 2 yesterday? Are they together? You just realized. What the heck, yesterday a can of ice cola was only 0. 2 gold coins, how did it become 0? 3 gold coins today. Tang Yingxue, that was yesterday's price. Does the refrigerator not need electricity? What a profiteer. Yes, 0. 3 gold coins per can. Lu Tu, the profiteer, began to earn a hefty 0. 3 gold coins is not a lot. As long as one works a little harder, it's easy to afford. Especially since today's air temperature has risen to 45°C with a relatively high humidity, making it even more unbearable. In such an environment, many would be willing to spend that 0. 3 gold coins for a refreshing experience. The 24 cans of ice cola listed were immediately sold out. Damn, which son of a gun was so fast? I just wanted to buy it, and it was gone. Cursing more fiercely than anyone, but acting faster than anyone. I said earlier for everyone to concentrate their gold coins to me. I could cool down after upgrading the RV, even though I didn't have cola, but I had water. Still deceiving, still deceiving. After a wave of cola sales, he made a profit of 2 gold coins. Now Lu Tu has 5 gold coins, enough to use the modification blueprint. Would you like to use the vehicle modification blueprint shooting hole? Yes. Ding. Vehicle modification blueprint shooting hole modification completed. On both sides of the vehicle's body, 2 circular shooting holes were added with another at the rear. Metal covers were placed over them, which could be opened or closed from the inside. Lu Tu opened the metal cover and extended the barrel of the frenzied hunter into the shooting hole. Since the position was set in the middle of the vehicle body, Lu Tu had to lower his body to observe or aim to shoot. Although the shooting range and field of vision were limited, it could greatly protect personnel safety. Close the cover. After returning to the passenger seat, he input the coordinates of the abandoned factory into the system. The navigation position and distance to the destination were immediately displayed. Distance 1475 kilometers. This distance was approximately half the length of Huaxia. Lu Tu estimated that he could travel about 1,000 kilometers a day, which meant he would probably arrive tomorrow. Lu Tu shared this coordinate with Tang Yingxue. It was still worth checking out, there might be good items. Along the way, groups of zombies had already appeared on the highway and in the wasteland. There were also some zombie hyenas that had been completely transformed by the virus. Lu Tu tried to kill one, but the gold coins earned remained unchanged, still only 0. 1 gold coins. He picked up quite a few supply boxes, but not a single treasure chest was seen. However, a new discovery was made: our remote weapons could now be obtained from supply boxes. Lu Tu opened a hand crossbow and received 60 crossbow bolts. Yesterday, since no one had opened a remote weapon, Wang Bing was eager to make a deal and used resources to trade with Lu Tu. That meant the primary aiming skill scroll he exchanged for resources yesterday was quite a bargain. When he stopped to eat, Lu Tu found that the items for sale on the trading website had become more abundant. There were bows, crossbows, slingshots, catapults, and even flintlock guns. There were also corresponding ammunition. Additionally, there were some character attribute enhancement scrolls and level 1 chips. The character attribute enhancement scrolls were mostly basic strength or constitution scrolls. Using them only increased the value by 1 point, and they were priced high with gold coins. This made Lu Tu have no intention of purchasing. For example, basic aiming today there were 2 or 3 listed starting at 10 gold coins. On the other hand, Wang Bing, while browsing the trading website today, felt as if all his strength had been drained. Why couldn't he endure for just one day? And had just opened a bow from the supply box. The more he looked at it, the angrier he became. Wang Bing raised his hand and slapped himself twice. To prepare for tonight's monster attack, Lu Tu handed his crossbow to Tang Yingxue and also purchased 300 crossbow bolts from the trading platform for emergencies. He also casually asked her what melee weapon she wanted to use. Tang Yingxue's big eyes twirled around, and she said that hammer spear looks good to me. Lu Tu let Tang Yingxue retrieve the hammer spear from her storage space. The hammer spear was long overall with a sharp spike at the front followed by a radiating multifaceted hammerhead. The overall impression conveyed a sense of power, simple yet brutal. After taking the hammer spear in her hands and swinging it a few times, Tang Yingxue revealed a satisfied smile. This is it. Lu Tu had envisioned countless possibilities: daggers, rapiers, short swords. But he never expected Tang Yingxue to choose a hammer spear. He hadn't realized that his classmate Tang Yingxue was so fierce. The two drove towards the coordinates of the abandoned factory, while also allowing Tang Yingxue to practice her aim on the zombie hordes they encountered with the crossbow. Today it was evident that the drop rate of monster items had increased. The batch of zombies they killed last night had dropped very little. Now on average, killing 2 or 3 zombies would yield some items. Besides water, oil, and food, they could also drop some medicine, though the chances were quite low. Tang Yingxue had killed over 30 zombies along the way with the crossbow, retrieving only a box of 666 cold medicine and a box of chrysanthemum brand stomach medicine. Lu Tu also observed that although the crossbow was convenient, its damage was simply too low. It required 2 to 3 bolts to accurately hit a zombie's head to kill it. As Lu Tu drove while evading the pursuing zombies behind, he contemplated how to deal with tonight's zombie tide. After all, the blood hatred level had reached 2, indicating a significant intensity. Zhao Feifei, driving a dilapidated taxi, had become a mess after a day of extreme conditions. Originally soft and delicate, her complexion was now poor. Her big apricot eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, and the slight dark circles under her eyes revealed her exhaustion. Her lips, pale and cracked from thirst, bore tiny blood spots, and to prevent further tearing of her wounds, she could only press her lips together tightly when not necessary. Last night, when she saw the message from Lu Tu recruiting passengers, she had scoffed. In that hot pot photo, besides the food, there were also the hands of a woman who did not show her face. Especially the bracelet on her left hand made Zhao Feifei instantly recognize the woman as Tang Yingxue. This made Zhao Feifei shake her head in disbelief, wondering how her good senior sister and close friend had already succumbed to someone in just one day. Tang Yingxue often vented her frustrations about Lu Tu to her. She had always felt something was off, though indeed these two were together. Relying on others leads to no future. We girls should carve our own paths. Although resources were scarce, Zhao Feifei remained ambitious, believing she had the confidence to survive on her own. However, the zombie tide that appeared on the first night frightened her so much that she dared not stop her car constantly on the run. Yet it was precisely because she kept moving that she found some supply boxes, allowing her to barely survive the next day. Just as dawn broke, she saw in the chat room that a girl named Lu Yanping was seeking help, which softened her heart. After asking for the coordinates, she rushed over. Thinking of helping her out and lowering the difficulty of survival through teamwork, Zhao Feifei had received invitations yesterday, but she could tell the obvious intentions of the other parties. Upon arriving at the coordinates Lu Yanping mentioned, she found 3 cars parked by the roadside. One of them looked in terrible condition with a battered body and shattered glass. As Zhao Feifei just stopped, 2 people got out of those cars. 3 men and 1 woman. The woman was dressed provocatively, wearing only a strapless top and a super short skirt. Her face was heavily made up. The other men looked suspicious, making it hard to trust them. However, the man leading the group appeared refined. Zhao Feifei initially thought they were other kind-hearted individuals coming to help Lu Yanping. But looking at the battered car next to her, she felt something was off. No matter what they said, she refused to get out of the car. Seeing Zhao Feifei's reluctance, the initially serious demeanor of the few people immediately showed their true colors. Little beauty, in such an environment, why pretend? Come on, get out of the car and behave, you won't lack food and drink. The refined man at the front spoke, stay with us, and you'll have a way out, got it. Lu Yinping also leaned by the car, persuading, Zhao Feifei, sister, you're so beautiful, don't suffer on your own. Listen to brother Deng. Hearing this, Zhao Feifei's eyelids twitched violently. Furiously, she flipped them the bird and shouted, go to hell. You bunch of scum. The provoked group immediately drew their weapons and began smashing Zhao Feifei's car. Seeing this, she shifted gears and hit the accelerator, fleeing. However, Deng Cheng and his group relentlessly pursued her from behind. Just as Zhao Feifei was about to open the chat room for help, she heard an announcement about Tang Yingxue killing another survivor. This shocked her. How could Tang Yingxue, a pampered young lady who couldn't even bear to look at a chicken being killed, actually take a life? This filled Zhao Feifei with horror. She soon heard another announcement of Lu Tu killing someone. Were these two hidden ruthless characters all along? Zhao Feifei looked at the vehicles of Deng Cheng and his group chasing her in the rearview mirror and glanced at the fuel gauge. There was only half left, and this broken taxi consumed fuel rapidly. Feeling increasingly anxious, stopping for gas was unrealistic. If she ran out of fuel and had to stop the car, she didn't know what awaited her. A sudden thought flashed through her mind. After biting her lip and struggling for a long time, she kept glancing at the rearview mirror. Finally, she opened the chat interface and searched for Tang Yingxue. Initiating a private chat. Tang Yingxue, who had been happily shooting zombies through the firing hole with her crossbow, suddenly returned to her seat with a gloomy expression. Taking a deep breath, she said to Lu Tu, do you know Zhao Feifei? Upon hearing this, Lu Tu immediately pictured a figure in his mind. A round face with apricot eyes, a smile that reveals dimples, fair and delicate skin. Most importantly, she had a petite, yet curvaceous figure. A standard sweet-type beauty. It was said that her family was in the automotive modification business, and she drove a modified performance car to and from school every day. Lu Tu nodded and said, I remember, she is a junior to us. What's up? Tang Yingxue continued softly, she is my best friend, and she is in the same area as us. Glancing at Lu Tu, she saw him gesture for her to continue, and said she is being chased and wants us to save her. Looking at Tang Yingxue's expectant gaze, Lu Tu stroked his chin and said, have her message me directly. Tang Yingxue nodded and sent a message to Zhao Feifei. Tang Yingxue, Feifei, just send a private message to Lu Tu. After quite a while, Zhao Feifei finally replied. Zhao Feifei, all right. Lu Tu quickly received the private message from Zhao Feifei. However, he did not rush to reply, but instead opened her profile information. Name Zhao Feifei, appearance rating 92, body rating 96, charging times 0, overall score 93, special trait store unlocks vehicle modification shop. Special trait buff, soul of modification exclusive, all modifications applied to the host vehicle will automatically enhance by 1 level, and the performance and durability of the vehicle, including modifications, will increase by 100. System evaluation, a beautiful yet proud swan with a unique talent for vehicle modification enhancement. After the contract, you will acquire a powerful vehicle modification expert. Golden legend. An overall score of 94. Only 1 point lower than Tang Yingxue. With a body score of 96, Lu Tu couldn't help but marvel at how authoritative this value was. It almost leveled the gap with Tang Yingxue. Moreover, Zhao Feifei was also a holder of exclusive buffs, her ability being vehicle modification. After reading Zhao Feifei's information, Lu Tu immediately replied to her. Lu Tu, what weapons do they have? Zhao Feifei, knives and iron rods. I was running too fast and didn't notice. Since they are all cold weapons, that makes things simple. Lu Tu was now very interested in Zhao Feifei. Lu Tu, we can come to rescue you, but you must accept my conditions. Zhao Feifei, your conditions. Lu Tu slightly raised the corners of his mouth and sent the contract to Zhao Feifei. When Zhao Feifei saw the contents of the contract, her vision went dark. Isn't this selling oneself? Zhao Feifei glanced at the rearview mirror side, and after another long while, she finally replied. Zhao Feifei, I accept. The heavens are unjust. In the end, Zhao Feifei have still fallen. It was evident that Zhao Feifei made a tremendous decision to reply with these 3 words. Lu Tu immediately received a system prompt. Contract established with Zhao Feifei. Zhao Feifei's special store unlocked vehicle modification shop, current mileage points bonus 1. He also sensed Zhao Feifei's presence in his mind. Lu Tu, report your coordinates. After Zhao Feifei sent her coordinates to Lu Tu, he forwarded them to Tang Yingxue and said, let's go rescue your best friend. Although Zhao Feifei lost her identity as the vehicle owner due to signing the contract, she was still able to drive the taxi she was in normally. Tang Yingxue's eyes lit up. She exhaled a sigh of relief and relaxed completely. After entering the coordinates, the journey displayed about 2 hours, and they had to drive back. Tang Yingxue immediately pressed the accelerator and sped forward. Though it had only been a few days since she last saw her best friend, it felt like an eternity to Tang Yingxue. Lu Tu, on the other hand, opened the modification shops page. Shooting position blueprint, 200 mileage points. Iron bumper blueprint, 300 mileage points. Explosive tire reinforcement blueprint, 300 mileage points. Four-wheel drive power blueprint, 500 mileage points. Alloy steel armor blueprint, 800 mileage points. Various vehicle modification blueprints dazzled the eye, priced from a few hundred points to tens of thousands. Surprisingly, there were not only car modifications, but also motorcycle modifications, and most absurdly, there were modifications for wheelchairs. For instance, wheelchair, corner balancer wheelchair, umbrella wheelchair, gear, shifting components. Lu Tu made a simple assumption: if all these blueprints were applied to a wheelchair, it would exhibit incredible performance. After looking at the wheelchair options, Lu Tu clicked to sort by price from high to low. The blueprint at the top was simple shield generator blueprint, priced at 2000 mileage points. Lu Tu glanced at his current mileage points. Current mileage points 996, not affordable. He silently wiped the sweat from his brow. Previously, he felt that mileage points had nowhere to be spent, but now they were simply insufficient. However, looking at the zombie hordes on the highway and wasteland, Lu Tu had an idea. Purchase items. Iron bumper blueprint 1 cost 300 mileage points. Purchase items. Explosive tire reinforcement blueprint 1 cost 300 mileage points. Purchase items. Vehicle frame reinforcement blueprint 1 cost 300 mileage points. He bought 3 bronze level blueprints in one go, reducing his points to double digits. Iron bumper blueprint type modification blueprint level bronze. Material requirements: gold coins 5, iron plates 200, metal parts 30. Effect: adds an iron bumper to the front of the vehicle, increasing energy consumption by 5. Description: sharp-headed. Explosive tire reinforcement blueprint type modification blueprint level bronze. Material requirements: gold coins 5, or rubber 100, metal parts 20. Effect: reinforces tire strength, making them impervious to ordinary weapons. Energy consumption increased by 5. Description: use some strength. I thought it was just a tickle. Vehicle frame reinforcement blueprint type modification blueprint level bronze. Material requirements: gold coins 5, iron plates 150, metal parts 150. Effect: strengthens vehicle frame impact resistance 50. Description: a real man. Structural resistance. Requires 350 iron plates, 200 metal parts, and 100 rubber. He had previously stockpiled a large amount of materials, so there was no need to go shopping again. The big issue is still gold coins, needing 15 gold coins. He currently only has 6 gold coins, and Tang Yingxue has none. 35 gold coins. Still not enough. However, for Lu Tu, this was just a minor issue. He directly opened the system supermarket and found the cheapest cigarettes available. Purchase items: packaged white hard box 8 wolves 2, cost 40 mileage points. After obtaining the items, he began to set the price. White hard box 8 wolves 1 transaction item, gold coins, price 1. Okay, it was time to notify everyone of the good news. A 10086 area chat room. Current members 8000. 210-0000. Lu Tu selling cigarettes, 1 gold coin per pack, limited quantity, first come first served. His cigarettes. Do you have any beetle nuts? The profiteer is truly a profiteer, selling the lowest end 8 wolves for 1 gold coin. If it were Huazi, I wouldn't even dare to imagine the price. Just say whether you want to buy or not. Already bought. Sai. Where did Tu Ge get so many items? He can't. If it weren't for the daily transaction limit on the trading network, Lu Tu would have sold them at a price of 1 gold coins each. Although private chat transactions have no limit on the number of times, it is still too troublesome and energy-consuming. Especially now that everyone is aware of their own strength. Messages keep flooding in. Some are asking for sponsorship, some are requesting support, and others are inquiring about forming a team together. However, Lu Tu hardly responded to these messages. After Lu Tu sent the message in the chat room, he quickly received notifications that items had been sold. White hard box 8 wolves 1 sold. Gained 1 gold coin. White hard box 8 wolves 1 sold. Gained 1 gold coin. White hard box 8 wolves 1 sold. Gained 1 gold coin. Gained 1 gold coin. Sold faster than ice gold cola. Lu Tu never doubted the lengths that old smokers would go for a cigarette. Yet it still made Lu Tu feel like he might have sold them too cheaply. His current gold coins had reached 26. 6. Time to level up. All 3 modifications were in use. The entire framework tires in front of the vehicle shone with a white. After more than 10 seconds, the white light faded. Lu Tu checked the 3D diagram of his vehicle on the system panel and noticed that the RV's tires had become larger and thicker, though the change wasn't too significant. The most striking feature was the wide black iron wedge at the front of the vehicle. It was adorned with 6 huge and sharp blades that extended from the tip of the wedge back to the end. The lower ground clearance greatly reduced the chance of zombies getting caught under the chassis upon impact. As the vehicle sped along, the wedge would scrape the uneven ground, sending sparks flying. It was filled with wild destruction. Now Lu Tu's RV resembled a steel beast speeding down the road. He looked ahead through binoculars and spotted a group of zombies. He switched places with Tang Yingxue. He wanted to personally experience the thrill of running over zombies. With the accelerator pushed to the floor, the vehicle's front equipped with the wedge charged fiercely into the horde of zombies. Bang, 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 bang. The muffled thuds of colliding with zombies echoed inside the vehicle. The zombies were sent flying one after another, their twisted bodies crashing to the ground. Some were even sliced open by the blades at the front. The already dark, putrid blood splattered across the one zombie killed. Earned 0.01 coins. One zombie killed. Earned 0.01 coins. The system immediately displayed over 10 kill notifications. Woo, awesome. Lu Tu couldn't be bothered with the dropped items. The vehicle modification shop had an automatic pickup upgrade, but it cost 1,500 mileage points, which he couldn't afford for now. Aside from some precious medicines, he was not lacking in anything else. The pressing matter now was to pick up the new Palu. Along the way, Lu Tu encountered quite a few other vehicles. There were sedans, RVs, and buses. All zero-level vehicles, and most had formed into convoys. Some looked to have a decent scale. Everyone who saw Lu Tu's RV couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. Some even took pictures and posted them in the chat room. Photo. JPG, whose vehicle is this? It's terrifying. Could it be Lu Tu's? Wow. So cool. Isn't it exhilarating to crush zombies? This isn't fair. Oh, we're still driving scrap metal, and now a big shot has an armored vehicle with a wedge. Can we contact the owner? I'd pay 10 billion for his car. Look, another one dreaming. Lu Tu encountered several groups of zombies along the way. Without exception, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, crashing directly into them, carving a bloody path. Lu Tu roughly estimated that over 100 zombies had been killed. As the RV sped along, he drew closer to Zhao Feifei's location. After traveling some distance, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Achieved the milestone of 1,000 kilometers on the journey. Would you like to claim the achievement gift? Lu Tu saw a yellow taxi approaching him from the distance. Lu Tu glanced at the coordinates. That should be Zhao Feifei's car. He decided to hold off on claiming the gift for now. He slowed down and sent her a message. Lu Tu, do you see the black RV ahead? That's my vehicle. Drive up beside it and get in directly. Zhao Feifei looked at the fuel gauge that had hit empty, feeling almost hopeless. She never expected Lu Tu to arrive. After bringing her car to a stop next to Lu Tu's black beast, she moved from the driver's seat to the passenger seat just in case. Seeing Tang Yingxue sitting in the passenger seat, she rolled down the window and shouted, hurry, get in through the sun. Although Zhao Feifei was greatly shocked by this armored vehicle, there was no time to admire it. Her safety was the priority. Zhao Feifei hesitated slightly when she saw the RV's side door open. But then she remembered that they had already signed the contract. Sighing, she quickly got out of her taxi. After climbing into Lu Tu's RV, the coolness from the air conditioning nearly made Zhao Feifei faint with happiness. During her 2 days and nights of fleeing, she had dared not turn on the AC to save fuel. She could only open the windows while driving to cool down through air circulation. After Zhao Feifei got in, Lu Tu closed the side door. Once the door was shut, the vehicle transformed back into a closed space. At that moment, Zhao Feifei collapsed to the ground with a thud. Deng Cheng's face lit up with an evil grin as he saw Zhao Feifei's car stop. The little BTCH finally ran out of gas, huh? Seeing Zhao Feifei board that monster with a wedge from a distance, he slammed the steering wheel, turning towards the wasteland, heading for another road. What the hell is going on? Deng Ge, Qian Lei, and Lu Gang, who were following Deng Cheng, could only turn and follow suit when they saw their boss turning to run. Deng Cheng glanced at the rearview mirror. The vehicle Zhao Feifei boarded didn't follow, but he still didn't dare to ease off the accelerator. Lu Yinping, sitting in the passenger seat, asked in confusion, Deng Ge, why aren't we continuing to chase? That little BTCHS car looks like it's almost out of gas. Deng Cheng was already furious seeing Zhao Feifei slip away from him. He turned to glare fiercely at the heavily made-up woman, cursing, are you blind? Didn't you see her get into that armor? We can't afford to mess with a vehicle like that at this stage. Lu Yinping was scolded, but didn't dare to retort, only nodding silently. Deng Cheng noticed Qian Lei and Lu Gang's messages in the group chat asking about the two people in their car, and briefly explained. Deng Cheng, don't worry about that woman for now, let's avoid the spotlight. Qian Lei understood. Lu Gang understood. Deng Cheng, how are the two people in your car? Qian Lei understood. Lu Gang, they seem to be fine. Deng Cheng, okay, a new job, just came and give them some water, and food, will deliver it now. After that we will head to the coordinates given by Sun Bao. After finishing, Qian Lei and Lu Gang replied to Deng Cheng's messages, then took out a bottle of water and a bag of bread, tossing them to the back seat. The young man in the back seat, awakened by the thrown food and water, immediately grabbed them to replenish. Though it was only the second day during this long road escape, some wanted to enjoy life while they could. Besides ensuring they had food and drink, they desired some limited entertainment. Thus, some quick-witted individuals began to hatch various schemes, and Deng Cheng's group was among them. The young men in the back seat of Qian Lei and Lu Gang were tricked by Lu Yinping in the chat room. These two young men, after being beaten into submission, were forced into their car. Deng Chung initially planned to rob, and then kill them, tossing their bodies aside. But then he reconsidered, realizing that people were a resource that shouldn't be wasted, so he turned to trading instead. Since Lu Gang was driving a van, they could still take on more passengers, so they decided to trick one more person. When they saw Zhao Feifei, a stunning beauty, they felt they were about to strike it rich, which was why they relentlessly pursued her during her escape. After all, the male model market was still too small. Deng Chung was extremely displeased because of Zhao Feifei. However, Lu Tu was extremely pleased because of Tang Yingxue moved from the passenger seat to Zhao Feifei's side, looking at her disheveled appearance, and said with reddened eyes, "Feifei, are you okay?" Seeing them chase Zhao Feifei so fervently, "I saved her, and surely a bond has been formed, though I wonder if I will encounter her again in the future." Lu Tu pressed the accelerator, pursuing Deng Chung and his group for over 10 minutes. But as they grew increasingly distant, he had no choice but to abandon the chase and turn towards the abandoned factory. Deng Cheng's car was not as heavy as his own. A single push on the accelerator sent it flying forward. Now fully pressing the gas, the top speed can only reach about 135 kilometers per hour. To increase speed, the RV's powertrain needs to be modified and upgraded, but even the cheapest powertrain modification blueprint in the system store costs 800 points. For now, let's open the milestone achievement gift. Gained vehicle special buff. All members in the vehicle will receive 100 monster gold drop rate. Gained items: substitute paper doll 3. Substitute paper doll type, special level. Description: automatically used upon the holder's death, substituting the holder to bear death. After being consumed, the holder will revive at peak state. A 100 increase in monster gold drop rate. This will allow me to earn gold more efficiently. The substitute paper doll grants me an additional 3 lives, and each revival occurs at peak state, with a high margin for error. Lu Tu licked his lips. Among all escape tools, the most precious is one's own life. Everyone has only one life. If you die, everything is over. But now I have 3 lives. Even with the substitute paper doll, I cannot be careless. This item shows a level of its preciousness is self-evident. If something happens, like a certain demon hunter being easily stabbed to death, and then using the substitute paper doll, that would indeed be a tremendous loss. After finishing the box opening, Lu Tu crouched down to look at Zhao Feifei, who was sitting on the ground drinking water. He scrutinized her closely. To be honest, she was as naturally beautiful as Tang Yingxue, especially her prominent chest, which was particularly eye-catching. Zhao Feifei felt a bit uneasy under Lu Tu's gaze and bashfully said, I know the conditions for getting in the car. After speaking, she seemed somewhat resigned. Lu Tu smiled and said, don't rush, take a shower, and rest first, we can talk about it later. He then turned to Tang Yingxue and said, Yingxue, prepare some clothes and daily necessities for her. Tang Yingxue nodded and opened the system store to help Zhao Feifei shop. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feifei's eyes widened in disbelief. You brought water for a shower. Lu Tu chuckled. What else would we do? Most people love cleanliness, and hearing Lu Tu's affirmative response made Zhao Feifei's eyes brighten. Zhao Feifei began to examine the interior of the RV. It was spacious, comfortable, and clean. Compared to her broken taxi, it was like heaven and earth. This was Zhao Feifei's first impression of the interior of Lu Tu's RV. The entire living area had many commonly used items, plenty but not cluttered. Everything was neatly organized. After a while, Tang Yingxue pulled out a pile of items out of thin air and said, these are your daily necessities. Zhao Feifei opened her mouth, glanced at Lu Tu standing aside, and softly said thank you. She took the items and headed for the bathroom. The warm water flowed over Zhao Feifei's body, causing her to involuntarily hum. Lu Tu took the car keys and went outside to collect all of Zhao Feifei's belongings from her car into the storage space of his RV. In total, there were only a few bottles of water, a few liters of universal fuel, 10 metal parts, and 20 iron sheets. That's it. How poor. He then disassembled Zhao Feifei's taxi. Gained metal parts 30. Gained iron sheets 15. Gained glass 10. Gained rubber 10. Gained level 1 chip 1. After completing these tasks, he returned to the driver's seat and started the vehicle. He turned the car around and headed back towards the coordinates of the abandoned factory. Along the way, he encountered several groups of zombies, and Lu Tu charged straight in. Killed 1 zombie. Gained gold 0. 02. Killed 1 zombie. Gained gold 0. 02. Although it was only 0. 02 gold, even a mosquito's leg is meat. Some people originally chose to bypass the zombie groups, but seeing Lu Tu charge in and take out most of them without even stopping to loot it emboldened them. They picked up their weapons and followed him in. After finishing her shower, Zhao Feifei walked into the driver's cabin. She stood somewhat awkwardly behind the driver's seat, as if waiting for Lu Tu's instructions. Lu Tu turned to look at her and said, you should take a nap. Zhao Feifei nodded and walked towards the large bed at the back of the RV. She lay down, and within half a minute her breathing deepened. By evening, they had traveled a considerable distance. After stopping the car, Tang Yingxue began to prepare dinner. Zhao Feifei was drawn in by the rich aroma of the dishes. She quickly got up to wash her face in the bathroom to freshen up. Tang Yingxue invited her to sit down. Looking at the several home-cooked dishes on the small table along with the white rice in front of her, Zhao Feifei felt as if she had returned to the human world. She couldn't help but pick up her chopsticks and taste a piece of scrambled egg. It was warm and savory. She took another mouthful of rice. With that bite, she nearly shed tears. In her heart, she couldn't help but exclaim, actually being in Lutus RV is quite nice. She then began to eat as if avenging her grievances. Luckily, Tang Yingxue had the foresight to prepare extra, otherwise it might not have been enough. After finishing the meal, Zhao Feifei took the initiative to clean up and asked with a hint of reluctance, with this much food, do we have enough supplies? Lu Tu, while watching the chat room, said, as long as you're on my car, I can guarantee you a worry-free life. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feifei's eyes sparkled. In such an uncertain environment, the weight of Lu Tu's words could be imagined. Especially after experiencing it firsthand, she understood the heft of his promise even more. The three continued chatting for a while. When Lu Tu felt it was about time, he patted Zhao Feifei's leg and said it's time to get down to business. As night fell, they needed to obtain Zhao Feifei's beauty buff first. Zhao Feifei bit her lip, her cheeks flushed, and she gently nodded. The two left their seats together and walked towards the large bed at the back of the RV. Tang Yingxue knew that this day would come eventually, but she didn't expect that the first new passenger would be her best friend. After a while, some sounds came from the back of the RV. Tang Yingxue bit her lip, her long legs slightly together in her overalls. Then came a faint sound of pain. Tang Yingxue knew that Zhao Feifei had officially joined this family, and both of them, being a blank slate in both body and feelings, had now been colored by Lu Tu. At this moment, the entire RV underwent some subtle changes. Lu Tu, lying on the bed, had mastered the new ball handling rules after a deep exchange with Zhao Feifei. He further experienced what it meant to bear fruit from intricate branches. After savoring the aftertaste of the experience, Lu Tu opened the system. Beauty Codex, number of contractable beauties, 23 unlocked beauty stores, supermarket vehicle, component modification store, acquired beauty buffs, home, economic spirit of modification, current mileage points bonus, 1 current mileage points, 1452 points, successfully obtained Zhao Feifei's beauty characteristic buff. Lu Tu summoned the vehicle information panel. Owner Lu Tu. Vehicle C-type RV. Type RV. Vehicle level 2. Fuel 69, estimated range 2,289 kilometers. Vehicle is overweight, please upgrade the power system soon. Defense 48. Durability 99, brand new, decreasing over time. Vehicle is overweight, please upgrade the vehicle chassis soon. Occupants 23. Vehicle buff, energy consumption reduced by 70, a monster gold drop, rate 100. Vehicle modification, steel outer armor, movable shooting ports, reinforced steel bumper, fortified bulletproof, and explosion-proof tires, alloy steel frame. Materials required for upgrade: gold 30, iron plates 300, metal parts 200, rubber 60, glass 20, level 2, chip 2, vehicle upgrade, core 1 optional. Evaluation: bigger, wider, and more comfortable. This panel is terrifying. All modifications have automatically upgraded from level 1 to level 2. For instance, the simple outer armor originally only added 10 points of defense. After being enhanced by Zhao Feifei's beauty buff, it directly upgraded to a steel outer armor with 20 points of defense. With the attributes boosting performance and durability by 100, the defense directly increased to 40 points. Coupled with the vehicle's base defense, the value reached a terrifying 48 points. Even when encountering the previous desert wolves, he would not be afraid at all. However, this upgrade also brought new. Even with Zhao Feifei's buff enhancing the vehicle's performance by 100, the terrifying weight triggered an alarm from the system. For the engine and chassis, it was like a small horse pulling a large cart. Lu Tu remained unflustered. He opened the vehicle modification shop and began selecting blueprints for powertrain and chassis upgrades. Purchased items: engine power enhancement blueprint 1, cost 800 mileage points. Purchased items: off-road chassis blueprint 1, cost 500 mileage points. The engine modification was a bronze level blueprint for 800 mileage points. The chassis was selected to be a silver level off-road chassis. Considering that the equipment on the vehicle would inevitably increase and become heavier, it was wise to use something better in advance. Moreover, once modified, it would automatically upgrade by 1 level thanks to Zhao Feifei's buff. However, the basic materials were insufficient, so he had to scour the trading network for more. Lu Tu noticed that more and more people were starting to use gold as a trading currency. It seemed everyone was eager to upgrade their vehicles. For Lu Tu, it didn't matter. He simply brought out his trump cards: ice cola and cigarettes. Soon he traded for enough basic materials. He began the modifications. When the modifications were complete, Lu Tu heard the pleasant system notification. Ding. Triggered feature buff: soul of modification. Engine power enhancement upgraded to V8 turbocharged engine. Off-road chassis upgraded to heavy-duty off-road chassis. V8 turbocharged engine. Type vehicle component. Level silver. Effect powertrain upgrade engine power output 100. Vehicle energy consumption 10. Description: this engine is powerful. Heavy-duty off-road chassis. Type vehicle component. Level gold. Effect vehicle carrying capacity increased to 15 tons, improves vehicle maneuverability, can switch between off-road and highway modes at any time. Description: go wherever you want. After upgrading the engine and chassis, the warning in the vehicle information had disappeared. The estimated driving range also returned to normal. With the buff, the performance of the engine and chassis had. Lu Tu got dressed and took his place in the driver's seat. He began to test the upgraded RV. He lowered the window and pressed the accelerator. Vroom. The V8 engine roared with immense power. The top speed shot up to 180 km. It should be noted that this RV is armed with armor and a bumper weighing nearly 10 tons. Being brushed or bumped by it would be only slightly better than crashing into a freight truck. Lu Tu nodded in satisfaction at the sound from the engine. It was wonderful. Next, he just had to wait for nightfall. Blood Revenge Level 2. He wondered how strong it would be. This gave Lu Tu a small sense of anticipation. While waiting, Lu Tu learned from the chat room that most people had formed various alliances. However, there wasn't much binding force, nor was there any talk of submitting resources for centralized management. They were rather loose alliances, mainly to resist the monster attacks at night and to provide warmth in numbers. He hadn't noticed anyone else with a single vehicle like his. As night fell, the blood mist speed decreased to 15 kilometers per hour. Hunters began to venture out to hunt. Combat power increased by 50. Here they come. After the announcement, thin red mist began to spread over the wilderness, just like last night. This time, Lu Tu did not turn off the headlights, and the engine continued to roar. In the red mist, the gleam of red light began to appear in the eyes of the zombies. However, their speed of movement was significantly faster than last night. Lu Tu glanced at them. Runner zombie. Type creature. Level black iron. Overall combat power 11. Skills: run, bite, scratch. Description: can't catch the Mercedes-Benz driven by Xia Shu, but can catch up to you. The combat power had directly reached 11 points. In just a moment, the RV was surrounded by zombies. They began gnawing and scratching at the RV incessantly. Apart from leaving their saliva and blackened blood, they caused no substantial damage, not even leaving a tooth. Meanwhile, Zhao Feifei, sitting in the living area booth, trembled as she listened to the sounds of zombies outside, her heart filled with fear. Lu Tu pressed the accelerator, crashing through all the zombies in front of the vehicle. The turbocharged engine had a drawback of slow start, but the vehicle used its own weight to forcefully clear a path. Two fallen zombies were directly crushed under the nearly tinted RV. Lu Tu only felt a slight jolt before receiving a kill notification. Killed a zombie. Earned gold 0. 1. Killed a zombie. Earned gold 0. 1. Oh, I thought I had just run over a stone. Blood Revenge not only increased the quantity and strength, but the rewards also improved. Those previous zombies only yielded 0. 1 gold. After the boost from Blood Revenge plus the milestone reward buff, it directly multiplied by 10 times, becoming 0. 1 gold. Looks like tonight will be quite profitable. Lu Tu excitedly crashed back and forth a few dozen times, and all the zombies were already lying on the ground. The vehicle was now covered in blood and tissue fragments. Lu Tu underestimated the number of the zombie tide. Dealing with such massed enemies still required automatic weapons and area effect killing weapons. Just when Lu Tu thought he had cleared all the zombies and was ready to collect his treasure chest, a roar suddenly came from afar. It sounded like the desert wolves he had encountered before. Lu Tu became alert. 7 desert wolves rushed toward Lu Tu's RV. Their fur and skin had mostly fallen off. The areas without fur and skin revealed large patches of blood-red muscle tissue. Most of their abdomen even lacked muscle. Only the ribs and some still beating organs remained inside. Zombie desert wolf. Type creature. Level silver. Overall combat power 45. Skills: claw, sweep, piercing tentacles. Description: I have split open. After infection, they directly possessed silver level combat power. The zombie desert wolves began to slash with their claws, attacking Lu Tu's RV. Slash, slash. The sharp claws scraped against the steel armor, creating sparks. 3 zombie desert wolves, seeing the effect of their attacks was too poor, jumped back some distance, then split open from the head to the chest. Several tentacles with sharp tips extended from inside. The tentacles stabbed toward the RV at incredible speed, leaving only a shallow dent behind. Lu Tu attempted to use the bumper to hit them, but they quickly dodged. Zhao, classmate, I heard you used to drive well. Why don't you take the wheel tonight? Lu Tu let Tang Yingxue take over the steering wheel and walked over to Zhao Feifei, wearing an exceptionally calm expression. Zhao Feifei's delicate face had turned pale from fear. But upon hearing Lu Tu's invitation, she took a deep breath and nodded at him. She added, just keep a good speed and evade them, I'll take the shots. Lu Tu shook the gun in his hand. All right. Zhao Feifei took her place in the driver's seat, her demeanor suddenly changing. Gone was her previous fearful expression. She gripped the steering wheel, shifted gears, and immediately floored the accelerator. Vroom. The roar of the engine lit up Zhao Feifei's eyes. Wow, this feeling. It's V8. Zhao Feifei pressed the accelerator, and as the vehicle began to move, her extensive experience with car modifications immediately sensed something was off. Something was wrong. What kind of V8 has such power? Zhao Feifei turned her head, her face filled with surprise as she asked Tang Yingxue, who was sitting in the passenger seat, "Is Lu Tu's car really that impressive?" "It should be quite powerful, but I don't know much about these things." Zhao Feifei fell silent and began to control the vehicle quickly, leaving the mutated wasteland wolf behind. The pursuing mutated wasteland wolves all split open in mid-run, extending their tentacles to stab at the RV. Seeing this bizarre scene in the rearview mirror, the two women in the driver's seat couldn't help but frown. Lu Tu positioned the raging hunter at the shooting hole at the back of the vehicle, aiming for the center of the split bodies. The circular mouth with sharp teeth was clearly a weak point. Moreover, Zhao Feifei was driving quite steadily and maintaining a good distance. Lu Tu pulled the trigger. A powerful magnum bullet burst forth from the gun's muzzle. Roar! The bullet struck the first mutated wasteland wolf directly, which let out a wail after being hit, and then fell to the ground. Due to inertia, it rolled a few times. Killed one mutated wasteland wolf. Gained 10 gold coins. One of them was worth 10 gold coins. They struck it rich. Lu Tu reamed at the next one. Bang! Bang! With each shot fired, one fell down. As the last mutated wasteland wolf collapsed, the wasteland returned to silence. Then a silver treasure chest and a bronze supply box appeared in front of the vehicle. After confirming the surroundings were safe, Lu Tu let Zhao Feifei open the box this time. Zhao Feifei walked up to the bronze supply box and opened it without hesitation. Gained 5 gold coins. Gained 1 level 2 chip. Gained 10 leather. Gained 10 plastic. The haul wasn't much, but it included a level 2 chip. Now to upgrade the vehicle to the next level, a level 2 chip is needed. Zhao Feifei then opened the silver treasure chest. After a flash of light, 2 items appeared. Gained 1 basic strength scroll. Gained weapon modification part, infinite ammunition. Basic strength scroll, type skill scroll, level bronze, effect increases strength by 1 point when used. Maximum of 10 uses. Description: perhaps just that little bit of strength is enough to move the entire earth. Infinite ammunition type, weapon modification part, effect firearm ammunition becomes infinite. Description: this will be the best shooting game. Upon seeing the infinite ammunition weapon modification part, Lu Tu was momentarily stunned. My goodness, Zhao Feifei, you are truly a lucky charm. Lu Tu pulled Zhao Feifei into an embrace and fiercely kissed her on the cheek. He quickly put the items away. Lu Tu didn't plan to use this modification part on the raging hunter for now. Using it on the revolver would be a waste. After putting everything away, Lu Tu took the basic strength scroll and used it directly. Although the effect of the basic strength scroll seemed somewhat lackluster, even a mosquito's leg is meat. Used basic strength scroll, strength 1. Lu Tu used the basic strength scroll and could clearly feel his strength had increased a bit. After the three of them cleaned up the battlefield, they returned to the vehicle. This wave of gains was substantial, and Lu Tu looked at the number of gold coins. Gold coins 129. 33 Lu Tu 123. 86 Tang Yingxue 0. 47 Zhao Feifei 5. Based on his gold coin tally, today's zombie tide included 480 zombies and 7 mutated wasteland wolves. Each mutated wasteland wolf had dropped fangs, and now there were a total of 9 fangs in storage. If he hadn't managed to recruit Zhao Feifei and strengthen the vehicle today, it was highly probable that they would have faced disaster tonight. Level 2 Blood Rage indeed had some substance. Although the intensity was high, the rewards were also significant. After taking a shower, Lu Tu comfortably lay on the bed and opened the chat room. A 10086 regional chat room, current members 7554 910 0000. Compared to the daytime, this wave of zombie tide caused thousands more to leave. Why are there so many more than yesterday? It's estimated that the number has doubled compared to yesterday, and their combat power has also increased by 1 point. Today there are also mutated hyenas which are much stronger than zombies. The rewards for clearing them have also improved. Yesterday, it was a black iron treasure chest, but today it has become a bronze treasure chest. Oh no, my car door has been scratched by a stinky dog. Help! Mom, I don't want to play anymore. I want my mom. Other than those without blood rage, the number and intensity of the zombie tide they encountered were vastly different. Lu Tu began browsing the trading network. The quantities of basic strength scrolls, constitution scrolls, and mental scrolls had increased significantly. However, they were all undercutting each other. From the initial price of 10 gold coins each, they had pressured the price down to 7 gold coins. At this rate, the price would only continue to fall. After Tang Yingxue emerged from the bathroom, she prepared to go to the four-head bed in front of the vehicle. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to sleep in the front." "Come over and sleep together." Tang Yingxue was startled. Lu Tu actually forbade her. Hearing Lu Tu's call, Tang Yingxue obediently walked back to the big bed. The big bed could easily accommodate 3 people. Zhao Feifei lay sideways on Lu Tu's chest. Seeing this, Tang Yingxue followed suit. The two of them looked at each other, big eyes staring into small eyes. Just then Lu Tu began to extend his sinful hand toward Tang Yingxue. Zhao Feifei, who was watching from the side, widened her eyes even more. Earlier in the evening, Zhao Feifei had felt that Lu Tu was going to break her apart. Could it be that Lu Tu had opened another round? Oh, was his physique really that powerful? Lu Tu suddenly remembered something and turned to Zhao Feifei, saying, "Feifei, if you need living supplies in the future, you can directly purchase them in the system supermarket." Zhao Feifei listened somewhat confused but still blushed and nodded. While Lu Tu was advising her, he didn't stop his bullying actions at all. "Congratulations to all survivors for surviving the second day. Today's temperature will gradually rise to 50 C, and the blood mist speed will increase to 40 kilometers. The number of environmental biological entities has increased, their aggressiveness has risen, and the drop rate and quality of items have improved. Total survivors in the district 100, remaining survivors 69577. After hearing the announcement for today, Lu Tu raised his eyebrows. It seems that huddling together for warmth is indeed effective. The death rate has decreased somewhat compared to yesterday. In addition to increasing the drop rate of items, it also improved the quality. Lu Tu opened the trading network to see what items were available for purchase. The price of enhancement scrolls for character attributes had stabilized at 3.5 gold coins each. However, Lu Tu did not plan to use gold coins to buy them. Instead, he sought to privately chat with those sellers to see if they were willing to exchange them for cigarettes. Although gold coins and those items would gradually depreciate over time, he had plenty of living supplies purchased from the supermarket. Lu Tu offered 1 scroll for 4 packs of cigarettes and ended up exchanging for 11 strength scrolls, 10 constitution scrolls, and 7 mental scrolls. The only requirement from these sellers was that Lu Tu should not introduce tobacco into the market just yet. Lu Tu naturally understood what that meant and agreed. The attributes provided by these enhancement scrolls were equivalent to a primary gene medicine. When he previously took the primary gene medicine, Lu Tu could clearly feel the enhancement of his strength and constitution. However, for the mental attribute, aside from making his thoughts clearer, it seemed to have no other changes. Lu Tu speculated that this attribute might have other uses, and adhering to the principle of creating a well-rounded character, he bought a few mental scrolls. Looking at the scrolls he had obtained, Lu Tu had a thought and used them all. A tremendous sense of power and invigorating vitality immediately filled Lu Tu's entire being. Survivor Lu Tu attributes: Strength 31, Constitution 31, Spirit 33, Skill Basic Aiming Backpack 45, Substitute Paperman 3, Taurus Raging Hunter 501, Handgun Universal Ammunition 199, Yenling Knife 1 Gold Coins 129, 33 Lu Tu 123, 86 Tang Yingxue 0, 47 Zhao Feifei 5, Comprehensive Combat Power 32. Evaluation: Please inquire whether the other party has purchased insurance before engaging in a fight. Lu Tu clenched his fist tightly. This feeling of becoming stronger was truly delightful. Lu Tu, look. Hearing Tang Yingxue's call from the driver's seat, Lu Tu stood up and walked over, taking the binoculars from her hand. An abandoned factory. Lu Tu saw low buildings standing abruptly on the wasteland in the distance. There was also a surrounding wall outside. Looking at the coordinates, it should be the abandoned factory. This made his eyes light up. After traveling for so long, he had finally arrived. Moreover, he was quite tired of looking at the scenery of the wasteland these past 2 days. Gravel, stones, withered grass, and the sun high in the sky that could scorch a person. Finally, he could see some. After the vehicle entered the factory's outer gate, he felt only one thing: silence. Even a zombie popping out would have been better. It was too quiet here with no one around and no monsters. Lu Tu instructed Zhao Feifei to park the car at the entrance of one of the largest workshops. Due to the small workshop door, Lu Tu could only get out of the car to explore the inside. Upon entering the workshop, it was as hot as a steamer inside. Even with a physique of 31, Lu Tu felt a slight discomfort. A strong odor of spoiled machine oil and rusted metal filled his nostrils. Inside were various lathes and machining centers. Lu Tu approached to inspect and found that the machines were severely rusted. Some machines had their spindles fallen onto the workbench. It seemed they had been abandoned for some time. However, the good news was that they could all be disassembled. Just as Lu Tu was about to dismantle these machines, he heard a slight sound beside him. Lu Tu quickly drew his weapon, the rampant hunter, and became alert. Following the sound he just heard, he walked deeper into the workshop. He saw a compartment with an iron door slightly ajar. Lu Tu stepped forward and slowly pulled open the door. Creak. The iron door's rotating hinge emitted a sound that was grating to the ears. This sound suddenly appeared in the silent workshop, making it all the more jarring. It also sent shivers down Lu Tu's spine. With such a loud noise, who knew what might crawl out from inside? Lu Tu continued to explore inside. Upon entering, he immediately caught a whiff of a bloody scent that ordinary people would find hard to detect. Lu Tu's expression changed, realizing this place seemed unusual. Squish, squish. A sticky, moist sound came from deep within, as if something soft and juicy was being. Lu Tu calmed his breathing and privately instructed Tang Yingxue to buy a small flashlight from the system's supermarket and trade it to him after installing the batteries. With his right hand holding the revolver and his left hand holding the bright flashlight, he gently aimed in the direction of the sound. After taking a deep breath, Lu Tu pressed the switch of the bright flashlight. A humanoid creature appeared in the light. Its skin was a ghastly white, and its arms were curved into giant blades. At that moment, it was crouched on the ground, feasting on a massive corpse. From the remaining fur on the corpse, Lu Tu could tell that it was a mutated wasteland wolf, but it had already undergone a drastic transformation. Upon sensing the bright light, it immediately turned its head and let out a sharp shriek at Lu Tu. Roar! Its head had only a round mouth like a seven-jeweled lamprey and a pair of pure black eyes. Giant blade zombie type monster level gold comprehensive battle power 35 no light weak light 70 skill frenzied blade strike description a thoroughly mutated creature. Do not have any excessive thoughts about its mouth. Lu Tu cursed inwardly. Damn gold level. After scanning the monster's information, a voice echoed in his ears. Hidden task triggered. Eliminate all zombies in the abandoned factory to receive a special reward. Time to test the waters. Lu Tu immediately opened fire. Bang bang bang. The zombie quickly leaped away, dodging Lu Tu's shots. After retreating to a dim area, it lifted its arm, which had been mutated into a curved blade, and with a swift motion lunged back towards Lu Tu. However, after being illuminated by the bright flashlight, it took a step back. Roar. After regaining its senses, it let out a roar and immediately raised its curved blade, aiming to strike at Lu Tu's head. However, its speed was noticeably slower than when it had charged out of the darkness. Lu Tu sidestepped to avoid the attack, keeping the bright flashlight directed at it with his left hand, and immediately returned fire. One shot hit its right face, blasting off a chunk of flesh. Roar! Roar! The wounded giant blade zombie immediately let out a painful wail. It swiftly fled from in front of Lu Tu, retreating into the pitch-black environment devoid of light. Lu Tu followed the blood trail on the ground, beginning to track the giant blade zombie. At a corner, he discovered it, as the giant blade zombie suddenly lunged at him, intending to fight to the death. Lu Tu directly activated the strobe mode of the flashlight. The giant blade zombie was startled by the sudden flash, losing its balance in the air. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Tu quickly opened fire. Every shot accurately struck its head. Killed one giant blade zombie. Earned 40 gold coins. Hearing the system's kill notification, Lu Tu let out a sigh of relief. However, there was no notification of task completion. Feeling puzzled, he wondered if there were more zombies in the other workshops. Lu Tu picked up the items dropped by the giant blade zombie. Obtained deformed blade 1. Like the fangs of the wasteland wolf, it also belonged to a special material. Ugh. Just as Lu Tu finished picking up the items, the surroundings erupted with the signature shrieks of zombies. He quickly raised the flashlight to illuminate the area. Zombies were surrounding him from all directions. Damn it. It was indeed a trap. Lu Tu grabbed the rampant hunter and began shooting at the encroaching zombies. Fortunately, they were just ordinary zombies, not the fast ones from last night. Otherwise, he might have to waste his life-saving paper on these lowest-tier zombies. Tang Yingxue also sent a message in the chat group saying that the RV was surrounded by zombies. Lu Tu reassured them not to worry, thanks to the terrifying defense. Tang Yingxue and Zhao Jiejia were currently in no danger. While shooting and retreating, Lu Tu walked into a room resembling a small shooting range and saw an M134 Gatling gun mounted on a stand. M134 Gatling gun type, weapon machine gun, level gold attack power, 55 durability, 88 brand new ammunition 00 description, 3,600 turns in a breath, great compassion for the world. After seeing it, Lu Tu's breathing became heavy. The black exterior showed slight wear and tear. The 6 metal barrels had a strong visual impact and sense of oppression. Isn't this one of the dream guns he always wanted? Although it only has 88 durability, he couldn't care less about that now. Would you like to use unlimited ammo? Hurry up and give it to me. Ding. M134 Gatling gun modification complete. The ammunition display of the M134 Gatling gun changed from 00 directly to. Lu Tu quickly set the flashlight aside for illumination and fired 2 shots with the revolver to take down the few nearby zombies. After a brief pause, he decisively picked up the M134. The M134 was quite heavy due to its built-in direct current motor. Lu Tu quickly steadied himself looking at the zombies before him. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he casually said, "Let's get started." Buzz. The flames spewing from the muzzle of the M134 illuminated the entire room, resembling fire from hell accompanied by a thunderous buzzing sound. With the relentless advance of the zombies, Lu Tu relied on the powerful firepower of the M134 to step out of the room once more. The fallen empty shells clattered against the concrete floor, producing a crisp ringing sound. Upon returning to the workshop, Lu Tu found it packed with zombies. Initially, he intended to fire continuously for a second, then pause for a few seconds to allow the M134 to cool down. However, the current situation seemed to disallow that. Lu Tu squeezed the trigger and began to spray fire left and right. Buzz. Buzz. The bullets jetting from the barrel formed a dense web of firepower. The zombies fell in droves like harvested wheat, unable to get close to Lu Tu, yet they still rushed forward, eager to taste the fresh meat before them. Holding the M134, Lu Tu moved toward the RV, shooting as he walked. The system continuously sent him kill notifications. Zombie killed 1. Gold gained 0. 02. Zombie killed 1. Gold gained 0. 02. Upon hearing the immense sound from inside the workshop, the zombies attacking the RV abandoned their assault and turned to stagger inside. After several rounds of sustained fire, the barrel of the M134 began to glow red and emit smoke. Durability 83. Brand new. Lu Tu noticed the durability of the M134 had decreased by 5, feeling somewhat pained. The downside of infinite bullets lies in the durability and heat dissipation of the weapon. He wondered if he could obtain modifications for infinite durability and cooling for weapons in the future. If he could get those, it would truly allow him to hold the trigger and save the masses. Looking at the scattered remaining zombies, Lu Tu put away the M134 and took out his revolver to finish them off one by one. Ding. Hidden task completed. Received a vault from Cheongding Technology. A white briefcase looking quite high-tech appeared before Lu Tu. It looked nothing like the treasure chests he had seen before. Cheongding Technology Vault description contains some nearly mature experimental products, but forgotten over time. Cheongding Technology. Mature experimental products. They seemed quite high-end. There should be good items after all. It is a reward for a hidden task. Lu Tu glanced at the briefcase, which bore a logo. A perfect circular interior nested with hexagonal lattices with a vertical metallic silver-blue bar in the center, overall lines sleek and cold. Lu Tu surveyed his surroundings, reached out to grasp the handle, and lifted the vault back to the RV. Tang Yingxue and Zhao Feifei approached nervously as Lu Tu returned to the vehicle. Tang Yingxue checked Lu Tu from head to toe and asked with concern, "Are you hurt?" "Don't worry, I'm fine." Upon hearing Lu Tu's response, the two girls let out a sigh of relief. Zhao Feifei, glancing at the briefcase Lu Tu set aside, curiously asked, "This briefcase looks different from the previous ones." Lu Tu replied, "Yes, I triggered a hidden task and received this reward." Saying this, Lu Tu pressed a button on the front of the briefcase that resembled a switch. Click, click. The briefcase emitted a few crisp sounds, then the round mechanical locks at its corners began to spin rapidly, slowly retracting inward. Next, the metallic logo in the center of the case rotated, slowly rising. As the lid of the case opened, white mist began to rise and disperse from within. On the left lay a polyhedral ball, and in the center was a row of metallic syringes, each containing liquid. One of the syringes held red liquid, while the other 5 contained blue liquid. Vehicle upgrade core type special device level. Effect provides special upgrade branches based on the overall condition of the vehicle. Description: choosing me means choosing success. Anti-zombie virus serum type special medicine level silver effect grants immunity antibodies against the zombie virus. If infected, the serum must be injected before transformation. Description: you may not become a superhero, but you can eliminate infection. Superpower potion type special medicine level gold effect randomly grants 1 superpower upon Description: after gaining a superpower, what would you want to do most? Warning: this product is for oral use only. Do not use a syringe. Lu Tu paused his breath, realizing he had the optional material for vehicle upgrading, the vehicle upgrade core. Since it was an option, it must be something extraordinary. Lu Tu reached for the vehicle upgrade core, and the system immediately prompted him that he could use it directly. Confirm usage. Scanning. Assessing. The vehicle upgrade core floated in the air, emitting several beams of light in pale blue, beginning to scan the RV. Assessment complete. The best upgrade branches have been generated. Please select an upgrade route from the following branches. Once selected, the vehicle upgrade materials will be updated and cannot be revoked. Please choose wisely. Vehicle owner. 1. Super luxury type ARV low upgrade cost internally equipped with a 500 space expansion does not affect the actual size of the vehicle, maximizing luxury and comfort. Various entertainment functions are fully equipped, including a temperature-controlled swimming pool, audiovisual room, cigar room, etc. Evaluation: the best choice for long-distance travel. 2. Towed support RV moderate upgrade cost can add multifunctional towing compartments to the vehicle. The compartments can be set for different functions, such as armed compartment, food compartment, energy compartment, medical compartment, etc. Once set, the configuration cannot be changed and will automatically equip basic devices corresponding to the functions. Subsequent upgrades or additions of multifunctional towing compartments and devices will require additional materials. Each compartment has independent durability. Evaluation: the king of logistical support. 3. Heavy-duty off-road RV extremely high upgrade cost. Choose wisely. The entire vehicle's power and protection will undergo comprehensive upgrades. Enhanced explosion resistance and impact resistance capable of withstanding 14.5 mm armor-piercing rounds with an 8x8 all-wheel drive chassis. Provides equipment slots for various vehicle-mounted gear. Evaluation: requires sufficient resources to unleash its potential. Choose wisely. Lu2 carefully examined all 3 upgrade branches. The first super luxury type ARV seemed quite enjoyable. It must take considerable strength to choose this in a survival scenario on the road. Aside from the 500 space expansion being somewhat practical, the rest seemed merely for pleasure and comfort. Lu2 quickly excluded it from his options. The second and third upgrade branches made Lu2 ponder carefully. The towed support RV, with its multifunctional towing compartment, looked quite interesting. Once the compartments are set, they will automatically come equipped with basic devices. However, the drawback is that if the rear compartment comes under attack, it would be difficult to rescue. This upgrade branch is more suitable for organizations of a certain scale. The heavy-duty off-road RV compared to the other 2 upgrade branches caught Lu2's attention, and he examined it twice. This is indeed perfect for a lone wolf like him, who operates independently. Not only does it maximize mobility and defense, but it also has equipment slots to expand its functionality. As for the extremely high upgrade cost with his system in hand, why fear it? He silently thought. Choose 3 heavy-duty off-road RV. Confirm selection of heavy-duty off-road RV upgrade branch. Confirm. Ding. The selection is complete, and the upgrade materials have been updated. Lu2, upon hearing the prompt, opened to check the materials required for the vehicle upgrade. Materials required for upgrading the off-road RV: gold 1500, aluminum alloy, 200 alloy steel, 300 iron sheets, 500 metal parts, 500 rubber, 240 glass, 60, level 2 chips 2, level 3 chips 1, vehicle upgrade core 1 selected. Upon seeing the materials, Lu2 gasped. Indeed, it is an upgrade branch that demands careful consideration. The material requirements are terrifying. Not only are the quantities enormous, but there are also several new materials. It looked complicated at first glance. Lu2 then picked up the anti-zombie virus serum. Its appearance was quite similar to the primary gene agent, but it had a very small dual needle and a piston rod at both ends. This item is truly priceless. It not only grants immunity to the zombie virus, but also allows unturned infected individuals to recover. The 3 removed their shirts and injected the serum into each other's upper arms. After the injection, there was no discomfort at all. Finally, Lu2 drank the ability agent. Silently praying that the skill would not be below the golden level, the cold, tasteless liquid slid down his throat. Lu2 felt a slight warmth in his body, which quickly dissipated. Skill acquired: flashing assault. Level gold. Effect consumes stamina and mental energy to instantly move to the target location, maximum range 5 meters. After acquiring the skill, Lu2's mind was filled with the usage method of this skill. With a maximum movement range of 5 meters, it seemed this skill was very suitable for close combat. Lu2, there's a note here. Tang Yingxue took a note out of the box. Oh, let's take a look together. The 3 gathered around, and Tang Yingxue held the note, reading the words on it: weapon laboratory. New type of protection. Testing completed. The handwriting on the note was quite blurry, but some key information could barely be deciphered. Lu2 thought for a moment. There was still too little information, but it was wise to keep an eye out. He then placed the note back into the box along with the remaining 2 vials of anti-zombie virus serum into the storage space. Lu2 returned to the extremely hot workshop to dismantle the abandoned machine tools he hadn't managed to dismantle earlier. Although he had completed the hidden mission to avoid unnecessary complications, he decided to go alone. Survivor Wu Zheng is dead. Killer Deng Chung Blood Vengeance, level 1. Just as Lu2 was about to open the rear door, he was startled by the announcement. So someone couldn't hold back after all, but he wondered what this Deng Chung had done to kill. Not wanting to dwell on it too much, Lu2 opened the rear door and began using the new skill he had just acquired. Lu2 turned to the nearest old machine tool, focusing his gaze, and took a step forward with his right foot. Whoosh! His figure suddenly vanished from the spot and appeared 5 meters away in the next moment. Tang Yingxue and Zhao Feifei in the vehicle watched Lu2 flash away, their eyes wide in disbelief. Lu2 turned back, raised his chin towards them, and beckoned them to close the car door. Lu Tu felt that this flashing assault was more like shrinking the earth into inches. After using the skill, his stamina and mental energy decreased somewhat. Although this part was not quantified, Lu Tu could clearly feel that he could probably use this move about 7 times before needing to rest. After using it back and forth a couple more times and becoming familiar with it, he began to get down to business dismantling the machine tools. Acquired alloy steel 6. He could actually dismantle alloy steel. Lu Tu looked at the workshop filled with machine tools and licked his lips. Acquired alloy steel 5. Acquired iron sheets 20. Acquired aluminum alloy 2. The quantity of materials obtained from dismantling depended on the condition. Some machines that were in a terrible state could only yield some iron sheets and metal parts. This abandoned factory had several workshops, and Lu Tu diligently visited each one. Not only did he dismantle all the old machines, but he also didn't spare the non-dismantle metal shelves, stuffing everything into the storage space. Lu Tu wished he could scrape the ground clean. Although Tang Yingxue had organized all the items in the previous storage space neatly into categories, they were all large items placed flat and smaller items stacked. With the shelves, organizing things would be much more comfortable. After finishing the scavenging, Lu Tu glanced at his loot. Gold 129. 33 Lu Tu 123. 86 Tang Yingxue 0. 47 Zhao Feifei 5. Vehicle storage space, pure water 547 liters, universal fuel 844 liters, wasteland wolffangs 9. Aluminum alloy 14. Alloy steel 166. Metal parts 407. Rubber 35. Glass 75. Level 2 chips 1. Level 1 chips 2. Through dismantling the machine tools, more than half of the alloy steel needed for upgrading the vehicle had been collected. However, there were only 14 aluminum alloys, let alone level 3 chips. Seeing that he had taken everything he could only give up and return to the vehicle to set off again. Deng Cheng's business, which had just started not long ago, was doing well, with many people contacting him. Zhao Feifei's revelation of Lu Yanping's collusion in deception in the chat room was like a stone sinking into the sea. After being exposed, Lu Yanping immediately went invisible in the chat room and stopped speaking. As he did not know the names of the others, Deng Cheng's gang managed to deceive 2 women, one bound to his vehicle and the other to Lu Gang's. Deng Cheng's gang also upgraded the looted supplies to a new vehicle. Upon arriving at the abandoned factory, Deng Cheng felt a bit anxious. The previous announcement mentioned that Lu Tu and Tang Yingxue had killed Sun Bao and Zhang Tai, so they most likely knew the location of the abandoned factory, but he was confident he could get there faster than they could. He had a conflict with a customer today, which delayed him a bit. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lu Yanping spotted Lu Tu's RV gradually receding through the binoculars. Lu Yanping immediately handed the binoculars to Deng Cheng and said, "Deng Gu, that car seems to be the one we encountered yesterday." "What?" Deng Cheng exclaimed as he quickly took the binoculars from Lu Yanping, gazing through them. "Could it be? Is that Lu Tu?" Realizing something was off, he immediately sent several members of the team to check each workshop. He also got out of the vehicle, braving the high temperature outside, and walked into the adjacent workshop. Upon entering the workshop, the scene inside made him feel dizzy. It was empty. Nothing was there, but the dust's imprint indicated that there had once been items here. Those checking the other workshops also sent messages back. The workshops were all empty, with nothing at all. Deng Cheng's fingers clenched tightly, the bottle of pure water in his hand creaking ominously. Damn! Frustrated, he hurled the bottle of pure water to the ground. The sound echoing in the workshop seemed to mock his impotence. "Lu Tu, why is it you again?" After all, apart from Lu Tu, he was the only one who knew the coordinates of this abandoned factory. Deng Cheng's eyes were filled with resentment and envy. Having left the abandoned factory, Lu Tu was unaware of Deng Cheng's feelings, but he was quite happy himself. This trip had been fruitful. He had obtained the superpower serum and an anti-zombie virus serum. Most importantly, he had acquired a vehicle core. Each item was hard-won. Resting against the booth, Lu Tu opened the chat room and discovered that everyone could now find firearms in the supply boxes and treasure chests. Weapons like the 98K, STG-44, M1 Garand, and so on. Only cold weapons were available on the first day, but by the second day bows and crossbows appeared, and now on the third day firearms had started to emerge. Lu Tu realized that this was a gradual increase in difficulty. It also reminded him of something bulletproof. He had been upgrading various parts of the RV, but had forgotten about the glass. Although the survival rules stated that as long as the vehicle's durability was intact, the owner would not be harmed by other survivors, this did not apply to monsters. Lu Tu quickly opened the vehicle part modification shop and began to make purchases. He currently had only 622 mileage points, but safety was paramount. He gritted his teeth and spent 600 mileage points to purchase a blueprint for level 2 bulletproof glass modification. With Zhao Feifei's buff, it was directly upgraded to level 3 composite bulletproof glass. Composite bulletproof glass type vehicle part level gold effect can withstand attacks from 12. 7mm bullets enhances insulation and soundproofing. Description: you can always trust modern materials science. The glass thickness reached 13 centimeters, and the entire frame and doors of the vehicle had slightly changed. The sense of safety had returned. Seeing the changes in the vehicle, Tang Yingxue was no longer surprised. Zhao Feifei, on the other hand, was very intrigued and began to study it. Lu Tu sighed, feeling that there weren't enough mileage points to spend. It would be great if there was a buff that allowed him to earn mileage points by defeating monsters. This way he could earn not only gold coins, but also extra mileage points. There were currently 3 people in the car, and he thought about rotating the driving duties, but Lu Tu abandoned the idea. First, it wouldn't be conducive to building relationships among them. Secondly, continuous driving was too exhausting, they needed to rest. Ultimately, it was still not beneficial for fostering relationships. Lu Tu looked at the items being sold by everyone and felt that they had limited benefits for his improvement. It was time to enhance the abilities of his 2 female companions. Although they seldom engaged in direct combat, having survival skills was better than having none. He exchanged 2 level 1 chips for 2 beginner aiming skill scrolls. This item wasn't useful to him now, and many people had started to upgrade their vehicles, increasing demand. Previously priceless and scarce, it was now in high demand. He then traded a cigarette for 2 Babosha guns and 600 rounds of universal pistol ammunition. After accumulating 20 mileage points, he traded another cigarette for 10 basic strength scrolls, 8 basic constitution scrolls, and 2 basic spirit scrolls. Getting so many items for a single cigarette showed how authoritative the smokers were. Tang Yingxue had used a basic gene serum before, so she received these scrolls. When Lu Tu handed these items to her, she almost cried. However, Lu Tu's remark, "Then work hard tonight," made her swallow her emotions. As night fell, Lu Tu accumulated another wave of mileage points and exchanged them for a level 2 open-top machine gun turret modification blueprint, upgrading it to level 3 through buffs. Enclosed machine gun turret type vehicle equipment level gold effect all-around protection defense shared with description: I must survive. After completing the modification, an electric control platform emerged at the front center of the vehicle, allowing control of the platform's elevation. There was also a vacant detachable telescopic gun mount. Meanwhile, Lu Tu noticed a system prompt indicating that a machine gun could be mounted. Lu Tu chose to mount the M134 Gatling gun. The Gatling gun on the mount automatically switched from handheld mode to vehicle mode, and its drive motor was also connected to the vehicle. Lu Tu nodded in satisfaction. It was quite user-friendly. He stood on the platform holding the Gatling gun's handle, and with a gentle push upward, the RV's top cover slid open. Once he steadied himself, the machine gun was also secured in the shooting position. Lu Tu looked around. His body was enveloped in an armored nest with observation windows all around. In front of him was a massive machine gun shield. The entire turret could rotate by pressing the button below. Lu Tu also discovered an additional use for the unlimited ammo modification. It allowed him to set bullet types. This was good. Lu Tu set the bullets to have every 5th round as a tracer. This would provide a simple ballistic indication for the Gatling. After standing for a while, Lu Tu returned inside the vehicle. When nodding use, the gun mount and platform could be retracted, and the machine gun could also be stored in a backpack or storage space. This way it wouldn't take up space inside the vehicle. Seeing this modification, Tang Yingxue seemed eager and then asked, "Can I use this during the zombie tide tonight?" Lu Tu raised an eyebrow and replied, "Sure." Tang Yingxue beamed brightly and, mimicking Lu Tu, crawled out of the vehicle with the machine gun. Upon returning, she was quite excited and began to look forward to the night's zombie tide. As night fell, the blood mist speed decreased to 20 kilometers per hour. The hunters began to venture out for food. Their combat power increased by 50. At this moment, Tang Yingxue was already on high alert in the machine gun turret. From time to time, she scanned the surroundings through the observation windows of the turret. Soon, the terrifying roar that would frighten ordinary people reached her ears. Tang Yingxue aimed her gun in the direction of the sound. A massive horde of running zombies charged out from the red mist. She pressed the shooting button. Virum. The Gatling produced its signature loud roar. The flames and tracer bullets spewed from the gun's mouth, illuminating the dark surroundings of the RV. Tang Yingxue noticed several zombies trying to climb onto the roof to attack her. She quickly redirected the gun and opened fire. Those zombies were immediately shredded by the overwhelming firepower. Awoo! Lu Tu heard the roar of the monstrous desert wolf and immediately started the vehicle. He also notified Tang Yingxue to return inside. A dozen zombie-turned desert wolves were chasing after them. One jumped onto the vehicle, but was quickly thrown off by the RV's high speed. Seeing that the zombies and the desert wolves had all been shaken off, Lu Tu slightly slowed down the speed and said, "Okay, you can continue shooting now, just remember to be careful." Received. Tang Yingxue heard him and pushed the Gatling gun back into position within the turret. Virum. The Gatling gun began firing again, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Empty shells clattered down outside the vehicle with some sliding inside. Watching the scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere, Tang Yingxue grew more and more excited. Her originally fair cheeks flushed. The sensation made her unconsciously tighten her legs. Even the strong silver-level zombie wolves could not withstand the relentless barrage of the Gatling gun. After enduring over 100 bullets, it let out a reluctant roar and collapsed onto the ground. Tang Yingxue couldn't help but smile widely. She suddenly understood why boys were so obsessed with these steel-forged life harvesters. It was exhilarating. Such joy was unimaginable before. While Tang Yingxue reveled in the thrill, she didn't forget Lu Tu's. Don't hold down the shooting button continuously. You need to alternate between long and short bursts. After more than 10 minutes, there were no moving objects left to pursue Lu Tu's vehicle. A golden treasure chest and a silver supply box appeared before the car. Looking at the rewards, Lu Tu felt a surge of joy. Nice. The treasure chest and supply box had upgraded to a higher tier. After Lu Tu got out of the car, he raised an eyebrow at the scene before him. The surroundings were illuminated by scattered flames ignited by tracer rounds lighting up the dried grass and zombie clothing. With the aid of these flames, the ground was littered with corpses and abundant dropped supplies. A strange odor, a mix of burnt and bloody scents, wafted through the air. Lu Tu, this is amazing. Tang Yingxue hopped over to Lu Tu's side. Lu Tu turned in surprise to look at her, noticing her flushed face and the way she licked her lips, appearing unsatisfied. Then he chuckled and teased, "Isn't it thrilling? You can be the machine gunner from now on." Sure. The three walked to the treasure chest, and Tang Yingxue said, "I'll open the chest today." Lu Tu nodded. Tang Yingxue stepped forward and directly opened the golden treasure chest and the silver supply box. Acquired automatic looter modification blueprint 1. Acquired PF-11 individual rocket launcher 3. Acquired level 2 chip 1. Acquired aluminum alloy 30. Acquired alloy steel 30. The automatic looter modification blueprint allowed him to save 1,500 mileage points, making it so he wouldn't have to get out of the vehicle to collect dropped items anymore. 3 individual rocket launchers, although they were one-time use, their terrifying power could serve as a trump card. The items from the silver supply box were also quite abundant. In addition to some basic supplies, he also obtained aluminum alloy steel, and a level 2 chip. He was now one step closer to upgrading the vehicle. After the three returned to the car, Lu Tu used the automatic looter modification blueprint. Ding. Triggered feature buff soul of modification. Automatic looter upgraded to enhanced automatic looter. Enhanced automatic looter. Type special vehicle component. Level silver. Effect automatically collects supplies within 40 meters of the vehicle, and the collected supplies are automatically placed inside the vehicle if there is storage space. Material requirements: gold coins 20, iron plates 50, metal parts 50. Description: mine all mine. Level 1 had a range of 10 meters, and at level 2, the range increased to 20 meters. With a 100 performance buff, the automatic collection range skyrocketed to 40 meters. Once the automatic looter was modified, all the supplies dropped by the surrounding zombies were collected into the storage space. Zhao Feifei started the vehicle and began to drive back to collect the dropped supplies. The collection range was large enough, and soon all the dropped items were gathered. Lu Tu returned to his spot and began browsing the chatroom and trading network. His current lack of gold coins was significant, and he needed to find a way to earn some money. Buying supplies from the system's supermarket to sell was too wasteful for him at this stage. The mileage point price for vehicle component modification blueprints was too high for others to afford, and he certainly wouldn't sell them cheaply. A 10086 area chatroom, current number of people 5324-110-0000. It seemed that the intensity of today's zombie wave was extremely high for others, with over 10,000 people already gone. Who will save me? I am willing to mortgage all my belongings. What are you thinking? Everyone is struggling to survive right now. No wonder they can find firearms in the chests today. The intensity is outrageous. Damn, there are so many zombies, and the runner zombies are fast comparable to the intensity in World War Z. It's best to stick together, although the hordes will stack up strength in numbers. Lu Tu glanced at the chat content of others, rolled his eyes, and then sent a private message to the person begging for help with all their belongings. Lu Tu, where are you? Wang Bing, brother Tu. You're not dead. Lu Tu, what do you mean I'm not dead? Let's get down to business. Wang Bing, coordinates. Lu Tu typed in the coordinates. He could arrive in about 7 to 8 minutes, and then continued to ask, Lu Tu, what do you have? Wang Bing, 56. 3 gold coins and 1 cold weapon modification part. Endless Edge. Click to view details. A few members of Wang Bing's team were besieged by zombies, their vehicle under relentless assault. In their terror, they seemed to see their great-grandmother beckoning to them. Initially, Wang Bing's suggestion was a desperate gamble, pooling their gold coins together. Less than 10 minutes later, a loud gunshot echoed from outside the vehicle. Following the gunshot, the attacking zombies gradually retreated. As the assault ceased, everyone inside the vehicle broke into a cold sweat, gasping for air. A faint sense of relief washed over them, as if they had narrowly escaped death. Could it be that help had arrived? Everyone turned their gaze towards the direction the zombies had fled. They saw a massive black armored vehicle with a machine gun firing incessantly. Seeing that they were temporarily safe, the members of Wang Bing's team began to communicate with each other. To avoid being deadweight, the team members sat quietly inside the vehicle, using a chat group to communicate. Wang Ming, brother, is that the rescue you mentioned? Wang Bing, yes. Ming, Yin looks powerful. The zombies can't even get close to his vehicle. Chinyi, the sound is different from other guns. Ming Yin pressed his forehead against the window, straining to see Lu Tu, his eyes wide with astonishment. Ming Yin, no way. Is that a Gatling gun? The others quickly observed Ming Yin's message. Chinyi, oh my gosh, does this big shot fire bullets for Wang Ming? This big shot is incredible. We've really dodged a bullet this time. The flames belching from the gun barrel resembled a ferocious beast devouring life, with the hideous and grotesque zombies being its meal swallowed whole. The pursuing zombies fell in droves, unable to advance an inch amidst the furious hail of bullets. One runner zombie killed. Earned gold coins 0. 2. One runner zombie killed. Earned gold coins 0. 2. One zombie hyena killed. Earned gold coins 0. 4. The continuous kill notifications caused Lu Tu's eyes to sparkle with excitement as he fired furiously at the zombies before him. All items that fell within a 40-meter radius of the RV were completely absorbed into the vehicle's storage space. The flames from the gun's muzzle extinguished, glowing faintly red. The entire machine gun continued to emit curling wisps of smoke. All the zombies had been wiped out, and 4 bronze treasure chests and 4 black iron supply boxes appeared in front of Wang Bing's vehicle. Lu Tu marveled at the scale of this zombie tide, which was nothing compared to the one he had encountered. It had been wiped out in an instant. His own zombie tide had likely required 9 or 10 people combined. Seeing all the zombies eliminated, Wang Bing was drenched in sweat and felt completely drained. When he saw Lu Tu's RV approach, he still mustered the strength to open the door and step out. As Wang Bing got out of the vehicle, the other 3 followed suit. Wang Bing exclaimed, "Thank you for the rescue, brother Tu." "Thank you, brother Tu." Upon hearing their loud gratitude, Lu Tu, standing on the machine gun turret, replied, "Yes, as per our agreement, the treasure chests and supply boxes belong to me now." Lu Tu had just discovered that after clearing the zombie tide, the automatic looter could not directly collect the treasure chests. He had to let the other party relinquish ownership first. Wang Bing and the others exchanged glances, ultimately leaving the decision to Wang Bing. He looked at the treasure chests and supply boxes with some reluctance, but it was what they had agreed upon. If they did not comply, that powerful Gatling gun would likely open fire on them at any moment. After making the decision, he said, "All right, we will relinquish ownership now." As soon as the words were spoken, Wang Bing nodded to his teammates. They all relinquished ownership of the treasure chests and supply boxes. Whoosh! The chests in front of them vanished. Wang Bing and the others were all stunned. What was happening? Wang Bing anxiously explained, "Brother Tu, they disappeared. As soon as we relinquished them, we didn't collect them." Lu Tu replied in a friendly tone, "Oh, it's fine. The items are already in my vehicle." Upon hearing Lu Tu's response, Wang Bing and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The sudden disappearance of the items left them at a loss for words. Thankfully, it was the big shot who used his divine ability to collect them. Wang Bing looked at Lu Tu's vehicle and equipment as well as the displayed divine ability and immediately started to ingratiate himself. "Brother Tu, do you need any little brothers? We can handle any dirty work." His face was filled with flattery, completely forgetting that he had previously sold Lu Tu skill scrolls at a low price. Lu Tu shook his head, "No, I'm not used to having a crowd following me." Wang Bing and the others could only lament their misfortune. If they could follow such a big shot, at least they wouldn't have to worry about safety. "If there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Until we meet again. Brother Tu, take care." As they waved goodbye, they noticed the 2 stunning goddesses in the driver's seat. They glanced, but quickly averted their eyes, not daring to look any longer. They knew better than to stare. Who knew when death might come knocking? "Captain, what should we do next?" Chinyi asked Wang Bing, somewhat confused. The other 2 turned their gazes towards him as well. Wang Bing lowered his head in thought and replied, "We can only go to that large team in Jibai. But before that, we need to work through the night and gather more supplies first." The 3 of them nodded, gently agreeing with Wang Bing's suggestion. In order to survive, everyone banded together. Some small teams were gradually growing. The Jibai team was one of those. They had many members and a decent reputation. However, it also brought some problems. Besides the sheer number of people, they faced extremely terrifying zombie tide attacks every day, leading to immense pressure. Another issue was that they had to comply completely with orders. But for someone like Wang Bing, who lived under constant threat, these problems were already insignificant. Survival was the most important thing. Driving, Zhao Feifei asked, "Where are we headed next? Rest or continue with the rescue?" "Let's go for the rescue." We've just taken another order, so we might have to work a little harder tonight. Lu Tu handed 2 iced Americanos to Zhao Feifei and Tang Yingxue. Lu Tu had only sent a message in the chat room about taking rescue orders, and his private messages were immediately flooded. This rapid response was thanks to Wang Bing, who was a familiar face in the chat room. He was always around to sell things and chat a bit. Who can come to rescue me? I'm out of bullets and my vehicle is out of gas, I said to aim for the head. Lu Tu taking orders for paid rescues conditions are. While asking for a lot, I saw several people exposing scammers today. He can't be one of them, right? Wang Bing, who said my brother Tu is a scammer. He just saved our team. Brother Tu, you're not dead. Truly a hero, Lu. Big shot saved me. Lu Tu was quite baffled. Why were they saying he was dead? But he had no time to worry about that now. He opened his private messages and immediately took an order based on distance. From just this wave of rescuing Wang Bing, he had earned 91.6 gold coins just from killing zombies, not to mention the treasure chests lying in the storage space. Now the total gold coins had already reached 264. 1. As long as he took a few more rescue orders and sold some supplies, he would quickly earn 1,500 gold coins. Once the vehicle was upgraded, wouldn't he soar to new heights? Throughout the night, Lu Tu completed a total of 7 orders. After finishing one, he hurriedly rushed. The gold coins offered by these people in distress were not substantial, but Lu Tu mainly relied on the monster gold coin drop, rate 100 buff to earn money. Coincidentally, these pleas for help came from small teams of 4 or 5 people, and the number of zombies was quite considerable. Zhao Feifei drove while Lu Tu and Tang Yingxue took turns using the Gatling gun to clear the zombies. During this time, after trying it once, Zhao Feifei expressed that she preferred the feeling of manipulating the vehicle. Lu Tu had no objection since her family used to be in this line of business, so it was only natural that she was more interested. Moreover, Zhao Feifei's driving skills were indeed impressive, both fast and steady. After a night of battles, Lu Tu and the others, having enhanced their attributes, did not feel particularly fatigued. However, they still needed to rest. The world is vast, and sleep is paramount. After taking turns showering, Tang Yingxue and Zhao Feifei began preparing a midnight snack. Tonight, they made garlic crayfish paired with potatoes, rice cakes, and noodles. Both of their cooking skills were about the same, but what they made was still edible. They felt that readitoate meals like self-heating pots were rather dull, preferring to cook for themselves. In this sweltering weather, staying in a car at 23°C eating crayfish while enjoying an icy Coke from 1982 was simply delightful. Lu Tu took out the treasure chests and supply boxes he had gathered, letting Tang Yingxue and Zhao Feifei open them. There were 26 of each type, but they were all bronze chests and black iron supply boxes. The 2 women each took half to start opening the boxes. Obtain Colt M19111. Obtain Universal Pistol Bullets 120. Obtain Universal Rifle Bullets 120. Obtain Barbed Arm Shield 2. Obtained Alloy Battle. Obtained Car 98K1. 1 level chip 1. In a short while, the boxes were quickly opened. They obtained quite a bit of firearms and ammunition, but only a few cold weapons. Weapon modification parts, vehicle upgrade blueprints, and vehicle component modification blueprints were not obtained. It was likely because the level of the boxes was too low. Lu Tu selected some items to list on the trading network for sale. He kept 3 handguns, 1 Car 98K rifle, and the barbed arm shield. He kept all the ammunition, as the current market was such that firearms were cheap, while ammunition was expensive. A handgun generally sold for 8 to 9 gold coins, while 120 rounds of pistol bullets required 5 gold coins. Rifle ammunition was even pricier at 5 gold coins. Lu Tu glanced at the current amount of gold coins, 605. This amount was something others could only dream of. But for Lu Tu, this was merely 1/3 of the requirement for vehicle upgrades. In addition to gold coins, the reward included a silver-level vehicle early warning module modification blueprint. With this item, he could sleep more soundly. Lu Tu immediately spent some materials to install it in the vehicle. Vehicle early warning module type, vehicle component level, silver effect, 12 cameras, 36 sensors, built-in sentry mode, can provide early warning for an 8-meter radius adjustable mode. Description: if you come closer, I will set off the alarm. After completing the modification, the vehicle now had 3 large screens, 2 in the living area and 1 in the bedroom. The dashboard in the driver's cabin and the rearview mirror inside the vehicle could also display surveillance footage. Lu Tu nodded in satisfaction. After activating the sentry mode, he returned to the bedroom area to discuss life sciences with Tang Yingxue and Zhao Feifei. Lu Tu noticed that tonight Tang Yingxue was particularly enthusiastic. It gave him the feeling that she had been holding back for a long time and had finally gotten her wish. Congratulations to all survivors for surviving the 3rd day. Today's temperature will gradually rise to 55°C, and the blood mist will increase its speed to 50 kilometers. The number of environmental creatures has increased, their aggressiveness has risen, and the drop rate and quality of items have improved. Total survivors in the region 100 remaining survivors 58123. New information. The Dome Technology Research Base has appeared on the wasteland coordinates. Inside there are abundant supplies and weaponry, but the danger level is extremely high, so survivors should proceed with caution. Originally, everyone was complaining that the rising temperature was leaving no room for survival. However, after hearing the latter part of the announcement, everyone became excited. Everyone rush in. The chance to turn the tide has come. What are you waiting for? Step on the gas. I'm only 2 hours away from that coordinate. Excuse me, I'll be leaving first. Hurry up and rush. If you are late, the things will definitely be gone. Iron Horse Brigade is recruiting. Excellent treatment. Gear provided upon joining. Everyone don't go to that Iron Horse Brigade, they are a bunch of beasts. Damn it, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll take you down. G-By team is recruiting, requires correct values, obey orders, no forced resource requisition. The Wasteland Rose team is recruiting, only accepting female sisters, helping each other, love and care for one another. I think I can be a sister too, can you consider me? I can hear the sound of the abacus clicking. Hee, if you cut me off, you can come. Everyone's hearts were filled with excitement. Since an announcement was made, it must be a good place. Perhaps this trip could immediately turn them into big shots. Excitement aside, everyone did not overlook the phrase extremely high danger level in the announcement. Major teams started to recruit openly to secure resources to the greatest extent possible. Those unwilling to join large teams and smaller teams began to form temporary groups with others of like minds. It's hard to say whether they are reliable, but they needed to gather manpower first. After listening to the announcement, Lu too was deep in thought. He had no intention of forming a team, but thought of the insurance box obtained after completing the hidden task. Dome technology. Inside, besides precious items, that piece of paper was what he cared about the most. Lu Tu took it out again to look at it. Weapon laboratory. New protection. Testing completed. Only these words are legible, and the rest is completely unclear. This weapon laboratory might also be in that research base. Lu Tu, look at the chat room. There is new information. Tang Yingshu's voice interrupted Lu Tu's thoughts, and he immediately opened the chat room. Oh my god. There are so many zombies there, it's terrifying. What do you mean? I risked my life to take this. Not only zombies, but also new monsters. My teammate was caught by that thing and was gone in an instant. Scene photo 1. JPG scene photo 2. JPG, damn. How do you fight something that big? And there are so many zombies. Find a big team. In this situation, ordinary people probably can't handle it. After looking at the photos, Lu Tu smirked and said to Zhao Fei, let's speed up. Not long after the announcement ended, a scattering of people began to arrive near the research base. They were the ones who had been on the road for several days, hardly resting along the way. After inputting the coordinates, they discovered it was not far away, filling them with immense excitement. They rushed towards the research base, eager to be the first to seize the opportunity. However, upon entering the main gate of the base, they found it crowded with a mass of zombies. Everyone turned. One unfortunate soul driving an old van was caught by a mutated wasteland wolf, dragged out of the vehicle, and seeing the mutated wasteland wolf, the crowd was even more terrified. This was a monster they had never encountered in the past few days. Its sheer size instilled fear, and there were quite a number of them. One person hurriedly snapped a few photos before running for their life. As more arrived, they saw many driving back, puzzled as to why others would abandon such a hard-won opportunity. Then they immediately spotted a vast horde of zombies ahead. It was better to forego this opportunity. They quickly turned their vehicles around, stepping hard on the gas. After chasing the zombies for a while, they could not catch up, so the zombies returned to the research base. Those who had narrowly escaped stopped in place, beginning to share information in the chat room. Quite a few began to waver, deciding to abandon this exploration. Some who had just arrived, seeing the shared information in the chat room, also changed their route to distance themselves from the area. Only a small number remained in place, hoping to wait for the larger teams to arrive so they could follow and benefit from their success. At this moment, as news from ahead came back, the atmosphere within various large teams began to grow tense. G-By, a stocky middle-aged man with a square face, was also the leader of the G-By team. He was currently on a bus holding a brief meeting with everyone inside. Leader G, are we really going to the research base? Asked a slightly balding, bespectacled man, his tone laced with uncertainty. The other 10 people all turned to look at G-By. With his hands clasped under his chin, G-By replied, "We must go. This is an opportunity for everyone to improve." His tone left no room for doubt. Although G-By felt some hesitation upon reading the messages in the chat room, he ultimately decided to stick with the plan to go to the research base, considering the continuously deteriorating survival environment. After a brief discussion, G-By quieted everyone down and said, "Now let's vote by raising hands." 80% raised their hands while 20% remained undecided. The motion passes. We will head to the research base. G-By stood up, gestured for the driver to stop, and continued, "The vanguard and assault teams will be selected from those who raised their hands. As for the distribution of loot, it will remain as usual with the vanguard and assault teams choosing first while others provide support." After he finished speaking, the bus came to a slow stop, and the surrounding impressive convoy gradually halted as everyone on the bus nodded in agreement. Those who did not raise their hands in the vote got off first and returned to their vehicles to continue their journey. Once the bus doors closed again, Ji-bai looked at the other team leaders still on the vehicle and frowned, saying, "Where's Deng Cheng? Why haven't I seen him? I heard he had some business to attend to. He seems busy with his dealings every day, but no one knows the specifics." Upon hearing this, Ji-bai's frown deepened. Although he tried not to have a fixed impression of people, he had always been wary of Deng Cheng and a few others. When they had joined with a team of 8, 3 of them looked like they had previously mixed in the underbelly of society. The other 4 were timid, always checking their expressions before speaking or acting. Ji-bai knew that Deng Cheng harbored a level 1 blood hatred, claiming it was due to being ambushed and accidentally killing someone. Ji-bai could only temporarily believe him, but he still kept a cautious eye. Sighing, he returned to his seat and began to finalize the selection of the vanguard and assault teams with those who were. Meanwhile, on another desolate highway, the Iron Horse team was also holding a brief meeting. As the team leader Ma Yu scanned the crowd, cleared his throat, and said, "We will slow down and head to the research base later." Upon hearing Ma Yu's decision, the crowd was puzzled and began to murmur among themselves. "Shut up!" Ma Yu shouted angrily, and the room fell silent. Seeing everyone quieted, Ma Yu nodded in satisfaction and continued, "The announcement stated that the research base is extremely dangerous. Let the others act as bait. With our numbers, are we afraid we won't get anything?" The crowd nodded in agreement. Most other teams had no specific plans, intending to assess the situation upon arrival before making decisions. The Wild Rose team was no exception, which left Song Qinghuan feeling somewhat helpless. Information had already been shared in the chat room that the research base was quite dangerous. While other small groups and lone wolves might be excused, it was baffling that such a large convoy had no plan and was preparing to charge straight in. However, as she wasn't the leader, she couldn't make any decisions and could only take it step by step. If the situation turned dire, she would bolt. Before that, she decided to take the lead and see the situation at the research base for herself. Having formed a plan, she informed the leader and then stepped on the gas, darting out from the convoy. Soon she spotted a massive black armored RV ahead. Some scattered individuals had gathered on the rocky wasteland not far from the research base. However, there were also hundreds of vehicles clustered together, forming a considerable presence. Everyone was waiting by the roadside for the large teams to arrive. Boom! An armored RV roared past everyone's line of sight, heading straight for the research base without the slightest intention of slowing down. Most of the other vehicles accompanying it came to a halt, while a few slowed down, cautiously trailing behind. "Look, another fool has rushed in. What a hard head, daring to rush in like that. Some idiots are following behind. I bet he'll turn back shortly. I don't think he'll come back. If he doesn't turn back, I'll eat shit. I'm following. I'm following." Some were still bragging, while others took out binoculars to observe. After the black RV charged in for a while, it did not turn back. Moreover, the zombies lurking at the entrance did not return. "See, I told you he wouldn't come back. Tisk, what a shame." Gradually, everyone began to notice something was off. Lu Tu checked the ammunition on the road. He had stocked 2,400 rounds of pistol ammo and 300 rounds of rifle ammo. Although the feeling of using the 98K sniper rifle was exhilarating, facing a massive horde of zombies required the use of submachine guns, assault rifles, and machine guns that could unleash firepower rapidly. Since rifle ammunition was currently more expensive, Lu Tu planned to use the Bobo Sha as supplementary firepower. Zhao Feifei was driving while Lu Tu and Tang Yingxue loaded the ammunition. As the RV was about to charge into the research base, Lu Tu instructed Zhao Feifei to slow down, then lowered the armored panels of all the windows before charging straight into the base. A large number of zombies were attracted over. He then dove into the machine gun turret and began firing wildly at the zombies outside with the Gatling gun. The outdoor heat was unbearable, so to dissipate heat, the air conditioning inside the vehicle was set to maximum and 2 fans were placed under the machine gun turret, blowing upwards. This made Lu Tu feel much better. He looked at the zombies yearning for fresh flesh and the continuous system notifications, his smile as bright as the sunlight above. Killed a runner zombie. Earn coins 0. 2. Killed a runner zombie. Earn coins 0. Earn metal parts 2. Killed a mutated wasteland wolf. Earn coins 10. Earned wasteland wolf. Killed a runner zombie. Earn coins 0. 2. These aren't zombies, they're just coins. Due to the overwhelming number of hospitable zombie friends in the research base, Lu Tu pressed the talk button on the walkie-talkie hanging from his chest. Yingxue, go to the firing hole for fire support, over. Received, over. Before arriving at the research base, Lu Tu spent 15 coins to buy 3 walkie-talkies from the trading network. This was to facilitate quick communication in such situations. Using the system's chat function could lead to distractions and unexpected accidents. Although the price was a bit high and the communication range was only 2 kilometers, it was sufficient for Lu Tu and his companions for the time being. After receiving Lu Tu's instructions, Tang Yingxue immediately took out the Bobo Sha and fired from the activity, shooting hole on the side of the vehicle. Da-da-da. The Bobo Sha emitted a crisp gunfire, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the zombies. The survivors trailing behind, witnessing the falling zombies, were all dumbfounded. Some sharp-eyed individuals quickly noticed that the machine gun turret was equipped with a Gatling gun. We're still using old antiques from World War I and II while this guy is already using a Gatling. Moreover, the items dropped by the zombies disappeared in an instant, leaving those behind ready to scavenge, feeling urgent. Why did the items dropped by the zombies disappear in an instant? It must be that someone's vehicle had an automatic pickup device. What is that? That thing can automatically pick up resources within 5 meters of the vehicle, but it can't pick up items inside buildings. I saw something disappear even from 30 meters away. Too advanced, I've never seen it before. Is it a large black armored RV with a machine gun turret on top? Yes, that's the one. It should be too good. The things he has are far ahead of us. Although the roads in the research base were gradually cleared, not finding anything was also a bit inappropriate. Some people, seeing the team grow larger, started trying to shoot zombies that were farther away, but dared not touch the mutated wasteland wolves, only waiting for Lu Tu to turn them into mush. After a while, more and more people joined in, and the firepower gradually intensified. They had already begun trying to snatch food from Lu Tu. However, they only dared to lure a few dozen zombies to bully. Lu Tu noticed it, but didn't care. Earlier, everyone had been stopping by the roadside mainly because they were afraid of rushing in alone and ending up as the clown delivering snacks to the zombies. Once the formidable firepower of Lu Tu was displayed, everyone followed behind to charge in. More and more vehicles entered the research base, and the heat weapons increased as well. Now gunfire erupted throughout the research base. It was lively, crackling like firecrackers during the new year. However, some overly daring individuals attracted a mutated wasteland wolf. As a result, the mutated wasteland wolf leaped into the midst of the vehicles, smashing several cars and causing over 10 casualties before being drowned in bullets. Everyone reached a consensus: don't provoke monsters of this level, leave them to Lu Tu to handle. Fei slowed down. Received over. While shooting zombies, Lu Tu observed the surrounding buildings, trying to find the Weapon Research Institute mentioned on the paper. Looking around, most of the buildings were low-rise, 3 to 4 stories with an extremely modern style. They didn't appear as dilapidated as the abandoned factory visited before. In addition to the buildings, there were plenty of greenery and water pools, making the place quite pleasant to the eye. Of course, there were also hospitable zombie friends. Lu Tu inwardly sighed that if it weren't for the blood mist chasing closely behind, he would really want to settle here. After nearly 20 minutes of celebration in the research base, following Lu Tu, everyone noticed that his RV had stopped in front of an inconspicuous lead gray building. Just as everyone was about to approach, Lu Tu took a loudspeaker and addressed those following him. Everyone, I have taken this building, you can go to other places. After hearing this, although confused, everyone obediently turned away. Those who didn't know Lu Tu before had just gotten acquainted with him in the chat room. With a boss who could withstand level 2 blood hatred speaking, there was no need to stir up trouble. The Gatling gun on the vehicle, which was still smoking, was no joke. Who knew how much ammunition he had stored to fire at zombies for so long? The reason Lu Tu stopped here was that he saw a small sign hanging above the door, Dome Technology Weapon Laboratory. What a deep cover. If it weren't for his keen eyesight, he might have missed it. After seeing everyone disperse, Lu Tu returned from the machine gun turret to the vehicle, starting to organize his things. After the recent slaughter, he had accumulated 1145. 14 coins, finally breaking the 1,000 mark, which was a cause for celebration. He then organized his system backpack. Backpack 55, Substitute Paperman 3, 500 milliliters of purified water, 10 Taurus Savage Hunter, 501 Bobo Sha Universal Pistol Ammunition 300. The system's backpack space was insufficient, so Lu Tu bought a lighter travel backpack from the system supermarket. Inside, he packed some food and lighter medical supplies. He then hung the Yinling knife on his left waist and a short dagger on his right. After checking the walkie-talkie earphone, he was ready and advised Tang Yingxue and Zhao Feifei, if someone approaches, just threaten them. If they don't listen, attack. The two girls nodded and said in unison, be careful. After Lu Tu glanced at the surveillance footage and confirmed the outside was safe, he opened the side door, got off the vehicle, and walked towards the weapon laboratory. Tang Yingxue took Lu Tu's place, climbing into the machine gun turret to stand guard, while Zhao Feifei monitored the surveillance inside the vehicle. Lu Tu cautiously opened the door to the weapon laboratory and quietly stepped inside. Despite the enhancements, the high-temperature enclosed space exerted considerable pressure on him. It was a bit dark inside. Lu Tu tried the light switch, and it actually worked. There was electricity here. After observing for a while, Lu Tu noted that the internal space of the building was not very large. To the right was a small office with a staircase leading to the second floor, and to the left was a semi-enclosed shooting range. Lu Tu opened all the locked windows. Although the outdoor temperature was quite high, having air circulation made it much better. He first entered the shooting range on the left. Inside were various modern standard weapons, including QBZ, AKM-40, and so on. However, the durability of the weapons was dismal, hovering around 3. Lu Tu entered an adjacent storage room in the shooting range where many small boxes were placed on the shelves. Upon closer inspection, he found a large quantity of pistol and rifle ammunition. Roughly calculated, there were 1800 rounds of each. Since he was already here, he decided to take everything. Lu Tu imitated his previous actions and took everything without leaving a trace, including the weapons that had little practical value and the shelves. After thoroughly searching the shooting range, Lu Tu went to the office. It was small with only 8 workstations. He rummaged through the office hoping to find some clues. Unfortunately, he found nothing. The computers were all broken. Reluctantly, he had to give up and walked out of the office towards the second floor. The temperature on the second floor was even higher than the first, causing Lu Tu to frown. Compared to the first floor, the second was smaller, but it had 2 fully glass experimental pods containing various instruments. In one of the experimental pods, there was a mannequin model and a weapon mounting platform. The mannequin was dressed in a set of lead gray clothes. Seeing this, Lu Tu's eyes lit up. Could it be? He quickly walked to the experimental pod and took a closer look. The entire pod was made of bulletproof glass and a metal framework. The bulletproof glass was only slightly thinner than that on Lu Tu's vehicle. He glanced at the control panel on the doorframe, pressed a few buttons, but there was no response that seemed to be damaged. Lu Tu then forcefully tugged at the latch's handle, trying to see if he could open the experimental pod's door. Click, click. 2 crisp sounds echoed as the latch was successfully unlocked. Fortunately, it opened, though otherwise he wouldn't know how to deal with such thick bulletproof glass. Lu Tu pulled the heavy door open and stepped inside the pod. As his eyes swept over the mannequin's clothing, information appeared before Lu Tu. New bulletproof lining type armor, level gold, defense 45, effect adapts to body sizes of 60,300 pounds. Description: a new protective suit produced by Cheongding Technology. A defense of 45, what does that mean? His RV only had a defense of 48, just 3 points lower. Lu Tu removed the bulletproof lining from the mannequin. The feel in his hands was soft and smooth, akin to high-grade satin, yet it felt somewhat substantial. Lu Tu held the clothing up to himself for a moment, then put it on. Once donned, it immediately tightened, fitting snugly against his body. Lightweight, form-fitting, yet not stifling. A good item, he decided to keep it. Lu Tu noticed a small cabinet nearby. Upon opening it, he discovered 4 sets of the same bulletproof lining along with a simple instruction manual. Apart from some incomprehensible data reports, there were also precautions and cleaning methods. Lu Tu examined it closely. In addition to bulletproof capabilities, it also provided protection against slashing from sharp objects. The cleaning method was just like that of ordinary clothing. Now he had added some extra protection. Lu Tu traded the items to Tang Yingxue, instructing her to store everything in the storage space. After confirming there were no omissions, he exited the pod. He noticed that in another pod there was a rectangular object on a table, and the space inside looked somewhat distorted. Lu Tu squinted. The distorted space seemed to be caused by high temperatures. As he approached, he immediately felt the change in temperature. It seemed that the high temperature on the second floor was due to this experimental pod. The control panel was also damaged, so Lu Tu attempted to open the latch handle again. Hiss! As Lu Tu's fingertips touched the handle, he immediately recoiled from the heat. He was astonished this temperature was too high, but the more abnormal it was, the more it indicated a problem. After thinking for a while, Lu Tu couldn't find a way to open the sealed pod. Due to the unbearable heat, he could only return to the vehicle to cool down. Back in the vehicle, he immediately removed all his clothes, rushed into the bathroom, and turned on the shower, cooling himself down with cold water. After cooling off, he dried himself and sat down at the booth. He pulled out a can of ice-cold cola and popped the tap. Crack! After taking a big sip, he exhaled. "Oh, that's refreshing." At this moment, Tang Yingxue had already returned to the vehicle, and Zhao Feifei took her place in the machine gun turret for guard duty. Both of them had already put on the bulletproof lining that Lu Tu had found. Tang Yingxue took a sip of cola and said to Lu Tu, "Let's eat something simple for lunch today." "Sure." Then Tang Yingxue purchased a few rice balls from the system's supermarket, unpacked them, and placed them in the microwave to heat up. Ding! Tang Yingxue opened the microwave door, wearing kitchen heat-resistant gloves, to take out the rice balls. Lu Tu happened to turn to watch her actions. Right? The kitchen heat-resistant gloves can withstand high temperatures. Lu Tu immediately stood up, kissed Tang Yingxue on the cheek, then put on his clothes and grabbed the kitchen heat-resistant gloves to return to the weapon laboratory. Tang Yingxue was a bit dazed by Lu Tu's sudden affection. Lu Tu returned to the second floor, donned the kitchen heat-resistant gloves, and then touched the latch handle again. There was absolutely no problem. Click, click. The door opened. Lu Tu pulled the hatch open with force, and a wave of scorching heat rushed out. Lu Tu dodged to the side to avoid the impact of the heat wave. After a while, the temperature inside the pod did not decrease. It seemed he needed to think of a way to cool it down. Lu Tu began to brainstorm. He also opened the system's supermarket, glancing while tapping his thigh with his finger. Got it. Dry ice. Lu Tu quickly searched and found it. Looking at the 10 pounds of dry ice for 2 points of mileage, he suddenly remembered the ice cola he sold earlier. Oh, why didn't I think of that back then? What a loss. But now is not the time to dwell on that. Lu Tu spent 8 points of mileage to buy 4 basins and 20 pounds of dry ice. He placed 5 pounds of dry ice in each basin. Then he put the basins inside. Lu Tu endured the burning sensation on his skin and glanced at the rectangular object on the table. Strange forging furnace effect 1. For forging cold weapons, adding special materials can endow characteristics. 2. Can be quenched with fresh blood from monsters randomly, gaining one characteristic of that monster. Description: a magical forging furnace that can burn internally without any external energy. Indeed a good item. However, to prevent suffocation here, Lu Tu returned to the vehicle, waiting for the dry ice to cool down the experimental pod containing the strange forging furnace. After some time, Lu Tu returned to the second floor of the weapon laboratory. Upon entering the capsule again, he noticed that the temperature inside had decreased significantly. He carefully examined the smelting furnace in front of him. It was a rectangular structure entirely white with an opening at the front. From the opening, he could see that the interior was heated to a fiery red state. Lu Tu speculated that the heat in this experimental capsule was emanating from it. However, this device could only be used for cold weapons. Lu Tu decisively drew the Yinling knife from his waist and placed the blade inside. Cold weapon not placed properly. Please insert the entire cold weapon into the smelting furnace. Lu Tu raised an eyebrow, realizing he needed to insert the handle as well. To avoid burns, he put on kitchen heat-resistant gloves again, and holding the end of the handle, pushed the entire Yinling knife into the furnace. Cold weapon detected. Starting smelting. After the strange smelting furnace issued the prompts, the opening was sealed shut, and the entire furnace along with the table began to tremble slightly. To prevent the furnace from shaking off the table, Lu Tu pressed down hard on the table with his gloved hands. After a minute, the furnace stopped trembling and the just sealed opening reopened. At the same time, Lu Tu also received a prompt message. Annealing completed. You may select up to 2 special materials for attribute enhancement. Up to 2 special materials. Lu Tu's eyes flickered as he thought of the 2 items he had stored in his storage space. He had no idea what they could be used for before, but now they could come in handy. Lu Tu and Shui send me the distorted giant blade and the wasteland wolf fang from the storage space. Tang and Shui, alright. Soon Tang and Shui found these 2 items from the many supplies in the storage space and sent them to Lu Tu. There was only 1 distorted giant blade, but there were plenty of wasteland wolf fangs with about 30 in stock. Lu Tu attempted to throw the distorted giant blade inside. A new attribute section appeared on the panel of the Yinling knife. Attributes gain a feature from a monster slide enhancement. He then tossed in a wasteland wolf fang. This time a second attribute appeared, but it also indicated a slide enhancement. Lu Tu then tossed in a few more fangs, resulting in a moderate enhancement. Lu Tu understood now that different special materials could grant different attributes, and the extent of the enhancement depended on the quantity of materials used. Lu Tu threw all the remaining fangs into the furnace at once. This time it directly became a significant enhancement. Attributes: 1. Gain a feature from a monster slide enhancement. 2. Gain a feature from a monster significant enhancement. Materials received. Would you like to start reprocessing? Yes, no. With no extra materials left, he decided to go ahead. Start reprocessing. The opening of the furnace closed again, and the table began to shake once more. After 5 minutes, the furnace stopped shaking and began to crack apart. Lu Tu's eyes widened in surprise. Oh no, is my knife and those materials going to be destroyed? The entire furnace had turned to dust, and a glowing white Yinling knife appeared before Lu Tu's eyes. The handle looked different from before. The wrapping on it was gone, replaced by a metallic gray handle with a wolf's head at the end. Seeing that the knife was still there, Lu Tu sighed in relief. Yinling knife, unquenched type, cold weapon, level gold, attack power 45, attributes 1. Bloodthirst. After staining with blood, it will slightly enhance the host's strength and physique. 2. Beastly fury. The wounds inflicted will be difficult to heal. 3. Must be quenched to unlock. Can be quenched with fresh monster blood to randomly gain one of that monster's attributes. If cooled naturally, no attributes will be gained. Durability 100. Brand new description: as light as a goose feather with a sharp cold gleam. The first 2 attributes looked quite impressive. They could slightly enhance attributes and counter enemies with healing abilities. The third attribute, however, would only manifest after quenching. To maintain the current high temperature of the Yinling knife, Lu Tu quickly took out the Berserk Hunter from his backpack and placed the Yinling knife inside. Seeing that there was nothing else left to scavenge, Lu Tu exited the weapon laboratory, contemplating what kind of monster would be suitable for quenching. These zombies definitely weren't strong enough, including the mutated wasteland wolf. They were all too weak. He needed to find a sufficiently powerful monster that he could also handle for quenching. Just as Lu Tu stepped out of the weapon laboratory's door, he heard Zhao Feifei speaking into a microphone. Vehicles at the rear are prohibited from approaching. If you come any closer, I will open fire. While speaking, she also aimed the machine gun turret at a pickup truck not far behind the car, which was followed by several other vehicles. Upon hearing Zhao Feifei's warning, the pickup truck lowered its window. In the driver's seat, a cold and beautiful woman's face came into view. The woman turned her head, her expression warm and friendly, and to show she meant no harm, she extended her hands out of the car window. She then loudly said, "Don't shoot, we mean no harm." Lu Tu's left hand also instinctively moved toward the berserk hunter at his waist. If the other party made any sudden moves, he would draw his gun and shoot immediately. He turned his head, looking over with a cold expression. However, his expression quickly shifted to one of surprise, and his eyes widened. Beyond being amazed by her stunning beauty, he was more astonished by her attributes. Name: Song Qinghuan. Attractiveness 93, figure 95, charge count 0, comprehensive score 94, mileage points bonus 0. 5. Beauty trait store unlocks arms dealer store. Beauty trait buff arms queen exclusive 1. All hot weapon damage increased by 50. 2. When killing monsters, you can earn mileage points equivalent. System evaluation: a cold and beautiful mature woman with a natural affinity for hot weapons. She will become a formidable weapon in your hands. Another high-scoring beauty. The store is an arms dealer, and the effects of the exclusive buff are straightforward and powerful, especially the second effect, which allows him to gain mileage points more efficiently. He had long coveted the blueprint for the simple shield generator that required 2,000 mileage points. Now just relying on running on the road was still a bit inefficient if he could get her on board. Oh no, he meant after signing a contract he would quickly earn 2,000 mileage points. Seeing that the other side indeed showed no signs of hostility, Lu Tu said to Zhao Feifei, "Feifei, relax, we should be able to. Be careful." Suddenly Song Qinghuan shouted sharply at Lu Tu, and AM1 Garand appeared in her hand. Bang! Lu Tu reacted extremely quickly. The moment Song Qinghuan revealed her gun, he also pulled out the berserk hunter. As he prepared to aim at Song Qinghuan, he noticed that her gun was neither pointed at him nor at Zhao Feifei in the machine gun turret. Instead, it was aimed at the high point of the building behind him. Lu Tu abruptly leaned back, adjusting his gun to aim at the same spot as Song Qinghuan, all in a fluid motion. Without the slightest hesitation, his left index finger pulled the trigger. Bang! As Lu Tu turned, a sharp bone spur grazed across his chest. He also caught a glimpse of the zombies in front. Spitter zombie. Type monster. Grade bronze. Overall combat power 23. Skill: bone spur spit. Notes: possesses an organ on its back that can shoot bone spurs. Though short-ranged, its attacks are silent, and the spurs carry a virus. The guns in Song Qinghuan and Lu Tu's hands fired almost simultaneously, bullets flying toward the same spot. Thud thud. The spitter zombie lying atop the building took a bullet to its head and another to its torso. Letting out a harsh screech, it tumbled down from the roof. Lu Tu received no kill notification. It seemed Song Qinghuan had stolen the kill. Lu Tu scanned his surroundings. Sensing no further threats, he glanced down at the bone spur embedded in the ground and curled his lip. Zombies these days had no honor, resorting to sneak attacks. Still, it was his own fault for spacing out when he saw Song Qinghuan's beauty information. Thinking this, Lu Tu gave Song Qinghuan a slight smile and nod before returning to his own vehicle. Tang Yingxue hurriedly asked if Lu Tu was injured. After he assured her he was fine, he sat down to rest. Then Zhao Feifei called out over the walkie-talkie, "Lu Tu, that woman wants to come over and talk to you. Let her come alone." Hearing Lu Tu's instruction, Zhao Feifei picked up the loudspeaker and said to Song Qinghuan. Song Qinghuan drove her vehicle to the right side of Lu Tu's RV and knocked on the door with one hand. Lu Tu moved to the passenger seat, rolled down the window, and looked at the mature, captivating Song Qinghuan in the driver's seat of the pickup truck. "Who are you?" he asked. "What do you want?" Song Qinghuan shed her aloof expression, her face kind, as she replied, "Hello, brother two. I'm Song Qinghuan from the Wasteland Rose Convoy. I came to ask if you'd like to explore this research base together." Although Lu Tu looked very young, the slightly older Song Qinghuan still addressed him as brother two. After all, in this world, strength was everything. The strong called the shots. Wasteland Rose. Why come to me instead of sticking with your own convoy? Lu Tu narrowed his eyes, looking at Song Qinghuan. Didn't seem to mind his suspicious glare. She smiled and said, "Our convoy leader has no plan, so I came ahead to scout on my own. The sisters following behind me feel the same." Her tone was filled with helplessness. Lu Tu then began to converse with Song Qinghuan. Song Qinghuan had considered joining other large convoys before, but she owed a small favor to the leader of the Wasteland Rose. Although these so-called convoys had no real binding power, and one could leave or join freely, she didn't want to just slip away without a word. Cooperating temporarily with other convoys meant following orders which Song Qinghuan couldn't trust. On the road, she happened to spot Lu Tu's RV, so she sought out the region's famously formidable lone wolf. Seeing this opportunity, she wanted to seize it to become stronger. Thus, she approached Lu Tu to test the waters for a possible partnership. Song Qinghuan talked at length until her throat felt dry. She pulled out a bottle of water, took small sips, and unconsciously licked her lips. "So," she asked, "want to team up?" Lu Tu unabashedly enjoyed the sight of the beauty drinking, then let out a light chuckle. "Miss Song, after all that talk, you just want a free ride and have me carry you through the fights. How about this, become my passenger and we can discuss everything?" As he spoke, Lu Tu glanced at the people in the vehicles behind, checking their beauty information, but the results were less than satisfactory. Song Qinghuan was taken aback by his proposal. Lu Tu had been loudly recruiting passengers in the chat room, and she had heard of it. Now hearing him say this, Song Qinghuan hesitated. She had indeed hoped Lu Tu would guide them, using her beauty and eloquence to make him a white knight. It seemed her plan had failed. It was either pay the price or walk away. Song Qinghuan looked at Lu Tu's RV, her gaze shifting to the M134 minigun on the roof turret, and an idea struck her. Her expression conflicted. She said, "How about this? I have a weapon modification part that increases cooling speed tenfold. Once we finish today's cooperation, I'll sell it to you cheap." Lu Tu was indeed in urgent need of such a modification to reduce weapon wear. "How cheap?" 150 gold coins. Deal, but I don't want to wait. Let's trade now." Lu Tu agreed immediately, but demanded payment up front. "I want your stuff, and I want you too." Song Qinghuan was stunned again. That was 150 gold coins. He agreed just like that. Song Qinghuan gritted her teeth and nodded. She had planned to keep this extremely rare part for herself, but had never found a suitable gun. She had just thrown out a random number, but Lu Tu accepted it outright. The words were out. She added him as a friend and traded the modification part for 150 gold coins. Super Radiator. Type weapon modification part. Effect grants the weapon tenfold cooling speed. Notes: frying bacon on the gun barrel. Not possible. Upon receiving it, Lu Tu immediately installed the modification on his minigun. Modifications: infinite ammo super radiator. Perfect. With this modification, his immediate crisis was averted. Lu Tu laughed cheerfully. Refreshing. Now let's start clearing the buildings ahead. He then said to Zhao Fei, "No need to keep an eye on the vehicles behind us for now." With the alert lifted, Song Qinghuan and her sisters followed alongside Lu Tu. This scene caught the attention of some people in the distance, and a few busybodies even pulled out binoculars. Isn't Brother Tu a lone wolf? Why are there several cars beside him? Let me see. Hey, should we go over too? Maybe the big shot can carry us. Isn't that Song Qinghuan? Song Qinghuan. The true Rose of the Wasteland Rose Convoy. Forget it. Getting carried by a big shot requires looks. Wah. The Rose is about to be ravaged by a pig. If Brother Tu's a pig, what are we? Single-celled organisms. As Lu Tu led Song Qinghuan and her group through the buildings, he maintained his cautious style. He let them take point while he brought up the rear. When they reached the entrance of a building, Lu Tu said gallantly, "Lady." After all, they outnumbered him, and he wasn't keen on turning his back to strangers. "You." Song Qinghuan was both amused and exasperated by his gesture. Song Qinghuan decided not to dwell on it. The priority was to search these places quickly and gather supplies. If the large convoys arrived, ordinary people wouldn't stand a chance. During the building sweep, Lu Tu noticed that Song Qinghuan was not only fast on the draw, but also incredibly accurate. If she joined his vehicle, the overall strength of his team would jump significantly. Lu Tu and the others searched the building for a while and found quite a decent haul. They discovered over 1,000 rounds of ammunition, although there wasn't much to divide among a few people. The rest consisted of various basic materials and living supplies. However, the aluminum alloy and alloy steel that Lu Tu needed were nowhere to be found. Lu Tu cursed silently. Damn it, these two unfortunate items are really hard to find. He had also sought to purchase them in the chat room, but based on everyone's reactions, it seemed no one had any. After all, others were still at the stage of upgrading their vehicles using iron sheets and metal parts. As a few people came out of the mobile building, they saw a vast number of vehicles in the distance. Song Qinghuan calmly said those large convoys should have entered. "Never mind them, we'll continue our search," Lu Tu replied before returning to the vehicle, preparing to head to the next building. These large convoys arrived one after another, and most of the lone wanderers wisely stepped back, especially upon seeing members of the Iron Horse Brigade. The Iron Horse Brigade was currently the largest convoy in scale, comprising a mix of all kinds of people. It was said that they would send out multiple groups to collect protection fees from small convoys and lone wolves. They generally demanded not much: 2 gold coins, 6 bottles of water, and 6 liters of universal fuel for peace of mind. Most who had survived to this day could afford it, but it was truly humiliating. If they refused to pay, the convoy would forcibly stop vehicles and begin smashing them. Once the vehicle's durability reached zero, they would drag the occupants out and beat them. Basically, anyone who encountered them would consider themselves unlucky and choose to pay the protection fee to avoid trouble or simply hit the gas and escape. In the past 2 days, everyone had been cursing them in the chat room, but no one could resolve the issue. Aside from the Iron Horse Brigade, the G-by convoy, the Wild Rose convoy, and various other large and small convoys had also gradually arrived at the research base. Thanks to Lu-2 leading the charge, by the time they arrived, most of the zombies in the entire research base had already been cleared. The buildings had been thoroughly looted, leaving nothing behind. This left those large convoys with nothing, not even a drop of soup or a bone fragment. The leader of the Iron Horse Brigade, Mayu, entered a building with his men, driving everyone inside away before he began to loot. The displaced people dared not voice their anger. After a short while of looting, they emerged, shouting angrily, "These guys are too quick at looting. We should raise our fees by 20% from now on." The people around him nodded in agreement. Mayu glanced around, and upon seeing Lu-Tu's armored RV in the distance, was filled with greed and fury. The greed stemmed from the fact that Lu-Tu's vehicle was currently an overwhelming presence. No one could help but envy it. The anger, however, was because Lu-Tu, accompanied by that group of loners, had rapidly reduced the number of zombies in the research base, leaving them with nothing. The leader of the G-by convoy, G-by, felt more helpless. Meanwhile, the leader of the Wild Rose convoy, Qin-Hua, had made no plans at all. She simply knew this was a special location and brought her sisters over. With the arrival of the large convoys, the speed of clearing zombies and looting buildings increased significantly. Before long, the entire research base was completely cleaned out. As the last zombie was ruthlessly shot in the head by Song Qinghuan, a cold voice echoed through the sky. Phase 1 is complete. Initiating Phase 2. The defense barrier of the main research building will be deactivated at 8 p.m. tonight. The internal resources are abundant, but come with great risk. Survivors should proceed with caution. Within the scope of the Cheongding Technology Research Base, a temporary safe zone has been established prohibiting mutual attacks among survivors. Offenders will be exterminated. Hearing this news, Lu-Tu immediately walked out of the building. The massive artificial lake in the center of the research base began to show signs of movement. Boom! A gigantic building slowly rose from the center of the lake, accompanied by the sounds of machinery and flowing water. Its outer layer had a barely visible blue glowing sphere. That should be the barrier. Lu-Tu gazed at this building, lost in thought. The barrier would not disappear until 8 p.m., coinciding perfectly with the time when the zombie tide would strike. They certainly didn't want to give anyone a moment's peace. After Song Qinghuan and the other three looted all the supplies in the house, they also came out. Looking at Lu-Tu, she teased, "Does our agreement include this?" Interrupted by Song Qinghuan, Lu-Tu turned to glance at her and replied casually, "Of course, as long as you have." After hearing this, Song Qinghuan narrowed her eyes slightly, a faint smile playing on her lips. "You said it." Lu-Tu began to appraise Song Qinghuan's appearance. This older sister was indeed beautiful, but she looked cold and aloof when not smiling, yet charming when she did. Her simply tied-up hair added a touch of mature femininity. Although the information from Hongyan indicated that Song Qinghuan was still a novice, she certainly had an alluring presence. Her chest, while not as full as Zhao Feifei's, was still quite substantial. The legs beneath her tight jeans were long and shapely, clearly a result of years of exercise. Song Qinghuan's cheeks flushed from being gazed at by Lu-Tu. Seeing that he showed no signs of stopping, she interrupted him. "You really are just as rumor has it." "Just as what?" "Just as lecherous." Lu-Tu laughed a couple of times, responding, "It's only human nature. Let's get in the car first. We need to secure advantageous terrain." Song Qinghuan didn't say much more and returned to the vehicle with the others, following Lu-Tu towards the main research building area in the center of the lake. One wanted to leverage the other's strength, while the other sought to capitalize on the other's resources. Other small convoys that heard this announcement didn't think twice before retreating. Today, by following Lu-Tu into the research base, they had already collected quite a bit of supplies and materials, so it was best to cash out while they were ahead. The main research building at night might not necessarily offer great fortune, but it would definitely attract a horde of zombies. With so many people gathered here, the zombie tide at night was unimaginable. Only a small handful wanted to try their luck. Their mindset was that even if the sky fell, Brother 2 and the other large convoys would be there to support them. Each large convoy held an emergency meeting with largely consistent content. A small portion of people would enter the main research building at night, while others would secure advantageous positions for defense. Before long, everyone began to take action. The entire interior of the research base was filled with smoke and dust, creating a scene that was both lively and tense. However, Lu-Tu remained quite relaxed. He had already set off earlier, arriving in front of the main research building to occupy the most advantageous position. With the ability to attack or defend, even if the route was blocked, he had nothing to fear. With the vehicle's front ram and its own defensive power, he could clear a path. After the vehicle stopped, Zhao Feifei also returned from the machine gun turret to the interior. Since they couldn't harm each other for now, she came back to rest, and also to help Tang Yingxue prepare some afternoon tea. Sitting in the car with her eyes closed, Song Qinghuan suddenly caught a whiff of a sweet cake aroma. She thought it was merely a delusion born from not having tasted her beloved sweets since arriving in this place. She sniffed again with force. Indeed, it was sweet food. Song Qinghuan opened the car door and looked around, confirming that the scent was wafting from Lu Tu's vehicle. She then knocked on Lu Tu's car door. Lu Tu rolled down the window and inquired, "What's the matter?" The rich, sweet aroma of cakes surged into Song Qinghuan's nostrils through the open window, the tempting scent making her unable to resist taking a deep breath. Curiously, she asked, "Are you making cake in there?" "Yes. Can I trade some supplies for a piece?" "I don't lack those things, but if you're willing to become my passenger, you can eat however you like." Sighing, Song Qinghuan resignedly returned to her own car. She could only take out instant noodles and a sausage to satisfy her cravings and replenish her strength for the exploration of the research main building that evening. Due to the imposing presence of Lu Tu's car, many people nearby were taking photos but hesitated to approach. Ji Bai heard the news and came to Lu Tu's vehicle, knocking on the door. Ji Bai had previously messaged Lu Tu wanting to invite him to join their team, but the message had gone unanswered. Now that he encountered Lu Tu, he decided to take this opportunity to invite him in person. At this moment, Lu Tu was loading bullets into a drum with his two women. Hearing another knock on the car door, he walked over to the window and lowered it. A burly middle-aged man with a square face was looking at him with joy. Feeling a bit uneasy under the man's gaze, Lu Tu asked, "Who are you?" "Hello, Lu Tu, I'm Ji Bai, the leader of the Ji Bai team." "Oh, and then?" Lu Tu remained quite indifferent. Ji Bai didn't mind and continued, "I would like to invite you to join our team. The treatment and resource distribution will be among the highest." "Not interested, goodbye." Lu Tu's first impression of Ji Bai was acceptable. He listened to what he had to say, but had no interest in joining any team. After finishing, he smiled at Ji Bai, then rolled up the window and returned to his seat to continue loading bullets. Seeing Lu Tu's lack of interest, Ji Bai could only leave in disappointment. On his way back, he encountered Deng Cheng and called out to him. "Deng Cheng, why didn't you come to the previous meeting? What happened?" Facing Ji Bai's inquiry, Deng Cheng replied with a grin, "Oh, I was busy with business." Upon hearing this, Ji Bai frowned. He had heard rumors about Deng Cheng's business, but wasn't sure of its authenticity. Ji Bai didn't have time to dwell on this now, so he instructed Deng Cheng to take people to the back to stand by for assistance. Deng Cheng nodded and left, catching sight of Lu Tu's car along the way. Anger surged within him, and he spat on the ground outside the car, cursing, "Damn it. What a coincidence running." Deng Cheng thought that he couldn't afford to provoke Lu Tu for now and would wait for another opportunity. As for why Deng Cheng was in Ji Bai's team, it could only be said that everyone likes to befriend good people, even the bad ones. All teams were busily preparing defenses to cope with the terrifying tide of corpses coming that night. Due to Lu Tu occupying the most advantageous position, others tightly surrounded his spot. However, the Iron Horse team's deployment was somewhat different, since they couldn't show any hostility towards others. Mayu arranged their personnel at several exits, preparing to collect tolls after tonight's events were over. Most others, after choosing their positions, didn't move, with some opting to stay under the shade of trees to conserve universal fuel. People gathered in small groups chatting. Some discussed intelligence, others talked about resource exchanges, while others speculated on whether Lu Tu's strength was due to some dirty dealings. But soon someone covered a mouth and said, "Are you trying to get us killed by slandering Tu Go?" Some women specifically drove to the research base for some flesh trade. Aside from the fact that it gathered many people, another reason was that this place had turned into a temporary safe zone where no one had to worry about violent incidents, and many were simply there to enjoy the moment. Although it was the fourth day since the crossover under extreme survival pressure, the leisure time now gave everyone a surreal feeling, as if they were in another world. As night gradually enveloped the sky, the entire wilderness sank into an endless solitude. Those remaining in the research base were nervously making their final preparations. As darkness deepened, the buildings and streetlights in the research base automatically lit up, making everyone feel as if they had returned to their original world. Lu Tu was fully prepared, standing in front of the research main building. Song Qinghuan stood quietly by his side. Due to their striking appearances, they attracted frequent glances from others. Song Qinghuan turned her head and asked Lu Tu, "Why don't we go to the front? I think no one would object." Lu Tu looked at the bustling crowd ahead, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, "I don't believe that there won't be any surprises waiting for us in a place like this. He let them step on the landmines first." Song Qinghuan felt the hot breath Lu Tu exhaled almost burn her ear, and one side of her body felt. Song Qinghuan could clearly feel her cheeks burning, but still tried to maintain her composure. "You are really cautious. Better safe than sorry." Others watched Lu Tu and Song Qinghuan flirt, their teeth nearly grinding to dust. That rose was really going to be taken by Lu Tu. Others engaged in casual conversations, and as the time neared 8 o'clock the surroundings gradually cooled. Everyone unconsciously held their breath waiting for the barrier of the research main building to disappear. A familiar red mist began to spread and movement was seen on the distant ground. 8:00 night falls. The speed of the blood mist decreases to 25 kilometers per hour. The hunters begin to venture out for food with combat power increased by 50. The barrier of the research main building has failed. Good luck to everyone. Following the announcement, the outer barrier of the research main building flickered twice before vanishing completely. The crowd gathered in front of the building cautiously began to move inside. Meanwhile, the personnel stationed outside heard the cries of the zombies. However, this time the scale was far more exaggerated than before. The outer walls of the research base were equipped with lighting devices, and through the faint light, a dense wave of zombies could be seen rushing toward the research base. Someone used a loudspeaker to remind their coming. Everyone get ready. Everyone put their fingers on the triggers, took deep breaths, and prepared to face the onslaught of the tide of corpses. Bang, bang, bang. Clap, clap, clap. Various gunshots rang out around them, yet those walking toward the research main building did not turn back. The battle to resist the tide of corpses could only be left to them. A survivor at the front cautiously opened the door to the research main building. Hey, damn, what is this? Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, the survivor, who entered the main building, was split in half. What followed was a series of piercing howls. Open fire. Open fire. Damn, it's too fast, I can't aim. The people ahead were thrown into chaos by the sudden situation. Like headless flies, they aimed and fired wildly in every direction. Everyone was forced back. Has anyone scanned that monster's information? No, it's too fast. Can't react in time. Lu Tu, hearing the distinctively shrill screech, immediately recalled the zombie he had encountered before. The giant blade zombie. Its combat prowess was exceptionally high in dark environments. Lu Tu took the flashlight hanging from his backpack and instructed Song Qinghuan, when we go and later use the strong flashlight on strobe mode against it. Song Qinghuan nodded, took the flashlight in hand, and followed Lu Tu as they stepped out from the crowd and re-entered the gate. The interior of the main research building was dimly lit, allowing only a vague view of the surroundings. Moreover, the temperature inside was vastly different from outside, chillingly cold. It felt like only around 10 degrees Celsius. Roar! 4 giant blade zombies launched a sneak attack from the shadows. Lu Tu and Song Qinghuan swiftly turned toward the sound and switched on their strong flashlights. Struck by the blinding light, the giant blade zombies stumbled and fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the two opened fire without hesitation. Killed 1 giant blade zombie. Received 40 gold coins. Killed 1 giant blade zombie. Received 40 gold coins. Killed 1 giant blade zombie. Received 40 gold coins. Obtained 1 mutated giant blade. Lu Tu had killed 3 of them, while Song Qinghuan had taken down 1. Looking at the dropped mutated giant blade, Lu Tu sighed with regret. This thing wasn't a 100 drop. Lu Tu and Song Qinghuan shone their flashlights around, and finding no immediate threats, they began to cautiously explore. The others followed suit, taking out their flashlights and crossing the gate back into the main building. It's so cold. We're all in short sleeves. What do we do? Lu Tu directly had Zhao Feifei spend 4 mileage points from the system supermarket to buy 2 long-sleeve shirts. 1 for himself, 1 for Song Qinghuan. His main concern was that the cold wouldn't cause her to slow him down. During their exploration, they encountered over a dozen giant blade zombies and dozens of spitter zombies. Having learned how to handle them, and with numerical superiority, the giant blade zombies couldn't get close. However, a few people were still struck by bone spikes from the spitter zombies and fell on the spot. Meanwhile, those stationed outside were locked in a fierce battle with the zombie horde. Runner zombies fell in waves against the humans' ferocious firepower. But the sudden appearance of zombie wasteland wolves startled many, causing them to shift their fire. The zombie wasteland wolves, relying on their powerful bodies, broke through the line, and their tentacles pierced 2 people guarding the outer perimeter. The main building was vast, and the once gathered crowd gradually dispersed. Gunshots and shouts could be heard from various directions from time to time. Lu Tu led Song Qinghuan to begin looting the area. For Lu Tu, however, the supplies were mostly unremarkable. After a while, most people had gathered in a brightly lit corridor on the 3rd floor. No one was eager to advance. The place just felt off. The overall style of the 1st floor, 2nd floor, and parts of the 3rd floor resembled a normal high-tech corporate office. But this corridor had a distinctly sci-fi aesthetic. What the hell is this Resident Evil? Too classic. Who's going up to tries? You ask, why don't you go? This floor is too cold and damp, my rheumatism's acting up. As everyone hesitated, a voice rang out. Come on, Chang Xian, you go. Ma, you pushed Lin Xiangxin, a member of the Iron Horse group, who had come with him, in front of the corridor. Lin Xiangxin stammered, me. Just take a walk through, and when we get back, it'll give you 20 gold coins, 10 servings of self-heating hot pot, and free access to any woman in the convoy. Hearing the promises Mayu painted for him, Lin Qiangxin's interest was piqued. 20 gold coins would be enough to upgrade his vehicle from level 0 to level 1. Food was a bit more plentiful than in the first 2 days, but items like self-heating hot pot were still precious with high market prices. As for women, the convoy kept some women, and each time you had to spend gold coins or equivalent supplies. Members of the Iron Horse group got a discount, but not a big one. All right. Lin Qiangxin swallowed his saliva, stepped back, and assumed a running stance. The others tacitly cleared a path for him. 3, 2, 1, go. After silently counting down, Lin Qiangxin dashed forward like an arrow. The people waiting for the result held their breath. As soon as Lin Qiangxin entered the corridor, a laser grid suddenly appeared before him, moving swiftly toward him. Really? Watch out. Lin Qiangxin looked at the laser grid, which was about waist high, and smirked. Is this the best you've got? Who do you think you're underestimating? I'm a physical education graduate with top marks. Damn, let's go. Ignore it. Lin Qiangxin pushed off the ground, leaped into the air, arched his torso, and deftly lifted his legs, cleanly clearing the oncoming laser grid. Lin Qiangxin quickly got up to check that his limbs were still intact, then tilted his chin toward the people outside the corridor. See how awesome I am. Yes, eyes lit up. His carefully chosen man was indeed reliable. Just as everyone was eager to try, a sound came from the corridor ceiling. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Lin Qiangxin, who had just turned to sprint toward the end of the corridor, was riddled with bullets by the hidden defense system. He twitched a few times on the ground, and then went still. Seeing Lin Qiangxin's tragic and Yu cursed, useless. Someone else, unwilling to give up, tried the same method as Lin Qiangxin, clearing the laser grid, but similarly failed to evade the defense system's fire. He too was turned into a sieve. Then another person went, but as he jumped, the laser grid sliced through his knees, sending him crashing to the ground. After a couple of agonized screams, he was shot into a sieve. Witnessing the grisly fate of 3 consecutive people, Song Qinghuan felt a strong urge to retreat. Then Lu Tu's voice reached her ears. Do you believe I can get you through? Song Qinghuan looked at Lu Tu's calm demeanor and asked doubtfully, how sure are you? 100%. Lu Tu's tone was resolute. Lu Tu's confidence stemmed from his observation that the traps in the corridor didn't activate immediately upon entry, but had a certain delay. He deduced that the internal defense system needed a moment to assess before activating. For ordinary people, this was an insurmountable chasm. But for Lu Tu, with a bit of effort, it could be easily crossed. Song Qinghuan took a few deep breaths and said to Lu Tu, then I'm putting my life in your hands. Hold me. Huh. Stop with the huh, just hold me when I tell you to. Song Qinghuan gently placed her hands on Lu Tu's shoulders. The two bodies pressed tightly against each other. Although they were still separated by clothing, Lu Tu could fully feel the elasticity and power of Song Qinghuan's body. Unlike Tang Yingxue and Zhao Feifei, whose bodies were softer, Song Qinghuan's body was more toned. Song Qinghuan's eyes widened in surprise, wondering what he intended to do. Before she could ponder further, Lu Tu instructed, wrap your legs around my waist and hold me tightly with your arms. Gritting her teeth, Song Qinghuan complied with Lu Tu's request. This shameful position made her too embarrassed to open her eyes to look at anyone else. Others nearby looked over, dumbfounded by their posture. Tugu, are you going to perform in front of everyone? Incredible. The boss is something else. Lu Tu ignored the remarks and odd stares from the crowd, carrying Song Qinghuan to the corridor. Taking a deep breath, Lu Tu used a sudden dash to sprint towards the end of the corridor. His figure flickered multiple times, growing increasingly distant from where he started. Meanwhile, the shooting system and laser net in the corridor showed no reaction. In an instant, they reached the end of the corridor. Lu Tu's display left everyone slack-jawed. Mom, I saw Superman. Tugu, don't go. Lu Tu carried Song Qinghuan around the corner and then set her down. He began to gasp for breath. Carrying someone while continuously using the sudden dash was quite a burden. Song Qinghuan felt as if she were dreaming, arriving across the way in just a few flashes. Seeing Lu Tu panting heavily, she asked with concern, are you okay? I'm fine, just catching my breath. Song Qinghuan thoughtfully handed Lu Tu a bottle of water while keeping her gun ready on either side. After resting for a bit, they resumed searching. They ignored the common supplies, only looking for valuable items. The two arrived on a floor composed of multiple rooms and decided to split up for efficiency. As Lu Tu opened one of the doors, a zombie lying at the entrance lunged out eagerly. Bang! Bang! After resolving the threat with gunfire, he turned on the lights inside the room. Click! The room lit up, revealing items on the shelves that made Lu Tu's eyes gleam with excitement. Acquired 300 aluminum alloys. Acquired 300 alloy steels. Jackpot! Lu Tu collected all the materials. The aluminum alloys and alloy steels that had previously caused him headaches were now resolved in one go. Just the level 3 chip remains. Lu Tu cleaned out everything inside once again. Bang bang! Gunshots echoed from another room. After putting away his findings, Lu Tu approached the room where Song Qinghuan was searching. Just as he was about to enter, Song Qinghuan came out. Lu Tu asked, how did it go? I found a level 2 chip and some materials, nothing much of value. Song Qinghuan replied somewhat casually. However, Lu Tu noticed the fresh bandage wrapped around her right arm. Seeing Lu Tu's gaze on her injured arm, Song Qinghuan naturally said, "It's nothing, I just cut it on some glass. Let's go check other rooms." With that, Song Qinghuan walked towards other rooms. However, Lu Tu noticed the body of a splattered zombie, mostly hidden beneath a table. After a thorough search, aside from the most valuable materials Lu Tu had just collected, they didn't find anything else useful. Song Qinghuan, however, found a weapon modification accessory. Super Recoil Suppressor Type Weapon Modification Accessory Effect reduces recoil of firearms by 70. Description: the force may not be mutual. If you don't believe it, press your eyes against the scope. Lu Tu was somewhat tempted when he saw this item. It was an essential accessory for large-caliber weapons. However, Song Qinghuan seemed less interested in it. After quickly finishing their search, they moved on to the next floor. A giant bladed zombie suddenly lunged at them. Yet under the bright light of the flashlight, the giant bladed zombie froze, easily taken down by the bullets fired by the two. Lu Tu noticed a badge hanging from the zombie's neck and approached to cut the strap with his dagger and picked it up. Then he glanced at the nearby alloy hatch. "Not bad, it just came to me." Beep. After Lu Tu swiped his card, the heavy cold alloy hatch opened smoothly. Inside was a conspicuously locked box. "Looks like this is tonight's grand prize," Lu Tu remarked. Song Qinghuan nodded in agreement. Lu Tu looked around, trying to find a way to open it. The two began searching inside the alloy hatch. Soon Song Qinghuan called out, "Lu Tu, come look at this." Lu Tu hurried over to her side to see a note she was pointing at. The security box will unlock if the power is cut off, allowing it to be opened manually. Power switch. Not only did it describe how to open it, but it also thoughtfully included an arrow pointing to the power switch. The person was quite considerate. The two exchanged glances and nodded. Lu Tu pressed the red power switch. Buzz. As the entire alloy hatch lost power, it emitted a sound that gradually weakened and the lights went out. The two approached the security box with flashlights in hand. To be cautious, Lu Tu pried open the box door with his dagger. Inside were two items. Intermediate Gene Potion Type Special Medicine Level Gold Effect Strength 20, Constitution 20, Spirit 20 Effective Once Only. Description: drink up, this is your destiny. Intermediate Gene Potion Formula Type Special Formula. Description: contains the formula for synthesizing the intermediate gene potion, recommended to synthesize at a professional lab. Without a second thought, Lu Tu collected the formula. Although he didn't understand the potion's synthesis, he knew the value of the formula all too well. It was indeed worthy of being a reward for clearing the level. He then picked up the intermediate gene potion and handed it to Song Qinghuan, saying, "Here, this is for you." After receiving it from Lu Tu, Song Qinghuan didn't use it immediately, but instead handed it back to him, saying, "Never mind, I don't need it." Her tone was filled with disappointment. Lu Tu was quite surprised, as she had actually given up a significant boost, which further confirmed his suspicions. Lu Tu didn't hesitate and opened the lid to drink it. It felt just like when he had consumed the beginner gene potion, equally refreshing and sweet. His body began to feel a surge of heat, a tingling sensation enveloping him. Once the effects wore off, Lu Tu clenched his fist tightly. That overwhelming sense of power might just allow him to punch a cow to death now. As Lu Tu and Song Qinghuan were about to leave, the entire building suddenly shook slightly. The lights in the main research building and the entire research base went out. Everyone was startled. A small gap was immediately opened in the defensive circle that was holding off the tide of corpses. "Everyone, turn on your headlights. Quick, turn on the lights." The calls to turn on the lights echoed back and forth. Inside the RV, Zhao Feifei saw all the lights go out and immediately turned on all the lights in the vehicle and started the engine. Tang Ying, who was crazily firing at the tide of corpses with a Gatling gun from the machine gun tower, was hardly affected. However, the people inside the main research building were quite frightened, with some immediately turning to run. Some others felt it was an opportunity and tried to walk toward the laser corridor. "It's fine." Lu Tu and Song Qinghuan had already raised their flashlights and started walking back, with many noises coming from the corridor. Not many ran out. Most rushed toward the laser corridor, fearing that the power would be restored and those traps would activate again. At this moment, Song Qinghuan's face had turned pale and she was sweating. While walking, she suddenly stumbled forward. Lu Tu quickly steadied her and helped her lean against the wall to slowly sit down and rest. Then, with a concerned look, he asked, "Are you okay?" Song Qinghuan originally wanted to say she was fine, but the words caught in her throat. Shining the flashlight on Lu Tu's handsome face, she spoke. "There's something I need to tell you. Come closer with your ear." Lu Tu curiously leaned and listening attentively. Song Qinghuan whispered something. After hearing it, Lu Tu secretly smiled, feeling as if the corners of his mouth were about to reach the back of his head. After Song Qinghuan finished speaking, Lu Tu helped her up and said while walking, "What's there to be afraid of? I've always been a person who helps others. I will definitely fulfill your request, but first let's sign this contract." Lu Tu then handed the red contract to Song Qinghuan. Without even looking at it, she signed it directly. Contract with Song Qinghuan established. Unlocked Song Qinghuan's red face shop, arms shop, current mileage points bonus 1. 5 Lu Tu just sent the red contract and immediately received a system notification. Somewhat surprised. Aren't you going to check the content? No time left anyway, it's pointless to check. Song Qinghuan chuckled. Lu Tu chuckled as well, supporting Song Qinghuan as they headed towards the exit of the main building. Along the way they encountered many people rushing back toward the direction they had just come from. Ji Bai saw the two of them and approached to ask, Lu Tu, do you need any help? No need. Lu Tu glanced at Ji Bai and walked away without looking back. Ji Bai wanted to say something, but the most important thing now was to delve deeper into the main building and see what else could be scavenged. Taking this opportunity, Lu Tu browsed through the newly unlocked arms shop. Various firearms were dazzling, from early flintlock guns to the latest weapons for individual soldiers or vehicles. An AK-47 only required 50 mileage points, while an M134 Gatling was relatively expensive, costing 2,000 mileage points. In addition to ordinary firearms and ammunition, there were also missiles and bombs. Yes, even nuclear bombs. However, they were so expensive that Lu Tu felt out of reach. The two small-yield nuclear bombs that had made life comfortable little boy and fat man cost 1,000 mileage points each. Let alone monstrous devices like the Tsar Bomba. When he had the money in the future, he definitely had to buy one to play with. The gap that the zombies had burst through due to the power outage was slowly being pushed back by some people under Tang Yingshu's suppression. Thanks to the enhancement of the super radiator accessory, the wear and tear on the firearms decreased significantly, allowing Tang Yingshu to shoot wildly without restraint. Lu Tu helped Song Qinghuan into his vehicle and then took out a vial of anti-zombie virus serum that he had hidden earlier. Then, under Song Qinghuan's shocked gaze, Lu Tu rolled up her sleeve and proceeded to give her an injection. This? You have this thing? Song Qinghuan stuttered while speaking. Yes, why? Why didn't you say? You didn't ask, and besides I won't donate such a precious item for free. Song Qinghuan felt like she had boarded a pirate ship, but she quickly came to terms with it. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Anti-zombie virus serum was something that hadn't been mentioned in the chat room before. Once infected, it meant certain death. Either end it quickly before turning or become an ugly, twisted shell. Her life had been picked up by Lu Tu. Go wash up in the bathroom. After helping Song Qinghuan with the serum injection, Lu Tu walked over to the passenger seat, watching the situation outside. After a while, the tide of corpses had been cleared. Treasure chests and supply boxes started appearing in front of each vehicle. Due to the automatic collector, items were immediately stored in his storage space as soon as they appeared. Lu Tu opened it and took a look. It was still a golden treasure chest and a silver supply box. The amount of gold coins had reached a terrifying number. Gold coins 1605. For Lu Tu 600. 2 Tang Yingshu 828, Zhao Feifei 0 Song, Qinghuan 177. 2. Tang Yingshu had earned over 800 gold coins just from killing zombies tonight. The gold coins were already enough. Now everything was ready except for a level 3 chip. Tang Yingshu had just come down from the machine gun tower and saw Lu Tu sitting in the passenger seat, immediately running over to take credit. How about it? I'm impressive tonight, right? Impressive. He'll reward you well tonight. Just thinking about this. Tang Yingshu bounced away. Lu Tu looked at Tang Yingshu's flushed face from excitement and made a judgment in his heart. Seems like his girl's excitement point is a bit unique. Strangely, the tide of corpses had been cleared, but the announcement hadn't appeared. However, not dwelling on this for now, Lu Tu instructed Zhao Feifei to drive around the inner area of the research base, close to the outer roads, to collect some dropped items. As for the remaining supplies outside, they were left for others. After a round, Lu Tu returned to the original parking. Just as Lu Tu was about to open the chat room to see what was going on, he immediately felt the ground shake. What was going on? Lu Tu quickly dove into the machine gun tower, observing the situation outside. The lights of the research base that had gone out were now back on. Boom. A loud noise came from the main Before long, all those still exploring inside rushed out at 100-meter sprinting speed. They wished they could grow too. While running, they shouted, "Run! Something is about to crawl out!" Roar! The main research building then echoed with a huge and deep roar. Lu Tu aimed the machine gun at the exit, licking his lips. This should be the level completion reward. Bang! A massive zombie smashed through the main entrance of the research building and crawled out. Due to its excessively large body, it could only crawl on the ground, using its 2 enormous hands to move across the surface. On its back there were 2 more hands, each grasping a half-eaten human body. Judging by its attire, it should be someone who had just gone in together. When this gigantic zombie came outdoors, it pushed itself up and stood. Its enormous belly was particularly eye-catching. Lu Tu exclaimed, "Big gut." The corpulent zombie that burst out from the main research building wobbled as it stood up. Standing upright, it towered nearly 2 stories high with an exceptionally large abdomen. Its exposed skin was not rotting and decayed like that of an ordinary zombie. Instead, it appeared quite elastic. After letting out a couple of roars, a grotesque hand on its back delivered the corpse it was gripping into its mouth, tearing off a bite and starting to chew. It slowly walked towards the crowd outside the main research building. With each step it took, the ground trembled slightly. Everyone who saw it couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell?" A gluttonous beast. Lu Tu glanced at its information. Devourer-type monster, level platinum, overall combat power, 90 skill, flesh transformation description, lacks a stomach, it is a gut. It was actually a platinum-level monster. After hesitating for a moment, the crowd aimed their guns at this enormous creature and began to unleash their firepower. The bullets hitting the Devourer caused no substantial harm. Some small-caliber low-power bullets were even deflected by its soft and elastic skin. Lu Tu immediately switched the Gatling gun's ammunition to armor-piercing rounds. Then he pressed the firing button. The armor-piercing rounds shot out with the fury of the gun's muzzle flying towards the Devourer. All the bullets that struck sank into its flesh. After feeling some pain, the Devourer let out an enraged roar. It then charged quickly towards Lu Tu's mobile home. Seeing this, Zhao Feifei immediately pressed the accelerator, preparing to dodge its impact. However, the speed of the Devourer was astonishing. How could those two legs propel such a massive body to charge forward? Just as the vehicle began to move, the Devourer avoided the colliding edge of the front and crashed into it. Fortunately, the vehicle was heavy enough, and its impact resistance had been reinforced, preventing significant damage. The Devourer's enormous hands gripped tightly on both sides of the vehicle, and then it pressed its corpulent body directly onto the hood. The Devourer reached its deformed left hand towards the machine gun turret, while the other hand wildly struck the top of the driver's cabin. However, because the hand on its back was relatively short and couldn't reach the machine gun turret, the Devourer had to retract it and began attacking the passenger seat area. Vehicle durability reduced by 2. Vehicle durability reduced by 2. The armor plate was visibly dented from the strikes. Lu Tu urged Zhao Feifei to reverse, but the vehicle only moved slightly before becoming stuck. Lu Tu wanted to continue using the machine gun to distract it, but looking at its rapidly healing wounds and the bullets expelled from its body, he realized this approach was not sustainable. After coming down from the machine gun turret, Lu Tu intended to open the rear door to divert the Devourer, but through the surveillance, he discovered that a Humvee was blocking the rear. The Humvee blocking the back door was even pressing against his vehicle, showing no signs of backing off. Lu Tu could only exit through the side door, but on the other side of the vehicle 2 other cars were blocking the originally empty space, and neither rolled down their windows to shoot at the Devourer nor showed any intention of clearing the way. Lu Tu cast a deadpan glare at the 3 cars and their occupants, then pulled out the furious hunter and aimed it at the Devourer. Roar. The Devourer, feeling pain again, immediately turned to look at Lu Tu, letting out a massive roar from its filthy, stinking mouth. However, to resolve the Devourer quickly, Lu Tu chose to lead it away a distance. After executing 3 consecutive blink strikes, he arrived 15 meters away and then began shooting furiously at it. The Devourer angrily stepped forward, charging at Lu Tu. Its 4 hands spread wide as if preparing to execute a bear hug. Swish, swish. Just as its massive hands were about to touch Lu Tu, he activated Blink Strike again, circling to its back. After being enhanced by the intermediate gene agent, Lu Tu's physical attributes had doubled. In a short time, using Blink Strike 5 times in succession caused him no burden. Lu Tu took out the PF-11 individual rocket launcher, which had been preset with cloud explosion warheads, and aimed at the Devourer's back. Boom, whoosh. Watching Lu Tu vanish from his spot, the Devourer looked left and right in confusion, and just as it was about to turn around, it was struck in the back by a cloud explosion round. Boom. Ow. Ow. Even with the tremendous power of the cloud explosion round, the Devourer was not completely obliterated, only blasted into 2 pieces, falling to the ground, its arms completely gone. Chunks of flesh and internal organs were scattered everywhere. Meanwhile, on the Humvee, Deng Cheng, after Lu Tu's mobile home moved away from him, gained visibility. Deng Cheng saw the Devourer lying lifeless on the ground, and Lu Tu standing nearby, his eyes wide with rage. The wounds on the Devourer's upper and lower body began to sprout rapidly, with flesh the growths writhing like frenzied maggots. Lu Tu approached the Devourer, looking at its throbbing heart, and said, "Let your heart's blood be the forge for my blood." Lu Tu took out the Yenling blade, which had been processed by a strange furnace. The blade glowed a bright white, maintaining the appearance it had when freshly forged. To prevent failing to penetrate the Devourer's mass, Lu Tu also equipped the Endless Edge modification for cold weapons. Gripping the Yenling blade, Lu Tu stabbed fiercely at the Devourer's heart. The Devourer let out another agonizing wail, intending to control its arms to grab Lu Tu, but was utterly incapable. After squirming a couple of times, the Devourer became unresponsive. Congratulations to all survivors. Phase 2 has been completed. All participants receive a reward of 20 gold coins. The safe zone is lifted. Ding. Forging complete. Obtained Bloodthirsty Fang. Lu Tu pulled the Yinling blade out. The blade had lost its blazing white light, revealing a black iron-colored surface. The blade's hilt was intricately carved with the heads of wolves, their mouths wide open in a bloodthirsty snarl, and the silver blade still faintly shimmered with a hint of red light. Bloodthirsty Fang type cold weapon level gold can grow attack power 70 weapon modification endless edge traits 1. Blood drinking upon staining with flesh and blood the host's strength and constitution will slightly increase. 2. Beastly fury wounds inflicted will be difficult to heal. 3. Gluttony each monster killed will increase attack power by 0. 1 up to a maximum of 10. Each survivor killed will increase attack power by 1 up to a maximum of 10. When reaching its peak, this weapon will grow. Durability 100. Brand new description it craves. Lu Tu felt a stir of excitement upon seeing can grow. Those familiar with games know what those three were. As for the third trait obtained after forging, it was only fitting for the Devourer. Although the Devourer had ceased to move, he had not yet received the kill notification. Lu Tu raised the blade and swung it towards its neck. Bloodthirsty Fang's attack power increased by 0. 1. Received 200 gold coins. After slaying the Devourer, a platinum treasure chest and a dropped item appeared. Lu Tu picked them up, a cruel smile forming at the corner of his mouth as he walked towards the three vehicles. Tang Yingxue had long been ready on the machine gun turret waiting for Lu Tu's command. Upon hearing the announcement from the sky, everyone at the research base erupted into cheers. My vehicle can finally be upgraded. Someone exclaimed. Where's Tu Gu? I want to worship at his feet, then you go fight. I was just joking. Everyone was in high spirits, but some could not share in the joy. Though a bit distant, Deng Chung could clearly feel Lu Tu's gaze upon him. It sent a chill down his spine. He initially thought that Lu Tu would either be forced out of the vehicle and killed by the glutton, or that the vehicle would be completely destroyed before he was killed. Ideally, he wanted Lu Tu to be forced out and then killed so he could take the owner's key. Everything was going according to plan, but unexpectedly his estimation of Lu Tu's strength was off and things didn't follow his script. He had considered that Lu Tu was quite strong, but strength has its limits. Just as Deng Qing notified Qian Lei and Lu Gang to prepare to flee, Zhao Feifei drove her car forward and blocked their path. On the machine gun turret, Tang Yingxue directly opened fire on the engines of the three cars, while Song Qinghuan, who had just boarded, took out a weapon and began shooting through a firing port. Although Deng Chung was in a Hummer, he couldn't withstand the assault of armor-piercing rounds from a Gatling gun, let alone Qian Lei and Lu Gang's ordinary family cars. Deng Chung immediately got out of the car, raised his hands, and shouted, "Don't shoot. Don't shoot," and then messaged Ji Bai for help. The surrounding crowd had been cheering, but when they saw two guests RV block the three cars and start shooting, they all fell silent. Lu Yinping, who ran out of the car with Deng Chung, feigned innocence and cried, "Stop shooting. It's all a misunderstanding." After receiving Lu Tu's message, Tang Yingxue stopped and shouted through a loudspeaker, "All of you in those three cars, get out." On Deng Cheng's car, there were only him and Lu Yinping, while Qian Lei and Lu Gang clumsily got out of their respective vehicles, followed by 2 men and 2 women. The 2 men and 2 women trembled and collapsed to the ground. Under the streetlight, it was apparent that their faces, hands, and legs were covered in bruises and scars. Lu Tu walked up to the 8 of them and coldly asked, "You are blocking my car, right?" Just as Lu Tu finished speaking, a deep, resonant voice interrupted, "Brother Lu Tu. Wait. Spare them." A car sped up to their side and stopped. The door opened, revealing a tall figure. Lu Tu raised his gun, aiming at Ji Bei's forehead, squinting as he asked, "What? Is this your business?" Ji Bei's eyelids twitched violently as he stared at the massive gun barrel. He imagined that if the shot fired, his skull would surely burst apart. After swallowing hard, he hoarsely replied, "What happened? Is there some misunderstanding here?" Deng Chung blurted out, yes, it's a misunderstanding. My car's in." Lu Tu looked at Deng Chung as if he were a fool and chuckled, "A broken engine right next to me. Do you think I'll believe such nonsense? I recognized you all. Oh, I didn't expect it to really be you." At that moment, Zhao Feifei rolled down her car window and aimed her weapon at Deng Chung and his group. Deng Chung turned to look, feeling a wave of dread wash over him. How could he have forgotten about this woman? Ji Bai looked at Zhao Feifei and asked, "Do you know them?" "Of course. How could I not?" Zhao Feifei sneered and briefly recounted her previous encounter and how she had just been blocked by Deng Chung. Ji Bai fell silent, his expression gradually growing serious. Just as Qian Lei was about to continue arguing, Lu Tu swiftly cut him off. A head flew through the air and crimson blood gushed forth from the severed neck like a fountain. Bloodthirsty beast attack power increased by 1. Gained 42 gold coins. Survivor Qian Lei is dead. Killer Lu Tu. The blood hatred level did not increase, as with the rise in blood hatred level, the number of kills required also rose. Lu Tu casually remarked, "Captain Ji Bai, if you interfere, I don't mind adding you to the list." Ji Bai immediately withdrew his outstretched hand. Lu Gang pulled the passengers from his vehicle in front of him, trying to use them as shields while he made his escape. However, it was all in vain. Lu Tu swiftly moved in front of Lu Gang, a glint of cold light flashing. Lu Gang followed Qian Lei's fate, his head severed. Bloodthirsty beast attack power increased by 1. Gained 33. 5 gold coins. Survivor Lu Gang is dead. Killer Lu Tu. The two didn't even have time to scream before they became Lu Tu's victims. Seeing Lu Tu's decisiveness, Deng Chung immediately stood up and ran out, unleashing unprecedented strength to flee. Whoosh. Lu Tu noticed and swiftly moved in front of Deng Chung, grabbing his neck tightly with his left hand, while his right hand twisted the bloodthirsty beast. Then the blade plunged down hard from Deng Cheng's left shoulder, the entire blade of the bloodthirsty beast sinking into his body. Deng Chung let out a gurgling sound, desperately trying to bat at the arm, choking his neck. Lu Tu held him with one hand and gripped the knife with the other, unfazed, coldly watching Deng Cheng's dying struggle. Gradually, Deng Cheng's pupils began to fade, his expression filled with pain and regret. Bloodthirsty beast attack power increased by 1. Gained 72. 3 gold coins. Survivor Deng Chung is dead. Killer Lu Tu. At this moment, Lu Tu was splattered with blood, giving him an incredibly gruesome and brutal appearance. The surrounding spectators held their breath, silently watching everything unfold. They dared not make a sound, fearing that this ruthless figure might turn his attention to them. Lu Tu pulled out the knife and casually tossed Deng Chung aside, picking up his car owner's key before heading back. At this point, Lu Yinping was so scared that she wet her pants. Zhao Feifei, seeing Lu Tu return, got out of the car and said, "Let me handle her." "Wait." Zhao Feifei looked at Lu Tu in confusion, not understanding what he meant. Lu Yinping quickly crawled to Lu Tu's feet, crying, "Brother, brother, I was wrong. Don't kill me, I can be your slave." Her tears and snot covered Lu Tu's pants. He withdrew his foot from Lu Yinping's embrace, and then he handed the bloodthirsty beast to Zhao Feifei and said, "Use this." Zhao Feifei took the knife and immediately understood why. Zhao Feifei approached Lu Yinping, her expression filled with rage, her hands trembling as she gripped the knife. No. Initially hesitant, she thought about Lu Yinping's deception. If it hadn't been for Lu Tu, she dared not imagine the terrible things that could have happened to her. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widened suddenly as she thrust the knife into Lu Yinping's chest. When Lu Yinping continued to struggle, she stabbed again. Bloodthirsty beast attack power increased by 1. Gained 23 gold coins. Survivor Lu Yinping is dead. Killer Zhao Feifei. Identity passenger hatred shifted to owner Lu Tu, blood hatred level 3. Zhao Feifei took a deep breath and said thank you, returning the knife to Lu Tu, her eyes red as she went back to the car. Upon hearing the announcement, everyone gasped in shock. Blood hatred level 3. There had been instances of robbery and revenge before, but everyone feared the monster-like strength that came with blood hatred, opting instead to throw people into a swarm of monsters or break their limbs and leave them behind to be consumed by the blood mist. But Lu Tu and his group showed no hesitation in killing. "Tuga, you truly are unafraid." Lu Tu looked at the other 4 trembling individuals, scrutinizing them before asking, "What is your relationship?" One of the young men answered with a trembling voice, explaining that they had been deceived by Lu Yinping and forcibly dragged into the car by Deng Chung and his group, beginning a hellish journey. Just like how they had tried to capture Zhao Feifei at that time. Lu Tu observed the scars on their bodies, which did not seem fabricated. He stood up and tossed the keys to Qian Lei and Lu Gang's car in front of them. Then he quickly searched and scavenged some supplies from Deng Cheng's vehicle before disassembling it. His vehicle was level 1, and he obtained 1 level 1 chip from the disassembly. This item was of little importance to Lu Tu now, but he decided to keep it for later. Just as Lu Tu was about to return to the car, he heard the young man call out to him, "Boss, can we follow you? We can do anything." Lu Tu turned to look at them and saw that they were all kneeling before him. After the young man's words, the other 3 nodded vigorously. "I don't recruit people. You can ask Captain Ji Bai if he's willing." Ji Bai, who had been standing still, immediately replied, "Yes, you can follow me from now on." It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but Tang Yingxue had been aiming at him from the machine gun turret. After the 4 bowed 3 times to Lu Tu, they went to Qian Lei and Lu Gang's vehicle to begin repairing it with the leftover supplies. Lu Tu recalled something and said to Ji Bai, "If you don't manage your subordinates, well, you might bring trouble upon yourself." After saying that, he returned to the vehicle and drove away from the research base. Ji Bai stood by the roadside watching Lu Tu leave before returning to the car, sighing as he recalled Lu Tu's recent advice. Although he claimed to recruit people with the right values, he had no way of verifying whether those who came were indeed virtuous. Moreover, there was no strong system in place to enforce any constraints. While everyone had been quiet during the scene, they were already wildly speculating in the chat room. Some claimed Lu Tu was a murderer, while others suggested he had romantic entanglements. Opinions were varied. Before long, the 4 people whom Lu Tu had spared took the initiative to share their stories recounting their experiences. The entire chat room's sentiment shifted once again. Hero Lu is indeed a hero full of humanity's brilliance. Those who just called Tu Gu a murderer should feel ashamed. Go kill yourselves. Tu Gu has stabilized his image again. Tu Gu, in the first minute you were gone, I missed you. Don't stop me, I want to have you all noticed? The people Tu Gu killed were all notorious criminals. Road Judge. After driving for 2 hours, Lu Tu saw that there was no one around and slowly drove the vehicle onto the wasteland, preparing to park and rest. He comfortably took a shower, washing away the sweat and blood on his body. After the shower, Lu Tu sat in the booth and began counting today's spoils. Gold coins 1976, 2 platinum treasure chest, 1 golden treasure chest, 1 silver supplies box, 1 super elastic leather, 2, and various materials. Super elastic leather. Lu Tu thought for a moment it should be the item dropped by the devourer. However, he had just picked it up while dealing with Deng Cheng and his gang without having the time to examine it. Super elastic leather type special material description can be used for special items. It's also a special material, so it should be stored properly. Next up is the moment to open the boxes. As a tradition this time, it was the newly joined Song Qinghuan who would do the honors. Lu Tu called Song Qinghuan over and brought out the treasure chests and supply boxes for her to open. Song Qinghuan teased, "TSK Tisk, I've only seen silver treasure chests before, you just have to show off with golden and platinum ones. My strength speaks for itself, there's no other choice." Song Qinghuan smiled, saying no more, and began to open all the treasure chests and supply boxes. Obtained level 3 chip 1. Obtained vehicle space expander 1. Obtained weapon upgrade core golden 1. Obtained weapon modification component auto load 1. Obtained aluminum alloy 50. Obtained alloy steel 50. Seeing the items from the opening, Lu Tu's breathing became a bit heavier. He couldn't help but tighten his hand, resting on Song Qinghuan's slender waist. "His be gentle." Lu Tu chuckled lightly, then helped massage Song Qinghuan. He had already gathered all the materials needed for the vehicle upgrade, but there was no rush. First, let's take a look at another brand new item, the Vehicle Space Expansion Core. Vehicle Space Expander. Type special vehicle component description. After use, it will expand the internal space of the vehicle by 25. Tang Yingxue, seeing the information about this item, immediately widened her mouth. "Are we moving into a big house?" Zhao Feifei, who had been feeling a bit gloomy, instantly brightened up and cheered. "Yay! Is there a reward?" Song Qinghuan gave Lu Tu a flirtatious look, then extended one hand toward him, asking for a reward. Lu Tu grabbed her hand, kissed it, and said yes. "We'll talk about it later, and I'm sure you'll be satisfied." Song Qinghuan looked at his mischievous smile, her cheeks flushed, and scrunched her delicate nose, saying, "You must be thinking something naughty." Although Lu Tu's vehicle space was already quite large, it was barely enough for 4 people to live together. The narrow corridor required some squeezing to pass through. Furthermore, as a vehicle component, it could be influenced by Zhao Feifei's buff, expanding from its original 12.5 to 25. After use, it could even automatically upgrade by 1 level. Without delay, Lu Tu directly used the vehicle space expander. Ding! Triggered characteristic buff soul of modification vehicle space expander upgraded to vehicle space expansion core. Vehicle space expansion core level. Effect: after use, it will expand the internal space of the vehicle by 50. In the future, each time the vehicle levels up, it will additionally expand 50 of space with no upper limit. It does not affect the vehicle's appearance, and the owner can allocate the space. Description: gives you a homely feeling. Lu Tu thought he must have misheard. The vehicle component with a level of could actually be buffed and upgraded, although the displayed level after the upgrade did not change. The effect had indeed been enhanced. After the upgrade, it became even more powerful. In the future, as the vehicle levels up, the internal space will also expand accordingly. He felt like he was soaring. A space panel for adjusting the internal layout of the vehicle appeared before Lu Tu. He confirmed it directly, as he could adjust it at any time, planning to do so after upgrading the vehicle later. The 4 of them sat in the booth. The overall interior arrangement of the vehicle had not changed much, but the space had been enlarged. The narrow corridor, which could originally only accommodate 2 people sideways, was now wide enough to allow 2 people to walk side by side. Awesome. After taking a quick look, Lu Tu opened the vehicle panel again. "Do you want to upgrade the vehicle?" "Yes." Gold coins 1500. Aluminum alloy 200. Alloy steel 300. As the materials were deducted, the entire armored RV began to undergo mechanical transformations. Due to the influence of the vehicle space expansion core, the internal space was rapidly expanding. Ding! Vehicle upgrade complete. It turned out that the exterior could still reflect the shadow of an RV, but it had now completely transformed into a massive armored vehicle. The overall external dimensions of the vehicle reached 10 meters long, 3 meters wide, and 4 meters high, while the internal space had already reached about 120. The driver's seat had transformed into 5 independent seats. The arrangement was similar to the number 5 on a die. The 8x8 all-terrain chassis had huge tires nearly a person's height. The collision angles at the front of the vehicle had also been adjusted in size. Now just standing still, this vehicle could give a great sense of pressure. If someone saw it on the road and didn't yield, they would certainly turn into a speed bump. Lu2 opened the vehicle information to take a look. Owner Lu2 vehicle heavy-duty off-road RV type RV vehicle level 3, fuel 88 estimated to travel 1889 kilometers, defense 150 durability, 100 brand new decreasing, overtime occupants 35 vehicle buff energy consumption reduced by 70. Monster gold drop rate 100 vehicle modifications steel outer armor movable firing holes reinforced steel collision angles fortified bulletproof and explosion-proof tires alloy steel frame composite bulletproof glass vehicle space expansion core. Materials required for upgrade gold coins 2500 titanium alloy 300 aluminum alloy 200 alloy steel 200 rubber 160 glass 120 level 3 chip 2 evaluation a super beast of a vehicle. Looking at the material requirements, Lu2 raised an eyebrow. It truly was a gold-devouring behemoth. With a defense rate of 150 now, even if several devourers came, he would fearlessly stand his ground. The number of passenger positions on the vehicle increased by 2, which was nice. He could continue to recruit beauties. This upgrade also made the vehicle's energy consumption extremely frightening, but fortunately, it had the buff from Tanging Shua. If it were someone else stepping on the gas, that would likely lead to bankruptcy. After closing the vehicle information panel, Lu2 began to adjust the internal space of the vehicle. The driver's seat doesn't need to change. The living room can be a bit bigger and the kitchen can be slightly larger. Set up 2 bathrooms. The corridor should be widened a bit. As for what the 4-head bed was, none. Just 1 large room with 1 bed. Alright, settings complete. The internal space quickly adjusted according to Lu2's settings. The 3 women were surprised to find that the original 4-head bed was gone, replaced by an ultra-large bedroom. Lu2 stood up, stretched his body, and said, "Miss Song, it's time for me to fulfill my promise to you. Come, let's go inside." Song Qinghuan's face turned crimson, and she suddenly stood up. "Let's go in." Just in time to see what. Soon after, Tang Yingxue and Zhao Feifei also entered one after another. The shy Song Qinghuan felt even more bashful with others around. She immediately covered her face with her hands, her skin flushing a lovely pink. Lu2 said with a mischievous smile, "Don't be shy. Mind your own business." Ding. Acquired Song Qinghuan's beauty trait buff. Beauty collection has recorded 3 beauties unlocking new feature vehicle equipment synthesis. Lu2 directly closed the prompt, deciding to deal with it later. Song Qinghuan didn't even want to move a finger. Gasping, Song Qinghuan half squinted her eyes and said sweetly, "If I had known, I would have accepted that intermediate gene potion. Otherwise, how could you be so arrogant? Oh, tough mouth. Looks like you haven't been cured enough. Am I afraid of you?" Lu2, satisfied, went to the fridge to grab a can of chilled soda, beginning to replenish his hydration and sugar. Huh. So refreshing. After finishing the soda, Lu2's stomach immediately rumbled. His enhanced body had a much greater demand, including appetite. Lu2 glanced at the bedroom. Better to just make some noodles. After preparing the noodles, Lu2 sat in the living room and opened the system. Beauty collection, contractable beauties, 35 unlocked beauty shop, supermarket, vehicle component modification shop, arms shop, acquired beauty buffs, home management, spirit of modification, queen of arms, current mileage points bonus 1. 5 current mileage points 2411. After confirming, Lu2 closed the system and began to study the newly unlocked feature, vehicle equipment synthesis. This was a function unlocked during the initial exploration of biology and anthropology with Song Qinghuan. It allowed for direct consumption of items and materials to synthesize existing equipment. Lu2 looked at the position of the machine gun turret, which directly prompted that it could be synthesized into a remote weapon station. Synthesis requirements: alloy steel 10, level 1 chip 1, vehicle camera 1. These materials were simple. There was a surplus of alloy steel and level 1 chips, and he would check the trading site for the vehicle camera. Lu2 opened the trading site and searched for the vehicle camera. Dozens of sellers were offering prices that were quite cheap for Lu2, with the lowest being 5 gold coins each. Although he had just upgraded the vehicle using 1,500 gold coins, he still had over 470 gold coins left. Not wanting to waste time haggling, he directly bought it for 5 gold coins. "Would you like to synthesize remote weapon station?" After silently thinking, yes, the opening of the previous machine gun turret closed again and began to morph and remodel. After completing the modification, a special effect was triggered. Ding. Trigger trait buff, spirit of modification, remote weapon station upgraded to unmanned weapon station, CSLM-5 Gatling gun. This pleasantly surprised Lu2. Synthesis could also trigger the effect of spirit of modification. But it wasn't over yet. Lu2 discovered he could synthesize again. Previously, the vehicle had the vehicle warning module installed, and now it prompted that it could be synthesized. This synthesis required very few materials, only 10 aluminum alloys, 20 pieces of glass, and 50 metal parts. Continuing the synthesis. Ding. Trigger trait buff spirit of modification remote weapon station upgraded to unmanned weapon station CSLM-16 Gatling gun. Unmanned weapon station CSLM-16 Gatling gun type vehicle component level gold attack power 200 durability 100 guns own shooting uses durability effect equipped with CSLM-16 Gatling gun multi-mode settings increased power consumption in automatic mode warning and firing range of up to 2 kilometers. Introduction. Don't let me catch sight of you. The original M134 Gatling has transformed into the domestically produced CSLM-16. Goodness, this is a 14.5 mm caliber. The M134S7. 62 mm seems like a younger brother in comparison. Moreover, it simultaneously benefited from the traits of Spirit of Modification and Queen of Arms, with an attack power directly reaching 200. If this hit someone, they would be in serious trouble. In the position right behind the main driver's seat, a retractable control panel appeared with a head-mounted display hanging from it. Lu Tu sat in the seat and tried it out. It was convenient and quick, and in manual mode and assisted aiming mode 1, didn't even need to stick their head out of the vehicle to shoot. Using the joystick on the control panel was sufficient. After the experience, Lu Tu adjusted the warning mode to fully automatic with a warning range of 2 kilometers and a firing range of 1 kilometer. Okay, after finishing the noodles, it's time to go back to the room to sleep. The next morning, Tang Yingxue discovered that the machine gun turret originally located on the roof of the vehicle was gone. So she inquired about it with Lu Tu. After Lu Tu explained the reason, Tang Yingxue immediately sat down at the control position to experience it. Tang Yingxue found it quite easy to use, but said with a hint of disappointment, "It is indeed much safer than before, but not being able to pull the trigger myself is still a bit regretful." Lu Tu noticed Tang Yingxue's disappointment, pinched her cheek, and said, "I'll buy you a new one in the future." Tang Yingxue immediately beamed with joy and passionately kissed Lu Tu. Provoked by her actions, Lu Tu gave Tang Yingxue's delicate bottom a firm grasp and said with heavy breaths, "You've ignited the fire, you tell me what to do now." Tang Yingxue glanced at the time, realizing it was still early, then playfully rolled her eyes at Lu Tu, taking his hand to the living room. Lu Tu smiled and asked, "You know this trick too?" Tang Yingxue replied, "I saw someone selling a little book on the trading site, bought one to read, and learned from it." After saying that, she tied her hair up. "Huh?" Lu Tu let out a sigh, marveling at how studious Tang Yingxue was. Not only was she beautiful, but her academic performance was also quite excellent. Tang Yingxue tidied herself up, then called Zhao Feifei and Song Qinghuan to get up and began preparing breakfast. Lu Tu watched Tang Yingxue and thought to himself, indeed, she is the best housekeeper. He then took out that little book from the storage space and started reading it. After everyone finished breakfast, they began their journey. Song Qinghuan, with a somewhat awkward walking posture, said, "What were you doing last night? Aren't you afraid of damaging it? Isn't this what I promised you? I have to take the promise seriously." Tang Yingxue and Zhao Feifei curiously asked, "What promise is that?" Lu Tu smiled and pointed at Song Qinghuan, signaling them to ask her. Song Qinghuan stammered, "It's just..." Although she wasn't too keen on saying it at first, she directly revealed her request to Lu Tu from yesterday at the research main building, thinking about how they would all be family in the future. Because she was infected with the zombie virus, she said she didn't want to die without ever experiencing love, and since she felt a connection with Lu Tu, she half-jokingly expressed her wish to him to experience love and then be sent on her way. Lu Tu actually agreed, signing the contract directly without even looking at its contents. What he didn't expect was that he had an anti-zombie virus serum. Tang Yingxue and Zhao Feifei laughed uncontrollably. "Hee, so that's how you got on the thieving ship. And what about you two?" Then Song Qinghuan also inquired about their experiences. Ultimately, they reached a unanimous conclusion that Lu Tu was a big lecher. As the cheerful conversation continued among the group, the cold announcement echoed in the sky as expected. "Congratulations to all survivors for making it through the 4th day. Today the temperature will gradually rise to 60 and the blood mist will increase to a speed of 60 kilometers per hour. The number of aggressive environmental creatures has increased along with the drop rate and quality of items. There are a total of 100,000 survivors in the region, with 46123 remaining." Upon hearing the announcement, the chat room was filled with wails. However, the people in Lu Tu's vehicle felt nothing. Tang Yingxue looked at the densely packed tide of corpses, adjusted her headset, and then switched her weapon station to manual mode. She then pressed the trigger on the joystick to fire. The large caliber was indeed powerful. The zombies shattered upon contact. The entire scene was filled with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Although she missed the satisfaction of shooting herself, Tang Yingxue felt quite good, as if she were playing a game without having to endure the high temperature outside the vehicle. The buff from the Queen of Firearms had also taken effect. Killed a runner zombie. Earned 0. 2 gold coins. Killed another runner zombie. Earned 0. 2 mileage points. Not only did she gain gold coins, but also mileage points, bringing her one step closer to her desired equipment. Lu Tu turned his head and asked Song Qinghuan, "How did you fight before?" Upon hearing Lu Tu's question, Song Qinghuan replied, "I usually use a sniper rifle." "That's not really a sniper rifle," she added, pulling out her M1 Garand. "I didn't open the treasure chest. I originally wanted to buy a 98k, but I decided to use the gold coins to upgrade the vehicle first, and then I ended up here with you." Lu Tu took out a 98k he had previously obtained from his storage space and tossed it to Song Qinghuan. "Here, I have one." After receiving the gun, Song Qinghuan smiled and said, "It feels nice to be supported. Let's hear you call me Golden Lord." Song Qinghuan pinched her throat and mimicked the tone she had heard from short videos, saying, "Golden Lord, him not bad." The other women were amused by Lu Tu's playful demeanor and laughed heartily. Once the laughter subsided, Song Qinghuan composed herself and continued, "I accidentally opened a basic gene potion and a skill scroll for bullet time." Lu Tu raised an eyebrow and asked, "Bullet time?" "Yes, but it only lasts for 1 second, and it consumes too much mental energy." Lu Tu stroked his chin and said, "Have you used the attribute enhancement scrolls and the basic aiming skill?" Song Qinghuan shook her head. "Those things are too extravagant. As for the basic aiming, I saw it on the trading website before, but it was snatched up immediately. Could it be me?" Lu Tu had directly purchased 30 attribute enhancement scrolls from the trading site at 2 gold coins, each 10 each for strength, constitution, and spirit. He had originally wanted to buy a basic aiming skill scroll, but there were none available on the trading site now. Lu Tu had to give up and handed the attribute enhancement scrolls to Song Qinghuan. Although he could exchange for other rare items at the supermarket using mileage points, it was time-consuming and laborious. Moreover, the current value of mileage points was far more precious to Lu Tu than gold coins. Song Qinghuan's eyes widened as she looked at the 30 attribute enhancement scrolls in surprise, saying, "You hoarded so many." "I bought them from the trading site." "You really are wealthy." Song Qinghuan licked her lips upon hearing this. Lu Tu continued to refresh her understanding again and again. "Use them all, and then see how long bullet time can last." "Okay." After using all the attribute enhancement scrolls, Song Qinghuan clearly felt a surge of vitality and strength filling her body. It felt just like when she used the basic gene potion. Song Qinghuan tried activating bullet time and said, "Now I can activate it for 2 seconds." Lu Tu nodded. He then gave her the weapon upgrade, Core Gold. "You can upgrade the 98k. Song Qinghuan felt as if she had wandered into a treasure trove and smiled helplessly. "Don't you have any other weapons to upgrade?" Lu Tu shook his head. "Not for now. Feifei mainly handles driving and Ingxue is in charge of the weapon station. Your skills are quite suitable for combat. It would be a waste not to equip you." Song Qinghuan teased, "I was hoping to just lie down, but it looks like I still have to work." Lu Tu said nothing, just smiled. Song Qinghuan used the weapon upgrade core on the 98k. 3 branches appeared. M200, a modern star sniper rifle with an extremely long range and exceptional precision, perfect for long-range soft target elimination. AWM, a versatile rifle with excellent precision range and weight, a truly successful firearm. NTW-20, a professional anti-material sniper rifle with a terrifying caliber capable of inflicting devastating damage on armored units. Perhaps it should be called a sniper cannon. Upon seeing the upgrade branches, Song Qinghuan decisively chose the NTW-20. Justice is in the caliber. After completing the upgrade, a massive sniper rifle appeared in Song Qinghuan's hands. Song Qinghuan then equipped the super muzzle brake she had previously obtained onto the rifle. NTW-20 type weapon, sniper rifle, level, gold, attack power 120, durability 100, ammo 0, 3 modification, super muzzle brake. Description: 1 shot is not enough, so have another. Song Qinghuan said to Zhao Feifei. "Feifei, slow down the car. I want to try out the gun." "Okay." Song Qinghuan directly hugged the rifle and walked to the shooting hole, loading a bullet and starting to aim at a distant zombie. Her expression instantly turned as cold as ice. Taking a deep breath, she held her breath and concentrated. After aiming at the target, her index finger squeezed the trigger. Bang! The massive bullet flew toward the target Song Qinghuan aimed at. After waiting 3 seconds, Song Qinghuan saw through the scope that the zombie had been blown apart. She nodded in satisfaction. Not only was this gun powerful, but the recoil had also been reduced to that of a shotgun. Because the weapon was too large, Song Qinghuan stowed it in her backpack. She then walked back to the driver's seat. Lu Tu asked, "How was it?" "It felt great." After receiving her answer, Lu Tu thought that while a sniper rifle might not be useful against the massive tide of zombies now, it would definitely come in handy later, especially in combination with Song Qinghuan's bullet time skill. Lu Tu assessed the 4 people in the vehicle. Only Zhao Feifei had yet to use the basic gene potion. Her combat power was currently the lowest, but she had a talent for driving. Tang Yingxue preferred heavy firepower suppression, while Song Qinghuan favored long-range sniping. His three women each had their focus and combat strength. They could share a lot of the pressure and work, allowing him to take it easy. And as for himself, he was the all-rounder. Relying on a single strong point was not a long-term strategy. Being well-rounded would allow him to go further. Here I would like to thank the two readers for their gifts. It was my first time receiving gifts, and I am very grateful. Thanks to a certain deceased ACE for their support. Thanks to Zhao Wu, who loves to exterminate rats. On the journey, Lu Tu encountered very few people. Whenever anyone saw him, they would instinctively avoid him and take a different road. They feared not only his terrifying steel beast, but also his own strength. Last night, when he slaughtered the glutton and Deng Cheng, everyone watched with wide eyes as Lu Tu appeared before them in a flash, only to vanish and reappear behind them. Anyone who witnessed it felt a sense of dread. Additionally, there was another reason. Lu Tu's ghastly looting range meant that walking the same path with him left nothing, not even bone scraps. The horde of zombies was completely wiped out. Besides being sufficiently safe, there was nothing to gain. Every time they encountered a zombie group, Lu Tu would leave about 10 for Tang Yingxue, then take out the bloodthirsty Fong and directly get out of the car to slash. While slaughtering these zombies, Lu Tu relied solely on simple chopping techniques. With a single strike, he could split them in half. Killing one monster increased his attack power by 0.1, and he needed to kill 100 to fill half the bar. As he continued to slash, he quickly stacked the monster-slaying buff of the bloodthirsty Fong. After returning to the car, Lu Tu cleaned the blood off his blade and began to happily wipe it down with a cloth. He glanced at the attack power of the bloodthirsty Fong, 84. The other half of the killing buff was still missing 6 heads. At that time, the attack power of the bloodthirsty Fong could reach 90. Lu Tu began to feel a bit of anticipation, wondering who the 6 lucky ones would be that would meet their demise beneath his blade. He was also contemplating his current close combat skills, which lacked any so-called techniques or strategies, relying purely on brute strength. He wondered if he would encounter one of those legendary beauties from ancient martial families in the future. If that were to happen, he must get her into the car. As the sun sank below the horizon, the sky gradually darkened. Only the vast wilderness stood lonely in the night. Tang Yingxue, who had been playing at the weapon station all day, felt a bit fatigued. After leaving her seat, she set the weapon station to automatic targeting and firing mode. Then she called Zhao Feifei and Song Qinghuan to help her in the kitchen. After everyone finished dinner, they sat together and began to chat. As the familiar roar grew closer, everyone began to brace themselves at their respective positions. Although the current zombie tide was unlikely to harm Lu Tu's RV in such a sinister place, it was still wise to be cautious. As the zombies charged into the warning range, the unmanned weapon station began to automatically lock on and fire. With the powerful firepower of the rotary machine gun, the encircling zombies could not approach the RV at all. As the zombies were shattered one by one, a river of blood flowed around the RV, and the severed limbs and broken bodies of the zombies piled up into a small mountain. Lu Tu gazed at the scene outside, marveling at how the intensity of blood hatred had risen to a new level. Roar! The sharp howl of the giant blade zombie came dashing towards the RV under the cover of night. It then swung its curved giant blade at the RV. Sizzle! The tip of the giant blade made contact with the thick armor plate, producing a harsh sound. The giant blade zombie looked at the unscathed armor plate in confusion and leaned in closer, only to have its head blown off by Lu Tu's Fury Hunter. Due to the close distance, some blood splattered onto the gun, and Lu Tu disdainfully wiped it off with a tissue. In a short while, the attacking zombie tide was completely resolved. The bodies of the zombies surrounded the RV, forming a small ring mountain. The treasure chests and supply boxes that appeared were immediately collected into the car. Lu Tu opened them to find a platinum treasure chest and a gold supply box. He rubbed his hands together. This was the second platinum treasure chest. The previous platinum treasure chest yielded a level 3 chip and a vehicle space expander, both precious items. He wondered what this time would bring. Previously, he had let Tang Yingxue and the others open the chest, but this time, he would do it himself. Opening the chest. Obtained Ability Potion 1. Obtained Level 3 Chip 1. Obtained Titanium Alloy 10. Obtained Aluminum Alloy 50. Obtained Alloy Steel 50. Lu Tu looked around. Was that it? Is that all? Lu Tu looked at his hands in disbelief. How unfair. Tang Yingxue teased from the side. Oh dear, can you do it? Hearing Tang Yingxue's provocation, Lu Tu said fiercely, tonight you are the C position. Huh. Over the past few days, Tang Yingxue had never won, and the person in the C position would face the fiercest attacks. Lu Tu directly drank the ability potion. He had previously obtained the skill Flash Strike and wondered what he would get this time. After drinking the ability potion, Lu Tu felt the heat radiating from his body once again. His skin slightly reddened. Acquired skill Super Sensitivity Level Platinum Effect enhances reaction ability, enhances perception. This skill did provide Lu Tu some comfort. A platinum level skill must be exceptional. After acquiring the skill, Lu Tu suddenly felt a jolt in his mind, as if discovering a new world. This skill was not an active skill, but a passive one, as if it were innate. The surrounding environment began to feel somewhat different. It was incredibly marvelous. Lu Tu opened the car door and stepped out. Then he closed his eyes, able to keenly sense the movements of the wind and grass around him. This skill is excellent. It could greatly help in preventing those rats hiding in the shadows. In a pleasant mood, Lu Tu returned to the car and began to post messages in the chat room, preparing for tonight's ride-hailing rescue. As soon as the message was sent, the private message notifications exploded. After picking a few orders, Lu Tu sent the coordinates to Zhao Feifei and said, "Let's go." Received. Zhao Feifei drove straight towards the nearest rescue coordinate. When Lu Tu and his group arrived, the people huddled in the car nearly burst into tears. To avoid friendly fire, they still employed the old method of luring the zombies away before using the weapon station to clear them out. After the rescue was completed, those people were extremely grateful, almost wanting to kneel and bow to Lu Tu. However, he was not very interested in that. He was more interested in their treasure chests and supply boxes. That should be enough. Let's collect the treasure chests and supply boxes first. Oh, okay, right away. The rescued people immediately abandoned the treasure and supply boxes. After confirming receipt, Lu Tu wasted no time and hurried to the next location. In one night, he completed 7 rescues. Seeing that it was about time, Lu Tu parked the car and began to rest, preparing to have some late-night snacks and discuss life philosophy with a few beauties. As for the rest of those who sent out rescue requests, that was no longer his concern. For the late-night snacks, Tang Yingxue had prepared more than usual. Not only had Lu Tu's appetite increased, but the appetites of the other women had also grown quite a bit. Fortunately, their metabolism had also increased, so they wouldn't turn into gluttons. Lu Tu also checked the gold coins and mileage points he had earned today. Gold coins 1211. 2 mileage points 4486, he felt quite satisfied. Meanwhile, at a certain location of the Iron Horse Core, Ma Yu sat comfortably in the center of the Type RV sipping coffee, while watching his subordinates fend off the zombie tide. Due to Lu Tu's high-profile display of power yesterday, his subordinates, who were a bunch of useless fools, were a bit afraid to collect protection fees from the scattered individuals left in the research base. This matter had weighed heavily on his mind all day. Here I would like to once again thank the 2 reader patrons for their gifts. Thank you to Zhao Wu, who likes to kill rats, for the love-powered support. Thank you to Hockey Asgard Go Brother for the love-powered support. The members of the Iron Horse Corps struggled against the tide of corpses, suffering heavy casualties. After it ended, everyone had to submit their treasure chests and supply boxes. Then they would receive the corresponding supplies from the minor leaders. Upon seeing that the cleanup of the corpse tide was complete, Ma Yu stepped down from the vehicle and began instructing the various leaders to check the casualties among the team members. The dead were simply thrown to the side of the road. The injured were executed on the spot and then tossed aside. Despite the brutal methods, some people chose to join every day. Today, more people joined. One major reason was that the G-Bai team was temporarily not accepting new recruits after last night, and some individuals with no other options chose to ally with the Iron Horse Corps. This made Ma Yu somewhat pleased. After the spoils were counted, Ma Yu returned to the vehicle and began to open the treasure chests and supply boxes. After acquiring a heap of tasteless yet regrettable items, one particular object caught his eye. Simulated signal emitter type special device level silver effect simulates hostile signals. When activated, it will attract all monsters within a 5-kilometer radius and send them into a frenzy. Description: come on, have fun. Upon seeing that it was a special device, Ma Yu felt a flicker of joy. However, after reading the effect, his mood instantly sank. What is this thing? Ma Yu felt like he had been deceived, but he still put the item away. Meanwhile, Ji-Bei's group also suffered heavy losses. Ji-Bai looked at the devastation and the sea of corpses before him, unable to suppress a sigh of despair at this intensity. Whether they could survive until tomorrow night had become uncertain. Ji-Bai glanced at the platinum item in his backpack and clenched his fist. He thought to himself, if they couldn't hold on tomorrow, he would use it. Boss Ji, there are many injured today. What should we do? Gu Ziqing's inquiry interrupted Ji-Bei's thoughts. Ji-Bai looked at Gu Shiqing, who appeared flustered, slightly balding, and wearing black-framed glasses, took a deep breath, and said, try to arrange all the injured into one vehicle, placing it at the front of the line. He paused and added, allocate more water and food. Gu Shiqing sighed and began to execute Ji-Bei's instructions. The atmosphere among the various teams was quite heavy after the night's assault by the corpse tide. However, the atmosphere inside Lu Tu's vehicle was entirely different. In the center position, Tang Yingxue had already slumped to one side. Her best friend Zhao Feifei couldn't bear to watch. She stepped up voluntarily. But with a significantly lower physical fitness, she quickly succumbed. Song Xinghuan still preferred to act tough. Help me up, I can still fight. Still acting tough. Lu Tu patted her before heading to the kitchen to eat the leftover snacks from tonight. Congratulations to all survivors for surviving the 5th day. Today's temperature will gradually rise to 65 C, and the speed of the blood mist will increase to 80 kilometers per hour. The number of environmental creatures has increased, their aggressiveness has risen, and the drop rate and quality of items have improved. The total number of survivors in the zone is 100, with 32144 remaining. Lu2 lamented. In one area of 100 people, only over 300 are left now. Zhao Feifei sighed. It's truly brutal. The atmosphere in the driver's seat suddenly became a bit heavy. Lu2 said lightly, at least we are still alive. Hearing Lu Tu's words, the gloom in the hearts of the few girls was immediately cleared away. Listening to the broadcast announcements, the chat room was filled with despair. I feel a bit hot even with the air conditioning on. Is anyone selling tire modification blueprints cheaply? My tires burst after a while, and I'm about to be caught by the blood mist. Still pushing the limits, it feels like there's no way out. I'm tired, just end it quickly. I'll go check the situation in the blood mist, maybe there's a switch away for my good news brothers. To speak of suicide, so refreshingly good luck, my friend. During the day over the past 2 days, the number of people in the chat room decreased very little. Now the number of people in the chat room began to decline rapidly, evoking a sense of déjà vu from when they first arrived. Some individuals, having completely lost their mental stability, chose to end their own lives. Lu2 closed the chat room and began to rest with his eyes closed. On the road, he deliberately left a zombie alive to verify the effect of his super perception. He closed his eyes, turning his back to the zombie. As the zombie drew closer, his perception of it deepened. A woo! The zombie following Lu2's scent howled and lunged at him. Closer. Even with his eyes closed and back turned to the zombie, Lu2 could clearly sense which hand of the zombie was raised and which was lowered. As the zombie was about to bite him, Lu2 used a quick dash to move behind the zombie and swiftly drew out his bloodthirsty fang, delivering a fatal blow. Is this the power of a platinum-level skill? I love it. Exposed to the scorching sun and extreme heat, even Lu2 felt a bit uncomfortable and quickly ran back to the vehicle. A temperature of 65 C is still too extreme. As night fell, Lu2 and the others easily dealt with the corpse tide and were preparing to open the boxes. One message caught his attention. G by brother Lu2, though it's hard to speak, my team needs your help. You should be interested in this. Space jump device. Click to view details. Lu2 carefully checked G Bay's message. What he mentioned before was unimportant. The crucial part was the item link at the end. Space jump device type, special vehicle component level. Effect allows the vehicle to obtain the ability to perform space jumps. Maximum jump distance is determined by the vehicle's power reserves. Description: I jump out. I jump back in. I jump out again. I jump back in. Come hit me. Hee hee. This item intrigued Lu2. It could allow vehicles to perform space jumps. Lu2 immediately replied him in, send me the coordinates. This item must be obtained at all costs. Jibai, before this I have another request. Lu2 speak. Jibai, you can have this space jump device, and you can also take my treasure chests and supply boxes, but leave the others' treasure chests and supply boxes behind. Lu2, okay. Jibai, coordinates. Those treasure chests and supply boxes were of little significance to Lu2. What mattered was this space jump device component and the terrifying tide of corpses facing the team. Lu2, sitting in the center, said, this should be the only task for tonight. Let's go. Zhao Feifei nodded and activated the steel behemoth, speeding towards G Bay's location. Boss G, the front is about to collapse. Contract the defense. Have the people in front retreat inside using the vehicles as a barrier. Watching the surging tide of corpses, G Bay felt a sense of urgency. Lu2 raced towards the direction of the G Bay convoy. Purchased item alloy spike blueprint for wheel hub X1, cost 800 mileage points. The required materials are minimal 5 gold coins, 40 units of alloy steel, and 50 metal parts. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu2 proceeded with the modification. Ding. Triggered characteristic buff soul of modification. The wheel hub alloy spikes upgraded to retractable alloy blades. After the modification was complete, each of the 8 gigantic wheel hubs on the RV had an additional sharp spike made of 10 pieces of bright silver blades. Like a metal bud about to bloom. It can be retracted and expanded through the vehicle's control panel, and during use it can choose to rotate with the wheels or spin independently. Even at low speeds, or when stationary, it still maintains its lethality. When not in use, it retracts to prevent accidental injury. Lu2 said to Zhao Feifei, activate the wheel blades and charge directly into the horde ahead to see the effect. Okay. Zhao Feifei turned on the switch for the wheel blades. Zong. The blades expanded and began to spin rapidly along with the wheels. Ahead, a group of people was desperately holding their ground, and they watched as Lu2's RV whizzed past. Apart from the zombies that were directly knocked away, those on the side were brutally shredded in half by the wheel blades. Some severed limbs and broken arms were even flung onto other vehicles. The incredibly barbaric charge left others in shock. Is this what it means to swim in a sea of corpses? Tang Yingxue also took the opportunity to fire a few shots from the weapon station, alleviating some of the pressure on the scattered people. Some people in the chat room began to discuss. Wow, that car looks so cool. Photo. JPG, it should be 2 guest car. I saw a photo of it in the chat room during the day. This is what a Doomsday War vehicle should look like. What's the difference between us and scrap metal? Stop chatting. The zombies aren't dead yet. What's going on? Is Too Good doing charity and free rescue? Bodhisattva. Lu Tu and his group charged through the horde and arrived at the location of the Ji-Bai convoy. Upon arrival, Lu Tu sent a message to Ji-Bai. Lu Tu, I've arrived, of first pay then we work. Due to the presence of spitting zombies among the horde, Ji-Bai cautiously looked around after receiving Lu Tu's message. Seeing a car with its headlights on in the distance, Ji-Bai thought, that must be Lu Tu's vehicle. He immediately replied, Ji-Bai, all right. He quickly initiated the transaction, with Lu Tu handing over the space jump device. Although he was reluctant, survival was the priority. He was also paying for his misjudgment. Originally, he could have chosen to let everyone in the convoy escape the night zombie attack, but Ji-Bai still wanted to enhance their overall strength, so he opted to confront the horde. However, the number of zombies far exceeded Ji-Bai's expectations. After completing the transaction, Lu Tu's RV immediately crashed into the horde. The turret mounted on the roof began to spit bright tongues of fire, harvesting the lives of zombies. The RV circled around the defensive line formed by Ji-Bai's convoy. As the zombies were shredded by the wheel blades, the splattered blood and bits of flesh painted the RV's body like layers of paint. The outer zombies were completely suppressed by the firepower, making it difficult to approach the convoy. Meanwhile, those who had attacked close to the convoy were quickly dealt with by the convoy members. A vacuum circle was cleared between the horde and Ji-Bai's convoy. Although everyone was still nervously watching the seemingly endless horde, the terrifying pressure threatening their survival instantly decreased by more than half. Ji-Bai immediately issued orders for everyone to assist Lu Tu in clearing the zombies. However, after only a few shots, Ji-Bai received a message from Lu Tu. Lu Tu, stop shooting, these zombies are mine. Ji-Bai stared blankly at Lu Tu's message. But he quickly reacted. Lu Tu's rescue was indeed well known in the chat room. Moreover, everyone could save some bullets to deal with future threats. Ji-Bai, okay. After replying, Ji-Bai immediately ordered a ceasefire and instructed everyone to remain vigilant. The rest was left to Lu Tu to perform. Seeing them cease fire, Lu Tu was very satisfied. These zombies were not just gold coins, but also mileage points. The zombies, devoid of fear, were driven by their instinct to feed, continually advancing towards the living. Lu Tu, meanwhile, tirelessly eliminated them. Killed a runner zombie. Earned 0. 2 gold coins. Killed a runner zombie. Earned 0. 2 mileage points. Killed a spitting zombie. Earned 0. 5 gold coins. Killed a spitting zombie. Earned 0. 5 mileage points. Nothing is more pleasurable than watching gold coins and mileage points accumulate little by little. Gradually, the howls of zombies in this wasteland diminished until they were no longer audible. Watching the treasure chests and supply boxes appear meant that everyone had survived another night, and all were relieved. Since Lu Tu had promised Ji-Bai not to take others' treasure chests and supply boxes, everyone retrieved their own share. Seeing that the job was complete, Lu Tu parked the RV at the edge of the convoy's defense line. As the steel behemoth approached, everyone's gaze was drawn to it. Curiosity filled their eyes. Ji-Bai walked out from the barriers formed by the vehicles and approached Lu Tu's RV. The door slowly opened, revealing Lu Tu's tall and handsome figure. Ji-Bai looked up at Lu Tu and said, Brother Lu Tu, thank you for your rescue today. No need for thanks, it's business after all, and integrity is key. Lu Tu raised his eyebrow and continued, you need to give me your treasure chest and supply box. That was agreed before I came. Ji-Bai silently thought to himself, I thought you would be more polite. He promptly took out the treasure chest and supply box and handed them to Lu Tu. Pleasure doing business. Looking forward to our next collaboration. Ji-Bai smiled helplessly upon hearing this. Next time, what would it take to get you to come? After Lu Tu finished speaking, he prepared to close the door and leave. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in the sky. Detection indicates that the overall strength in this area has reached the qualifying line. Blood fog speed increased to 120 km/h. Virus aggregation type 1 has broken free from its confinement ahead of schedule. Please proceed to coordinate. To eliminate it. Upon eliminating virus aggregation type 1, a prism treasure chest will drop. The chest itself cannot be collected, and all participants will receive additional rewards. After eliminating virus aggregation type 1, this area will open a service area for survivors to rest and adjust for a short period. After the announcement concluded, someone in Ji-Bai's convoy shouted, Everyone look ahead. At the shout, everyone turned to look down the road. The originally pitch-black night sky seemed to have split open, and the blood mist cascaded down like a waterfall. It quickly filled the distant horizon. Lu Tu observed his surroundings. He was surrounded on all sides by the unsettling and heart-pounding blood mist. Lu Tu turned to Zhao Feifei in the driver's seat and shouted, "It's time to go." Everyone who heard the announcement was astonished. "Look ahead, there's blood mist up there too." The speed of the blood mist increased significantly, and it became apparent that the surrounding blood mist was gradually converging, squeezing the safe area. Everyone had no choice but to move towards the coordinates in the announcement, and they couldn't slow down. If they did, they would be engulfed by the blood mist. Most people remained relatively optimistic, especially after hearing the announcement about the appearance of prism treasure chests. Many were eager to accelerate. If they got there early, perhaps they could find something valuable. After all, that was a top-tier treasure chest. There was no reason not to take a chance. If they succeeded, they might become even more impressive than Tugo. Those who were closer had already reached the location. It appeared to be a place resembling a prison surrounded by 10-meter-high concrete walls with several watchtowers, though none of them were manned. The main gate was made of steel, and when one knocked on it, the thickness of the door was evident. As they approached, faint sounds of heavy metal being struck could be heard. The first group that arrived had already started sharing information in the chat room. Lu Tu was also keeping an eye on the chat. However, there were still about 20 minutes of travel time left. Lu Tu decided to install the space jumper he had just obtained from Ji-Bai onto the RV. Ding! Special feature buff activated. Soul of modification. The space jumper upgraded to a space jumping instrument. Space jumping instrument type, special vehicle component. Level diamond. Effect allows the vehicle to attain the ability for spatial jumps with maximum jump distance determined by the vehicle's power reserves. Within 24 hours of use, one can return to the jump point at any time. Description: I come and go as I please. After the modification, a large silver gray button appeared on the control panel adorned with an AB icon, as if fearing that people might not understand. Lu Tu observed the effects. There was no change in the front, but a new effect appeared at the back. Within 24 hours of use, one could return to the jump point at any time. This is interesting. If the power is sufficient, one could jump around freely. Even a platinum-level space jumper has incredibly powerful capabilities. Ji-Bai truly invested heavily. Lu Tu operated on the control screen, and the space jump displayed a jump distance of 3 meters. Currently, the vehicle's battery only had 30 degrees. Every 10 degrees of power could increase the jump distance by 1 meter. To Lu Tu, this was simply a scientific miracle. Moreover, aside from a few level components, this was the first diamond-level vehicle component on the car. Lu Tu thought that in the future the vehicle's power-using equipment would definitely be plentiful, especially the shield generator he had been yearning for. According to the blueprint, this thing also consumed a lot of power. Lu Tu checked the mileage points, 8,848 mileage points. Gritting his teeth, he directly purchased a golden blueprint worth 4,000 mileage points from the vehicle component modification shop. Fortunately, the required materials were not rare, only a large number of metal parts were needed. Lu Tu had plenty of these basic materials. Directly modify and use. High compression energy battery. Type vehicle component. Level platinum. Effect lightweight, thin 1,000 degrees. Description: electric energy surges. After completion, the system prompted that it could be synthesized with the engine. Synthesis requirements: titanium alloy 20, aluminum alloy 10, level 1 chip 1, thermal energy transformer 1. However, Lu Tu did not have the thermal energy transformer among the synthesis materials, and he hadn't seen this item on the trading network or in the chat room. However, the current 1,000-degree battery should be sufficient. The jump distance had reached 100 meters. As long as there weren't any excessively outrageous situations, he could handle it. Lu Tu glanced out the window, and the number of vehicles on the road gradually increased. Moreover, their speeds, others usually maintained a relatively fuel-efficient speed. Now it seemed that many wanted to see if they could find an opportunity for a comeback against the virus conglomerate. After driving for more than 20 minutes, Lu Tu arrived at the coordinates provided in the announcement. The area was already surrounded by vehicles. From the paint patterns on those vehicles, most were from the Iron Horse Corps. In front of this prison, a group of people had gathered, beginning to figure out how to open this massive metal gate. Lu Tu looked at the outer wall and directly controlled the machine gun to fire at the wall. Buzz! The wall, swept by gunfire, sent huge chunks flying and created a cloud of dust. The sudden gunfire startled everyone nearby, thinking that a zombie had emerged. One by one, they pulled out their guns, preparing for battle. Only when they saw Lu Tu shooting at the wall did they breathe a sigh of relief. However, they felt this behavior was even more absurd. What kind of family is this? Shooting wildly at the concrete wall. After a while, Lu Tu stopped firing and looked at the breach in the wall, which was filled with rebar. Judging by the gaps in the rebar, a person could fit through, but a vehicle could not. Upon seeing the breach, Mayu immediately sent his subordinates to seize the opportunity. The Iron Horse Corps underlings, upon entering, found that the inside was mostly in ruins. One of the metal doors, half buried in the rubble, had already been opened. A member of the Iron Horse Corps boldly approached to investigate. However, it was pitch black inside and unable to see anything. He prepared to toss a torch down. Just as he was about to ask a companion for a torch, a long, meaty tentacle shot out swiftly from the dark doorway, wrapped around his neck, and yanked him inside. Then a scream came from within, accompanied by a deep growl. People nearby immediately turned and ran towards the breach in the wall. At this moment, the metal gate began to flash alarm lights and slowly opened. Lu Tu quickly instructed Zhao Feifei to drive the vehicle up to the metal gate. Soon the horrifying screams of zombies echoed from within the prison. A few giant blade zombies leaped out from the debris, and then a continuous stream of other zombies began to emerge from those breaches. A meat lump with bright red muscle tissue crawled out from the metal door. Virus Conglomerate Type 1. Type Monster. Level Gold. Overall Combat Power 50. Skills Devour Rapid Evolution. Description: Friend Delicious. This panel surprised Lu Tu. Its level was only Gold, and its combat power was merely 50. However, its skills were quite intriguing. The person who rushed through the gate saw the virus conglomerate and pulled out a gun to shoot. Among the monsters encountered by most people aside from the previous devourers, the giant blade zombies had the highest combat power. Even though the giant blade zombie had a combat power of 70 in a dark environment, it could still be killed by bullets, let alone the one in front of him, which had a combat power of 50, a mere weakling. Especially under the extreme survival pressure of this environment and the terrifying strength displayed by Lu Tu, many people wished to take a gamble. They wanted to see if they could become the chosen ones. To seize the prismatic treasure chest, they moved closer and closer to the virus conglomerate. There was only one prison gate, but more and more people and vehicles gathered, resulting in a traffic jam. Those who were close to the virus conglomerate had already pulled out their ultimate weapons and began shooting recklessly. The virus conglomerate emitted dreadful howls as it was shot, with bullet holes appearing all over its body. Then it swung its insect-like limbs and retreated into the metallic door, quickly extending its tentacles to grab the passing zombies. Seeing the virus conglomerate escape, the people at the front initially wanted to pursue it, but were obstructed by an endless stream of zombies. Faced with this situation, they could only anxiously clear the zombies in front of them, hoping for an opportunity to chase. Some people stuck outside, unwilling to let others steal the first kill, directly got out of their vehicles, stepping on the roofs of others' cars as they ran towards the interior of the prison. Wang Lei, blocked by vehicles front and back, found himself unable to enter or exit, sitting inside the car with an exceedingly frustrated expression. Sounds of footsteps echoed on the roof of the car, causing dents to appear on the ceiling. Wang Lei couldn't help but lower the window, poking half of his body out to curse at those who were running over his car roof. What the hell, can't get in, so you step on my car? Do you have any manners? Be careful, or I'll break your legs. He then returned to the car with an extremely displeased expression, making no further significant moves. A blond man turned back, stamping heavily on his windshield. Bang! With a cocky expression, he said, "I'm from the Iron Horse Brigade. Come at me if you dare." After saying this, he turned and walked back towards the prison. Wang Lei was provoked by this, his face reddening like a cooked lobster. He lowered the car window again, crawled out of the car, jumped onto the hood, and pulled the bolt of his submachine gun. Click! Old Wang, don't. Wang Lei's companion wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Rat-a-tat-tat. Survivor Duan Ming is dead. Killer Wang Lei. Blood, feud level 1. Wang Lei glared with bloodshot eyes, walking towards Duan Ming's corpse with a fierce expression. Feeling unsatisfied, he changed the magazine and began to desecrate the corpse. While shooting, he roared, "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! They'll show you who's boss." Everyone was stunned by this sudden kill notification. Everyone was waiting to kill the boss. How could someone kill another person first? Lu Tu observed the entire process from outside through binoculars. He sighed as expected. Something went wrong. The entire scene then descended into chaos. Survivor Gao Jian is dead. Killer Sun Boying. Blood, feud level 1. Survivor Wang Lei is dead. Killer Luo Jiashu. Blood, feud level 1. Death notifications appeared one after another, with guns trained on each other. The virus conglomerate, previously suppressed by firepower, crawled out again. Those at the front were anxious. They were pushing the line forward while the ones at the back were engaged in shooting, unable to shout for help. The virus conglomerate crawled to a vehicle closest to it. It used its tentacles to swiftly stab towards the windshield. The person inside the vehicle didn't even have time to react before being pierced through the head. The limp body, along with the windshield, was violently dragged out of the vehicle by the tentacles. The virus conglomerate dragged the body in front of it, and the originally blood-red meatball split open, a huge mouth beginning to devour the fresh food it had just obtained. In less than a minute of eating, its size increased significantly. Those at the very front, who had just gotten out of the vehicle to escape, suddenly felt a sharp pain in their abdomen, and then their entire body flew into the air. Everything in front of him blurred, and he found himself facing the giant red meatball. Due to extreme pain and fear, he couldn't even scream, only seeing a huge bloody mouth coming to bite him. Those engaged in shooting gradually noticed something was off. The zombies were not only getting closer, but they could also see a fully red monstrous figure behind them. Someone used the system to scan and discovered that this was the virus conglomerate mentioned in the announcement. After consuming a bunch of zombies and humans, the virus conglomerate had developed some human characteristics. Its huge and robust body had hands and feet. The entire head was a massive mouth that closed in from both sides, covered in sharp white teeth. It was a sight that felt like a taint on the soul. Stop shooting, stop. The monster is coming. Oh. The person who was trying to warn everyone was immediately pierced through the body by a rapidly thrusting tentacle and was dragged into the bloody mouth. The others were taken aback, quickly reaming their guns at the virus conglomerate. But it was too late. The virus conglomerate, enduring the firepower of light weapons, crashed into the flow of vehicles like a tank, waving its tentacles as it feasted. Not only the virus conglomerate, but also the zombies behind it rushed over. Those who had not yet been affected directly abandoned their vehicles and fled. Lu Tu observed the virus conglomerate, which had completely changed in form, and scanned it again. Virus conglomerate type 1, type monster, level gold, overall combat power 77, skills devour, rapid evolution, description friends delicious. TSK. The beast that originally had a combat power of 50 had now reached 77 thanks to its skills. If it continued to eat, who knows what it would become. Lu Tu couldn't be bothered with whether there were still people nearby, and directly operated the rotary machine gun, starting to fire at the virus conglomerate. Those who had just been blocked outside and couldn't get in saw Lu Tu attack and took out their weapons to join the fight. After all, if the sky were to fall, there were big shots to hold it up. Furthermore, it had been mentioned in the announcement that participants would receive extra rewards. While they had no hope for the treasure chest, they still needed to grab the extra rewards or they would suffer a significant loss. Roar. The virus conglomerate that was pursuing fleeing people was hit by Lu Tu's rotary machine gun, causing a bloody mess as it screamed. Just as it wanted to flee, it was pierced by the massive battering ram at the front of Lu Tu's RV. Zhao Feifei didn't let off the gas, directly pinning the virus conglomerate against the cement wall. Seeing there was no way to escape, the virus conglomerate frantically stabbed at the RV with its tentacles. However, it could only produce a clanging sound, causing no real harm. The machine gun on the roof began to rotate, spitting flames at the virus conglomerate pinned against the wall. In less than a second, the entire upper body of the virus conglomerate seemed to be erased, leaving only some flesh hanging from the battering ram. Since there was no announcement and no treasure chest appeared, Lu Tu instructed Zhao Feifei to reverse the vehicle. The vehicle slowly pulled back, and the lower half of the virus conglomerate slid to the ground. After getting out of the car, Lu Tu saw a watermelon-sized meatball glowing slightly red and pulsating, sliding out from its stomach. It was accompanied by some undigested human tissue and an extremely pungent odor. Lu Tu frowned, took out the bloodthirsty fong, and with a single motion cut the meatball in half. The cut meatball quickly stopped pulsating, and its color gradually changed from red to dark brown. Killed 1 virus conglomerate type 1. Earned 200 gold coins. Killed 1 virus conglomerate type 1. Earned 200 mileage points. Congratulations on killing virus conglomerate type 1. All participants received 20 gold coins, 1 bronze treasure chest. A dazzling treasure chest also appeared on the corpse of virus conglomerate type 1. Just as Lu Tu was about to approach to open it, Ma Yu arrived with people. When the prism-colored treasure chest appeared, a brilliant beam of light shot straight into the sky, dazzling the onlookers. At the same time, a new announcement echoed in the sky. The service area has opened. Once the treasure chest is opened, the blood mist ahead will disappear. Many wanted to approach and take a look, but upon seeing Lu Tu's imposing RV, they dismissed the thought. Just as Lu Tu was about to open the treasure chest, Ma Yu and a group of people arrived nearby, saying, "You must be Lu Tu, right?" Lu Tu squinted at Ma Yu and replied, "What?" Ma Yu, who had initially been slightly tense, relaxed and said, "You see, this time it's our Iron Horse group leading the charge. We put in a lot of effort and lost quite a few people." He paused and continued, "How about this? Let's split whatever is in the chest evenly. You pick first. How does that sound?" Upon hearing Ma Yu's proposal, Lu Tu laughed, "Ha." But then his expression changed, turning emotionless as he said, "What if I refuse?" A flicker of anger ignited in Ma Yu's eyes, and while he felt a surge of fury, he forced it down. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he said, "Lu Tu, isn't that a bit unfair?" After finishing, he exchanged glances with several of his subordinates. They immediately understood and began to echo him. "Yeah, we all contributed a lot. One shouldn't be too selfish. Right. We lost quite a few people here." Many others had gathered around, some from the Iron Horse group, and others hoping to get a piece of the action. One person had already started cursing in the chat room. As the blood mist gradually closed in, many who hadn't reached the prison were getting anxious. Who are those people next to Lu Gu? They seem to be the leader of the Iron Horse group, Ma Yu. Hurry and let Lu Gu open the chest to clear the road ahead, so we can escape. Did they contribute? Now they want to share Lu Gu's treasure. Lu Tu glanced around, growing impatient. Weren't those people at the gate just fighting with each other? Didn't your people cause that? As for contributing, letting the monsters take advantage and devour so many of you, you were actually helping the monsters, right? Ma Ye's fists clenched tightly as he gritted his teeth. Lu Tu was indeed correct, and it was his own idea to have the Iron Horse group members get out and step onto others' vehicles. Just as he was about to continue arguing with Lu Tu, the turret mounted on the vehicle suddenly aimed at Ma Ye's group. The onlookers hurriedly retreated. Ma Yu swallowed hard and shot a glance at Lu Tu. In that look, Lu Tu could faintly sense not only jealousy, but also killing intent. Lu Tu was unsure of what Ma Yu was thinking at that moment, but he was already contemplating how to increase the attack power of his bloodthirsty Fang by 1. If someone dared to show their fangs to him, there would only be one outcome: death. Lu Tu drew out the bloodthirsty Fang and gripped it tightly in his hand. Suddenly his expression turned cold as he stepped forward. Before Ma Yu could react, Lu Tu, who had been by the prism-colored treasure chest, suddenly appeared right in front of him. His pupils dilated in shock, and just as he prepared to pull out his gun from his backpack, he found his vision suddenly lowered. Thud. Bloodthirsty Fang's attack power increased by 1. Gained 66 gold coins. Survivor Ma Yu has died. Killer Lu Tu. No one expected Lu Tu to attack so suddenly. The few subordinates who had followed Ma Yu, having just drawn their guns, found Lu Tu had vanished before their eyes. Were you looking for me? What? Lu Tu's cold voice came from behind. Then the faint red glow on the bloodthirsty Fang flashed, and a head flew off, hot blood spraying everywhere. Bloodthirsty Fang's attack power increased by 1. Gained 9 gold coins. Survivor Hu Fei has died. Killer Lu Tu. The other 3 holding guns began to shoot wildly, causing all the onlookers nearby to retreat back into their vehicles. Lu Tu lowered his body, holding the frenzied hunter in his left hand, and aimed directly at the hands of those holding guns. Bang! 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 With each shot he dodged. After 3 shots, the hands of 3 Iron Horse group members were shattered by the powerful magnum bullets. "Oh, my hand!" The cries of the few echoed in unison. Lu Tu approached one of them and said, "Noisy." He raised his hand and plunged the tip of the bloodthirsty Fang into his mouth, which was wide open from screaming. The blade pierced through the back of his skull, and he ceased his screams. Bloodthirsty Fang's attack power increased by 1. Lu Tu swiftly beheaded the other 2. Bloodthirsty Fang's attack power increased by 1. Bloodthirsty Fang's attack power increased by 1. The ones who had come looking for trouble were all killed cleanly by Lu Tu. Lu Tu turned to look at the direction where the Iron Horse group was gathered. They were already in chaos. With the treasure chest still unopened, the blood mist ahead continued to roll towards the prison. Everyone could only loiter around. To prevent anyone from provoking them again, Lu Tu immediately told Tang Yingxue to open fire towards the Iron Horse group while he slipped back to the side of the prism-colored treasure chest. The gun mounted on the RV aimed at the direction of the Iron Horse group and began to fire. Virum. The leading members of the Iron Horse group were blocked by the vehicles behind them and couldn't retreat. The vehicles were directly turned into Swiss cheese by the machine gun, and their durability dropped to 0 in an instant. With the vehicle's durability reaching 0, the owner would no longer be protected by the vehicle. The Iron Horse group members sitting inside were instantly shattered by the high-caliber bullets. The vehicles that were being shot at began to explode and catch fire. Thick smoke entwined with flames and dust obscuring the retreating Iron Horse group members. Survivor Zhou Yin has died. Killer Tang Yingxue. Identity: passenger hatred transferred to vehicle owner Lu Tu. Blood hatred level 4. The announcement from the sky signified Lu Tu's decisiveness. Those who dared to show their fangs would die. The other onlookers were so frightened by Lu Tu's actions that they practically fled. A few fearless ones remained watching the spectacle, as if to say, even if we die, it will be worth the ticket price. Seeing that the crowd had dispersed, Lu Tu immediately opened the prism-colored treasure chest. The moment the chest was opened, a beam of light shot straight into the sky. After flickering a few times, the blood mist ahead was forcefully divided to both sides. As everyone saw the road revealed, they immediately drove away from the area. Lu Tu quickly collected the items from the chest and returned to the vehicle. Obtained vehicle space, chamber expansion, module 1. Obtained Director Chao's office key 1. After settling into his seat, Zhao Feifei immediately started the vehicle and accelerated towards the only safe direction. Lu Tu checked the 2 items he had just obtained. Obtained vehicle space, chamber expansion, module level. Type: special vehicle component. Effect: adds a functional chamber of 50 to the vehicle. Can refer to the special upgrade of a trailer type RV. Description: everything you could need. Director Chao's office key. Description: there seems to be some secrets inside. Lu Tu felt a surge of joy. The prism-colored treasure chest truly yielded impressive items. The vehicle space chamber expansion module could directly give the vehicle a special upgrade chamber like a trailer type support RV. The chamber could be set up for different functions, such as armament chamber, food chamber, energy chamber, medical chamber. If he could obtain a few more vehicle space chamber expansion modules in the future, not only would this vehicle possess the combat power of a heavily armored off-road RV, but it could also have the functionalities of a trailer-type support RV. However, he was still uncertain about what functions to set in the chamber. Moreover, there was still a platinum treasure chest and a golden supply box that had yet to be opened. Lu Tu planned to first check what medicines were being sold in this service area before deciding what type of functional chamber to set. As for opening the boxes, he would let them do it when they reached their destination. Lu Tu turned his attention to the other item. It was just a key. He recalled the note he had previously obtained from the Dome Technologies safe. The item information was the same as the note, containing only a name and description. Thanks to that note, he found the weapon laboratory in the research base. Not only had he obtained bulletproof lining, but he had also transformed the Yinling blade into a weapon capable of growth. Lu Tu stored it carefully, hoping to find that Director Chao's office later. After checking all the newly obtained items, Lu Tu gripped the bloodthirsty Fong in one hand, while gently stroking the blade with the other. Attack power 89. Unfortunately, he was still one short of reaching the full buff of Tao Tai. He wondered who would be that lucky one. Lu Tu slowly closed his eyes. Blood hatred had reached level 4. He wondered what kind of monsters would come after him, with what scale and intensity. Lu Tu's heart began to fill with anticipation. Lu Tu, come look. Zhao Feifei's sweet and lively voice pulled Lu Tu from his thoughts. What is it? Lu Tu asked Zhao Feifei while walking towards the driver's seat. Look, the road and the surrounding environment are starting to look different. Lu Tu looked outside through the windshield and found that the previously dilapidated asphalt road had transformed into a concrete surface. The traffic markings were clearly visible, and there was no sand or gravel on the road. On both sides, the scenery began to change, with sparse greenery appearing alongside the highway and other vehicles speeding by. Tang Yingxue and Song Qinghuan also widened their eyes, gazing at the new scenery outside the window. Lu Tu sat in the middle seat and then opened the chat room. Finally, it's not the monotonous colors of the wasteland anymore. Driving on this road feels so pleasant. That bumpy road before was a nightmare. This road looks very much like the asphalt concrete surface used on highways. Highway. No wonder. The fog ahead seems to be quite thick. Or should we slow down? Slow down for what? Can't you see the blood mist behind is still chasing us? Lu Tu closed the chat room, his nerves tightening as he looked at the thick fog ahead. The RV sped straight into the thick fog. After a short while, it burst out from the other side of the mist. It looks beautiful. Finally, something eye-catching to look at. The scenery that once made me nauseous now feels like a paradise. The three girls in the vehicle began to exclaim at the sight before them. Lu Tu also relaxed his tense nerves and began to appreciate the scenery outside the window. The distant mountains, undulating and hidden in the thin mist, appeared lush and mysterious. Road signs began to appear on the right side of the road. Zhao Feifei said, "We're still 3 kilometers away from the Qingshan service area." As the ramp appeared, Zhao Feifei turned the steering wheel to the right and entered the ramp. A massive service area came into view. Lu Tu gazed out the service area, surrounded by layers of towering mountains, standing stark and vast, seemingly endless. Upon entering the service area, a system notification was received. Upon opening it, it was the service area guidelines. The content was simple. The service area is an absolute safe zone. No harm or killing is allowed. Violators will be eradicated. Lu Tu raised his eyebrows after reading it, realizing it was to prevent the service area from turning into a battlefield. He had Zhao Feifei drive around the service area. Due to his astonishing speed, there were currently no other people in the service area. All that could be seen were parking spaces with large 3-story buildings at intervals. However, the appearance of the buildings was identical, with a large countdown sign placed in front of each closed door. Seeing there was nothing much to explore, they randomly found a spot to park the car. Song Qinghuan glanced at the thermometer and joyfully exclaimed, "The temperature here is only 22 C." Lu Tu said, "Let's get out and take a walk." Several people opened the car doors and stepped out. The oppressive heat that could roast one alive in the wilderness was completely absent in the service area. The temperature was extremely comfortable. Looking at the beautiful scenery and feeling the cool air, everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. The air was mingled with the faint fragrance of mountain forests and vegetation, warm and transparent. With each breath, there was the unique coolness of the wilderness, refreshing and invigorating. At each parking space, there was a fuel pump and a charging station. Lu Tu approached to take a look. 1 gold coin, 1 liter of universal fuel, 1 gold coin, 10 kilowatt-hours. Wow, that's a ripoff. So comfortable. Zhao Feifei crossed her arms over her head and stretched lazily. Her already alluring curves became even more captivating. Lu Tu, who was initially admiring the scenery, found his gaze firmly captured by Zhao Feifei's movements. Although he could see it at any time, he could never get enough. Tang Yingxue, noticing, walked up to Zhao Feifei and gave her a hard slap on the butt. Smack. Oh, senior sister. What was that for? Why did you hit me? Calm down, there are people around who are practically drooling. Zhao Feifei glanced at Lu Tu, then smiled mischievously at Tang Yingxue, saying, oh, it's just a natural gift, nothing I can do about it. TSK. Tang Yingxue wrinkled her pretty well-defined nose. Then she reached out to pinch Zhao Feifei's slim waist. Ouch, Lu Tu, help me. Zhao Feifei, while dodging Tang Yingxue's claws, ran to Lu Tu's side and hugged him tightly. Lu Tu laughed and said, haha, you brought this upon yourself. As Zhao Feifei squirmed away from Tang Yingxue's tickling, she said, if you save me, he'll tell you a secret about senior sister tonight. Haha, I promise it's true. What type of secret? Tell me first. About your senpai. You can't say it. Tang Yingxue's fair cheeks turned bright red like a ripe tomato, making one unable to resist the urge to bite. Lu Tu narrowed his eyes and immediately reached out to grasp Zhao Feifei's slim waist, pulling her into his embrace. Deal. Tang Yingxue could only helplessly glance at the sky. After she gave up pursuing, Lu Tu released Zhao Feifei and turned to Song Qinghuan, who was observing the surroundings with binoculars. What do you see? Nothing unusual. Lu Tu nodded and said, let's go check out the building. They then headed toward the service area. At the entrance, there was a digital sign displaying the countdown. 11512. Lu Tu tried to open the tightly shut door, but there was no response. Everyone tried, but there was no reaction. Do we have to wait for the countdown to finish before we can open the door? After a while, others began to arrive at the service area in succession. Meanwhile, Lu Tu's group had already set up tents and tables outside the car, leisurely brewing tea and enjoying the scenery. Lu Tu handed over the platinum treasure chest and supply box that had not been opened yet to Tang Yingxue, asking her to try opening them. After Tang Yingxue filled Lu Tu's tea cup, she opened the treasure chest. Acquired Super Air Purifier Modification Blueprint 1. Acquired Automatic Loading 1. Acquired Titanium Alloy 10. Acquired Aluminum Alloy 50. Acquired Alloy Steel 50. Tang Yingxue covered her mouth in surprise. An air purifier. Super Air Purifier Modification Blueprint Type Vehicle Component Level Diamond Effect. Can filter harmful substances from the air and automatically clean harmful materials from the filter. Description: take a deep breath and feel like your lungs just had a spa treatment. Material requirements: gold coins 500, aluminum alloy 50, and metal parts 200. Level 3 chip 1, composite biochemical filter 1. It's actually a diamond level modification blueprint. Lu Tu opened the vehicle component modification shop and searched. This blueprint actually required 15000 mileage points. Lu Tu picked up the teacup in front of him and sipped the fragrant tea guanyin. He sighed a bit, saying, I've realized you all are amazing at opening boxes. From now on, as long as there are no special circumstances, I'll let you all handle the box openings. The girls nodded with smiles. Lu Tu then turned his gaze back to the blueprint. As expected of a diamond-level blueprint, just the gold coin cost was 500, with a long list of required materials behind it. Composite biochemical filter, I don't have that on hand. Lu Tu opened the trading network to search, but it was barren with no one having that item. It's better to hold on to it for now. I only have one level 3 chip, while upgrading the vehicle requires 2. Vehicle upgrades are the first priority, I'll think about it when I have spare level 3 chips later. More and more survivors arrived at the service area. The once eerily quiet service area began to liven up gradually. Some parked their cars, got out, and upon feeling the cool fresh air, immediately lay down on the ground and began to cry heartily. Others were overjoyed. Everyone expressed their feelings of survival after the disaster. After a while, people began to gather in small groups to interact. Fortunately, the space was ridiculously vast, unlike popular tourist spots during holidays that are noisy and crowded. It was even quieter around Lu Tu. Everyone would park their cars at a distance upon seeing his car. The nearest ones parked over 10 meters away from him. This also allowed him to enjoy some peace. Lu Tu glanced at the time. The countdown should be nearing its end. He then picked up the binoculars and looked at the digital sign at the door of the building. 1413. 3210. As the countdown ended, a cold, merciless mechanical voice rang out, penetrating everyone's ears. Congratulations to all survivors for passing the first round of survival tasks. In this area, A10086, total survivors 100, remaining survivors 30272. Due to the early elimination of virus aggregate type 1, an additional reward of 1 day of service area docking time has been granted. Total docking time is 4 days. A new survival task will commence after 4 days. To assist survivors in facing the upcoming challenges, the service area building will open a mall and a hotel, both requiring payment in gold coins. After the announcement, signs for the mall and hotel appeared on the service area building. The tightly shut doors also opened automatically. The previously quiet service area immediately became a hubbub of voices. Some lamented that it wasn't over, while others expressed gratitude for Lu Tu's efforts in eliminating the virus aggregate. Many people rushed towards the main building of the service area. Lu Tu sat in a lounge chair, appearing calm, but waves of emotions surged within him. At the moment the announcement echoed, his system Red Beauty catalog also sent a notification indicating us, "Congratulations to the host for reaching a new stage. Our Red Beauty catalog has completed its upgrade and gained new effects. Unity 1. The attributes of the beauties will be returned to the host at a rate of 50. 2. The mileage points bonus provided by each beauty increases from 0.5 to 1. Current mileage points bonus 3. Lu Tu completely missed what the announcement stated and immediately opened his character panel. Survivor Lu Tu attributes Strength 77, Constitution 81, Spirit 79, Skills, Super Sensation, Swift Strike, Basic Targeting Backpack 45, Substitute Paperman 3, Bloodthirsty Beast 1, Taurus Frenzied Hunter 5001, Universal Pistol Ammunition 150 Gold Coins 2011. 2. Comprehensive Combat Power 79, Evaluation, no longer human. After the system upgrade, the newly acquired Unity effect caused a significant surge in his strength, constitution, and spirit. Lu Tu now felt an unending surge of strength. Moreover, the mileage points bonus increased from the original 1.5 to 3, tripling the efficiency in earning mileage points. Lu Tu. Huh, what's wrong? Lu Tu was pulled back to reality by Tang Yingshu's voice. Tang Yingxue looked at Lu Tu with concern. "I saw you daydreaming. What's going on?" "It's nothing, I was just thinking about some things." "Can you tell me what the announcement said?" Seeing that Lu Tu was fine, Tang Yingxue recounted the contents of the announcement. Lu Tu stood up and said, "Let's go for a walk together." The three women stood up in response and walked alongside Lu Tu towards the service area building. Lu Tu glanced at the signs at the entrance. Turning left led to the mall, while turning right led to the hotel. He chose to visit the mall first. The group of one man and three women attracted the attention of most people. Although most people had never seen Lu Tu, they guessed it was him at once. It wasn't that the combination was strange, but rather that each of these four individuals appeared vibrant and well-dressed. In contrast, others bore the marks of days filled with struggle and battle. Their clothes were stained with blood and dirt, and their spirits were in a poor state. They looked as disheveled as refugees. Upon realizing it was Lu Tu, they hurriedly averted their gazes. A few bold individuals greeted Lu Tu, saying, "Tu. Brother Tu." "Huh." Lu Tu turned to see who was calling him. Upon noticing Lu Tu's gaze, the person quickly said, "It's nothing, I just wanted to say hello. Please continue." Seeing that it was just a greeting, Lu Tu ignored him and continued to explore the vast mall with the women. From the outside, everything seemed normal, but upon entering the space was astonishingly large. Lu Tu speculated that they had utilized something similar to a vehicle space expander, allowing for a massive internal space, while keeping the exterior unchanged. Inside, the mall shelves displayed various daily necessities, almost identical to those in previous supermarkets and malls. A pack of 24 bottles of 500 milliliters purified water was priced at 0.5 gold coins. A pack of cigarettes was sold for 5 gold coins. As they ventured deeper, things took a different turn with various weapons for sale, including both firearms and melee weapons. Next was a counter selling vehicle modification blueprints, which drew quite a crowd. People were discussing how to modify their vehicles. Lu Tu casually glanced, but all he saw were low-grade items like black iron and bronze. Moreover, the prices were relatively high. A bronze-level blueprint cost 20 gold coins. After looking around, he found nothing worthwhile and left. After walking for a while, he discovered a large crowd gathered ahead, occasionally hearing someone shout in frustration, "I'm never playing again," or exclamations like, "Damn it. Refund." Lu Tu, curious, walked over and patted one person's shoulder, asking, "Friend, what are they selling here? Don't just randomly pat me. Do we know each other?" The person turned around with an annoyed expression, ready to see who the oblivious individual was. Upon recognizing Lu Tu, he immediately apologized. "Brother Tu, sorry." Seeing that the other party remained silent, Lu Tu asked again. "Brother Tu, this is a slot machine, 5 gold coins per try." The people in front of the slot machine parted to make way for Lu Tu. Lu Tu raised an eyebrow and walked up to the slot machine, glancing at the instructions displayed above. It was 5 gold coins per draw, with item levels ranging from black iron to platinum. Anything could be drawn purely based on luck. Isn't this just a gold coin recycling scheme? It preys on people's gambling psychology of gaining much for little, leading them to become gradually addicted until they lose everything. Lu Tu had always looked down on such things. He called up the coin insertion panel for the slot machine, inserted 5 gold coins, and pressed the large start button. After all, he currently had over 200 gold coins. It was worth trying a couple of times. The colorful lights on the slot machine panel began to flash, accompanied by simple electronic music. As Lu Tu inserted coins to play the slot machine, everyone shifted their attention to the panel, eager to see what Brother Tu would win. Finally, the lights stopped on black iron, and with a couple of clicks, a dark item rolled out of the dispensing slot. Lu Tu looked at the canned luncheon meat that came out and opened his mouth. He tried again, but this time the lights also stopped on black iron, giving him a watermelon knife. Lu Tu rubbed his temples and said to the women next to him, "Why don't you each try twice?" The surrounding crowd was astonished. They knew Lu Tu was wealthy, but they didn't expect him to be this rich. He himself had drawn twice and was now letting his women draw twice as well. That's a total of 40 gold coins. With just a bit more, he could directly upgrade a level 0 vehicle to level 2. Tang Yingxue approached the slot machine, rubbing her hands. She had always believed her luck wasn't bad. After inserting 5 gold coins, she began. The lights finally stopped on gold, and the crowd erupted in amazement. Click, click. A gleaming golden item appeared at the dispensing slot. Mastering Blade Technique Type Skill Scroll Level Gold Effect grants mastery in blade techniques, slightly enhancing blade comprehension. Introduction: My blade does not discriminate. Holy crap. Awesome. I've seen so many people play, and this is the first time I've seen someone draw a gold item, and it's a skill scroll. But it's a melee skill scroll, but it's not as effective against zombies as a gun. What do you know? Brother 2 specializes in blades. Tang Yingxue happily held Mastering Blade Technique in her hands, saying, "How about that? Impressive, right?" She waved it around triumphantly, even wiggling her eyebrows playfully. Lu Tu generously approved of Tang Yingxue's exuberance. Tang Yingxue handed Mastering Blade Technique to Lu Tu and then tried the slot machine again. However, this time, she wasn't as lucky, winning only a thermos. Tang Yingxue didn't mind, after all, she had drawn a second prize. Zhao Feifei's luck was questionable. She drew silver-level items both times, and they turned out to be gas masks. Zhao Feifei bit her lip in frustration and kicked the slot machine hard. With a clang, nothing like the anime happened, and no grand prize fell out. Lu Tu gently patted her back Then Song Qinghuan approached, smiling as she prepared to insert coins, saying to Lu Tu, "Don't expect too much from me. I feel like my luck has been consistently poor." Her first draw yielded a barrel of rice wine. For the second draw, the lights stopped on silver, and a shiny silver item appeared at the dispensing slot. Intermediate Targeting. Type Skill Scroll Level Silver Effect further enhances dynamic vision and the hit rate of shooting weapons. Requires prior acquisition of basic targeting. Introduction: Move as you wish. If you can't hit, it's my loss. The crowd gasped in astonishment once again. Holy crap, another skill scroll. It's great to have money getting a gold skill scroll and a silver skill scroll just by spending. The draw rate seems off. Everyone else was getting black iron, and even bronze was rare. I should try it out too. Don't try too hard, watch your step. Oh, there's no ledge here. Song Qinghuan handed Intermediate Targeting to Lu Tu, smiling sweetly. "I suppose I didn't disgrace my mission." Lu Tu nodded with a smile. Afterward, Lu Tu gave 20 gold coins to each of them, saying, "You all go buy whatever you want. I'll head back to the vehicle to take care of some things." While they could also use mileage points to buy items in the system supermarket, actually shopping in the mall felt far more engaging than just looking at cold hard text and images. It also allowed them to relax a bit. Tang Yingxue and the others' eyes brightened as they exchanged glances, then took turns giving Lu Tu a kiss on the cheek. They then linked arms and started to explore this incredibly large mall. Tang Yingxue, Zhao Feifei, and Song Qinghuan, after receiving the pocket money from Lu Tu, began to leisurely wander around. Upon seeing items of interest, they took them off the shelves to examine them closely before putting them back. When they reached the women's clothing section, the three temporarily split up to select outfits. The prices of the clothing were quite cheap compared to other items, all priced at 0.1 gold coins each. After Tang Yingxue and Zhao Feifei finished browsing, they started looking for Song Qinghuan. After passing a few shelves, they saw Song Qinghuan seriously scrutinizing the clothes in front of her. As Tang Yingxue slowly walked towards Song Qinghuan, she said, "Qinghuan, it's about time we head back." Upon hearing her name called by Tang Yingxue, Song Qinghuan turned and replied, "Just in time, come take a look." Tang Yingxue tilted her head, slightly puzzled, and walked over to look at the items on the shelf. Tang Yingxue's fair and lovely cheeks instantly flushed red. Zhao Feifei was equally astonished. The shelves in this area displayed a variety of outfits designed to enhance spousal affection. Various themed clothing were available. Moreover, the preview images printed on the packaging indicated that the materials were quite economical. Although Tang Yingxue had no aversion to matters between men and women, these outfits seemed somewhat novel to her. She had only heard of them in passing before. Tang Yingxue shyly said this. "Are you really going to buy this?" Yet her eyes kept scanning the garments. Song Qinghuan chuckled by them all. "Let's give our driver a surprise tonight." I think this set is perfect for the senior sister." Zhao Feifei nodded in agreement with Song Qinghuan's suggestion, casually pulling out a set for Tang Yingxue. Tang Yingxue took a glance at it, her face reddening even more, but she did not refuse. After several rounds of careful selection, they made their purchase and also bought opaque bags. Upon returning to the RV, Lu Tu immediately activated the vehicle's space chamber expansion module. Ding! Triggering special buff soul of modification. Vehicle space chamber expansion module upgraded to vehicle space chamber expansion core. Level Type Special Vehicle Component Effect adds 2 functional chambers of 100 to the vehicle, increasing the types of functional chambers. Introduction: I have everything you desire. Although every time he modified the vehicle he could hear the prompts from his system, he never grew tired of it. Lu-Tu walked to the side of the RV's only master bedroom, gazing at the 2 high-tech metal doors beside him with the setup information floating before his eyes. Compared to before the upgrade, there were several new chambers, such as planting chambers, machining chambers, and so on. However, Lu-Tu's goal was not these newly added chambers. After sliding through the settings for a while, he directly set one of the chambers to a combat simulation chamber. The other chamber was left undecided for now. The combat simulation chamber could perfectly simulate all enemies and environments encountered along with various items and weapons of the chamber users. It could also set the intensity of pain feedback. The minimum was 0, it completely painless, and the maximum was 100, realistically replicating pain, but without causing real injury or death. After the simulation ended, it could also be replayed. Lu-Tu rolled his eyes and thought for a moment, setting the pain feedback to 50. Then he used the Mastery of Blade Techniques skill scroll that Tang Yingxue had drawn. Immediately various sword techniques surged into Lu-Tu's mind. The bloodthirsty blade appeared in his hand, and he performed several flourishes with it. Lu-Tu felt as if he had trained with the sword for over a decade. Lu-Tu began the simulation with the weakest ordinary zombie. The ordinary zombie that appeared was instantly dispatched by Lu-Tu with a single strike. Though the bloodthirsty blade in his hand was simulated, it was indistinguishable from the one in his backpack. After slaying several simulated monsters, Lu-Tu sensed a slight enhancement in his physical abilities. Lu-Tu sighed. Even the bloodthirst trait can be simulated. This simulation chamber is truly impressive. When facing the giant blade zombie, he set the environment to night. This would enable the giant blade zombie to reach its strongest state. He also wanted to test whether he could achieve precise counterattacks without being able to see the enemy. Roar. After a sharp screech, the giant blade zombie lunged at Lu-Tu, raising its giant blade, aiming to strike him down in one blow. Lu-Tu immediately sensed the giant blade zombie's intent to attack and could judge its strike path. Clang. Sparks flew as blades clashed against each other. Lu-Tu swiftly and accurately used the bloodthirsty blade to block the giant blade zombie's frontal assault. After several exchanges of passive defense without actively attacking, Lu-Tu found the giant blade zombie's flaw, lightly shifting his steps to turn behind the giant blade zombie. Then he swiftly raised the sharp blade, merging waist and horse, and struck downwards. Thud thud. The sound of a body hitting the ground echoed, and the simulation chamber announced the completion. Lu-Tu felt that his entire body was invigorated and proceeded to simulate the next opponent, the glutton. In his first simulation, Lu-Tu exerted all his strength. The beastly blood trait of the bloodthirsty blade rendered the glutton's formidable regeneration ability utterly ineffective. With rapid movements and assaults, the glutton quickly fell to his blade. Lu-Tu felt that it was still a bit lacking, so he simulated the glutton once more. However, this time Lu-Tu chose to use the watermelon knife he had just drawn from the slot machine and refrained from using firearms or rapid assaults. He relied solely on physical strength for the duel. As a result, he was forced to flee utterly disheveled. The wounds inflicted by the watermelon knife healed in 2 to 3 seconds. Moreover, the glutton's speed, which contrasted sharply with its hefty body, forced Lu-Tu to leap around. Just after dodging the glutton's hammering strike, he had not yet caught his breath. Another slap from the glutton whistled towards him. Lu-Tu had no time to evade and took it head-on. Lu-Tu was sent flying. Hiss! He felt all his internal organs shift, and the pain coursing through his body made the veins on his forehead bulge. Seeing the success of its strike, the glutton immediately charged towards Lu-Tu's position. Lu-Tu could only draw the bloodthirsty blade and execute a rapid assault behind the glutton. He swung the blade to sever the glutton's deformed hands from its back. Then he swiftly pierced its heart, pulled out the blade, and cleaved off the glutton's massive head. Simulation complete. The chamber returned to its original appearance as Lu-Tu sat on the ground, panting heavily. His pure physical combat strength of 79 was still a bit lacking compared to the glutton's 90. Just now taking the glutton's slap, head-on nearly left him unable to get up, and that was still with a 50 pain. If it were in reality, he would have already been lying there motionless, preparing to trigger the substitute doll. The stats were still too authoritative. Fortunately, he had mechanisms in place. Compared to other survivors, he had both stats and mechanisms. After reviewing the replay and summarizing, Lu-Tu exited the combat simulation chamber. At this moment, the 3 women were already sitting in the living room. "You're back, what did you buy?" Song Qinghuan said mysteriously. "I'll tell you later." Lu-Tu raised an eyebrow, his expression somewhat puzzled, and then with a sense of anticipation walked into the bathroom to begin rinsing off. Lu-Tu stepped out after his shower and said, "Let's check out the hotel tonight." Tang Yingxue asked, "Aren't we saving a bit? This little amount of money isn't worth saving." While Lu Tu was taking a shower, he was browsing the chat room, wanting to see if anyone had shared information about the hotel. However, there were only basic instructions, but there was one crucial point: sleeping for 6 hours on the hotel bed would restore the body to its peak condition. Physical or mental injuries cannot be healed. Everyone wanted to spend their gold coins wisely. A lodging price of 5 gold coins per night was simply too extravagant for others. They had to do it themselves. After resting in the living room for about half an hour, everyone was ready. A few of them got out of the car and walked towards the main building of the service area, turning right to the hotel front desk. Lu Tu glanced at the instructions above. 5 gold coins for 1 night. A single room could accommodate up to 10 people, and one could choose the room's decoration style. There were European, Chinese, modern, and cyber styles available. The room's balcony could even simulate different outdoor scenery with variations in wind speed, direction, temperature, and air fragrance. The content was the same as what was said in the chat room. After reading the introduction, Lu Tu entered the number of guests and spent 5 gold coins, after which 4 room cards appeared on the counter, and Lu Tu gave one to each of the women. Song Qinghuan said, "You wait downstairs for a moment, I'll send a message before you come up." Okay. Lu Tu went directly to the sofa in the lobby and started browsing the chat room to pass the time. Everyone was talking about how after killing Ma Yu and some of his underlings in prison, they couldn't see anyone from the Iron Horse group speaking in the chat room, and the atmosphere had improved a lot. Lu Tu continued to look at other random information, mostly just netizens chatting and boasting. After a while, he received a message from Song Qinghuan. Lu Tu stood up and walked into the elevator. There were no buttons inside the elevator, just an area for card swiping. Beep. After 5 seconds, the elevator doors opened. What came into view was an extremely luxurious modern-style suite. Lu Tu took a casual glance and walked into the bedroom. Hiss. Lu Tu's eyes widened. Everyone's clothing styles were varied, perfectly suited to their characteristics. Unable to contain his smile, Lu Tu asked, "Did you buy these clothes at the mall?" Song Qinghuan playfully beckoned, "So are you surprised?" As Lu Tu walked, he replied, "I'm so surprised. This money should be spent like this." His breathing gradually grew heavier. Lu Tu looked at Zhao Feifei in his arms and asked, "What is the secret of the Tang school flower that you mentioned?" "You must not say." Zhao Feifei chuckled and said, "Anyway, someone kept mentioning Lu Tu in my ear every few days before graduation, and after graduating they were always absent-minded, but I won't say who it is." Song Qinghuan propped up on the side, such a romantic one. Upon hearing this, Lu Tu looked at Tang Yingxue with sparkling eyes. Tang Yingxue, confronted with Lu Tu's affectionate gaze, immediately hid under the blankets, fully aware of what that gaze implied. The next morning, Lu Tu woke up from the large bed, and after finishing his morning routine, he walked to the balcony and set the simulated outdoor scenery to his favorite beautiful morning view. He moved his body a bit and sighed inwardly, realizing that the recovery effect of his physical condition was quite impressive. He was now in peak condition. However, it was somewhat regrettable that the large bed couldn't be stored in his backpack, or rather no items from the room could be placed in the backpack. Lu Tu sat down on a lounge chair, beginning to enjoy the warm and comfortable morning sunlight. After the 3 women finished their morning routines, they returned to the car to have breakfast. Afterward, Lu Tu took them into a combat simulation pod to see what monsters they could handle when they were alone. After a bout of combat, Tang Yingxue and Song Qinghuan could at most take down a mutated wasteland wolf while severely injured. Zhao Feifei, who hadn't undergone the initial gene enhancement, could only safely handle the spraying zombies, finding it very challenging to fight against ordinary wasteland wolves. Through the combat playback, they all summarized their experiences together. At least in the face of unexpected situations, they had some self-defense capabilities. Time quickly reached noon. After having lunch at Lu Tu's request, he took the 3 women back to the mall for shopping. The destination was quite clear: the women's clothing section. For this, Lu Tu specially bought a few large travel suitcases from the system store. Other female survivors approached Lu Tu willingly when they saw him in the women's clothing section. None of these women met Lu Tu's standards, and he merely nodded in response. Once undisturbed, Lu Tu began to shop. At 0.1 gold coins per item, it was almost like they were free. He bought, continuously stuffing items into the suitcase. After filling it up, he returned to the car, placed it in the storage space, and then came back to continue shopping. After several trips back and forth, he spent 50 gold coins just on clothes. If others knew that Lu Tu and the others were buying clothes like this, especially delicate little garments, they would probably faint on the spot. What a waste of shiny gold coins. Why not buy some ammunition? During these days, Lu Tu's life had been quite comfortable, training continuously in the combat simulation pod during the day. By night, Lu Tu began to carefully select various little clothes. Thanks to the big bed in the hotel that restored his physical condition, he was full of energy every day. Everyone was enjoying this rare, brief tranquility. Several people gathered some ingredients and drinks and set up a feast directly in the parking lot. In front of every main building's mall within the service area, the slot machines had been crowded with people since noon until late at night. Everyone wanted to try their luck for a chance at reversing their fate. However, most of the items drawn were black iron or bronze level, with silver level being rare. When they saw that they had drawn black iron items, they would leave the mall in despair. Morning arrived on the last day. The sky was gray and rain was pouring down. The mountains were shrouded in mist layered upon layers. The air in the Qingshan service area was damp and fresh, accompanied by the sound of raindrops hitting the ground and the buzzing of various vehicle engines. Many people were shuttling back and forth to the mall in the main building of the service area. The temperature had dropped to 5°C, and some speculated that the next task might be themed around rain and low temperatures. Many agreed with this analysis and hurried to the mall to buy some rainproof and cold-resistant supplies as reserves. Lu Tu also discussed with the three women that they could stock up on some. However, the rainproof and cold-resistant supplies in the mall could all be purchased from the system supermarket, so there was no need to buy them in the mall. Lu Tu also bought a vehicle water and oil modification blueprint from the vehicle parts modification shop. The blueprint was inexpensive, costing 800 mileage points. In the future, they could add water and fuel directly in the car without needing to park and go outside for refueling. He had wanted to make this change for a long time, but improving the vehicle's combat effectiveness was the first priority, so this convenience modification had been temporarily shelved. Now that he had sufficient mileage points, he decided to proceed with the modification. As the time approached 8:00 a.m., the number of people going back and forth to the mall gradually decreased. Everyone waited anxiously, anticipating the next life-threatening survival journey that would be forcefully initiated. 8:00 a.m. The announcement in the sky rang out on time, but this time the content of the announcement was unexpectedly extensive. Congratulations to all survivors for making it through the first round of survival tasks. The second round of survival tasks is now commencing. This area, A10086, total survivors 100, remaining survivors 30272. The convoy function is now enabled. The specific rules have been added to the survival code. Please check it yourself. The leaderboard function is now activated. Statistics will be calculated based on the vehicles, with the vehicle owners receiving the main rewards and passengers receiving secondary rewards. This round of tasks is divided into 3 phases. Phase 1, please drive along the highway to reach the Death City, which is 200 kilometers away. This phase uses a leaderboard mode ranking based on arrival order, and the top 10 will receive generous rewards. After Phase 1 ends, the areas will merge. The barrier will become ineffective in 4 hours, with the blood mist moving at a speed of 50 kilometers per hour, increasing by 10 kilometers each hour. The exit of the Qingshan service area is now open. Survivors are requested to leave in an orderly manner. After the announcement, the rain gradually intensified. The main buildings of the service area transformed into an entrance to a one-way 8-lane highway bridge. A sign with an arrow was also erected nearby towards the Death City, distance 200 kilometers. Despite the multitude of announcements, everyone first drove their vehicles onto the bridge. Besides escaping the blood mist behind, the more important goal was to impact the rankings. Thousands of vehicles parked at the Qingshan service area all headed towards the nearest highway bridge entrance, creating a spectacular scene. Some entrances were experiencing traffic jams. The place where Lu Tu was parked was already close to the main building of the original service area, and there weren't many people around. Zhao Feifei stepped on the accelerator and entered the highway bridge. Lu Tu looked out the window where the enormous service area was crisscrossed by 2 or 3 dozen highway bridges. Under the curtain of rain, they appeared like gigantic serpents winding into the mountains. Zhao Feifei lowered the armored panel of the windshield halfway, using it as a rain shelter. Without any obstructions, she pressed the accelerator all the way down, raising the speed to 220 km. Lu Tu was not worried about the vehicle skidding due to the rain. His heavily armored RV was a special vehicle equipped with 8 massive specialized tires capable of handling various extreme conditions. What astonished Lu Tu the most was Zhao Feifei's driving skills. To drive like this in such weather was truly reckless. Meanwhile, Tang Yingxue and Song Qinghuan felt a bit nervous, gripping the edges of their seats tightly. Seeing no issues, Lu Tu began to digest the information from the recent announcement. He checked the convoy function in the survival code. For a lone wolf like Lu Tu, it was of little use. Most of the functions and rules were designed for personnel. The most useful aspect was that after establishing a convoy, a shared storage space of 100 cubic meter would be provided. For Lu Tu, this was optional. With Tang Yingxu's exclusive buff, Thrifty Management, 1 kilometer of driving would increase the storage space by 1 cubic meter. He already possessed several thousand cubic meters, and it wouldn't be long before he could match that size of storage space, with the potential to continue increasing. As for the Phase 1 leaderboard, he was determined to secure first place. Besides himself and this reckless woman, who else would dare to drive over 200 kilometers in such weather? Regarding the survival tasks, Lu Tu leaned back against the soft seat, pondering that they had just completed the first round, but the second round was already divided into 3 phases. The difficulty had escalated rather quickly. Lu2 opened the chat room, which was extremely lively. The blood mist will catch up to the slower vehicles soon. Everyone don't crowd at the entrance. Are you rushing to be reincarnated? If you go any slower, you'll really be reincarnated. Haha, this phase is a speed race. My sports car is unbeatable. In such heavy rain, don't skid off the road. Is there anyone offering rides with their vehicles bringing along 200 liters of universal fuel? Looking at private messages above. My car can reach a top speed of 160 kilometers looking for 2 passengers to take along. Rubbish, I can hit 180 kilometers. Come aboard, 2 high-profile passengers. Brother will take you to soar in rankings and body together. Many slower vehicles began seeking refuge. What concerned Lu2 was the merging of regions. This meant more opportunities to recruit new companions. After driving for a short, while the refresh rate of messages in the chat room began to decrease, various convoys started to send out messages looking for recruits. In addition to the previously well-known convoys, some smaller convoys also began to appear. Bai originally planned not to recruit anyone, but with the introduction of the convoy function, he had to reconsider. Lu2 observed the recruitment messages from the convoys for a while. To his surprise, he did not see the disappearance of the Iron Horse group puzzled Lu2. Were they planning to go incognito, or had they disbanded? He decided to keep a close watch on the Iron Horse group's situation before making any plans. After driving for over half an hour, Lu2 heard a sound from the vehicle that was unlike the sound of raindrops. It sounded more like hard objects colliding with metal. Initially skeptical, he confirmed in his heart when he saw the distant mountains beginning to shift. This was a landslide. Lu2 instructed Zhao Feifei to be cautious while checking the chat room for intel. No one mentioned there would be a landslide. I saw someone get crushed by a rock. What happens if the road is blocked? What about the blood mist behind? We can work together to clear the road. That's the only option. Does anyone feel like the durability of the vehicles is decreasing oddly? I definitely noticed. Just moments ago, a landslide occurred on the highway Lu2 was driving. Countless stones, dirt, and trees rolled onto the road. Fortunately, the scale wasn't large, and Zhao Feifei charged through the debris and mud. Boom. A sudden dull roar erupted as the mountain trembled violently. Several massive rocks began to tumble down. Zhao Feifei quickly estimated the distance in her mind and realized it might be unavoidable. She quickly set the jump distance of the space jumping device to 5 meters and decisively pressed the large button on the central control panel. The RV suddenly vanished from its original position, reappearing 5 meters away. Thud. The next moment, several falling boulders landed heavily on the road. Following that, mud and broken trees surged onto the road, blocking the path. Lu2 looked back at the situation and, pleasantly surprised, said to Zhao Feifei, I didn't expect you to operate so skillfully. Of course. I often practice simulation operations during my free time, just in case. Turns out it was really needed now, Zhao Feifei replied proudly. Of course. I often practice simulation operations during my free time, just in case. Turns out it was really needed now, Zhao Feifei replied. Lu2 did not want to gamble on whether his vehicle could bear it all. Meanwhile, those blocked from the road were having a tough time needing to get out and clear the obstructions ahead. Be careful while driving. Don't get stuck in the middle of the road. You'd better fend for yourself. In just a few minutes, many people on the highways fell victim to falling rocks and trees from landslides or were buried under vast amounts of mud with no one to rescue them, left only to wait despairingly in their cars for the countdown of life. Everyone was recklessly rushing toward the finish line, which was 2,000 kilometers away. Some were vying for rankings, swerving their vehicles to cut each other off. Ultimately, this led to skidding rollovers or vehicle collisions followed by mutual attacks. Occasionally, cold announcements echoed in the sky reporting the elimination of survivors. After the recent ordeal, everyone in Lu2's vehicle was on high alert. Lu2 and Song Qinghuan helped Zhao Feifei observe the mountain conditions around their vehicle. Tang Yingxue kept an eye on the chat room, searching for valuable information from others. Soon she noticed several people sharing alarming news about the durability of their vehicles dropping. Everyone quickly checked their vehicle durability. I found that mine has already decreased by 20. Oh no, mine too. But why didn't I hear any alerts? Could it be that they were blocked? Oh no, my vehicle just upgraded and I don't have enough materials left to last until the finish line. Why did my durability drop by 40? Are you using a level 0 vehicle? Yes. Case solved. After sharing the situation with Lu2, she also opened the vehicle information to take a look. Durability 94, continuously decreasing. The vehicle's durability had dropped by 5. Judging by the chatroom information, the rate of durability loss seemed to be related to the vehicle's level. Most people's vehicles had already reached level 1, while level 0 and 2 vehicles were quite rare. Judging by the chatroom information, the rate of durability loss seemed to be related to the vehicle's level. Most people's vehicles had already reached vehicle storage: purified water 2,214 liters, universal fuel 1,443 liters, titanium alloy 20, aluminum alloy 134, alloy steel 285, and more. There was enough aluminum alloy and alloy steel to ensure he could reach the Death City 2,000 kilometers away. However, upgrading the vehicle might have to be postponed. Tang Yingxue quietly asked, should we stop and cover it with a rain tarp or something? Lu Tu closed the panel and replied, not for now. We should prioritize moving forward, and this landslide is truly unsafe. Tang Yingxue nodded and continued to monitor the chatroom. Since Ma Yu was eliminated by Lu Tu a few days ago, the Iron Horse Corps was now managed by his brother Ma Zheng. He was impulsive and easily angered, lacking in intelligence, but his greatest strength was his combat ability and respect for his older brother. After fleeing that day, thoughts of revenge consumed him. Upon arriving at the Qingshan service area, after several elders took turns persuading him, Ma Zheng temporarily shelved his revenge plans, deciding to lie low for a while until the opportune moment arose. One of the elders, Luo Jiashu, after witnessing Lu Tu's terrifying methods and decisiveness, not only persuaded Ma Zheng against seeking revenge, but also suggested changing the survival strategy of the Iron Horse Corps. They could charge high protection fees from small vehicle teams and lone wolves, but offer protection when necessary. Ma Zheng and several other elders scoffed at Luo Jiashu's proposal. Providing protection would require actual manpower and resources. Everyone just wanted to collect protection fees without putting in the effort to truly protect anyone, or whoever wanted to do that could go ahead. After a heated internal debate, Luo Jiashu harbored resentment towards the others, but was unwilling to leave his current lifestyle. Because of the cash-only no-work approach, life in the Iron Horse Corps was compared to other vehicle teams luxurious and indulgent. Luo Jiashu remained deeply concerned. He feared that Lu Tu would come for a root and branch extermination. Luo Jiashu stared at the simulated signal transmitter in his backpack, lost in thought. This device was previously handed to him by Ma Yu, instructing him to find a way to install it in Lu Tu's vehicle. He wondered if he could leverage the monsters to eliminate Lu Tu. But now that Ma Yu was dead and the device was in his hands, he certainly would not undertake this obviously suicide. As he pondered, the faces of those he had argued with slowly surfaced in his mind, and suddenly an idea struck him. What if he became the leader of the Iron Horse Corps? After more than an hour of driving, Lu Tu's RV's durability had decreased significantly. Lu Tu saw someone sharing news in the chatroom. A member of the Money Tree team said that covering the vehicle with a rain tarp could significantly reduce the rate of durability loss. As he contemplated whether to stop and cover the RV with a tarp, a notification sound for the beauty collection echoed in his mind. Ding! Achieved the milestone of 5,000 kilometers in the Desperate Breakout quest. Would you like to claim the achievement gift? Lu Tu's eyes lit up upon hearing this news. He had originally thought that it would take 10,000 kilometers to unlock the next milestone achievement, but unexpectedly, there was one at 5,000 kilometers. Claim the gift. Lu Tu eagerly opened the shiny milestone achievement gift in his backpack. Obtained vehicle special buff, vehicle durability consumption rate reduced by 80. Obtained vehicle repair toolkit 3. Vehicle repair toolkit. Type special device. Level. Effect instantly restores vehicle durability to 100, disappears upon use. Description: When Lu Tu saw the contents of the gift, he immediately felt parched and quickly took a sip from a bottle of purified water to calm his nerves. With the buff that reduced vehicle durability consumption and the rain tarp on, there was no need to fear this rain anymore. As for the vehicle repair toolkit, this was another life-saving card. Although repairing a vehicle could directly consume materials for automatic repairs, the speed was not fast. If the intensity of the enemy's attacks was a bit stronger, the speed of automatic repairs would simply not keep up with the rate of damage. Even if the vehicle's durability dropped to 0 in a second, this item could restore the vehicle to a state with just the steering wheel remaining. After driving for a while longer, Lu Tu noticed that the vehicle's durability was no longer decreasing as rapidly as before. Upon reaching a cave tunnel, Lu Tu instructed Zhao Feifei to stop. Everyone got out of the car and began to tie the rain tarp to the outside of the RV. The moment they stepped out, they felt the damp and cold air outside. The temperature, which had been 5°C at the service area, had now dropped to 2°C. They could see their breath in the air. After more than 20 minutes, they finally completed the task. During this time, not a single vehicle had caught up from behind. Lu Tu, Tang Yingxue, and Song Qinghuan were fine with the outdoor temperature, but upon seeing Zhao Feifei's hands turning slightly red from the cold, Lu Tu returned to the vehicle, grasped her hands, exhaled warm breath, and rubbed her hands together. Zhao Feifei accepted Lu Tu's affectionate gesture with delight. Her eyes crescented beautifully as she sweetly looked at him. After a few minutes of delay, everything was ready. Once they set off again, they sped for over 2 hours, and after traveling more than 500 kilometers, the RV's durability had only decreased by 2. Moreover, it was the durability of the tires and chassis that had decreased, and the repair materials only required a few pieces of rubber, a few metal parts, and 1 or 2 alloy steels. Such a small amount of repair materials was nothing to Lu Tu. At that moment, an announcement echoed from the sky, its tone and content colder than the temperature outside. The barrier has failed, and the blood mist has begun to engulf all once again. Current blood mist speed 50 km per hour, increasing by 10 km per hour every hour. Throughout the journey, Lu Tu had not seen any signs of monsters. Only the torrential rain and occasional landslides with a few giant rocks rolling down accompanied them. However, Zhao Feifei's superb driving skills resolved all these issues. On other highways, many people had suffered damage to their vehicles due to a lack of materials for repairs. They were sending messages for help in the chat room, while waving by the roadside, hoping that someone would take them on as passenger. At first, there were still some who would pick up a few passengers. But gradually, individuals appeared who specifically deceived those seeking help. After driving to the location of their target, they would first let the target become a passenger, then exercise the rights of the vehicle owner to forcefully demand all their supplies. Finally, they would kick the person out of the car, revoking their passenger status, and then speed away. Many people who realized they had been deceived began to denounce this behavior in the chat room. However, since most vehicles were covered with rain canopies, it was impossible to identify who was behind these malicious actions. Everyone implicitly assumed it was the Iron Horse Brigade responsible for this. After all, their reputation in this area had already become notorious. Those still seeking help, but who had not been deceived, continued to search for anyone willing to give them a ride. They felt that their only option was to seek help. Everyone sighed, inwardly reflecting on how quickly people change in extreme situations. After several hours, Lu Tu had created a significant distance from the large group behind. At the beginning of their journey, others could still see Lu Tu's vehicle from adjacent highways, but now they were so far ahead that even the exhaust fumes were out of reach. Lu Tu had not seen any other people or vehicles along the way, but in order to maintain his lead, he did not stop to rest. Lunch consisted of merely some packaged food. After a brief stop, Lu Tu took over driving from the somewhat fatigued Zhao Feifei. As the RV gradually approached the city of death, the rain began to lessen. After passing through a dimly lit tunnel, the scenery ahead opened up, allowing Lu Tu to relax slightly. The terrain was relatively flat and open, lined with lush trees on both sides. Further away were low hills and small mounds. Lu Tu thought surely there won't be any large rocks or mudslides here. He glanced at the odometer, which had already registered over 1700 kilometers. They would soon reach their destination. After briefly passing through this open area, the view suddenly revealed a deep canyon. Driving forward, they arrived at an aerial bridge spanning the canyon. From the right side of the bridge, a massive concrete dam came into view, solid and imposing. The lake lay quietly within the dam, resembling a deep blue gemstone. After passing over this spectacular sight, the vehicle returned to layers of mountains. Fortunately, there were no further surprises for Lu Tu and the others. They drove smoothly to a dilapidated highway toll station where vines covered the once prominent sign. Rows of metallic spike barriers stood on the damp ground, and all trace of rain had vanished. Lu Tu slowly came to a stop, looking at the odometer. 3 kilometers, and it was already evening. As he arrived, the announcement in the sky came as scheduled. Congratulations to the survivor Lu Tu for being the first to reach the entrance of the City of Death. Reward: 1 basic gene potion, 1 golden supply box, 8 attribute points, 3 additional backpack slots, and 120 gold coins. Passenger reward: 4 attribute points, 2 additional backpack slots, and 60 gold coins. This reward from the leaderboard surprised Lu Tu. It was exceedingly generous. Fortunately, he had pressed the accelerator all the way without stopping. After the reward announcement was completed, it did not cease. Instead, it continued with the following announcement. After reaching the toll station, survivors may rest in the temporary parking area. Please prepare, as the entrance to the City of Death will be fully opened at 8 a.m. tomorrow. After the announcement ended, Lu Tu saw the electronic display board at the toll station flicker a few times, then display a scrolling message. Owner Lu Tu, welcome to Suping City. Then the metallic spike barriers in the ground retracted, and the toll gate in front lifted. Lu Tu heightened his vigilance and slowly drove into the toll station. He then saw large parking lots on both sides of the road, somewhat resembling service areas, but lacking the main service building and fuel pumps or charging stations. Further ahead, the view was obscured by a gray fog, making it impossible to see what lay within. However, he could vaguely make out a few twisted objects resembling the roots of large trees on the ground. After Lu Tu parked the car, everyone began to digest the rewards they had just received. The basic gene potion was just right for Zhao Feifei. On the character information panel, the attribute fields now had a plus sign next to all 3 values. Everyone understood at a glance. Although there were only 8 attribute points, they were not limited by usage like the gene potion. Next was the backpack slots. Expanding the backpack slots would reduce the need for everyone to constantly shuffle supplies. Most importantly, it would allow for more weapons or items to be stored, enhancing their combat capabilities. As for the 300 gold coins and the supply box, these two items were more of a bonus for Lu Tu. Song Qinghuan spoke up saying, "What are your thoughts on our attribute points?" Upon hearing Song Qinghuan's question, Lu Tu stroked his chin, contemplated for a moment, then replied, "Your bullet time skill consumes mental energy, so let's allocate all points to spirit first." He then turned to Tang Yingxue and Zhao Feifei saying, "You two should focus on strength and constitution for now." The three girls nodded in response, opening their task information panels to allocate points to their attributes. Lu Tu also gave the basic gene potion to Zhao Feifei and asked her to use it. After Zhao Feifei drank it, her previously fatigued expression vanished. She licked her pink lips and said, "The effect is truly amazing. Is there more?" Lu Tu rubbed her head with a grin, laughing. "Do you think it's an energy drink?" After the three girls enhanced their attributes, Lu Tu also received feedback from the Unity buff. The attributes of the beautiful ones would give back to the host at a ratio of 50. Lu Tu's current attributes had reached a terrifying level: Strength 85, Constitution 87, Spirit 86. And he still had 8 attribute points left to allocate. Lu Tu chose to add 5 points to Strength and 3 points to Constitution. This way both attributes reached 90 points. Upon hearing the rewards of the leaderboard, everyone went wild, disregarding the possibility of slipping or crashing on the road, flooring the accelerator. Some individuals who usually acted cautiously could not resist the temptation and began to take risks by driving. Everyone had a single thought in their mind: since they could no longer secure first place, they would strive for second or third, putting in some effort, as there might be an opportunity and the rewards would certainly not be bad. The vast majority of people held this mindset, braving the torrential rain and landslides racing down the highway. After entering the battle simulation chamber, Lu Tu selected the Devourer for simulation once more. He then took out the watermelon knife, just as before, not using any firearms or the skill Swift Strike. After completing the selection, numerous points of light gathered, gradually condensing into the form of the Devourer. Simulating Devourer. Simulation complete. The simulated Devourer immediately let out a roar at Lu Tu, then charged at him, attempting to crush the small human before it with its massive corpulent body. Seeing the Devourer rushing towards him, Lu Tu's gaze sharpened. He stepped forward, wielding the watermelon knife, charging at the Devourer. The Devourer was delighted to see Lu Tu charging straight at it, spreading its arms wide, pressing forward with its large belly. A loud thud echoed. The Devourer felt nothing beneath it, but suddenly felt pain in the deformed hand on its back. Lu Tu stood on the Devourer's back, striking at one of its deformed hands. With a crack, the hand was severed, but the watermelon knife also developed a crack. Lu Tu noticed another hand reaching for him and fiercely stabbed the knife into the Devourer's heart. After letting out a pitiful scream, the Devourer immediately flipped over and tried to grab Lu Tu, but missed entirely. Having just dodged, Lu Tu could not withdraw his knife in time, and it was now embedded in the Devourer's back. Lu Tu attempted several times to get close, but was unable, so he took out the bloodthirsty Fong to resolve the battle and began the simulation anew. In this new simulation, there was some improvement compared to before. However, due to the Devourer's regenerative capabilities, the wounds inflicted healed rapidly. Moreover, the Devourer was too slow-witted with fixed attack and behavior patterns, which made it impossible to hit the agile Lu Tu, who was constantly weaving and dodging. Lu Tu deliberately exposed a flaw, allowing the Devourer to slap him, wanting to test his resilience. However, this time was much better than the last. Although his body still felt pain, he could immediately stand up and continue fighting. After more than 10 minutes of battle, neither side could gain the upper hand. Lu Tu took out his old friend, the bloodthirsty Fong, and actively ended the battle. After reviewing the simulation replay, Lu Tu concluded that after this synchronization feedback, his physical quality had reached a remarkably impressive level. Not only had his strength and resilience improved, but the reaction speed brought by the skill super sensation had also increased simultaneously. In the recent battle, had he not intentionally taken that hit, the Devourer would never have been able to graze the edge of it. Lu Tu received a chat message from Tang Yingxue calling for dinner. He then walked out of the battle simulation chamber. A warm aroma of cooked food wafted towards him. Lu Tu smiled faintly as he looked at Tang Yingxue. What a virtuous wife and mother. Just as they were enjoying dinner, the sky emitted a cold announcement. Congratulations to survivor Luo Jiashu II to reach the entrance of the Death City, rewarded with 7 attribute points, 1 silver resource box, an increase of 3 backpack slots, and 100 gold coins, passenger reward of 3 attribute points, an increase of 1 backpack slot, and 50 gold coins. Congratulations to survivor G by the third to reach the entrance of the Death City, rewarded with 6 attribute points, 1 bronze resource box, an increase of 2 backpack slots, and 70 gold coins, passenger reward of 3 attribute points, an increase of 1 backpack slot, and 5 gold coins. Lu Tu raised an eyebrow and said, "What a pity for Ji Bai." Song Qinghuan remarked, "It seems luck was not on his side." Lu Tu seemed to remember something and asked the charming and mature Song Qinghuan, "Has the leader of your previous convoy contacted you?" Song Qinghuan smiled with narrowed eyes. "Are you asking me to play matchmaker?" Lu Tu coughed lightly. "I don't even know who she is, I'm just curious." Song Qinghuan, seeing Lu Tu wasn't falling for it, said, "Qinhua, she's also a beauty, though a bit careless, but a decent person and quite strong-willed. She hasn't contacted me since getting on your vehicle." "Why, oi? Now you're my leader, there's no reason to contact unless it's necessary." Lu Tu swallowed his food and laughed. "You make me sound like a bandit." Hearing this, everyone burst into hearty laughter, and the atmosphere at the dining table became quite lively. Every 5 to 6 minutes announcements sounded regarding individuals arriving at the entrance of the Death City. Shortly after dinner concluded, the last announcement of the day echoed. "Congratulations to survivor Qinhua the 10th to reach the entrance of the Death City, rewarded with 5 attribute points, 1 black iron resource box, an increase of 2 backpack slots, and 40 gold coins. Passenger reward of 2 attribute points, an increase of 1 backpack slot, and 20 gold coins. All top 10 have been revealed. Other survivors reaching the entrance of the Death City will receive 2 attribute points, 1 wooden resource box, an increase of 1 backpack slot, and 10 gold coins. Passenger reward of 1 attribute point and 5 gold coins." This announcement resonated in every survivor's ears. Some who had been racing slowed down slightly. After all, they could only aim for the minimum guarantee now, so there was no need to push hard. They just needed to avoid being caught by the blood mist behind them. Lu Tu glanced at the chat room, noting that many people had died in today's car race. A 10086 area chat room, current population 2455 710 0000. There were 30,272 people at the start. Now only 24,557 remained. After looking through some unimportant messages, Lu Tu called his companions to train in the battle simulation chamber. Meanwhile, he remained vigilant while extending the warning range of the unmanned weapon station to its maximum 2 kilometers. Though Lu Tu anticipated that no one would come down his road, it was better to be safe. As night fell, everyone spent a restless night together. "Don't mess with my hair. It's a bit cold, squeeze in." The next morning, as Lu Tu got up, he observed his surroundings, finding indeed that there were no vehicles in sight. Lu Tu and the others were already seated in the driver's cabin waiting for 8 o'clock to arrive. While checking their equipment and supplies, Lu Tu handed the previously acquired automatic loading weapon modification part to Song Qinghuan. Having not found any other suitable weapons, this modification part was quite fitting for the NTW-20. Have you ever seen a sniper cannon that doesn't need to change ammunition? Congratulations to all survivors for reaching the entrance of the Death City. The area merge has been completed. Current area A10086, total survivors 100,000, remaining survivors 100,000. Next, we will start this round of Phase 2 tasks. Enter the main urban area, survive for 7 days. The map has been sent to each vehicle's electronic map library. Please check it yourself. From 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. The weather will be clear from 6 p.m. to the next day's 8 a.m. It will rain heavily. After 7 days, Phase 3 tasks will commence. I wish everyone could live a bit longer, just a bit longer. Is that it? Something feels off. Lu Tu sensed that something was amiss. Lu Tu glanced back at the blood mist that obscured the sky, wondering why the announcement did not mention its speed of movement. Moreover, the once thick fog now appeared somewhat thin. Lu Tu confirmed that it was not his memory that was at fault. It was hard to say if there would be other surprises. Everyone was positioned at different city entrances. In the chat room, someone calculated based on the scale that this Death City, called Suping City, had a main urban area of about 700 square kilometers, with the central urban area approximately 200 square kilometers. Including the suburbs, the entire city covered about 1600 to 1700 square kilometers. The city's size was comparable to U City or a medium-sized province before the crossing. Lu Tu checked the navigation distance. If nothing unexpected occurred, they should reach the main urban area before nightfall. The vehicle started moving. Driving from the temporary parking lot onto the main road, they entered the gray mist. Only then did Lu Tu see clearly that the twisted objects resembling tree roots he had seen yesterday were indeed tree roots. They were extremely thick, intertwining with each other, emerging from the asphalt concrete road. Lu Tu vaguely guessed that this mission might be related to plants. Due to the heavy fog on the road and the tree roots occasionally appearing, Zhao Feifei kept the vehicle's speed. Not having discovered any other threats for the time being, Lu Tu took the opportunity to open the chat room to see how the people from the merged regions were faring. Is anyone from the merged regions speaking up? Some are. I was originally from the B15 region. I am from the B71 region. I am. Where were you all from before? Lu Tu observed for a while and found that more than one region had merged but 2. Moreover, the survival rate was significantly higher. After the first round of tasks, only a little over 300 remained alive. After the first phase of the second round, several thousand more had perished. Now the region had returned to a full capacity of 100 people, indicating that the two merged regions most likely had over 300 survivors. Lu Tu continued to observe the chat. How did your first round task go? It was a wasteland, weren't you all? It was a wasteland, so it seems we are all the same. The three-tailed scorpions could withstand it, but the heat was unbearable. Three-tailed scorpions? What are those? Everyone from different regions looked a bit surprised. In the first round of tasks, the environmental conditions of the other two regions were similar to their own. They were all wastelands, but the monsters encountered were different. The monsters in this region were mostly zombies accompanied by a few giant beasts. The monsters they encountered were all mutated creatures. For example, scorpions with 3 tail spikes, wild boars with 6 legs, etc. Someone even posted a photo. After Lu Tu opened the photo, he found these creatures looked bizarre, and their combat power seemed very low. The atmosphere in the chat room grew increasingly lively, as if everyone had just met new friends. After more than 10 minutes of driving, the vehicle passed through the mist. The view ahead opened up again. Surrounding them were grasslands and fields with some houses and small hills in the distance. It was as tranquil as a typical suburban rural area, but here, besides tranquility, there was an eerie quality. Looking around, tree roots were everywhere, intertwining on the ground and the walls of the houses. Tang Yingxua looked outside the car window and said with a hint of regret, "If it were sunny, it would be beautiful." Tang Yingxua looked outside the car window and said with a hint of regret, "If it were sunny, it would be beautiful." Zhao Feifei slowly stopped the RV and nodded, saying, "It would be even prettier without those strange things." Everyone turned to look ahead. They saw a twisted tree blocking the road. It was not very tall, only a few. Many bulges hung from its drooping branches, looking from a distance as if they were fruits. Mushroom tree. Type biological plant. Level common. Overall combat power 0. Skill hatching. Description: a peculiar plant that after growing exhibits some biological characteristics. The mushroom tree seemed to sense someone approaching. The bulges on its branches quickly split open and something fell out from inside. With a series of loud thuds, the fallen objects quickly stood up. Plant type zombie. Type biological plant. Level black iron. Overall combat power 15. Skills: bite, scratch. Description: my head itches, I feel something is about to grow. Unlike the zombies encountered before in the wasteland, they appeared to have more plant characteristics. Numerous branches protruded from their skin. The head still retained human features, but the eyes were murky. Meanwhile, another monster looked quite peculiar. Spore spreader. Type biological plant. Level bronze. Overall combat power 25. Skill: spore eruption. Description: epic level, overlong. Its walking posture was strange, and its head was not visible. The chest had completely exploded open, revealing structures resembling petals growing from inside. Occasionally, it emitted some light yellow mist. After Lu Tu identified what they were, he instructed Tang Yingxua to control the weapon to fire directly. The rotating machine gun unleashed a barrage, and the zombies that had fallen from the mushroom tree were blown to pieces. Killed 1 plant-type zombie. Earned gold 0. 1. Killed 1 plant-type zombie. Earned mileage points 0. 1. Killed 1 spore spreader. Earned gold 1. Killed 1 spore spreader. Earned mileage points 1. When the spore spreader's body exploded, a massive wave of light yellow mist erupted. Seeing the mist drifting toward the vehicle, Zhao Feifei quickly reversed. The mist quickly dispersed with the wind. After confirming there was no threat, Zhao Feifei brought the car closer again. The spore spreader had dropped an item, which the RV's automatic picker collected. Lu Tu took a look at it. Experiment record. Description: 1. After injecting the anti-zombie virus serum, 1 can become immune to the zombie virus in the spores. 2. The dispersed spores become ineffective after 10 seconds. 3. Flames can quickly eliminate the mushroom tree. Lu Tu raised his eyebrows upon seeing the content. Everyone in the vehicle had already injected the anti-zombie virus serum, so these things were practically free for them. As for eliminating the mushroom tree, Lu Tu looked ahead. The trunk of the mushroom tree was riddled with pits. However, the information displayed reminded him that the mushroom tree had not been completely destroyed. Lu Tu quickly bought a thermite grenade from the arms dealer, using 10 mileage points. After having Zhao Feifei drive closer, he rolled down the window, pulled the pin, and threw the thermite grenade onto the mushroom tree. The raging flames from the thermite grenade ignited the mushroom tree. The tree was quickly engulfed by the flames. A few seconds later, Lu Tu received a notification of the kill. Killed 1 mushroom tree. Earned gold 2. Killed 1 mushroom tree. Earned mileage points 2. Everyone was still waiting for the fire to die down before passing through. Then a bizarre scene occurred. The ground shook twice, and Lu Tu and the others watched in astonishment as the thick roots beneath the mushroom tree began to tremble. Then, with the unextinguished flames, they burrowed underground and disappeared from sight. Lu Tu and the others were left dumbfounded. Lu Tu and the others were stunned to see the tree roots wriggling and escaping like living beings. From now on, encountering aliens seems possible. What astonished Lu Tu even more was that after killing the fungal tree, he received a system prompt for the beauty collection within himself. Ding. Cycle task activated task content. For every fungal tree destroyed, you can earn 1,000 mileage points. Detected that a fungal tree has been destroyed. Gained 1,000 mileage points. Current mileage points 13221. Lu Tu couldn't help but whistle in his heart. The city was not like the wasteland of the previous round. The roads were complicated and various obstacles might appear, making it impossible to speed. This could be considered an extra subsidy given by the system. System, you are so considerate. To prevent strange creatures from crawling out of the crack in the road, Lu Tu climbed onto the roof of the vehicle and had Zhao Feifei slowly move the RV closer, observing from a higher vantage point. Lu Tu looked around and threw a few stones, finding no threats, then returned to the vehicle to continue heading towards the main urban area. On the vehicle, Lu Tu spent 1,700 mileage points to buy a modification blueprint for a bronze-level open-top machine gun turret and a Type 02 flamethrower. He directly opened the panel to modify the vehicle, then spent a small amount of materials to synthesize it. Triggered characteristic buff soul of modification remote weapon station upgraded to unmanned weapon station Type 3 flamethrower. After installing the flamethrower on the vehicle, the data became quite terrifying after being enhanced by the Beauty. Unmanned weapon station Type 3 flamethrower type vehicle component level gold attack power, 160 fuel capacity, 100 universal fuel, can be used durability, 100 flamethrower uses durability effect equipped with Type 3 flamethrower multi-mode settings, increases power consumption in automatic mode, maximum warning range of 2 kilometers, automatic firing range up to 220 meters. Description: let's start the barbecue. Originally, the attack power of just a few points was directly boosted to 160. Although the attack power is not as high as a machine gun, it is particularly effective against plant-based creatures. Since they are afraid of fire, let's let them feast. Upon completing the modification, another unmanned weapon station's control panel appeared on the other rear seat of the vehicle. Both sides could operate the machine gun and flamethrower. Previously, the vehicle had undergone modifications for both water and fuel lines. The flamethrower also gained an additional refueling port inside the vehicle. If the fuel runs low, they can still refill the flamethrower's fuel inside the vehicle. After the modification was completed, Lu Tu reopened the chat room. A 10086 area chat room, current members 9998, 610, 0000. In just this short, while 14 people had disappeared. These zombies are too strong. What can we use to fight them? I accidentally inhaled the spores from the monster explosion. What should I do? There's no saving it, just wait to die? Are the spores affecting you? Not feeling it yet. New information discovered. Experimental record. The question arises, where do things like incendiary bombs come from? It seems some people have encountered fungal trees and those new zombies, and some have obtained experimental records. However, the person who inhaled the spores likely wandered off. Most people dealt with fungal trees by either clearing out the zombies that dropped from the fruits, or taking a detour to flee, or by using knives, guns, and chainsaws to fight them hidden. After sharing information, aside from flamethrowers being particularly effective, the next option was chainsaws. On this journey, Lu Tu only encountered one fungal tree. After testing the newly modified flamethrower, the effect was quite impressive. The fungal tree quickly perished once ignited by the flames, and the strange roots, sensing the heat of the flames, would immediately flee underground. Additionally, he summarized an experience: do not use the flamethrower on moving enemies lightly, otherwise it is very likely that your vehicle will also experience the taste of barbecue. Night fell. The dusk pressed down on the outskirts of the city, and the night quietly descended. Thick, dark clouds piled up on the horizon, heavy and oppressive, as if a heavy rain would pour down at any moment. Following Lu Tu's instructions, Zhao Feifei found a suitable house, preparing to rest there tonight. This house was very close to the highway and had a large canopy in the yard, making it a perfect rain shelter. After stopping the vehicle at the door, Lu Tu got out and cut the lock on the door with a knife. He gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. Immediately, over 10 zombies charged out from the house. Lu Tu drew his knife and began to slash. After hitting a spore spreader, the burst of spores stuck to Lu Tu all over. Although he wasn't afraid of these things, inhaling such large particles was still quite uncomfortable. Lu Tu remembered the gas mask Zhao Feifei had drawn from the slot machine earlier. Perhaps wearing that would help. After eliminating all the zombies, Zhao Feifei drove the massive RV into the yard. Confirming it was completely safe, the three women started preparing dinner in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Lu Tu continued into the combat simulation chamber to practice with the gluttonous demon. After nearly an hour of simulated combat, Lu Tu felt his understanding of fighting and mastery of knife techniques had improved somewhat. In the future, he could try sparring with the final boss from the previous round. After dinner, the few people in the vehicle waited in their respective positions for the zombie tide to arrive. Lutu saw in the chat room that everyone was discussing the leaderboard issue. Everyone believed that there should be a leaderboard for the second phase since there was one for the first phase. Some people speculated that the leaderboard for the second phase might unlock only after everyone goes to the main urban area. Finally, they began discussing whether to brave the heavy rain tonight and head towards the main urban area. After experiencing the life and death speed of the first phase, no one wanted to risk their vehicle breaking down in the main urban area. Even if they wanted to, the materials they had on hand wouldn't withstand such consumption. However, Lutu had already made a plan. After dealing with the zombie tide, he would not rest, but continue advancing towards the main urban area at night. The sky had completely darkened and heavy rain poured down. The incessant rain pounded the ground and walls, enveloping the entire outskirts of the city in the fury of the storm. Many wanderers frantically searched for places to shelter from the rain. Those places that could shelter from the rain were first come, first served. Even if there was space available, newcomers would still be driven away. The large convoys had a bit more leeway. By pooling the resources of the convoy, they could directly set up a huge temporary rain shelter in the wilderness. Nighttime had arrived. This announcement was slightly different. As night falls, hunters begin to go out to search for food, and their combat power increases by 50. Due to the influence of blood mist, all buildings will continuously generate miasma spores inside at night. When the concentration is too high, miasma will form. Effects include poisoning, blurred vision, distorted senses, and prolonged inhalation will lead to immediate death. Please, survivors, pay attention to ventilation. After the announcement concluded, the zombies began to rush towards the survivors' positions. Meanwhile, the interiors of all buildings in the Death City began to produce miasma spores. Most people were cursing in the chat room. Damn, I knew nothing good would come of this. It's fine in the suburbs now, but what will happen if we enter the city? I think we can settle down in the suburban junction first, then see whether to enter the main urban area later. Is there any kind-hearted person who can give a spot to shelter from the rain? The zombie tide is coming. Who still cares about you? Lutu revealed a look of as expected after hearing the announcement. I wondered why the blood mist was so quiet. That turned out it was waiting right here. Due to the heavy rain obscuring visibility, Tang Yingxue set the weapon station to automatic firing mode. Upon detecting an approaching zombie, the machine gun on the car roof began to automatically aim and fire. In just 4 rounds of sweeping fire, the area was cleared in less than 10 seconds, yielding 1 gold treasure chest and 1 silver supply box. Lutu looked at the treasure chest in the storage space and thought that the scale and intensity of this zombie tide seemed to be escalating from the beginning. What a pity. Others were basically lamenting while dealing with the zombie tide. Back when they were on the wasteland, they could still drive around and kill zombies. Now one either chose to hide from the rain, staying put in a defensive battle, or endured the deterioration of their vehicle's durability due to the rain. After weighing the pros and cons, most people chose the latter. Getting a little wet, losing some durability, and spending more materials on repairs was fine after all. After all, life was still intact. However, if they couldn't clear the zombie tide and were surrounded by zombies, they could only watch quietly as the zombies dismantled their car doors and dragged them out to be eaten. The locals of this area had some experience with zombies. The outsiders who merged from the other 2 areas were in, they had no comprehension of the horror of the zombie tide. Although some people had inquired with the locals, they only had a vague concept in their minds. Messages for help were continuously flooding the chat room. Lutu was temporarily not accepting rescue orders as he had more important matters to attend to. Open the chest. Lutu handed the treasure chest to Tang Yingxue and asked her to open it. Watch closely. This is how you open a treasure chest. Tang Yingxue crossed her long legs in a casual pose and with a proud expression reached out to open the chest. Tang Yingxue's exaggerated demeanor made everyone burst into laughter. Obtained composite biological filter 1. Obtained crowbar 1. Obtained aluminum alloy 50. Obtained alloy steel 50. Composite biological filter. Lutu recognized this item as somewhat familiar and glanced at the blueprint in the storage space. Super Air Purifier Modification Blueprint. This diamond-level vehicle modification part is missing 1 composite biological filter. With the buff from Soul of Modification, it could be upgraded by 1 level to become a prism-level vehicle part. These women were indeed skilled at opening chests and drawing prizes. Now that all the materials were gathered, it was time for modification. It was a great opportunity to see just how impressive a prism-level vehicle part could be. Lutu took out the blueprint and used it directly. Gold coins 500. Aluminum alloy 50. Metal parts 200. Level 3 composite biological filter 1. After deducting a whole bunch of materials, he quickly received a notification of completed modification. Ding. Triggered characteristic buff Soul of Modification Super Air Purifier upgraded to Air Inverter. After receiving the notification, Lutu eagerly checked the effects of this part. Air inverter level prism type vehicle part effect centered on the vehicle. It can reverse harmful substances in the air within a 30-meter radius, replacing them with pure normal air. Description: storm inhalation. Seeing the effects, Lu2 couldn't help but be thrilled. Is this the power of prism level? The air purifier before the upgrade could only filter the air entering the vehicle. However, the prism level air inverter directly altered the air state outside the vehicle. Now in the outskirts, most of these houses had yards or greenhouses. With good ventilation conditions, parking and resting would not be significantly affected by the spores inside the buildings. But things were different in the city. To avoid the heavy rain that would corrode the vehicle's durability, one either went to a parking lot or sought places like offices or shopping malls with spacious lobbies. The open-air parking lot is not worth mentioning. If there are parking garages, it would be better. However, in underground parking lots and those lobbies without some means parking inside could lead to sudden death, let alone the zombie tide at night. After Lu2 activated the air inverter, not only did the air inside the houses behind the yard become noticeably fresher, but even the exhaust fumes from the RV disappeared. Unfortunately, it couldn't purify through walls. Lu2 estimated that if it were to have wall-piercing effects, it might need to reach the legendary or mythic level. It was now fully sufficient to handle the situation. He could park wherever he wanted. After conducting a simple experiment, everyone set up a rain cover for the vehicle. To prevent encountering large waves of enemies on the road, the machine gun turret and flamethrower turret on the roof were temporarily exposed. After finishing these tasks, the RV slowly drove out of the yard, heading towards the highway, preparing to rush to the main city overnight. Apart from wanting to verify the triggering method of the leaderboard, another reason was that there was really nothing in this suburban area. Only some zombies and a few low-level treasure chests and supply boxes scattered in the fields. There were hardly any materials needed for vehicle upgrades. He was still lacking some and wanted to see if he could collect them in the city while also looking for Director Chow's office. A key to an office placed in a prism treasure chest. One could only imagine how rich the rewards inside would be. Lu2 and his companions continued to brave the heavy rain towards the main city. After driving for nearly 3 hours, the RV finally reached the Ring Road Expressway. The sky also echoed with announcement sounds. Many people's guesses were correct. One indeed had to step into the range of the main city to unlock the second phase leaderboard. Survivors have reached the main city, unlocking the second phase task leaderboard. Second phase task leaderboard: eliminate the fungal trees within the range of the dead city. The more you eliminate, the higher your rank. Daily updates on ranking status at 8 a.m. After 7 days, a ranking rewards will be settled. Discussions about the second phase tasks in the chat room were quite heated. I told you we definitely have to enter the main city to activate the leaderboard. The fungal trees in the suburbs seem to be quite few. Will there be more in the main city? Anyway, you'll wait until daytime to check out the main city. It's pitch dark now, and the rain is so heavy if the car goes into a field it won't be a laughing matter. I feel like the top 10 has nothing to do with us rogues. It's enough to get some basic support. Agreed with the above. Getting some basic support is fine. The suburbs are pretty good. Although the resources are scarce, the scenery is nice. Aren't you afraid of being drowned by the zombie tide? Many people were itching to set off for the main city right now. However, due to the heavy rain falling from the sky, most chose to give up traveling and continue to hide from the rain until it stopped the next day. After the RV had been driving on the Ring Road Expressway for a while, it was blocked on the road. The headlights illuminated the road ahead, and as far as the eye could see, it was full of abandoned vehicles. As the RV slowly approached, Lu2 rolled down the window to test if he could dismantle them. Dismantle successful. Yes. Although these were just some basic materials like metal parts and iron sheets, he had plenty of space in his storage, so hoarding these items wouldn't be a loss. Thus, the RV continued onward with Lu2 and Tang Ingxue dismantling these abandoned vehicles along the way. With the automatic picker, the materials obtained from dismantling automatically entered the storage space, which did not delay their journey at all. Zhao Feifei found a nearby exit and officially entered the main city. The heavily modified off-road RV slowly drove into the city as the torrential raindrops pounded against the concrete and steel forest. This enormous city was devoid of pedestrians, the constant flow of vehicles, and the vibrant nightlife typical of large urban areas. Only boundless darkness enveloped the sound of rain and solitude invading the hearts of all. Tang Ingxue gazed at the zombies not far away, observing them standing still, and remarked in surprise, "Why are they not moving?" Everyone turned to look in the direction Tang Ingxue indicated. Numerous zombies stood quietly in the street, drenched in the rain. Lu2 instructed Tang Ingxue to open fire directly. The deafening gunfire startled all the zombies that had been peacefully sleeping. The zombies howled as they charged towards the RV, but were ruthlessly torn apart by the bullets. With the charging zombies dealt with, the RV crushed the scattered remains on the ground and drove over 100 meters forward, revealing the peculiar shape of the mushroom tree illuminated by the headlights. However, it was larger than the one encountered on the outskirts of the city. The fruits on its branches were also more plentiful. The shells of the fruits on the mushroom tree's branches all cracked open, and the zombies wrapped inside fell to the ground. Tang Yingshu aimed directly at those zombies and opened fire. Meanwhile, Song Qinghuan used a flamethrower to shoot flames at the position of the mushroom tree. A fierce flame suddenly erupted from the nozzle of the flamethrower. The straight, blazing tongue of fire pierced through the rain curtain, charging towards the mushroom tree. The mushroom tree ignited instantly, and the pouring rain could not extinguish the fierce flames. The crackling sound of burning mixed with the sound of rain, creating an exceptionally harsh noise in this desolate, empty city. The blazing flames also brought a hint of light to the darkness of the night. 1 mushroom tree killed, earned 2 gold coins. 1 mushroom tree killed, earned 2 mileage points. Detected mushroom tree destruction, earned 1,000 mileage points. Lu Tu curled his lips, thinking it was supposed to be something different. As the RV drew closer, all the items dropped by the monsters were collected. Lu Tu glanced at them, expressed, mushroom tree seed type, special material description, the seed of the mushroom tree, a peculiar material that is both plant and fungus. Sometimes the things that can kill you come from yourself. This was a new special material, and 5 had dropped. Special materials are treasures and should be kept well. However, it was quite strange that the mushroom tree encountered on the outskirts did not drop this item, and no one in the chat room mentioned it either. Could it be that only the mushroom trees in the city drop it? To verify this idea, Lu Tu wandered the streets, hoping to encounter another mushroom tree. After aimlessly wandering for over 10 minutes, he encountered another mushroom tree of the same size as the previous one. After quickly resolving the battle, it also dropped mushroom tree seeds, but this time only 3. Lu Tu was quite satisfied. After searching for another half hour without seeing other mushroom trees, Lu Tu decided to give up for now and look for a place to park and rest, planning to fight again in the morning. Zhao Feifei found a Mercedes-Benz dealership and directly crashed through the showroom glass, driving the car inside. At the same time, she activated the air inverter. The originally misty air inside was forcefully cleared to create a 30-meter circular safe zone. After confirming the area was safe, Lu Tu looked at the vehicles in the showroom, preparing to get out and dismantle them. He also wanted to test the silver-level gas mask that Zhao Feifei had drawn from the slot machine to see if it could withstand the toxic spores. Enhanced gas mask type item level silver effect can filter various toxic substances in the air. The filter can be cleaned and reused. Just to mention, don't call it a fly head. I initially thought I might have to keep it as a souvenir, but I didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. Song Qinghuan was the strongest in combat among the 3 women. Lu Tu planned to have her act separately with him, so he handed her a gas mask and instructed, if anything feels off, return to the vehicle immediately. No problem. Song Qinghuan nodded seriously. After both of them donned their gas masks, they stepped down. Looking at the clear boundary of air, Lu Tu tilted his head towards Song Qinghuan. Let's go. Received. The vehicles in the showroom were all very new, though there was a thick layer of dust covering their exteriors. Lu Tu walked up to a Maybach S680, admiring it with a few glances. Tsk, what a pity. Dismantle. Earned level 2 chip. Earned aluminum alloy 30. Earned alloy steel 40. New cars are indeed new cars. Not only do they provide plenty of materials, but also a level 2 chip. Lu Tu quickened his pace. He immediately dismantled the vehicle he approached. Song Qinghuan was also quick. After more than 10 minutes, not a single vehicle was left in the entire dealership. The 2 easily dealt with the more than 20 zombies scattered in the depths of the shop. After returning to the vehicle, Tang Yingshu asked with concern, "How is it? Do you feel uncomfortable?" Zhao Feifei also cast a worried glance at the 2. Lu Tu took off his gas mask and shook his head. "No problem at all. How about you, Qinghuan?" "I'm fine too." Song Qinghuan replied, looking relaxed. Seeing that everyone was fine, they all felt relieved. Lu Tu glanced at the spoils he had just scavenged in the showroom. 40 level 1 chips, 3 level 2 chips, 90 aluminum alloys, and 120 alloy steels. Other basic materials were far too numerous to count. Currently, level 1 and level 2 chips were of little use to him. He would look around later to see if anyone would be willing to trade good items for chips. After a round of immersive experiences as the master of the manor and the servants, Lu Tu went to the kitchen as usual to get some food and drink. With a crisp sound, he opened a chilled can of cola and took a big gulp. Burp. After letting out a satisfied belch, Lu Tu opened the chat room to see what everyone was discussing. G-Bai team is recruiting members as usual with proper views and following orders. Li Tung Long Tung team is recruiting members strong and power-rich and supplies interested parties. Please private message. Many teams are recruiting tonight. Because the rankings have been released. Aren't rankings calculated based on individual vehicles? Foolish. What if newly recruited people could make it to the rankings? Then the team would have an additional big shot. That makes sense. After announcing the opening of the rankings tonight, various teams were recruiting newcomers in the chat room, creating an extremely lively atmosphere. Lu Tu was not concerned about these matters, but one person's name caught his attention. Li Tong. Upon seeing Li Tang's name, a spark of excitement filled Lu Tu's eyes. His lips involuntarily curled upwards. Although it could be a coincidence of the same name, Lu Tu deeply hoped that this Li Teng was indeed him. He would ask around tomorrow to see if it was really him. If it was, then after the rankings came out tomorrow, he would surely know about it. Lu Tu took out the bloodthirsty blade from his backpack and placed it on his thigh. One hand gripped the hilt while the other gently caressed the blade. The faint red glow on the edge hinted at its master's thirst for blood. Song Qinghuan got up from the bed and walked to the dining area for a drink. She then saw the smile on Lu Tu's face and exclaimed in surprise, "Why are you smiling so creepily?" Lu Tu sheathed the blade, walked up to Song Qinghuan, wrapped an arm around her waist, and chuckled, "Is it weird?" Morning. The heavy rain continued to pour down. The towering skyscrapers stood silently with only the rainwater washing over the buildings and streets. Lu Tu and his companions had already donned their gear, ready to set out in search of the mushroom trees once the rain ceased. Song Qinghuan woke up slightly late. After speaking disrespectfully to Lu Tu the night before, she was forced to join him for an additional meal, engaging in a unknown traditional running session. After finishing her morning routine, Song Qinghuan moved her joints while sitting in the driver's seat. Lu Tu looked at her and smiled, saying, "You woke up a bit late today." Song Qinghuan's cool expression showed no emotion, but her cheeks flushed slightly. She cleared her throat and said, "It's like grinding medicine. If I mess it up one day, I might not get up to work." Lu Tu laughed heartily and fell silent. The sound of rain stopped as the announcement began. "Congratulations to all survivors for surviving the first day. The heavy rain has stopped. All survivors may travel safely. The number of environmental creatures has increased, their aggressiveness has risen, and the drop rate and quality of items have improved." Lu Tu immediately opened the information panel to check the leaderboard. First place, Ding Shuang eliminated 4 mushroom trees. Second place, Lu Tu eliminated 3. Lu Tu immediately opened the information panel to check the leaderboard. First place, Ding Shuang eliminated 4 mushroom trees. Second place, Lu Tu eliminated 3 mushroom trees. Third place, Qianjin eliminated 1 mushroom tree. Fourth place, Yao Guanyu eliminated 1 mushroom tree. Lu Tu felt a bit surprised. Someone had better luck than him and eliminated 1 more mushroom tree. The RV drove out from where the glass had been shattered. Although the rain had stopped, the sky remained a dull gray and the dark clouds lingered. The black steel behemoth began to search for the prey known as mushroom trees in the urban area. Li Peng, who was half reclined in the armored off-road vehicle, slowly opened the leaderboard to check after the announcement ended. Upon seeing Lu Tu's name, he immediately sat up straight. His eyes fixed on the second place on the leaderboard, his face filled with disbelief. "Lu Tu? Is that really Lu Tu?" Li Peng stared at his name, unconsciously swallowing, his eyelids beginning to twitch. Noticing Li Peng's agitation, Tian Ku, a member of the Longting team, asked, "Captain, what's wrong?" Li Peng took a few deep breaths to calm himself, and then spoke, "Please find out about the person in second place on the leaderboard in the chat room. Remember, don't ask on the public screen. I'll find someone to message privately." Okay." Tian Ku, hearing the order, felt a bit puzzled. Why inquire about the second place and not the first? Despite his confusion, he began to search for information about Lu Tu in the chat room. Li Peng had a stroke of luck in the previous round of tasks. He was almost out of supplies, but unexpectedly obtained a special ability serum and a basic gene serum on the third day. Moreover, the ability he gained was rapid regeneration, allowing him to take off in an environment without viral threats. He even upgraded his vehicle to level 2 by the end of the task. In the second round of tasks, he secured first place on the leaderboard. This greatly boosted Li Peng's confidence. Previously a lone wolf, after significantly enhancing his strength, he began to assemble a team. Though only one night had passed, he quickly recruited several team members thanks to his formidable strength and previously accumulated resources. On the way to the urban area, Tian Ku sent him a message. Li Peng opened it to find that people only heard that Lu Tu was impressive, but had never seen what he looked like. There were no photos, only suggestions to ask the Ji-Bai team. Perhaps their captain Ji-Bai knew Lu Tu. Li Peng was inquiring about Lu Tu, while Lu Tu was also looking for information on Li Peng. Lu Tu originally planned to ask around, but quickly dismissed that idea. If it really was Li Teng, startling him might lead to him hiding away, making it difficult to find him later. Lu Tu thought for a moment and sent a message to Ji-Bai. Teams generally share information. Since Li Teng had formed a team, perhaps Ji-Bai, as the captain, would know him. Lu Tu, Captain Ji-Bai, there's something I want to ask you about. Upon receiving Lu Tu's message, Ji-Bai, who had been somewhat drowsy, immediately perked up. Ji-Bai, please go on. Lu Tu, do you know Li Teng from the Longting team? Ji-Bai, he seems to have just messaged about forming a team yesterday. Oh, I don't know him. Should I ask someone else for you? Lu Tu, how about this? I'll send you some supplies first, and you find a few trustworthy people to inquire about Li Teng's appearance. It would be best to have a photo and his location. Once done, it'll give you a level 2 chip. Ji-Bai, no problem. Lu Tu, keep this matter discreet. Inquire quietly. Ji-Bai understood. Ji-Bai, looking at the message from Lu Tu, couldn't help but fall into deep thought. What kind of trouble did this Li Tung stir up for Lu Tu? Lu Tu quickly initiated the trade. G. Metal parts 200 iron sheets, 200 glass, 100 rubber 100. After seeing these supplies, G. Bai swallowed hard. Brother 2 is indeed generous. Completing the task would also earn him a level 2 chip. For Lu Tu, the amount of basic supplies was completely insignificant. After accepting the supplies, G. Bai began to think about who should be sent to inquire about these matters. He immediately had a suitable candidate in mind: the 4 people from Deng Cheng's vehicle. After these 4 joined the team, G. Bai found their abilities quite good. Their mindset was also quite right. Most importantly, Lu Tu had shown them kindness. G. Bai quickly created a small group for the 4 of them, explained the requirements in detail, and directly stated that this was a task assigned by Lu Tu. At first, the few were somewhat puzzled, but upon realizing it was a task from Lu Tu, they immediately replied, stating they would come to see him if they failed to complete the task. After G. Bai advised them to act cautiously, he distributed some supplies to them. Li Tung had Tian Ku inquire, but to no avail. However, he was full of confidence in his own abilities. Besides rapid regeneration, Li Tung was also very confident in his physical quality. Attributes: Strength 40, Constitution 55, Spirit 31, overall combat power 42. Li Tung had never seen anyone stronger than himself. Now he no longer felt intimidated by Lu Tu. Lu Tu and his companions drove around the streets, continuously searching for mushroom trees. Fortunately, they found 3 along the way. However, only one of them dropped a seed. After incinerating all of them, they continued their search. As they passed an intersection, a van suddenly sped out from the other side. Lu Tu sensed the van at the same time and shouted to Zhao Feifei, "Stop." Zhao Feifei slammed on the brakes, bringing the RV to a halt. Seeing a black, giant wall suddenly appear in front of him, the driver of the van had no time to avoid it and could only jerk the steering wheel. With a skid, the side of the van crashed directly into the wheel of Lu Tu's RV. Following closely behind was a large horde of zombies. Lu Tu glanced at the driver of the van and thought to himself, what the hell? The windshield of the van was shattered from the collision. Lu Tu glanced toward the driver, curious about who had the audacity to try and scam him. Then Lu Tu's eyes widened in shock. Name: Ding Xuan. Beauty score 94. Body score 90. Charging times 0. Overall rating 92. Mileage points bonus 1. Beauty trait shop unlocks the medicine shop. Beauty trait buff. Biochemical precision exclusive. 1. The owner and passengers gain immunity to diseases. 2. The effects of attribute-enhancing potions or drugs for the owner and passengers are increased by 100. System evaluation: an intelligent and beautiful pharmaceutical researcher with top-notch looks and demeanor, gentle and stunning. A rare beauty that can accompany you through the desolation of the road. Another exceptional beauty with an exclusive buff. The first effect of the exclusive buff appears plain, yet it can save one from countless potential troubles. Although everyone has already enhanced their bodies through gene potions and attribute scrolls, their physiques far exceed the norm. However, the bizarre diseases that exist are unpredictable. The second effect is quite straightforward. Each person can only benefit from a gene potion effect once, but Ding Xuang's exclusive buff allows everyone in the vehicle to gain an additional effect from gene potions of all levels. While it cannot amplify the effects of attribute scrolls, it is still quite formidable. Lu Tu mused, this enhancement is terrifying, but I like it. But there is another reason that Lu Tu felt he must have Ding Xuang. It is also the most important reason: she is a pharmaceutical researcher. He could let her try the intermediate gene potion formula he had kept for so long to see if she could produce it. This way, not only would he benefit, but his beauties would too. If she could even increase the yield, he could trade it with others. Lu Tu believed that anything that could enhance one's strength without any side effects would surely have a great market. Looking at the scruffy person in the driver's seat who surprisingly had an overall score of 92, Lu Tu speculated that she must have made herself look this way to protect herself. After Lu Tu had Tang Yingshu a deal with the zombies chasing them, he greeted the disheveled Ding Xuang. "Hey, how are you doing?" Hearing Lu Tu's inquiry, Ding Xuang propped herself up, responding, "I'm fine, I just accidentally bumped into you, sorry." "Just you alone?" Yes, no." Lu Tu chuckled at Ding Xuang's hesitance. "Seeing you in such a mess, you must be alone." Ding Xuang initially wanted to quickly use materials to repair the vehicle and escape. However, upon seeing the required repair materials for the van, she fell silent. After upgrading to a level 1 vehicle, most of the materials had been exchanged for liquor to make Molotov cocktails yesterday, leaving almost nothing behind. "It's over. It's completely done for. I must be beaten to my knees and taken back to be." As she thought this, Ding Xuang's eyes began to mist over, and she started to sob. Lu Tu was a bit confused. "Sister, I haven't said anything yet." He helplessly said, "Don't cry, I haven't said or done anything yet." Ding Xuang's beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Lu Tu and said, "I don't have materials to repair the car. I can't run away. Are you going to capture me and take me with you?" Hiss. This girl is quite clever. Although I want to take you with me, it still requires your consent. Lu Tu was caught off guard but still maintained a natural expression. I won't capture you, it just depends on whether you are willing. If you sign this contract, I can guarantee you won't have to worry about food and safety. Of course, you still have to work. Ding Shuang received Lu Tu's private message and then opened to look at the contract content. The contract was brief and simple, and she finished reading it in one glance. Ding Shuang's mouth dropped open, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lu Tu. Then she mumbled softly as expected. Oh, and slumped into the driver's seat in despair. While in silence, Tang Yingshu's head peeked out from beside Lu Tu, her face radiating a gentle smile, as she softly said to Ding Shuang, "Don't worry, Lu Tu is a good person, he won't bully you." Ding Shuang initially wanted to refute Tang Yingshu's words, but upon seeing Tang Yingshu's clean fair skin and her smooth black hair, she swallowed her retort. Then, as if resigned to her fate, she signed her name on the beauty contract Lu Tu had sent her. Contract established with Ding Shuang. Ding Shuang's beauty shop, unlocked medicine shop, current mileage points bonus, for not bad. Tang school flower, a single word convinced her. Lu Tu patted Tang Yingshu's delicate bottom. Tang Yingshu quietly asked in Lu Tu's ear, "When did you change your taste?" "I haven't changed, you must trust my discerning eye for beauty." Tang Yingshu wrinkled her nose at Lu Tu and then returned to her driver's seat. Although Tang Yingshu felt a little jealous being clever, she deduced that Lu Tu's abilities might be related to beauty. When Ding Shuang stepped into Lu Tu's RV, her jaw nearly dropped. The entire space was incredibly spacious, completely unnoticeable from the outside. Moreover, the interior decoration was not as rugged as the exterior of the RV, but rather warm and inviting. It felt like home. Or rather, this is home. Lu Tu walked over to Ding Shuang, shaking his hand. "All right, snap out of it. Do you have anything in your vehicle? If not, I will disassemble it." Ding Shuang immediately reacted, "Wait." She then stepped down from the RV and rummaged around in the van for a while, pulling out a palm-sized petri dish. This was what had flown out of her hand during the crash. Lu Tu looked at the petri dish in Ding Shuang's hand, curiously asking, "What is this?" Ding Shuang explained regretfully in a low voice, "It was originally for positioning the mushroom tree, but after that bump, everything inside spilled out, and I don't have extra materials to prepare it." "What materials do you need?" "First mushroom tree seeds, and then some PDA culture medium, and such." "How long will it last once made?" "About a day. The one I made last night was still effective until the crash." Upon hearing this, Lu Tu's eyes brightened. He had plenty of mushroom tree seeds. As for the culture medium, he immediately opened the newly unlocked medicine shop to search. Indeed, there it was. 500 milliliters PDA culture medium 1, 10 mileage points. 500 milliliters Chashi culture medium 1, 10 mileage points. Not only were they available, but there were also quite a variety. Lu Tu quickly purchased a portion and held the sealed glass bottle in his hand. "Is this enough?" Seeing Lu Tu produce the culture medium, Ding Shuang was somewhat astonished. "You actually have these?" "Don't worry, I have plenty of these, and they come in a wide variety." After hearing this, Ding Shuang organized the collected bottles from the van and took them down. Then she said to Lu Tu, "There's nothing left, you can disassemble it now." Lu Tu nodded and disassembled Ding Shuang. Then the two returned to the vehicle. After the two returned to the car, Lu Tu asked, "How do you locate the fungus tree you mentioned?" Ding Shuang began to explain patiently, but to Lu Tu it sounded as incomprehensible as ancient scripture. He urgently interrupted her and said, "That's enough. I already have the materials. Just tell me how long it will take." Ding Shuang replied, "It will be quick. If we have the materials, it will only take about 20 minutes. Lu Tu nodded and then took out the intermediate gene potion formula, handing it to Ding Shuang. He then asked, "Can you make this?" After receiving the formula, Ding Shuang carefully examined its contents. After reading it, she frowned slightly and said, "This only contains the materials needed. I don't know anything else. I can give it a try, but it'll need a professional chemistry laboratory and equipment." Glancing at Lu Tu, she continued, "In a big city like this, there are certainly research institutes and universities. I can go there to conduct the experiment, but I might have to give up on competing for rankings or have someone protect me." Lu Tu smiled gently and said, "Why go to those places? Follow me." He then stood up and walked towards another multifunctional cabin that lacked any facilities, leaving Ding Shuang somewhat puzzled as she followed him. When they reached a door beside the combat simulation chamber, Lu Tu called up the panel and set this multifunctional cabin as the chemistry laboratory. Ding. The chamber has been set as chemistry laboratory. After hearing the completion prompt, Lu Tu opened the door and walked inside. What met his eyes was a clean and tidy scene with a row of empty filing cabinets along the wall. In the center of the room were two long experimental tables neatly arranged with various experimental tools that gleamed coldly under the lights. Ding Shuang looked at the large laboratory hidden inside this RV and felt a sense of unreality. She walked and looked around and said, "The environment is good, but there are too few instruments and equipment." Lu Tu rubbed his chin and asked, "What else do we need?" "There are quite a few things missing, like a centrifuge, a computer, and so on." Lu Tu nodded. The multifunctional cabin only provided some basic equipment. Other items would have to be arranged by themselves. Lu Tu then asked, with what we have now, can we at least start working on your fungus tree locator? That's definitely not. After saying this, Lu Tu handed over the necessary materials to Ding Shuang, who quickly began the production process. Lu Tu watched as Ding Shuang focused on making the fungus tree locator, then quietly slipped out of the room. Back in his seat, he began to think about the next step. The main difficulty with fungus trees lay in locating them. With this locator, others would certainly not be as efficient in eliminating fungus trees as he could be. The threat posed by the fungus trees themselves was minimal, considering everyone's overall strength level. Now the zombies on the fungus trees posed no real danger. As for the preparation of the intermediate gene potion, he now had a chemistry experiment site, but lacked equipment. He needed to think of a way to help Ding Shuang find some. However, the primary objective remained the fungus trees. If they passed by any schools or research institutes, it would be worth exploring, and he could also look for Director Chao's office. The main issue was that the electronic map provided did not mark any place names or road names. They could only rely on luck to see if they could encounter a school or research institute while searching for fungus trees. After more than 20 minutes, Ding Shuang approached Lu Tu with the completed fungus tree locator petri dish. She handed it to Lu Tu and said, "This has been made." Lu Tu took the petri dish from Ding Shuang, and the others gathered around. Inside the dish, a transparent liquid mingled with a yellow mass, which was currently clustering at one edge. Zhao Feifei asked curiously, "How do we use this?" Everyone turned their curious gazes towards Ding Shuang. Ding Shuang explained it's similar to a compass. The yellow spores in the petri dish will cluster in the direction of the fungus tree, but the effective range is about 100 meters. After Ding Shuang's explanation, everyone understood immediately. Although the range was only 100 meters, it was sufficient. It was certainly better than the previous situation of being completely blind. As long as the hiding place wasn't too outrageous, this 100 meters would cover a considerable area while the vehicle was driving on the road. Lu Tu took a phone holder and secured the petri dish near the central console, turning to Ding Shuang, and said, "You should go wash up and rest for a bit." Tang Yingxue said, "I'll put the change of clothes at the bathroom door later." Ding Shuang, who had initially felt awkward, relaxed considerably upon seeing Tang Yingxue's gentle demeanor. With a sense of apprehension, she followed Tang Yingxue's guidance into the bathroom. After taking off her dirty clothes, she turned on the shower head. Warm water flowed down, washing away the dirt on Ding Shuang's body. After a while, Tang Yingxue's voice came from outside the bathroom, "Make sure to rinse well. There's plenty of water, so don't be stingy." While using fragrant shower gel to wash her body, Ding Shuang responded, "Okay, thank you." Meanwhile, Zhao Feifei started the vehicle and began to drive in the direction indicated by the petri dish. After driving for a few minutes, they found a fungus tree hidden in the park. A blazing flame engulfed the fungus tree. One fungus tree killed. Fungus tree killed. Earned 2 coins. Fungus tree killed. Earned 2 mileage points. Detected fungus tree destroyed. Earned 1,000 mileage points. Seeing the system prompt for killing the fungus tree, Lu Tu sighed inwardly. This is really useful. He then promptly continued searching for the next fungus tree. After Ding Shuang finished her shower and returned to the driver's seat, she sat down in the empty spot. Everyone turned to look at her, all captivated. A snow-white high-neck knitted sweater accentuated her long neck like a swan. Her jet-black wavy hair fell loosely over her shoulders, complementing her gentle and elegant features, exuding intellect and warmth. Seeing everyone staring at her, Ding Shuang's cheeks flushed with a hint of red. Don't look at me like that." Song Qinghuan laughed and said, "It's mainly the contrast that's too great." Ding Shuang said with a hint of self-deprecation, "I made myself look so messy, yet I was still caught by Lu Tu. I didn't force you, you willingly signed that contract." Ding Shuang slumped in her seat, non-committal. Lu Tu curiously asked, "So you used this guide last night to eliminate 3 fungus trees?" "Yes, I was actually hoping to gather more seeds to make petri dishes today and then sell them. But when I tried to shake off the zombies, I ran into your car." As she recounted this, Ding Shuang supported her chin with her hands, her tone slightly helpless. Lu Tu grinned and said, "No worries, you'll be able to get more than before in the future." "All right, then I'll wait and see." Lu Tu handed over 30 attribute scrolls he acquired from the trading site to Ding Shuang. Ding Shuang was left speechless by Lu Tu's generosity. Scratching his head, Lu Tu had just said to wait and see, and he unexpectedly presented such a grand gift, leaving him astonished. Lu Tu smiled and said, "This isn't free, you have to work for it." "What work?" Ding Shuang looked at him with confusion. Lu Tu replied, "What do you think?" then glanced toward the bedroom with a raised eyebrow. Ding Shuang immediately understood. Being adults, some things became clear with just a hint. Lu Tu then opened the newly unlocked potion shop and began to browse carefully. In addition to regular medicines, there were also some chemical materials. Lu Tu flipped through the items and spotted gene enhancement potions. The prices for the beginner and intermediate potions were 1,000 and 2,000 mileage points, while the advanced one required 4,000. The prices increased exponentially. Now that he had the formula for the intermediate gene potion, he might be able to produce it in bulk in the future. It would be even better if he could obtain the formulas for the beginner and advanced potions. Lu Tu continued to browse. He discovered an anti-zombie virus serum priced at only 1000 mileage points per vial. Lu Tu thought for a moment this was reasonable. This item could only resist the zombie virus and had no other uses. The next potions he saw, however, surprised Lu Tu. They were temporary self-enhancement potions. Strength Enhancement Potion 100 mileage points, Physique Enhancement Potion 100 mileage points, Mental Enhancement Potion 100 mileage points, Berserk Hunting Potion 100 mileage points, Wobbler Potion 110 mileage points. These potions had straightforward effects, but all came with side effects. For instance, the Strength Enhancement Potion increased strength attributes by 50 for 10 minutes, but after the effect ended there would be a 10-minute period of weakness where the base strength value would drop by 50. The one that caught Lu Tu's attention was priced at 50 mileage points, while the other was priced at 10 mileage points. One was the most expensive and the other was the cheapest. Berserk Hunting Potion type, Special Potion Level Diamond Effect after consumption increases 3 attributes by 100 for 10 minutes and blocks pain sensation. Side effects after the effect ends, 3 attributes decrease by 25 for 10 minutes. Description: Beyond limits. Wobbler Potion type, Special Potion Level Legendary Effect after consumption becomes as solid as a rock for 12 hours. Side effects: none. Description: the name tells you the effect a real man for 12 hours. I want X10 of these. While doubling attributes, it also blocks the sensation of pain. Sometimes when a person feels pain, they may subconsciously want to avoid it, potentially missing the opportunity. While doubling attributes, it also blocks the sensation of pain. Sometimes when a person feels pain, they may subconsciously want to avoid it, potentially missing the opportunity to defeat their opponent. However, there are pros and cons. Without the sensation of pain, one might begin to attack recklessly, leading to sudden death. The other, priced at 10 points, was the Wobbler Potion. This was the first time Lu Tu had seen a legendary item in the system shop. Previously, the highest level was Diamond, and it was sold at such a low price. Glancing at the effect, he immediately understood. Indeed, the name indicated the effect. If it were an ordinary blue pill, it would spoil after a long time. But legends are legends, a real man for 12 hours, with no side effects at all. Lu Tu shouted in his heart, awesome. However, this item was of little use to him. As time passed, more and more people entered the main city. The once desolate dead city began to gain some popularity. However, the competition for the mushroom trees also became quite fierce. Originally, the mushroom trees were hard to find, and with more people it became likely that multiple individuals would attack a single mushroom tree at the same time. But the kill could only count for one person, the other had to either swallow their pride and find another or confront the attacker. Soon bloodshed began to occur. Lu Tu saw numerous vehicles passing by. They were all stopping and going, occasionally rolling down their windows to check if there were any mushroom trees around. Lu Tu and his companions drove their RV, using the mushroom tree radar to search. The spores in the petri dish reacted, they slowed down, and began to search carefully according to the direction. Once found, they immediately cleared the zombies and used a flamethrower to eliminate the mushroom tree. They didn't have to stop and check like others, fearing they might miss it. By evening, the light had gradually dimmed, and the sky was overcast with dark clouds. Everyone was looking for a place to shelter from the rain. Some hoped to wait until the last minute to avoid the rain, hoping to find a few more mushroom trees. Lu Tu casually found a large shopping mall, pressed the accelerator hard, and crashed through the doors. Seeing the already dilapidated interior of the mall, the few people sighed. Lu Tu checked the time. There were still over 2 hours until the tide of corpses. He took Ding Shuang's hand and entered the bedroom. Tang Yingxue and the others exchanged knowing glances and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Ding Shuang, blushing and looking down, allowed Lu Tu to lead her into the bedroom. Once seated on the bed, her heartbeat quickened. It felt as if her heart was about to leap into her throat. It was all happening too fast. They had only gotten into the car during the day, and now they were lying together at night. Ding Shuang lay on the bed and said in a voice as small as a mosquito, you, be gentle. Lu Tu leaned closer and whispered in her ear, leave it to me. Ding gained Ding Shuang's beauty characteristic buff. After receiving Ding Shuang's buff, Lu Tu immediately felt his attributes enhance further. After completing the traditional team run with Ding Shuang, Lu Tu glanced at his attribute panel. Attributes: Strength 157, Physique 157, Spirit 155, Overall Combat Power 156. Not only were the previous beginner and intermediate gene potions further enhanced, but Tang Yingxue and the others were the same. Their enhanced attributes were also reciprocated by the heart-to-heart buff. Feeling the ceaseless flow of power, Lu Tu sighed in his heart, once again taking off with the left foot step. After putting on his clothes and exiting the bedroom, Tang Yingxue and the others immediately surrounded him, excitedly saying, our attributes just suddenly increased. What happened? Lu Tu blinked and revealed a mysterious smile. Seeing that Lu Tu was not speaking, they did not press further, which confirmed their suspicions. The sense of security Lu Tu provided them also grew stronger. Lu Tu sat in the living room, beginning to tally today's important gains. Gold coins 1444. 2 mileage points 25280 mushroom tree. Seeds 9. The number of mushroom trees eliminated was 8, it directly earning 800 mileage points. After factoring in the previously stored and some scattered zombies killed, the mileage points had reached 25000. Lu Tu directly opened the vehicle parts modification shop and purchased the diamond level modification blueprint. He had long coveted simple shield generator modification blueprint. Purchased item simple shield generator modification blueprint 1 cost 200 mileage points. Purchased item berserk hunting potion 1 cost 5000 mileage points. Having bought 2 items, his mileage points were nearly depleted. However, anything that could enhance himself was worth. The blueprint for the simple shield generator modification requires materials 500 gold coins, 20 aluminum alloys, 2 level 2 chips, 1 electromagnetic amplifier. Lu Tu noticed he was just short of an electromagnetic amplifier. The materials needed for the diamond level blueprint are anything but simple. There are 2 listed on the trading site, but both are priced at 120 gold coins. Lu Tu found it a bit expensive. Therefore, following the principle of taking a chance, he posted a message in the chat room seeking to purchase an electromagnetic amplifier. Before long, Lu Tu received a private message. It was Wang Bing, an old acquaintance. Previously, he had exchanged some resources for a beginner targeting skill scroll from him. He had also taken on his rescue request, which included not only gold coins and treasure chests, but also a modification part for the endless blade. It seemed that this time he had something Lu Tu wanted. Wang Bing Tu go, I happen to have an electromagnetic amplifier you need. Lu Tu, name your price. Lu Tu gave Wang Bing the initiative to set the price. Upon seeing Lu Tu's reply, Wang Bing began to hesitate. If he quoted too low, he would suffer a loss. If too high, he might offend Lu Tu by appearing greedy. He found no use for this item himself and thought it better to sell it instead. Initially, he intended to list it on the trading site, but then he saw Lu Tu was looking for it in the chat. After much thought, Wang Bing gritted his teeth and quoted a price of 100 gold coins, which was a whole 20 coins cheaper than the trading site. Wang Bing, bro, how about 100 gold coins? Lu Tu, sounds good. Seeing Lu Tu agree to the price, Wang Bing immediately initiated the transaction. Rather than clinging to it uselessly, it was better to sell it quickly. After the transaction was completed, Wang Bing informed Lu Tu of another piece of news. Wang Bing Tu go, let me add one more piece of information, it might not be of great value. Lu Tu, intrigued by Wang Bing's message, responded, go ahead. Wang Bing, when we prepared to enter the city today, we passed an industrial park on the outskirts where the electromagnetic amplifier was obtained, but everything inside has already been looted. Wang Bing, however, there is a metal processing factory completely covered by trees, and burning it won't work. There might be good things inside. This news is likely to spread in a couple of days. If it's of no use, just consider it a fun fact. Wang Bing, the coordinates are. Lu Tu, okay, I got it. Wang Bing took a deep breath. After all, this piece of information would be known in a couple of days. Even if he didn't become friends with the big shots, at least he would leave a good impression in front of them. Looking at his first gold coin surpassing 100, Wang Bing felt quite pleased. Lu Tu made a note of the information Wang Bing provided. He could check it out tomorrow during the day. After obtaining the electromagnetic amplifier, Lu Tu immediately proceeded with the modification. Ding. Triggering feature buff soul of modification. The simple shield generator upgraded to an active defense shield generator. Active defense shield generator. Level prismatic. Type vehicle component. Effect actively releases an electromagnetic shield of 1 square meter size for 4 seconds in the attack direction, blocking attacks with a maximum defense range of 10 meters. Each release of the electromagnetic shield consumes 1 degree of electricity. Description: it looks like there is no shield, but actually the whole body is shielded. This is the second prismatic level equipment. The original simple shield generator could only be turned on or off. Once activated, it would maintain the shield's status regardless of whether there was an incoming attack, which consumed a lot of electricity. After upgrading and enhancing it, could remain active in most situations, only releasing the shield when an attack was detected. During dinner, Lu Tu said to Tang Yingxue, for tonight's zombie, Tide, you shouldn't shoot first. Let's test the new shield we installed. Tang Yingxue nodded. With a 1000-degree battery, they could see how much damage it could withstand. Ding Shuang, who had missed dinner, got up from her bed after recovering a bit of strength and walked to the cockpit. Lu Tu looked at her and asked, aren't you going to rest more? I want to see if there's anything I can help with. Tang Yingxue looked at her, who was limping and seemed about to fall apart, and said helplessly, then just sit and watch. I'll get you some food. Ding Shuang nodded quietly and sat aside. Lu Tu turned to ask, have you injected the anti-zombie virus serum? Ding Shuang shook her head. Lu Tu handed the last anti-zombie virus serum to Ding Shuang. Ding Shuang looked at the syringe, pondering. What's wrong? Seeing her not moving, Lu Tu inquired, "Oh, it's nothing. I just think this serum could be used for research." "No rush, just inject it first. If you want this, I will get it for you later." "All right." After hearing Lu Tu's promise, Ding Shuang injected herself without hesitation. However, it was still just a vague idea. As soon as 8 p.m. arrived, the zombies surged toward Lu Tu's RV like a tide. Ding Shuang, seeing that everyone was still, began to feel anxious not only about the zombie tide, but also about the miasma released from the buildings. Zhao Feifei, half reclining in the driver's seat, noticed her anxious expression in the rearview mirror and said casually, "Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough." Roars echoed as the zombie tide rushed toward the entrance of the mall amid the pouring rain. The RV quietly waited inside the mall for the impact of the zombies. As the zombies approached, they began to claw at the RV. Just as their claws were about to touch the vehicle, a faint blue shield of 1 square meter illuminated. The claws only struck the shield. Due to the large scale of the zombie tide, the vehicle was soon overwhelmed by the zombies, while the faint blue shield continued to flash. Seeing the actual effect, everyone had a better understanding. The shield would only be triggered when an actual attack was detected rather than blocking objects from approaching like the barrier in the previous research base. After more than 10 seconds of attack from the zombies, the vehicle's power consumption had dropped by nearly 40 degrees. This vehicle component also consumed a lot of power. Lu Tu commanded, "That's enough, let's start clearing the zombie tide." Received. X3. Tang Yingxue directly controlled the machine gun to begin shooting, while Zhao Feifei deployed the blades on the wheels to start shredding. Song Qinghuan supplemented the firepower by shooting from the shooting port with the newly acquired AR-15 assault rifle. Lu Tu leisurely leaned back in the soft and comfortable seat, watching the women clear the enemies. After watching for a while, Ding Shuang felt something was off. Why is this zombie tide so large? As someone who migrated into the A10086 area from another zone, it was her first time seeing real zombies yesterday. The zombie tide that attacked her at night, although only a small number, still made her scalp tingle. Not just her, but others from the external area felt the same. Lu Tu calmly replied, while looking at the zombies outside that resembled balloons bursting, "I have level 4 blood hatred." This answer made Ding Shuang's scalp tingle. Level 4 blood hatred. How many people would that take to kill? Zhao Feifei, while maneuvering the RV to crush the approaching zombies, said, "Don't worry, we're not murderers. The people we kill are just a bunch of garbage." In this matter, Zhao Feifei had the most say. Before long, the zombie tide was easily resolved. To Ding Shuang, it seemed as if Lu Tu and the others were playing. Zhao Feifei got up from her position, patted Ding Shuang on the shoulder. "Let's go to the living room and open the boxes." "Oh." Ding Shuang, still in a daze, followed everyone back to the living room. Ding Shuang, sitting on the sofa in the living room, was still a bit dazed. The day was not yet over, and in every aspect, Lu Tu's impact on her was simply too strong. Dealing with the zombie tide was as easy as drinking water, as the RV remained steady like a mountain inside the spore-filled building. At that moment, a golden treasure chest and a silver supply box appeared before her. Ding Shuang said nothing, merely pointed at herself, implying, "Am I to go?" Everyone nodded. Ding Shuang, not one to be coy, directly opened it. Acquired M134 Gatling gun X1. Acquired basic aiming skill scroll X1. Acquired DJI handheld drone X1. Acquired aluminum alloy X50. Acquired alloy steel X50. "Hey, Gatling!" Tang Yingxue exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the Gatling. Lu Tu looked at Tang Yingxue's excited expression and chuckled, saying, "You can take it to use." Tang Yingxue hugged Lu Tu and gave him a kiss. She happily put away the Gatling. There was also a basic aiming skill scroll. This item had always been in high demand, but rarely available. This had prevented the intermediate aiming scroll from being given to Song Qinghuan. Now they finally got it. Without hesitation, Lu Tu handed both the basic and intermediate aiming skill scrolls to Song Qinghuan. Song Qinghuan also gave Lu Tu a charming kiss. Lastly, there was a drone. This gadget was quite interesting. Although it was only silver grade, it filled the gap of lacking aerial vision. Zhao Feifei observed eagerly from the side. Lu Tu asked, "Do you know how to operate this thing?" "Of course. I can fly helicopters. Don't doubt me, I have a helicopter license. You can ask senior sister." Tang Yingxue immediately nodded. Lu Tu said no more and handed the drone to Zhao Feifei. Zhao Feifei jumped onto Lu Tu's lap and gave him a French kiss. After a while, everyone returned to the bedroom. Ding Shuang exclaimed, "How do you have so many of these clothes?" "Bought them at the service station." "How many?" "A few hundred, I guess." "That's really extravagant." After finishing today's hospital-themed run, everyone fell into a deep sleep. Not long after, she was suddenly awakened by vibrations from the ground. Lu Tu sprang out of bed and turned on the lights. The others quickly got up. After hastily putting on his clothes, Lu Tu dashed to the driver's seat, started the vehicle, and checked the surveillance. On the ground inside the mall, some stout things were breaking through the concrete, growing out. With the current lack of light, the infrared view was not very clear, so Lu Tu immediately turned on all the headlights outside the vehicle. In an instant, the area around the vehicle was as bright as day. With the bright light, Lu Tu clearly saw what was growing. It was a tree. A thick trunk had forcibly pushed up the concrete, while some vines climbed up the walls of the mall. Lu Tu instructed Song Qinghuan to burn the nearest tree with the flamethrower. Boom! A straight fire dragon shot towards the closest tree. The flaming fuel stuck to the tree, but the expected scenario of the entire tree catching fire did not occur. After burning for a few minutes, the flames extinguished. The outer layer of the tree was only left charred, and it showed no significant damage. To be safe, Lu Tu drove the RV out to the large square in front of the mall. Everyone began to observe their surroundings. Through the RV's spotlight, they could see some nearby buildings, also entwined with vines. Lu Tu instructed a few women to continue observing and maintaining vigilance while he started checking the chat room. What's going on? Trees are growing underground. Holy crap, this tree lifted my car. I can't get down. This tree didn't respond to fire. Guns are useless. Shooting it just scratches the surface and it immediately regenerates. In the dead of night, it seemed everyone was quite frightened. However, no other threats were detected for the time being. Lu Tu spent another half-hour outside, confirming no other sudden changes before returning to the mall. He left part of the vehicle outside the door. Fortunately, there was a large eave, so the vehicle body wouldn't suffer from rain erosion. The next morning, Lu Tu and the others were already awake an hour earlier than before. That night, he had only lightly slept for 3 hours in the latter half. Seeing that there was nothing else going on, Lu Tu walked into the combat simulation chamber. Originally, Lu Tu intended to test whether he could simulate the frenzied hunter drug in the combat simulation chamber last night. However, Zhao Feifei accidentally ignited a fire, and things spiraled out of control. Ding Shuang was somewhat overwhelmed. After Lu Tu pulled her into another run, she fell asleep early and deeply. Then came that sudden surprise at night. Lu Tu first simulated the devourer. This time he didn't even need a watermelon knife. He went in barehanded. The result was a complete domination. Upon emerging, Lu Tu leaped high and delivered a powerful punch to the devourer's head. This punch directly caved in the devourer's face. After losing its ability to think, the devourer's plump body crashed straight down to the ground. Lu Tu clawed with his fingers, tearing apart the devourer's flesh. He smashed its heart and spine, then ripped off its entire head. After warming up, Lu Tu simulated the virus aggregate type 1. Monsters like it with a somewhat special mechanism could also be simulated in the combat simulation chamber. Lu Tu instructed the simulation chamber to calculate its transformation state after consuming 10 of various monsters from the first round of tasks. Its combat power skyrocketed to an astonishing 150. In the absence of light, or in low light, it could even reach 200. Its overall appearance had departed from that of a mere flesh ball. Its head bore characteristics of both humans and hyenas. Its entire body was enveloped in numerous bone plates, having a total of 6 arms, 2 of which had transformed into the appearance of giant blade zombies. Its feet resembled those of a prairie wolf, and it had 2 organs on its back capable of shooting bone spikes along with several tentacles. Seeing its disheartening appearance, Lu Tu momentarily found it hard to describe. Then Lu Tu chose to begin fighting in a low-light environment. As soon as the battle commenced, the virus aggregate vanished from its original spot with a whoosh. Despite Lu Tu's enhanced dynamic vision, it was still difficult to catch its figure. Each time it attacked, he could only defend passively. After several fierce attacks, Lu Tu had already accumulated several wounds. He directly simulated taking the drug and drank it. His body instantly erupted with immense explosive power. Anticipating its attack route, Lu Tu swiftly drew his knife and slashed at its giant blades. Then with his left hand, he shot at its head with a revolver. After dodging Lu Tu's shot by tilting its head, the virus aggregate immediately shot out bone spikes from its back and hid in the darkness, preparing to strike. Lu Tu stood still, preparing to wait for the simulation drug's effects to wear off and see how severe the side effects would be. After estimating the time, he withstood one attack and stepped forward. He charged towards the hiding spot of the virus aggregate with his knife. The red glow of the bloodthirsty Fong flashed, and the virus aggregate's head along with a small part of its body crashed to the ground. At this moment, his body sensed the reduction in attributes, and he felt a drop in his condition. Simulation complete. You can view the battle replay. After glancing at the replay, Lu Tu continued to simulate. After a refreshing sparring session of nearly an hour, he exited the simulation chamber, took a shower, and returned to the driver's seat, starting to wait for today's announcements. Lu Tu leaned against the chair, closing his eyes to rest, waiting for the announcement, while also hoping for the rain. The rain has stopped, and all survivors may travel safely. The number of environmental creatures has increased, and the drop rate and quality of items have improved. There are 1000 survivors in total, with 89113 remaining. Today's announcement surprised Lu Tu. It was already the third day, and only a little over 10,000 had perished. Was the heavens showing mercy? However, Lu Tu didn't dwell on it and opened the leaderboard. First place, Lu Tu eliminated 11 fungi trees. Second place, Ma Zheng eliminated 7 fungi trees. Third place, Ji Bai eliminated 6 fungi trees. Fourth place, Li Teng eliminated 4 fungi trees. As expected, he was currently in the lead. Ding Shuang's fungi tree radar was incredibly useful. However, it was a pity that after becoming a passenger, her elimination count wouldn't contribute to his. Moreover, she had disappeared from the leaderboard. The same went for others. This was understandable. If the passengers' elimination count stacked, no one could compete with the large convoy. It was the fourth place Li Teng that made Lu Tu squint. Ji Bai had not yet replied. He decided to wait a bit longer. If there was still no news today, he would take the initiative to make contact. The raging rain ceased after the announcement. Zhao Feifei started the vehicle and headed towards the metal processing plant. Along the way, Lu Tu saw many people searching for supplies on foot. Perhaps due to last night's surprise, these people dared not stay indoors anymore, and their vehicles had been left outside to soak in the rain all night. As Lu Tu passed by a university, the fungi tree radar reacted. Zhao Feifei immediately drove the RV to the indicated location. However, after circling the teaching building twice, they couldn't see any sign of a fungi tree. At this moment, Ding Shuang suggested, could it be indoors? Lu Tu pondered for a moment and agreed with Ding Shuang's speculation. He was about to let Song Qinghuan explore the teaching building with him. Just then Tang Yingxue stepped forward and said, I'll go with you this time. Lu Tu nodded. Although Tang Yingxue's combat power and experience were not as good as Song Qinghuan's, she was more than capable of dealing with the weak zombies. Moreover, sending her outside for training was a good thing. Although there were combat simulation pods for assistance, real combat was filled with uncertainties, allowing for greater growth. After checking her backpack's equipment, Tang Yingxue took the gas mask from Lu Tu and put it on. The two exchanged a thumbs up and got out of the vehicle towards the teaching building. Guided by the fungi tree radar, Lu Tu began searching layer by layer, while Tang Yingxue nervously followed behind him. Fortunately, the teaching building was not large and had only 6 floors. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Lu Tu keenly heard the distinct clucking sound made by plant-type zombies. Walking towards the source of the sound in a large classroom, Lu Tu signaled Tang Yingxue, then stepped aside to let her take the lead. Tang Yingxue understood and took out the Gatling gun, kicking the classroom door open. The classroom door crashed directly into a nearby zombie. In the corner of the classroom stood a fungi. The loud noise drew the attention of the zombies. Before they could react, they were riddled with bullets by Tang Yingxue. The large stash of ammunition they had stored was finally put to use. Usually they used the turret on the vehicle with unlimited ammunition to resolve battles, leading to an increasing stockpile of bullets. Aside from the special rounds for the anti-material sniper rifle, which were a bit scarce at around 300, they had amassed tens of thousands of rounds for every other type of ammunition. During this outing, Tang Yingxue brought along 4 ammo boxes of 500 rounds for the Gatling gun. As the machine gun fired, all the zombies in the classroom laid down on the ground incapacitated. The zombies in the other classrooms, hearing the commotion, rushed over. The fire bursting from the gun's muzzle, mixed with the curling smoke, illuminated the fervor igniting in Tang Yingxue's eyes. After Tang Yingxue killed most of the zombies, she put away the Gatling gun and took out a hammer spear. She quickly advanced, swinging it at the zombies' heads. A plant-like head flew off from its body. Watching Tang Yingxue's fierce combat style, Lu Tu realized she was not to be underestimated compared to himself. Lu Tu almost laughed when he saw how Tang Yingxue killed the last zombie. She raised the hammer spear high and smashed it down onto the zombie's head. With that one blow, the zombie's head was crushed into its body. It was both beautiful and brutal. Seeing all the zombies dealt with, Lu Tu called Tang Yingxue back and then took out an aluminum thermite grenade to throw at the fungi tree. The aluminum thermite grenade began to emit bright white sparks. Just as Lu Tu was preparing to listen for the kill prompt, several vines beside the fungi tree suddenly moved, quickly wrapping around the grenade and throwing it back towards Lu Tu. What the hell? Lu Tu hugged Tang Yingxue and quickly dodged the returned grenade. Looking in the direction it had come from, he saw 4 deformed plants rising from the ground, toppling all the surrounding desks and chairs. The head was a giant trumpet flower, almost as tall as a person, its fully opened petals resembling a bloodthirsty mouth grinning back to the ears. Inside, viscous scarlet liquid swirled, and one could see serrated edges capable of shredding prey from the black flower core. Its trunk and limbs had fully mutated into deep green vines and fleshy stems. Vine monster type, biological plant level gold, overall combat power 50, skill vine strike, description, a thoroughly mutated plant type zombie. This is one of their evolutionary paths. It seemed that not only had the number of zombies increased near the fungi tree, but elite monsters had also appeared. Lu Tu looked at Tang Yingxue in his arms and asked, "Are you ready?" Tang Yingxue nodded, taking out the AR-15 she borrowed from Song Qinghuan from her backpack. She raised the gun and fired. Bang, bang, bang. After just a few shots, the vine monster's attention shifted from Lu Tu to Tang Yingxue. It quickly lashed out its vines towards Tang Yingxue's head. Tang Yingxue immediately reacted, lowering her body and rolling to the side. However, the attacks from the 4 vine monsters left her no opportunity to counterattack. Lu Tu drew his bloodthirsty fong and flashed to the center of the 4 vine monsters. He swiftly swung the blade, severing the large trumpet flower on top. After cutting off the trumpet flower, the vine monsters stopped attacking Tang Yingxue and began to swing their distorted hands in agony. However, Lu Tu did not receive a kill prompt. It seemed this was not their weak point. While dodging their wild attacks, Lu Tu observed closely. He quickly noticed an inconspicuous spine-like object on their backs. Lu Tu pointed the knife's tip and stabbed directly into that object. Soon the vine monster he stabbed lost its movement and collapsed to the ground. Killed 1 vine monster. Earned 40 gold coins. Killed 1 vine monster. Earned 40 mileage points. After confirming the weak point, Lu Tu proceeded to deal with the other 3 in the same manner. After the last 3 vine monsters fell to the ground, Lu Tu carefully inspected the surroundings. Confirming there were no threats, he took out an aluminum thermal grenade and placed it at the base of the mushroom tree before pulling the safety pin. You have killed 1 mushroom tree. You have gained 2 gold coins. You have killed 1 mushroom tree. You have gained 2 mileage points. Detection of mushroom tree destruction. You have gained 1,000 mileage points. After the mushroom tree died, it dropped 2 seeds. Lu Tu carefully stored them. It was a bit regrettable that he thought the vine monsters would drop special materials like the giant blade zombies, but in the end they dropped nothing. After collecting the drops from the other zombies, he returned to the car with Tang Yingxue. Back in the car, Lu Tu joked, "You should have seen it, Tang's school beauty was fierce just now." Upon hearing Lu Tu's words, the others instantly became interested and asked him what had happened. Lu Tu recounted Tang Yingxue's combat style from earlier. Especially when she used the hammer spear to smash a zombie's head into its body, Lu Tu embellished the story with extra flair. This made the girls laugh uncontrollably. Song Qinghuan said, "I think we should get Yingxue some heavy armor or something that would perfectly suit her style." Upon hearing this, Lu Tu's eyes lit up. He could transform his stunning and delicate housekeeper into a heavy armored maid or a reformed warrior. Seemingly delicate, yet fierce and formidable. With a submachine gun in one hand and a hammer in the other, anyone who tried to block her would be in for trouble. After resting for a while, Lu Tu asked Zhao Feifei to drive around the school. He wanted to see which building was the laboratory. This would allow Ding Shuang to quickly get back on track and begin researching intermediate gene agents. Lu Tu was quite lucky. After wandering for nearly half an hour in the vast campus, he finally found a laboratory building. Lu Tu and Tang Yingxue got out of the car and entered the lab. Inside, there were only a few zombies, all of which Tang Yingxue dealt with personally. To avoid damaging the equipment, she used the hammer spear to clear out those zombies. Lu Tu watched from the side. Despite being just a laboratory building, there were many rooms inside. The two searched through these rooms one by one. The various experimental equipment and related devices inside were all quite severely damaged. They could only check each item and collect those that seemed intact to send to Ding Shuang for assessment. After scavenging most of the laboratory building, it was already noon. Back in the car, they started having lunch. Suddenly, Lu Tu received a message from Jibai. Jibai, brother Lu Tu, my people have found out about Li Tong. Jibai, vehicle photo. JPG, Li Peng photo. JPG. Lu Tu put down his chopsticks and eagerly opened the photos sent by Jibai. The vehicle was a desert-colored armored off-road vehicle marked with an emblem. He then opened the photo of Li Peng. When Li Peng's pale and gloomy face appeared before Lu Tu's eyes, a faint smile crept across his lips and a chill flickered in his gaze. Heaven has not been unfair to me. It is indeed you, Li Tong. Lu Tu calmed his somewhat fluctuating emotions and replied to Jibai. Lu Tu, yes, do you know his location? Jibai, still inquiring, might take a while. Lu Tu, okay, I'll wait for your news. After replying, Lu Tu closed the chat window and picked up his chopsticks to continue eating. Tang Yingxue and the others clearly sensed the change in Lu Tu's mood. Tang Yingxue asked, what's wrong? We are about to meet an old classmate soon. Who? Li Tong. Tang Yingxue's eyes widened. Indeed, he was an old classmate. However, in Tang Yingxue's impression during college, Lu Tu was quite distant with everyone, but he was very close to Li Tong. But judging by Lu Tu's expression, now it seemed their relationship had soured, possibly even turned very bad. Tang Yingxue tilted her head, her expression somewhat puzzled. Are you going to find him? Yes, I'm going to take him down. As soon as he said this, everyone turned their attention to Lu Tu. Seeing everyone so concerned, Lu Tu didn't hold back and began recounting how he had been harmed by Li Tong. He spoke with a calm tone without showing any anger or sadness. After hearing Lu Tu's account, the four women became incensed. Tang Yingxue clenched her fists tightly, filled with immense anger at Li Teng's actions. Zhao Feifei, perceptive as always, noticed that Lu Tu was suppressing his emotions. So she put down her bowl and walked to Lu Tu's side, gently resting his head against her soft bosom. Then she stroked Lu Tu's head while comforting him. Lu Tu suddenly felt his head enveloped in a warm and fragrant softness. He didn't need to look to know it was Zhao Feifei. Lu Tu took a comfortable deep breath and said, "Don't worry, I'm very strong." After saying this, he showed no intention of leaving Zhao Feifei's warm and ample embrace. Instead, he pressed a little closer and even turned his head. What was initially a somewhat sorrowful and angry atmosphere was lightened by this interaction, turning the mood cheerful and bright again. After the lunch break, Lu Tu set off again, heading towards the factory coordinates given by Wang Bing. Ding Shuang returned to the chemical lab and began to carefully assess the various equipment that Lu Tu and Tang Yingxue had scavenged from the university laboratory. In addition to inspecting the appearance, Ding Shuang also needed to test whether the equipment had any issues. Lu Tu was not in a hurry for results and encouraged Ding Shuang to be thorough. If there were any deficiencies, they could discuss it later. On the way to the factory, they found 2 more mushroom trees growing within the residential buildings using the mushroom tree radar. With the experience from the morning, Lu Tu easily lured out and slayed the vine monsters. On the way back from the residential building to the car, Lu Tu received another message from Jibai. "Jibai, I've found out Li Teng's whereabouts. He and his convoy are heading to." Lu Tu, great, thanks for your hard work. Lu Tu decisively transferred the previously agreed upon level 2 chip for the transaction to Jibai. Then he quickly walked back to the car and sent the coordinates to Zhao Feifei. Zhao Feifei said, "Hey, isn't this the coordinate for that metal processing factory?" "Exactly, it is. I've received news that Li Teng is heading there. We should go directly now." "What about the mushroom trees?" "For now, we can ignore them. It doesn't matter if we take a little longer." Zhao Feifei nodded and shouted, "Everyone hold on tight, prepare to move at full speed." Li Teng and several subordinates from the convoy sat down on the ground to rest after working together to clear the vine monsters guarding the mushroom tree. The 4 golden level monsters with a combat power of 50 were still somewhat challenging for them. After recovering somewhat, Li Teng took out a Molotov cocktail and threw it at the mushroom tree. After the flames burned fiercely for a while, a golden treasure chest appeared before Li Teng's eyes. A golden treasure chest. Li Teng felt a surge of joy in his heart and immediately moved forward. His subordinates looked on with envy mixed with a hint of greed. Excited, Li Teng rubbed his hands together, constantly praying for good items. Taking a deep breath, he then solemnly opened the golden treasure chest. As a flash of golden light appeared, Li Teng saw the items inside the chest, and his breathing became heavy. Obtained Intermediate Gene Potion 1. Obtained Gas Mask 1. Intermediate Gene Potion. Li Teng picked it up and drank it without hesitation. The 3 attributes increased by 20 points, directly marking a tremendous leap. Not only could it make him faster and stronger, but the enhancement to his physique could also amplify his ability of rapid regeneration. The higher his physique, the faster the regeneration rate, and the less stamina consumed for regeneration. As long as his head wasn't completely blown off by a single hit, he could quickly recover. After completing the enhancement, Li Teng excitedly threw a few punches. The sound of his punches cutting through the air left his watching subordinates in astonishment. They felt grateful that they hadn't followed the wrong person. With their leader becoming stronger, their chances of survival increased. As for the amount of supplies Li Teng demanded daily, it seemed trivial compared to staying alive. After tidying up the battlefield, Li Teng took the dragon convoy members and began heading towards the metal processing plant on the outskirts of the city. After hearing about the peculiar metal processing plant from others, he wanted to give it a try. Perhaps there would be great opportunities. Having taken the intermediate gene potion, Li Teng was now bursting with confidence, feeling as if the heavens were on his side. He had previously been uncertain whether Lu Tu was indeed the same person. His subordinates had inquired about many people, but received ambiguous answers. Li Peng decided to ask the leaders of other convoys directly. If it turned out to be his old classmate, he would need to take decisive action. With this thought in mind, Li Teng opened the group chat for convoy leaders and found the chat's creator, Ji Bai. Li Teng: "Hello, leader Ji Bai, I have something I would like to ask you about." "Ji Bai, what do you want to inquire about?" Ji Bai was astonished when he saw Li Teng's private message. He had just sent Li Teng's information to Lu Tu, and now Li Teng had come seeking answers. Had he exposed his intentions to seek an explanation? "Li Teng, I want to inquire about the number 1 on the leaderboard, Lu Tu." Upon seeing Li Teng's reply, Ji Bai felt a bit relieved, thinking they are both inquiring about each other. This seems unusual. Ji Bai then replied to see what Li Teng wanted. "Ji Bai, what do you want to know about him?" "Li Teng, I'm just curious. I'm from another region and have heard people say he is formidable. I would like to meet him, and if possible, I want to know where he is so I can invite him to join our convoy." "Ji Bai, he is indeed very strong. As for where brother Lu Tu is, I don't know, you can ask others." Li Teng: "All right, thank you, leader Ji Bai." Ji Bai looked at the message, thought for a moment, and decided to inform Lu Tu about this situation. As for any grudges between them, that was not his concern. Li Ting noticed that Ji Bai had given him a vague response and couldn't help but click his tongue. He then asked several other leaders, including Qin Hua, the leader of Urban Rose. Indeed, it was originally the Wasteland Rose, after entering the Death City Qin Hua renamed the convoy Urban Rose. When Qin Hua saw Li Ting inquiring about Lu Tu, her enchanting eyes sparkled. Previously, Lu Tu had silently taken away Song Qinghuan, resulting in her convoy losing a formidable member. Although during the first round of missions there were no restrictions on members from convoys, and everyone was free to come and go. This incident still left Qin Hua feeling unsettled for several days. However, after several days of moping around, she eventually made peace with it. At that time, forming the convoy was purely a spuro-themit decision, but as more people joined, a sense of responsibility weighed heavily on her shoulders. She realized she had put herself in this position. There was no way to truly give up. With many people coming to her for refuge, and many dying, Qin Hua constantly felt pressured and increasingly suffocated. Facing Li Ting's straightforward inquiry, she quickly deduced that he and Lu Tu had a grudge. Since she had no stake in the relationship with Lu Tu, she didn't want to get involved in the conflicts of this big shot. To prevent these grudges from affecting her convoy, she also gave Li Ting a vague answer. After closing the chat window, Qin Hua lowered the car window, allowing the humid air to gently brush against her face. Li Ting faced several setbacks, but did not feel disheartened. While contemplating whom to ask next, he spotted Ma Zheng. In recent days, the leaders of various convoys had been sending messages in the group, but Ma Zheng had not said a word. Li Ting approached Ma Zheng with a mindset of trying his luck. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Ting immediately launched into his inquiry about Lu Tu. Although Ma Zheng was not particularly smart, he wasn't foolish. Such a direct inquiry raised red flags for anyone, and he immediately became alert. Ma Zheng, why do you want to know this? Do you have a grudge against him? Upon seeing Ma Zheng's unusual response, Li Ting directly stated his request. Li Ting, Lu Tu and I are old friends, and I want to confirm whether he is the one I know. Ma Zheng felt delighted in his heart. Since you put it that way, it means you have a grudge. Ma Zheng quickly sent Li Ting a photo of Lu Tu and one of Lu Tu's armored vehicle. The photos were taken from a distance, but one could generally see Lu Tu's face. After sending them, Ma Zheng felt pleased, thinking that the two of them could engage in a mutual conflict, allowing him to fish in troubled waters. I'm so clever. When Li Ting saw the two photos sent by Ma Zheng, he clicked to enlarge them. That was his face. Indeed, it was Lu Tu. Li Ting, do you have his location? Ma Zheng, no. Li Ting, thank you, Leader Ma Zheng. Ma Zheng, no need to be polite. After glancing again at the photo of Lu Tu's incredibly desirable armored vehicle, Li Ting let out a gentle sigh as he closed the chat window. Now he confirmed that this Lu Tu was indeed his old classmate. He slowly raised his hands and clenched his fists with force, the sound of his fists cracking. Now who could possibly stand against me? Lu Tu, please forgive me once more. Lu Tu, you have such a good vehicle, but so what? Can you withstand a tank? Li Ting envisioned using anti-tank rockets to disable Lu Tu's vehicle, then forcing him out to fight hand-to-hand with fire or other means. As long as Lu Tu stepped out of the vehicle for a melee fight, with his rapid regeneration and terrifying physical attributes, he would have an infinite advantage. Once Lu Tu was dealt with, that armored vehicle would be his. Thinking of this, his body involuntarily trembled with excitement. The driver in the front seat stole a glance at Li Ting before quickly averting his gaze. He wondered what could be causing his boss to be so excited. Lu Tu was running wildly on the road when he received a message from Ji Bai. Ji Bai, Li Ting just asked me about you, but I brushed him off. Ji Bai, he might also go ask the leaders of other teams. Lu Tu, gotta thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Lu Tu closed the chat window. This information Ji Bai could have kept to himself, but he chose to tell Lu Tu. At least for now, he was intentionally aligning with him. What was surprising, however, was that Li Ting was actively inquiring about Lu Tu as well. His intentions were already quite clear. Along the way, the fungus radar reacted a couple of times, but Lu Tu ignored it. He also called Ding Shuang out of the chemical experiment cabin. He began to ask about the general strength of the people in their area. Ding Shuang scratched her head and said, I'm not really sure, but it definitely isn't as exaggerated as yours. Lu Tu felt somewhat relieved. The closer he got to the metal processing plant, the calmer he became. After more than an hour, Lu Tu's RV had approached the target location. Lu Tu did not rush to the metal processing plant. Instead, he parked some distance away, finding a relatively concealed spot to hide. Then Lu Tu instructed Zhao Feifei to launch the drone for aerial reconnaissance. He lowered the car window and extended his hand, holding the drone outside. Zhao Feifei used the remote control to take off the drone. Buzz buzz. The drone's rotors whirred at high speed, emitting a low hum as it flew into the sky. Lu Tu watched the images transmitted back by the drone on the monitor. The drone hovered above the industrial park as dark clouds loomed in the sky, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Looking down, the entire abandoned and dilapidated industrial park lay quietly in the vast expanse of the wilderness outskirts. The most eye-catching was the metal processing plant wrapped by countless huge tree trunks. The twisted branches jutted upwards irregularly with dense and dark foliage. It resembled a giant tree filled with eeriness and distortion. Lu Tu and the others noticed that there were indeed quite a few vehicles coming and going around the metal processing plant. It was unanimously believed that there were good things inside, prompting those nearby to come and try to break through the tree trunks. Various people and vehicles surrounded the giant tree, each showing their prowess with chisels, hammers, and saws. Lu Tu looked around, but did not see Li Teng's desert-colored armored off-road vehicle. Lu Tu thought maybe he just hadn't arrived yet. He decided to wait another 2 hours. If Li Teng still didn't appear, he would seek an explanation from Jibai. After the drone had flown for nearly 10 minutes, without seeing Li Teng, Lu Tu instructed Zhao Feifei to bring the drone back for recharging. The plan was to launch it for reconnaissance every 20 minutes. Lu Tu waited quietly like a patient hunter anticipating the appearance of his prey. The drone was launched into the sky again. Zhao Feifei maneuvered the drone towards the giant tree, beginning to circle around and investigate the surroundings. After several laps, she adjusted the drone's camera angle to focus on the road leading into the industrial park. A few minutes later, a desert-colored off-road vehicle appeared in the camera's view. Zhao Feifei excitedly exclaimed, "Lu Tu, quick, is that it?" The people in the vehicle immediately looked toward the monitor upon hearing her voice. Leading the way was a desert-colored armored off-road vehicle followed by a box truck and 2 regular off-road vehicles. All of these vehicles had the Longting team's insignia on their engine hoods and cargo boxes. They have arrived. Zhao Feifei maneuvered the drone to hover above Li Teng's vehicle and closely followed him. Lu Tu stared at the vehicles on the screen saying, "If the others from the Longting team dare to shoot at us, Ying Shui will smash them to pieces right away." "No problem." Then looking at the box truck, Lu Tu added, "Leave this truck to Qing Huan or it might be hiding a lot of supplies. A machine gun barrage could easily ignite it." "Okay." Song Qing Huan nodded. The group, with Li Teng, completely failed to notice the drone hover. The vehicles reached the vicinity of the giant tree and slowly came to a stop. Li Teng glanced around, finding it quite lively. Aside from some scattered individuals, most were personnel from other teams stationed there. As soon as they noticed anything unusual, they would immediately notify their team. Some even set up small tents selling items they had scavenged from who knows where with large characters written on cardboard. Li Peng lowered the car window, and the sounds of conversation and bargaining filled the air. The loudest sounds came from the various gunfire and machinery noises surrounding the giant tree. The scene was bustling as if attending a large market. The drone continued to hover in the air, observing. Noticing that Li Teng's vehicle had stopped, Lu Tu immediately started the RV and began driving in his direction. It wasn't far, just a couple of turns, and he would arrive. Just ahead was a long straight stretch, and Lu Tu stomped on the gas pedal hard. Vroom. The engine roared loudly as the black beast accelerated, charging forward with an air of invincibility. Those who heard the sound quickly moved out of its path. Li Teng also turned to look at the armored vehicle speeding towards him. It was getting closer with no signs of slowing. Upon closer inspection, Li Teng realized it was Lu Tu's RV. Seeing it charging towards him, he shouted loudly to the driver, "Quick! Get away, he's going to crash into us." The driver fumbled to start the vehicle, and just as the wheels began to turn, a massive metallic collision sound was heard. Bang! Li Teng's entire armored off-road vehicle was flipped over. He immediately ordered his subordinates to open fire on Lu Tu's RV. The team members who were initially stunned by Lu Tu's sudden crash quickly drew their weapons and began firing at Lu Tu's RV upon receiving Li Teng's command. They had not considered the consequences at all. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang bang bang. Gunfire erupted all at once. The crowd that had been nearby witnessing the commotion all retreated to a safer area to avoid being caught. The members of the Longting team discovered that all their bullets were blocked by a semi-transparent blue shield. The bullets could barely even scratch the paint of Lu Tu's vehicle. Realizing the situation was dire, they started to run, but Tang Yingshui activated the turret-mounted machine gun on the roof and opened fire at one of the off-road vehicles. In less than 3 seconds, both the vehicle and its occupants were obliterated. Survivor Dong Yi dead, killer Tang Yingshui. Passenger identity hatred transferred to the owner Lu Tu. Following Lu Tu's instructions to preserve the integrity of the box truck as much as possible, Tang Yingshui did not shoot at it. Song Qing Huan took out the NTW-20 anti-material sniper rifle and aimed at the box truck. Seeing the rifle barrel aimed at him, the driver of the box truck was filled with despair, cursing, "Li Teng, you bastard. You have led us to our doom." Just as he finished speaking, bullets fired from the chamber flew rapidly. Song Qing Huan fired 12 shots in quick succession, each bullet striking the engine, drive shaft, and tires of the box truck with precision. Seeing the durability of the vehicle rapidly deplete, the driver immediately opened the door and jumped out. He tossed aside his weapon, knelt down, raised his hands high, and shouted, "I surrender. I surrender." The box truck driver's head exploded like a watermelon hit by a firecracker. Survivor Luo Tai and dead killer Li Teng blood hatred level 1. Li Teng cursed with a vicious expression, "Damn it. You worthless fool surrendering so quickly." Li Teng held a short-barreled shotgun and fired a shot at the head of a member of his cargo truck team. Everyone watching was astonished by Li Teng's ruthless action. Just stepping out to surrender, he directly executed a member of his team without a second thought. My goodness, this person is too ruthless. What team are they from? Looking at the insignia, it seems to be the Tunglong team, which has only just been formed for a short time. I heard they are from another area. I didn't expect there to be such tough characters besides Tu Go. I think Tu Go might be easier to deal with. Who would dare to be friends with someone who kills teammates without saying a word? Another off-road vehicle from the Longting team attempted to escape, while everyone was in shock, unaware that Song Qinghuan had already aimed her gun at him. Song Qinghuan's eyes were fierce as she took a deep breath and activated bullet time. Although it could only last for just over 2 seconds, that was more than enough for her. In an instant, the whole world slowed down in Song Qinghuan's eyes. All sounds disappeared. The only thing she could hear was her own heartbeat and breathing. Song Qinghuan continuously pulled the trigger of her sniper rifle. More than 10 bullets shot through the narrow gun barrel, flying towards the off-road vehicle, trying to escape. Time ended and the world returned to normal. To the others, the off-road vehicle suddenly had more than 10 bullet holes and was emitting wisps of smoke as it came to a stop. The people inside the vehicle had yet to react when they were turned into fragments by Tang Yingshu's rotary machine gun, without any hesitation. At this moment, Li Teng had crawled out from the overturned armored off-road vehicle, while his driver Ding Lang was too scared to come out. Li Teng used the vehicle as cover and took out an anti-tank rocket from his backpack. After finding the right angle, he aimed at Lu Tu's armored RV and fired. Just as the missile was about to approach, a semi-transparent blue shield suddenly appeared, blocking the anti-tank rocket. After the explosions, fire and smoke dissipated, the armored RV remained quietly in place unscathed. Li Teng pulled out another anti-tank rocket to shoot. It wasn't that Li Teng was reckless. Rather, after various encounters, everyone concentrated their resources either to enhance their combat abilities or to strengthen the performance of their vehicles. No one had enough extra resources to both enhance themselves and their vehicles. Li Teng firmly believed that if Lu Tu's RV was so formidable, then his personal physical fitness couldn't be that high, at least not higher than his own. So he wanted to try to lure Lu Tu out of the vehicle for a direct confrontation. Boom! Another anti-tank rocket shot out, but was still blocked by the shield. Seeing this wasn't a viable method, Li Teng took out the Molotov cocktail he had hoarded, hoping to see if he could break through the shield's defense. Just as he was about to light it, he saw the side door of the armored RV open. Lu Tu stood behind the door, calmly looking in the direction where Li Teng was hiding, then stepped out of the vehicle. Seeing Lu Tu get out of the vehicle, Li Teng felt a surge of joy. This was exactly the result he wanted. Fearing the machine gun on the roof, Li Teng planned to lead Lu Tu to a position where the gun couldn't shoot at him, then kill him. So he boldly stood up, staring directly at Lu Tu, and revealed a highly provocative smile. Once he confirmed that Lu Tu was looking at him, he immediately turned and ran towards the temporary position he had just planned. Just as he took a step and hadn't run far, Lu Tu suddenly appeared in front of him. He then felt a tingle in his face, and the surroundings rapidly receded. Then he fell heavily to the ground. Lu Tu had held back a lot of force with that punch, fearing he might kill Li Teng in one blow. Li Teng immediately got up from the ground, rubbing his slightly dazed head. Just as he was pondering what had happened, Lu Tu came back to face him. At this moment, Ding Lang had crawled out from the vehicle and Lu Tu was just facing away from him. Li Teng caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and quickly sent a message for Ding Lang to shoot Lu Tu from behind. After receiving the order, Ding Lang took out a pistol from his backpack. Lu Tu had already sensed Ding Lang's movements behind him. Just as the pistol appeared in Ding Lang's hand, Lu Tu immediately drew out the Furious Hunter and turned to shoot at Ding Lang. Bang! Survivor Ding Lang has died. Killer Lu Tu. Seeing Lu Tu turn sideways, Li Teng's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he pulled out a long hunting knife from his backpack and lunged at Lu Tu. Lu Tu immediately dodged to Li Teng's side and back, then pulled out the crowbar he had long prepared. He brought it down hard on Li Teng's knife-wielding hand. Li Teng's right forearm bent at an angle that made onlookers shiver. The sudden pain of a crush fracture surged, causing Li Teng to stumble forward before regaining his balance. The excruciating pain turned his face pale, but he gritted his teeth and remained silent. He quickly deduced that Lu Tu was behind him and switched the knife to his other hand, suddenly turning around to swipe back. But he still missed. By the time he saw Lu Tu appear on his left side, it was too late to react. A sharp pain shot through his left forearm, yet still the hunting knife did not slip from his grasp. Lu Tu then struck each of his knees with the crowbar. Bang! Li Teng collapsed to the ground. The excruciating pain in his limbs made him see stars. Although he had rapid regeneration to quickly heal his injuries, it couldn't eliminate the pain. At this moment his face was already pale from the pain and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Lu Tu looked down at Li Teng with a smile and said, "Old classmate, long time no see." Li Teng forced a smile that was more painful than crying and replied, "Yeah, a long time no see." Li Teng couldn't comprehend how after multiple enhancements his body couldn't even lift a hand. He also couldn't understand how Lu Tu not only had a perverse vehicle, but also had a more perverse physical quality. Aren't you supposed to only develop in one direction? How could he have so many resources? Numerous questions lingered in his mind. Seeing Lu Tu not take immediate action, Li Teng secretly breathed a sigh of relief, while feeling the bones that had just been shattered by Lu Tu were already healing. Li Teng tried to move his fingers slightly. His condition had recovered, and he wanted to attempt another attack on Lu Tu. However, this small movement was already detected by Lu Tu, who narrowed his eyes. Li Teng suddenly laughed. "Now's the time." Seeing Lu Tu divert his attention, Li Teng gripped the knife again and launched his attack. But waiting for him was another crowbar from Lu Tu. Lu Tu said, "You really like to surprise people." With that he revealed a bright smile and continued, "I guess you must have some means to recover quickly, right?" Li Teng's greatest reliance was guessed, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. "As expected, then I can rest assured." Lu Tu revealed a relaxed expression again. This made Li Teng feel a bit confused, thinking that Lu Tu had softened. In response, Lu Tu immediately picked up the crowbar and began striking at every joint in Li Teng's limbs. Oh! The relentless waves of pain made Li Teng unable to hold back, letting out a scream that pierced the air. Lu Tu felt it wasn't enough, so he threw the crowbar aside and kicked Li Teng's hunting knife far away. Grabbing Li Teng by the collar, he began to punch him in the face. Bam bam bam. After a few punches, he released Li Teng and then swung both arms. The crowd surrounding, watching with bated breath, engaged in heated discussions. What is going on with Tu Gu? Has this big shot always been this brutal? No, the last 2 times I saw him it was swift and decisive. I had never seen this kind of situation before. Not to mention, at least that guy seems tough enough. He's still alive. After 5 minutes of being pummeled by Lu Tu's hooks, Li Teng's face was a bloody mess, yet he still did not perish. Lu Tu stood up, exhaled lightly, and shook the blood off his hands. Watching the flesh on Li Teng repairing itself, he thought to himself, indeed, I was right, he must have gained a regeneration. After a brief moment, all the wounds on Li Teng's face inflicted by Lu Tu had healed, and his consciousness became clearer. Lu Tu stepped on Li Teng's chest and coldly asked, "I ask you answer." As soon as Li Teng regained his senses, Lu Tu stomped down hard on his chest. After a couple of coughs, he said, I'll tell you. Lu Tu, with a cold expression, asked, "From your reaction, it seems you've immediately confirmed that the RV is mine." "Yes." "Who did you ask for information about me?" "Many people." "Be more specific." Lu Tu was dissatisfied with Li Teng's response and stomped down heavily. Cough. "The Iron Horse Group, it was Ma Zheng from the Iron Horse Group who sent me your photo. That's how I confirmed it was you." Lu Tu nodded. Ma Zheng from the Iron Horse Group. Could he be one of Ma Yes brothers? Looks like there's another reason to eliminate the Iron Horse Group. Seeing Lu Tu silent, Li Teng immediately began to plead, "Brother Tu Gu, could you spare me? I can be of service to you." Upon hearing this, Lu Tu couldn't help but laugh at this moment. "Li Teng, are you joking? I was too greedy before I can change. My team has gathered a lot of good things, all of it is yours." Lu Tu ignored Li Teng's pleas and took out the bloodthirsty Fong from his backpack. Everything was perfect, just missing a head. With the bloodthirsty Fong, it would level up. And that head, Li Teng, was the perfect target. Li Teng looked at the knife in Lu Tu's hand, the blade glowing faintly red. The more he looked, the more he felt something was off about it. Lu Tu suddenly thrust the knife towards Li Teng's heart. Li Teng gripped the exposed blade tightly, trying desperately to pull it out, but no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't budge. Li Teng could clearly feel his life slipping away rapidly, while it seemed that the rapid regeneration ability had no effect at all. If the previous rapid regeneration speed was like a high-speed train, then after being stabbed by Lu Tu, the recovery speed was like a snail crawling. After Lu Tu pulled out the knife, Li Teng immediately clutched the wound on his heart, his pupils gradually dilating, his gaze filled with unwillingness and hatred. Lu Tu, looking at the loathsome expression on Li Teng's face, curled his lip and swung the knife towards Li Teng's neck. Survivor Li Teng has died. Killer Lu Tu. Bloodthirsty Fang's attack power increased by 1. Bloodthirsty Fang's trait Gluttonous has reached its peak. Bloodthirsty Fang has evolved. After the system prompt ended, the Bloodthirsty Fang in his hand underwent a slight change. The originally black blade had transformed into a bright silver color matching the blade. The red glow on the blade became more pronounced. Lu Tu glanced at its information panel again. Bloodthirsty Fang type cold weapon, level platinum, evolvable attack power 1, 10, weapon modification, endless edge traits 1. Blood drink. After soaking in blood and flesh, it will slightly enhance the host's strength and physique. 2. Beast Bane. The wounds inflicted will be difficult to heal. 3. Gluttonous. Each time a monster is killed, it will increase attack power by 0.1 up to a maximum of 40 points, currently increased by 10 points. Each time a survivor is killed, it will increase attack power by 1 up to a maximum of 40 points, currently increased by 10 points. When it reaches its peak, this weapon will evolve again and gain new traits. Durability 100. Brand new description. It craves. The level increased to platinum, and the attack power increased by an additional 20 points, reaching 110 points. The gluttonous trait also showed slight changes. Most importantly, after evolving again, it will gain new traits. Besides needing to kill more monsters, it also has to kill more people. Let it be. Lu2 put the knife into his backpack and took the vehicle keys that fell from these few people. He walked to the back of the box truck, opened the cargo door, and climbed in. Upon entering, he saw several shelves. A row of items was neatly arranged on top. There was also a large pile of supplies stored on the floor. A bountiful harvest. He originally wanted to use the trading function to transfer everything back to the RV storage space. However, there were too many types, and doing so would be inefficient. Lu2 messaged Zhao Feifei to bring the RV to the back door of the box truck. After the RV arrived, he aligned the rear door with the cargo door, allowing for easy back-and-forth movement without climbing up and down. Lu2 began collecting items. Acquired universal fuel 200 liters. Acquired purified water 200 liters. When he received the items from the innermost shelf, Lu2 was momentarily stunned. Titanium alloy and level 3 vehicle chips. There were 300 units of titanium alloy and 2 level 3 chips. These materials directly met the requirements for vehicle upgrades aside from gold coins. Didn't expect Li Teng to have so much here. I wonder where he scavenged it from. Besides titanium alloy, there were also quite a few alloy steel and aluminum alloy. Li Teng left so many materials without upgrading his vehicle. He must have been looking for a core for vehicle upgrades. After all, upgrading with a vehicle core would boost the vehicle's strength like riding a rocket. Acquired level 3 chips 2. Acquired titanium alloy 300. Acquired alloy steel 300. Acquired aluminum alloy 200. Originally, just to settle a score, unexpectedly gained such a significant bounty. Now my vehicle upgrade is only short of some gold coins. The vehicle upgrade requires 2,500 gold coins. Considering the gold coins earned from killing the Tunglong team members, I now have 1647 gold coins on hand. Looks like I can restart the DD rescue business. Clearly relying solely on my share of the zombie tide is on the trading site. There are already people selling alloy steel and aluminum alloy, the two materials needed to upgrade vehicles to level 3, but I also need these materials for repairing my vehicles. If I sell the excess now and later find I don't have enough for repairs, that would be quite unfortunate. Although I have this magical vehicle repair toolkit, it's one of Lu Tu's trump cards. It won't be used casually unless absolutely necessary. Lu2 continued to pack other items into his storage space. However, they were all daily necessities and food. After finishing up everything in the truck, Lu2 went to scavenge a few other vehicles. As a result, he only found some water and universal fuel. After confirming there was nothing left behind, Lu2 disassembled those few vehicles one by one. Acquired level 2 chips 2. Acquired level 1 chips 5. Acquired alloy steel 10. Back in the vehicle, he took off his clothes to take a shower. After just beating up Li Teng, he was covered in blood both on his body and clothes. After coming out of the bathroom, he checked the time. It was a bit past 2 p.m., and there was still some time before the evening storm arrived. Just enough time to see what that giant tree enveloping the entire metal processing plant was all about. Zhao Feifei drove the vehicle to a stop before the giant tree. The few people in the car began to observe through the windows. Meanwhile, those spectators who had retreated to a safe distance slowly returned to their original positions, also curious to see if Lu2, this big shot, could break the seal of the giant tree. As Lu2 cleaned the bloodstains in the vehicle, the members of various teams stationed here reported the general situation at the scene to their respective teams. Especially after Lu2 had beaten up Li Teng for a while, he paused to ask him questions. The team leaders who had been approached by Li Teng breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the returned information. Although it was unclear what Lu2 asked Li Teng, anything was possible. Fortunately, Li Teng had been dealt with perfunctorily, as revealing Lu Tu's information could have put him in Lu Tu's sights. Some team leaders considered charging Li Teng for his inquiries, but ultimately refrained from doing so, due to Lu Tu's ruthless reputation. At the murder scene, Tian Ku was the most shaken. He felt that Li Teng was quite unreliable, and the next day, he withdrew from the Longting team. However, after being persuaded, he joined the Iron Horse team instead. Even less reliable. Yet Tian Ku thought at least he was still alive, unlike those from the Longting team who had met their end like roadkill. Everyone somewhat related to this matter breathed a sigh of relief except for Ma Zheng, who wore a grim expression. Upon receiving news that both Lu Tu and Li Teng were on their way to the metal processing plant, Ma Zheng felt extremely excited and immediately took a few trusted subordinates to rush there. He initially thought Li Teng could rival Lu Tu, but it turned out he was just trash. Having traveled halfway, he had no choice but to turn back to the team base. Ma Zheng felt uneasy, fearing that Lu Tu might extract something from Li Teng. However, thinking of his Iron Horse team with over 100 members eased his mind a bit. A smirk of disdain crept onto Ma Zheng's lips. No matter how powerful you think you are, can you withstand the attacks of over 100 people? In Ma Zheng's view, Lu Tu was indeed formidable, but ultimately one man's fists could not match the strength of many. Lost in thought, he arranged for 2 women, intending to return and relax a bit. Luo Jiashu looked puzzled when Ma Zheng went out and came back. He originally thought Ma Zheng had gone to eliminate the fungi, but the direction was wrong. So he quietly approached a nearby team member who was close to Ma Zheng and slipped him a pack of cigarettes before asking, "Where did the captain just go?" The team member, maintaining his composure, replied after taking the cigarettes, "Not much, just heard that Lu Tu had a conflict with the Longting team, and the captain wanted to see if there's an opportunity to pick up some scraps." "Oh, got it then, never mind." After sending the person away, Luo Jiashu's face darkened. "Damn it, this fool is going to drag everyone down with him. It seems he needs to be dealt with early." When Ma Zheng approached, Luo Jiashu immediately changed his expression, acting as if nothing was wrong, and greeted Ma Zheng. After a brief exchange, Ma Zheng hurried off to vent his frustrations. Luo Jiashu observed the surroundings for a while, then seeing no one around, he stealthily fixed a simulated signal transmitter under Ma Zheng's vehicle. After securing it, he shook it to confirm its stability, and then casually returned to his own vehicle. All he wanted was to live a more comfortable life. As for your nonsensical revenge mission, he had no interest in participating. Lu Tu's RV slowly arrived at the giant tree. He then instructed Tang Yingxue to open fire with the rotary machine gun. Buzz! The dense barrage of bullets crashed violently against the thick trunk. A cloud of dust and debris was kicked up. "Stop!" After 10 seconds of shooting, Lu Tu called. Everyone looked through the car windows towards the shooting position. The surface of the trunk only showed slight damage and was visibly healing. Lu Tu attempted to use a flamethrower against it. However, contrary to expectations, the flames from the flamethrower extinguished, leaving only a little charred residue. This situation resembled the trunks that had emerged from the cement ground last night. Seeing that both methods had proven ineffective, Lu Tu could only exit the vehicle and retrieve the recently upgraded bloodthirsty fawn. Swish! Lu Tu struck the trunk fiercely with a slash. A knife mark immediately appeared on the trunk, which did not heal instantly. Lu Tu mused to himself, "It seems the beastly rage has taken effect." However, compared to the size of this giant tree, this knife mark was hardly significant. Although the characteristic of beastly rage prevented rapid healing, Lu Tu had no time for such futile endeavors. Just as he intended to return to the RV, Ding Shuang approached him. Lu Tu asked, "What's wrong?" Ding Shuang did not respond immediately, but bent down to pick up some recently knocked off fragments of the giant tree. After examining the fragments with her fingers, she said, "I want to conduct an experiment to see if the anti-zombie virus serum can deal with these plants." Lu Tu was somewhat surprised. "Is the experimental chamber ready for use?" Ding Shuang nodded. Lu Tu then asked, "How long will the research take?" "Not sure, maybe 1 to 2 days. After all experiments can be unpredictable," Ding Shuang replied with a shrug. After hearing her response, Lu Tu pondered for a moment before asking, "What materials do you specifically need?" Besides the serum, there are also fungi tree seeds." After listing a bunch of ingredients, Ding Shuang said. Lu Tu rubbed his forehead. "Let's get back to the main city first. Write me a list of those materials and send it to me." "Okay." Ding Shuang nodded obediently and followed Lu Tu back to the vehicle. The crowd that had gathered at a distance saw Lu Tu get into the vehicle and then started to leave. With Lu Tu leaving, many others also departed. Even someone as capable as Tu Ge had no way to deal with this situation. Rather than wasting time here, it was better to find a few more fungi trees, as they might just rise to the top. After a while, Ding Shuang sent the materials list to Lu Tu. After looking it over, Lu Tu found that all the materials on the list were either ones he had or ones that could be purchased from the system store. This made things simple. Besides spending 1,000 mileage points to purchase the anti-zombie virus serum, he also spent another 450 mileage points to buy the other materials Ding Shuang needed. He then took out 3 fungi tree seeds. Once all the materials were prepared, Lu Tu entered the chemical laboratory. Upon entering, he noticed that some changes had been made since it was first set up. Various bottles and jars had increased significantly, and some equipment appeared on the experimental table. Lu Tu looked around and said, "You work quickly. You only got the items back yesterday, and today you've laid out so much already." After hearing this, Ding Shuang's lips curled into a slight smile as she replied softly, "Didn't you say that when we get in the car we need to work?" She continued to select the chemical equipment brought back by Lu Tu and Tang Yingxue. They had brought back so much that it was almost like they were going to uproot the entire lab. Lu Tu then asked, "Can experiments be conducted now?" "Yes, some preliminary basic experiments can be done, but we are still missing some equipment." "What are we missing?" As soon as Lu Tu asked, he realized and immediately added, "Send me a list." Ding Shuang nodded with a smile. Seeing that there was nothing to do at the moment, Lu Tu placed the box containing various materials on the experimental table. "I'll leave the items here. If there are any issues, let me know." "All right." Lu Tu exited the chemical laboratory, turned to the side, and entered the combat simulation chamber, just in time to test the power of the upgraded bloodthirsty fawn. The time was approaching evening. The dark clouds in the sky descended lower and lower, as if at any moment the rain would pour down in torrents. Zhao Feifei chose a spacious, deserted shop and parked the vehicle inside. After Lu Tu exited the chemical experiment chamber, he entered the combat simulation chamber. He then opened the simulation panel, preparing to start his warm-up. He once again selected an old friend. Previously, it was a golden-level bloodthirsty beast, and when the blade struck its body, it would feel a bit of resistance. He wondered what the effect would be now that it was at the platinum level. A multitude of light points gathered, revealing the form of the devourer. Roar! As it let out a fierce cry, Lu Tu lightly leaped, wielding his blade in a horizontal slash. Lu Tu could distinctly feel that the blade sliced through the devourer's flesh as if cutting through a layer of paper. Thud! The devourer lost its head with ease. Warm-up complete, he proceeded to simulate virus aggregate type 1. This time the parameters he set differed from last time, adding a condition for it to devour 30 normal humans. The settings were complete, but its combat power only increased by 10 points. Upon its appearance, the virus aggregate did not attack, but instead jumped back, retreating into the darkness. Lu Tu sensed that it was watching him, trying to provoke him into making the first move. He did not hesitate, charging directly toward its position and drawing his sword. The virus aggregate raised its blade to block Lu Tu's attack, then leaped to the side, simultaneously swinging its other hand's blade at Lu Tu's waist. Lu Tu switched his blade to block, intending to pursue, but it created distance between them once again. This fellow was testing him. Quite interesting. After several rounds of active offense, Lu Tu could clearly sense that the opponent was gradually learning his attacking patterns, relying on its physical advantage. After multiple failed attacks, Lu Tu was outmaneuvered by the virus aggregate, which swiftly slashed his throat, triggering the effect of the substitute doll. Lu Tu stood up again, fully restored. He glanced at his backpack. "I'm still there." This combat simulation chamber was indeed formidable, even simulating the substitute doll of level. Lu Tu continued his assault, but soon he lost his second and third lives. Simulation complete. Lu Tu touched his neck, where he had been slashed multiple times, feeling a lingering dread. That was an unpleasant experience. He initiated another simulation, this time using the Berserk killing agent. By relying directly on numerical superiority, Lu Tu reviewed the battle playback. Previously merely consuming monsters enhanced combat power. If it were to consume humans, however, it would develop intelligence and start to think and learn. Lu Tu began to daydream, wondering if it consumed more people, would it become smart enough to research nuclear weapons? After leaving the combat simulation chamber, he took a hot shower and then had dinner with everyone. Outside, it was already pouring rain. Raindrops fell on the ground and walls, creating a chaotic white noise. In a safe and peaceful environment, many would likely enjoy such weather. Lu Tu was idly browsing the trading network and chat room, waiting for the night's zombie tide to arrive. Recently, there had been inquiries in the chat room about the effect of the fungal tree seeds. Everyone was puzzled by the introduction of the fungal tree seeds. Labeled as special material, it must be useful, but in what way? No one knew. Some even went so far as to consume one. What exactly is the use of this fungal tree seed? No one knows. Anyway, I've eaten one. Upstairs is impressive, willing to eat anything. What does it taste like? What's the sensation? No taste, and it doesn't digest. Oh, whatever it was like going in, it's the same coming out. Did you put it away after it came out? I did. Tough guy. Lu Tu closed the chat room, realizing that those who obtained the fungal tree seeds had not developed any use for them. However, perhaps others had tinkered with similar fungal tree radars, but kept quiet about it. Lu Tu checked the time. It was almost time. Today's announcement played a new trick. As night falls, hunters begin to venture out in search of food. Combat power increases by 50. Inside all buildings, the production of miasma spores will double. New monsters may appear inside the buildings, targeting anyone who enters as their attack target. Once cleared, the interior of that building will temporarily stop producing miasma spores for the night. Upon hearing the announcement, Lu Tu raised his eyebrows. It was indeed a layered escalation. As soon as the announcement finished, a massive amount of spores began to fill the interiors of buildings. The speed at which the spores filled the space was astonishing. However, Lu Tu's RV had an air inverter, a high cure component, making these spores completely ineffective against him. A few days ago, when he activated the air inverter indoors, he could still vaguely see the boundary between the air and spores around the vehicle. Now with the increased concentration, it was clearly visible Lu Tu's RV seemed to possess an air barrier. Roar! Zombies surged like a tide toward Lu Tu's RV. Yet against the terrifying firepower, it was ultimately futile. After clearing the zombie tide, he obtained a platinum treasure chest and a golden supply box. Lu Tu felt delighted this was the third day. In 2 more days, as the strength and number of the zombie tide increased, the treasure chests and supply boxes should level up again. Suddenly, Lu Tu spotted a corner that the air inverter hadn't covered through the monitors. A slight disturbance appeared beneath the layer of spores. Could this be what the announcement referred to, potentially refreshing monsters inside the building? Lu Tu tried using a machine gun and a flamethrower, but no kill notifications appeared. Lu Tu asked Zhao Feifei to drive the RV inside to see if clearing the corner of spores with the air inverter would truly reveal something abnormal. As the coverage of the air inverter extended to that spore-filled corner, an eerie zombie with a head resembling a fungal tree and a slender, elongated body appeared before them. Its arms resembled vine monsters, but were covered in sharp spikes. Infiltrator. Type biological plant. Level platinum. Overall combat power 100. Combat power reduced to 50 after leaving the spore environment. Skill stealth. Description: this is my domain. Having lost the cover of the spores, its information became visible. Simultaneously, it which had been clinging to the wall seemed to lose strength and fell down. Smack! Tang Yingxue immediately opened fire, but the bullets did not have much effect on it. Lu Tu looked at its fungal tree-like head and said, "Let's try the flamethrower instead." Boom! The intense flames instantly engulfed the infiltrator. Upon contact with the flames, the infiltrator began to thrash wildly. Infiltrator killed. Earned 60 coins. Infiltrator killed. Earned mileage points 60. This unfortunate infiltrator was burnt to death by Lu Tu without even being able to retaliate. The dropped items were automatically picked up by the collector and stored in the storage space. Lu Tu opened it to find a fungal tree seed. He initially thought he would drop something special. If it was a fungal tree seed, he could accept that. Lu Tu opened the chat room and began posting rescue orders. Lu Tu rescue order 100 coins treasure chest supply box. Clearing indoor monsters incurs an additional charge of 40 coins. Interested parties, please message privately. Has Brother 2 started a rescue order again? 100 coins seems acceptable. Bro, you're rich. That's fine. If it rained all night outside, the losses wouldn't just be 100 coins in those boxes. If all goes well, he should be able to upgrade his vehicle tonight. Soon Lu Tu received a rescue order. Many people have been lulled into a false sense of security by the recent easygoing days. Some have discovered that a silver-grade air filter can completely ignore the miasmic spores. Blueprints for the air filter are abundant on trading websites, albeit at a slightly high price. However, with a bit of time and effort to collect supplies and sell them, one can quickly gather the required gold and materials for modifications. This has allowed many, especially small teams, to confidently hide in various buildings, securing the only entrance to clear the nighttime tide of corpses. After clearing the tide of corpses, they can comfortably shelter from the rain. However, starting tonight, things will be different. Although the air filter can still function, entering indoors is akin to drawing a card. One can never know beforehand whether monsters lurk inside. Some paid little heed to the announcement that monsters might randomly respawn indoors, and when the time came, one encountered a hidden vine that shattered the car's glass and then ensnared their neck, pulling them out of the vehicle. Not only was the speed remarkable, but under the cover of spores, even the shadow of the hidden one was undetectable, making counterattacks impossible. Others, frightened, could only rush outdoors, only to be blocked by the surging tide of corpses at the sole exit. Caught between attacks from both inside and outside, they could only despairingly await death. After Lu Tu released a message, he quickly received several pleas for help. Lu Tu found the nearest requester and began to rush over. As for the building he had just ensured was completely safe, free from miasmic spores and monsters, he would leave that for a fateful encounter. For Lu Tu, the threats posed by the spores and monsters were negligible. It mattered little where he parked to rest. Lu Tu's RV drove out of the shop, braving the downpour, toward the rescue location. Shortly after Lu Tu's RV left, a small team happened to pass by. One keen member noticed that this shop looked different from the others. Upon closer inspection, he made a surprising discovery. "Captain, it's empty in here." "What do you mean, empty? Which of these buildings isn't completely cleared out?" "What I mean is this shop has none of those spores." "Let me see." After several confirmations, they found indeed no traces of spores inside. They cheerfully drove their vehicle inside. The team leader looked at the fresh air within the shop and said, "I wonder which big shot was so generous." When Lu Tu arrived at the first rescue location, the surroundings were in disarray. For vehicles were parked outside the building under siege by a tide of corpses. As usual, Lu Tu did not immediately launch a rescue. Instead, he sent a message to the others requesting payment in gold before taking action. After receiving Lu Tu's message, they promptly paid 100 gold and requested him to hurry and save them. Upon receiving the gold, Lu Tu immediately had Tang Yingxue operate the machine gun. Since others were not burdened as Lu Tu was, the scale of the corpse tide was quite small. It was easily resolved. After receiving the chest and supply box as the final payment, Lu Tu glanced at the building next to the requester. He could faintly see that a vehicle was still parked inside, but the glass was shattered and blood was everywhere. There must be a hidden one inside. So Lu Tu lowered the car window and asked, "Do you need indoor cleaning services?" The few survivors exchanged glances and then looked up at the pouring rain from above. The leader thought to himself, "Let's buy a safe night first." Then he said to Lu Tu, "All right, I'll pay you 40 gold. Upon receiving the gold, Lu Tu drove in satisfactorily. The others watched as Lu Tu's vehicle approached, and the air inside created a clear dividing line, thinking they might still be dreaming. What kind of trick is this? Perhaps this is what a big shot is like. The RV pushed against the wreckage of the car parked at the entrance. Upon entering, he could see several more vehicles parked on either side, all in a state of abandonment. It seemed this team had nearly been wiped out. Due to the spacious interior, the air inverter could not fully cover the indoor space, allowing the miasmic spores to occupy most of it. Lu Tu drove around, but the hidden one did not appear. Lu Tu thought to himself, they actually know how to avoid confrontation and are hiding out. It seems he needs to take the initiative. So he turned off the air inverter, put on a gas mask, and got out of the car. After losing the effect of the air inverter, the miasmic spores in the room quickly filled the space again. The dense spore density made Lu Tu feel as if he were in the clouds. In the mist, he could only see objects clearly within 2 to 3 meters. Soon Lu Tu sensed movement behind him. 2 long barbed vines suddenly lunged towards his neck. But they were immediately detected by the shield, which flashed out in the direction of the attacking vines and blocked them. After confirming the location of the hidden one, Lu Tu drew his long knife and charged towards it. Before the hidden one could react, Lu Tu cleaved it in half with a diagonal slash. Bloodthirsty Fang's attack power increased by 0.1. Killed 1 hidden one. Earned 60 gold. Killed 1 hidden one. Earned 60 mileage points. Gained 1 fungal tree seed. Work completed. Lu Tu stowed the knife in his backpack and returned to the vehicle. With the death of the hidden one, the miasmic spores in the room gradually dissipated. After completing the job, Lu Tu said nothing more and drove out through the main entrance, facing the admiring gazes of the survivors as he headed towards the next rescue location. This trip alone netted over 200 gold. It was easy money. The next few jobs went quite smoothly, and the other party was very prompt with payments and treasure chests. Moreover, those who issued rescue requests were all without exception stuck at doors due to encountering hidden ones indoors, unable to escape the tide of corpses. Each job netted 200 gold, not counting the gold earned from killing those ordinary zombies. Now everyone basically had level 1 vehicles reinforced with low-level outer armor, so they could withstand the tide of corpses without encountering situations where people died after Lu Tu arrived. Along the way, Lu Tu saw many people who would rather stand outside in the rain under a makeshift cover than risk entering indoors to gamble on whether monsters were present. Some luckier individuals had already occupied spots under large eaves outside. This way they did not have to face monsters indoors while also avoiding the heavy rain outside, achieving the best of both worlds. Seeing that it was still early, Lu Tu accepted another job. After completing the rescue work effortlessly, Lu Tu opened the electronic map to confirm his location once more. He had already reached the core urban area. Along the way, he occasionally saw other vehicles passing by. It seemed a bit more lively here than in the main city and outskirts. Lu Tu wandered around and discovered that the core urban area had become a base for large teams, especially the well-ventilated parking garages filled with their vehicles. Moreover, the entrances and exits of the parking garages were piled high with zombie corpses that had not yet been consumed by the land. After exploring a bit on the road, he reopened the air inverter randomly, found an unoccupied house, and drove in ready to rest there for the night. After parking, Lu Tu began counting today's gains while preparing to upgrade his vehicle again. After a night of busy work, Lu Tu completed a total of 6 orders, earning 600 gold coins. Moreover, each of these 6 orders included the service of clearing indoor recluses, 60 gold coins for monster slaying, and 40 gold coins for the cleaning service, totaling exactly 100 gold coins, which summed up to 600 gold coins for all 6 orders. The gold coins earned from clearing the corpse tide were not much, only 133. 1 gold coins. There were more than 20 treasure chests and supply boxes, but they were all silver treasure chests and bronze supply boxes. Lu Tu opened these low-level boxes himself. Gained blueprints for enhanced diesel engine modifications. Gained blueprints for triple laminated glass modifications 2. Gained blueprints for simple outer armor modifications 3. Gained blueprints for enhanced air filter modifications 6. The probability of obtaining modification blueprints from treasure chests was significantly higher than in the previous round of tasks. Furthermore, various firearms and ammunition were also obtained along with several attribute enhancement scrolls. Apart from the ammunition, the rest were things Lu Tu had no use for, so he planned to list these items for sale on the trading network. In addition, there were some home appliances and furniture like sofas, refrigerators, televisions, and ovens, all of which were of a higher quality than what he was currently using. These items could be kept up. Besides improving the quality of life, the main reason was that there was basically no market. Currently, the living area of the RV was tidily managed by Tang Yingxua, filled with the warmth of home, but the furniture was all the most ordinary and cheapest kind. After putting these items into the storage space, Lu Tu said to the others, "I've placed those pieces of furniture into the storage space. You can arrange them later." Lu Tu glanced at the trading network again. All the listed modification blueprints had been sold. Now his total gold coins had reached 3,451. All upgrade conditions for the vehicle had been met. Lu Tu rubbed his hands in excitement and summoned the vehicle information panel. Then he selected to upgrade. Gold coins 2,500, titanium alloy 300. After all materials were deducted, the entire RV began to transform. All components were deconstructed and then reassembled. Meanwhile, the internal space increased by 50 square meters due to the vehicle space capsule expansion core. Vehicle upgrade complete. As the prompt tone entered Lu Tu's ears, the RV had also completed its upgrade. The external outline had expanded once again. Everyone noticed that this upgrade also introduced a second floor. From the outside, the vehicle now had an additional row of second-floor windows. Aside from the staircase, the area was nearly the same size as the first floor, and the vehicle space capsule expansion core could be used to reallocate the additional second-floor space. Everyone climbed the staircase to the second floor. However, the second floor was currently empty with nothing inside. Lu Tu also opened the vehicle information panel to check the current vehicle status. Vehicle heavy-duty off-road RV type RV vehicle level 4 fuel 90 estimated to travel 20-33 kilometers, defense 200, durability 100, decreasing occupants 45, vehicle buff, energy consumption reduced by 70, a monster gold drop rate increased by 100, vehicle durability consumption rate reduced by 80, vehicle modifications, vehicle space expansion, core vehicle space capsule expansion, core air inverter, active defense, shield generator, space jump device. Materials required for upgrade: gold coins 5,000, tungsten alloy 300, titanium alloy 500. Level 3 chip 3, level 4 chip 1, silicon-based crucible 1, optional evaluation, a super monster. The defense had increased to 200, making it somewhat difficult to break through even without the shield generator. What caught his eye the most was the materials required for the upgrade. In addition to the increasing number of materials required for the upgrade, optional materials, silicon-based crucibles, had appeared again. The last time he used a vehicle upgrade core as an optional material for the upgrade, it had provided his RV with an extraordinarily terrifying enhancement. If he could obtain a silicon-based crucible for the next upgrade, it would surely enhance the vehicle significantly. However, he was currently unaware of the effects of the silicon-based crucible. Everyone returned to the living room sofa, and Lu Tu took out the platinum treasure chest and gold supply box. He then let Ding Shuang open it to see what she could get from the platinum treasure chest. Ding Shuang casually opened it, and after a flash of light from the treasure chest, several items lay quietly inside. Gained blueprints for vehicle stabilizer modifications 1. Gained weapon upgrade core platinum 1. Gained titanium alloy 10. Upon closer inspection, Lu Tu noticed that this time the platinum treasure chest yielded 2 platinum items. This had never happened before. Typically, opening a treasure chest yielded 1 item of the same level as the chest along with an additional item of a lower level. It was extremely rare to obtain items of a level higher than the chest, or 2 items of the same level as the chest. This made Lu Tu somewhat emotional this time. It's a double yellow egg. It seems that the gold treasure chest I opened for you previously was just a warm-up. Zhao Feifei exclaimed in surprise. This luck seems to be better than ours. Tang Yingxua nodded in agreement with Zhao Feifei's statement. However, Song Qinghuan spoke in an ambiguous tone, saying Shuang has made such a great contribution, it seems Lu Tu will have to put in a lot of effort tonight. Upon hearing this, everyone was left speechless. Ding Shuang, who had been confused initially, quickly figured out what Song Qinghuan was implying after seeing everyone's reactions. Her fair and delicate face instantly turned red. Lu Tu gently pinched Song Qinghuan's nose and said, "You're the least honest." Song Qinghuan always found a way to provoke Lu Tu. The final outcome was also predictable. Sometimes Lu Tu wondered if this mature woman had some kind of preference. Lu Tu shook his head and looked at the 2 platinum-grade items that had just been opened. The platinum-grade weapon upgrade core was indeed a good item. Currently, everyone in the vehicle had weapons that were mostly silver and gold grade, and they rarely got out to battle. Most battles were resolved using machine guns and flamethrowers. In case of special emergencies, as the highest combat strength in the vehicle, he would have to get out and resolve it himself. Now, the bloodthirsty Fong in his hand was already at the platinum grade, so he couldn't use the weapon upgrade core on it. Therefore, he could only use it on the Rampage Hunter. Lu Tu took out the Rampage Hunter and used the weapon upgrade core on it. Soul Hunter Revolver slightly increases range, greatly increases damage, can load rifle ammunition, and gains extra power when loaded with rifle ammunition. Chain Handgun allows for rapid-fire quick reloading, slightly increases range and damage, has an LCD display to indicate the remaining ammunition in the magazine. Lu Tu did not hesitate and directly chose Soul Hunter. There was no other reason, he was attracted to its great power. How satisfying it would be to blow up an enemy with one shot. A flash of white light passed, and Lu Tu's original Rampage Hunter upgraded to Soul Hunter. Soul Hunter type, weapon handgun, level platinum, attack power 135, durability 100, ammunition capacity 600, handgun ammunition modification, automatic loading, description, a product of Dome Technologies Honor. After being enhanced by the buff of the Queen of Arms, the previously pitch-black gun body transformed into a matte silver, exuding a strong sense of futurism. The lines were sleek without a hint of redundant design. The muzzle was adorned with mist-like patterns, creating a striking contrast with the cold, hard metallic body. After the upgrade, the weight had changed slightly, becoming a bit lighter. Lu Tu swung it a couple of times, feeling Lu Tu looked at the gun. It resembled a beautiful piece of art, a beautiful weapon that could kill. He then replaced all the handgun ammunition in his backpack with rifle ammunition. The attack power of Soul Hunter increased from 135 to 150. Lu Tu looked at the other item blueprint for vehicle stabilizer modifications. The effect greatly enhances the vibration damping performance of the vehicle. If shown to others, they would likely shake their heads. After all, vibration damping is of little help for survival. However, upon seeing the effect, Lu Tu immediately thought of the chemical experiment chamber. Although his knowledge of chemistry was limited to what he learned in school, he understood that chemical experiments carried certain risks. Any bumps or jolts could lead to unforeseen consequences. With this modification, the safety of Ding Shuang during experiments could be significantly improved. This modification was truly perfect. Lu Tu checked the materials. Required materials: 300 gold coins, 50 aluminum alloys, 50 alloy steels, 6 level 1 chips, 1 level 2 chip. Luckily, titanium alloy wasn't needed. After just upgrading the vehicle, only 40 titanium alloys remained. He had plenty of aluminum alloys and alloy steels. He began the modification. Ding. Triggered characteristic buff. Soul of modification: vehicle stabilizer upgraded to vehicle balance instrument. Vehicle balance instrument level diamond type. Vehicle component effect can adjust filtering strength, completely filtering up to 80 centimeters of 6-direction displacement. Description: flat, like an airport runway. After completing the modification, Lu Tu sent the modification information to Ding Shuang and said to her, "You can safely conduct experiments while driving from now on." Ding Shuang looked confused. "Isn't that a platinum level blueprint? How did it become diamond level?" Tang Yingxue noticed Ding Shuang's confusion and said, "This is Lu Tu's ability, and it's a secret for our vehicle. Remember not to tell anyone else." Ding Shuang nodded seriously after hearing Tang Yingxue's reminder. Looking at the spacious interior of the RV, Lu Tu took out 200 gold coins and gave them to Tang Yingxue and the others, asking them to check the trading network for any additional items they could purchase. After receiving the gold coins, Tang Yingxue and the others happily opened the trading network, beginning to select items carefully. They occasionally exchanged opinions with each other about whether a particular item would be useful or whether they should bargain. After a pleasant shopping experience, they noticed it was getting late and returned to their dormitory to sleep. Tonight's role-playing theme was nuns and the wayward lambs. Everyone noticed that Tang Yingxue was particularly invested in this role-playing theme, so the focus of the game After the role-playing session ended, Lu Tu did not go to bed immediately, but sat in the driver's seat meditating. Since a bunch of tree trunks and vines burst through the cement ground last night, Lu Tu wanted to see if any anomalies occurred. It would be better to drive away promptly. To ensure he could sense any changes in time, Lu Tu had turned off the vehicle balance instruments function in advance. Before long, Zhao Feifei and Song Qinghuan also changed their clothes and came out, while Tang Yingxue and Ding Shuang were still too exhausted to get up. After waiting in the driver's seat for nearly an hour, the ground began to shake. As the intensity of the tremors increased, cracks started to appear on the surface. Then tree trunks began to burst through the ground, rapidly growing. The vines underground also crawled out, occupying the ground and walls. Lu Tu stared intently at the surrounding environment, while Zhao Feifei and Song Qinghuan monitored the surveillance footage. Today's activity was much more intense than yesterday, with more tree trunks and vines sprouting from the ground, yet there were still no signs of any anomalies. Lu Tu looked at the trees growing around him and couldn't help but mutter to himself, they won't suddenly rise up and attack, will they? After the trees completely stopped growing, Lu Tu opened the chat room to pay attention to what others had encountered. Here it comes again. What in the world is up with these trees? It's just that they sprouted from the ground and pose no threat, so there's no need to worry about them. Feeling uneasy, I'll just sleep, a tree can't sprout a mouth and eat everyone, right? Who knows? Seeing that nothing unusual was happening on the other side, Lu Tu called Zhao Feifei and Song Qinghuan to return to their rooms to continue sleeping. Since Lu Tu had confided too much to Tang Yingxue, breakfast was prepared by Zhao Feifei today. After everyone had nearly finished breakfast, Tang Yingxue finally got up. Once everyone was nearly ready, they all sat down in the driver's seat as usual. Looking at the heavy rain outside, they waited for the announcement of a new day. 8:00 a.m. Congratulations to all survivors for surviving the third day. The heavy rain has stopped and all survivors can travel safely. The number of environmental organisms has increased and the drop rate and quality of items have improved. Total survivors in the area 100, remaining survivors 73449. The leaderboard has been updated on the information panel. Please check it yourself. First place, Ji Bai eliminated 18 fungal trees. Second place, Ma Zheng eliminated 17 fungal trees. Third place, Lu Tu eliminated 14 fungal trees. Fourth place, Shun Jiheng eliminated 12 fungal trees. A lot of people died overnight, mostly due to surprise attacks by the invisible ones and the zombie tide. Lu Tu opened the leaderboard to check, and he had dropped to third place. A lot of people died overnight, mostly due to surprise attacks by the invisible ones and the zombie tide. Lu Tu opened the leaderboard to check, and he had dropped. And on his way back from the outskirts, the vehicle traffic was heavy, and the fungal tree radar had not reacted, indicating they had likely been cleared out. It seemed he would have to put in more effort today. Just as everyone thought the announcement was over and prepared to head out for the day's work, the announcement in the sky continued to broadcast more content. New information. The entrances to multiple dome technology facilities have appeared. Each facility has different tasks, and you can choose whether to complete them. Upon completing the tasks in all facilities, the survival probability of survivors in this area will increase. The interiors of the facilities contain a wealth of resources and precious items, but the dangers are immense. Please proceed with caution. The coordinates of each facility have been sent to each survivor's vehicle. Please check them yourself. After the announcement ended, a strong tremor shook the ground once more. Boom. Some buildings collapsed, directly producing a tremendous noise. The building where Lu Tu was located also had dust and small debris falling from the ceiling and walls. Seeing this situation, Lu Tu immediately instructed Zhao Feifei, "We should get out first." Upon hearing Lu Tu's command, Zhao Feifei quickly stepped on the gas, driving the RV outdoors. Fortunately, the nearby buildings were quite sturdy, and a large square was just dozens of meters away. Zhao Feifei parked the vehicle in the square, and soon others began to arrive in their vehicles to take refuge. The tremors quickly subsided. Once Lu Tu felt it was safe, he had Zhao Feifei drive towards the nearest facility, the Weapons Research Institute. Upon arrival, Lu Tu glanced around and saw that people were beginning to gather slowly. This facility appeared to have been forcibly extracted from the ground. Surrounded by the ruins of buildings, there were also tree trunks that resembled wrapped metal processing plants, leaving only an entrance exposed outside. Encountering the Weapon Research Institute again made Lu Tu feel a surge of excitement deep within. In the previous mission, through the intelligence obtained, he found the Weapon Research Institute acquiring a few pieces of bulletproof lining for defensive gear, and even used the weapon forging furnace to transform his Yanling blade into a weapon capable of growth. He wondered what treasures he might find in the Weapon Research Institute in the city this time. With this thought, Lu Tu rubbed his hands together. Although he had already reached the entrance, he did not rush inside. Instead, he checked the chat room to understand the situation. This mission had multiple locations, not only in the urban area, but also several scattered in the suburbs. Places like power plants and metal smelting factories. The mission content also varied. For instance, the task at the power plant required restarting the generator units. These tasks were optional with no mandatory requirements. After understanding the general situation, Lu Tu closed the chat room. Currently, his ranking for eliminating the bacteria tree was 3rd, and a new task was issued today. Some people's attention would surely be momentarily diverted to the new task. Therefore, he could split into 2 teams. Lu Tu stroked his chin and said to Song Qinghuan, "You and I will go to this weapon laboratory." Song Qinghuan nodded and began to inspect her equipment. Then Lu Tu turned his gaze towards Tang Yingxue and Zhao Feifei, saying, "You two wander around the vicinity and see if you can encounter any bacteria trees. If it's indoors, just give up. The monsters inside are currently beyond what you can handle on your own." All right, both Tang Yingxue and Zhao Feifei nodded solemnly. This point left a deep impression on Tang Yingxue. As for Ding Shuang, you continue researching the bacteria tree seeds and intermediate gene potions. After saying that, Lu Tu began to recount his equipment once again. Backpack 88. Substitute Paperman 3. A Frenzied Hunting Potion 1. A Bloodthirsty Fong 1. Soul Hunter 1. A General Rifle Ammunition 300. A General Handgun Ammunition 300. Director Chow's Office Key 1. 500 milliliters purified water 50. Since he didn't know how long he would explore this weapon research institute, Lu Tu also bought 2 small travel backpacks from the system supermarket. He packed some compressed biscuits and medicines inside. The weight was quite light, posing no burden at all. Lu Tu had also tried putting items into the travel backpack and then into the system backpack. However, he was prompted contents too complex, unable to store. Upon seeing this result, Lu Tu could only click his tongue. After Lu Tu and Song Qinghuan changed into bulletproof linings, they hung their gas masks around their necks and opened the car door to step out. A considerable crowd had already gathered on site. Upon seeing Lu Tu and Song Qinghuan exit the vehicle, everyone was discreetly sizing them up with their peripheral vision. The two of them showed no other expressions, simply staring calmly at the entrance of the Weapon Research Institute. Especially Song Qinghuan, who had been full of chatter and provocations towards Lu Tu while in the car. Now facing strangers, she transformed into an aloof and cold goddess. Once the RV door was securely closed, Zhao Feifei started the vehicle and left. Seeing that Lu Tu had not entered, everyone tacitly stood in place, not daring to step inside. One reason was the imposing aura and ruthless demeanor that Lu Tu radiated, which made them feel a bit intimidated. The second was not knowing what the situation inside was, making them hesitant to enter recklessly. With Lu Tu, this big shot, present, everyone hoped he would lead the way. After all, it was better to have someone strong to take the brunt of it. Lu Tu and Song Qinghuan exchanged glances, nodded, and then donned the gas masks hanging around their necks. The two of them stepped forward and entered the Weapon Research Institute. Upon seeing this, others followed closely. Everyone who stepped through the door immediately received task information. Task: clear the Weapon Research Institute. Task content: eliminate all zombies inside the Weapon Research Institute. Task reward: after completing the task, all participants will receive 50 gold coins. This task content was undeniably too simple, seeming to pose no difficulty at all. Besides receiving the task information, they also obtained information about the chat room subdivisions. Automatically entered the exclusive chat room for this task. Oh, the chat room actually has a subdivision feature. It seems they want everyone to share intelligence with one another, right? Looking for help. Lu Tu closed the chat room and began to observe the environment. Although this entrance had grown from the ground, the internal space was extraordinarily vast. The floor and walls were entirely paved with metal. Inside, it was eerily silent, with only the sound of shoes clicking against the surface. Under the cold light, the Weapon Research Institute felt even colder. Not long after entering, Lu Tu immediately spotted clusters of plant-type zombies in the lobby not far away. However, unlike before, they not only held guns, but also wore bulletproof tactical vests and helmets. The logo of Cheongding Technology could even be seen on the helmets. Lu Tu speculated that they were likely security personnel of Cheongding Technology in life. The group of zombies noticed Lu Tu and his companions and immediately raised their guns to shoot. Tat tat tat. In an instant, gunfire erupted. Lu Tu and Song Qinghuan saw the zombies raising their guns and quickly sought cover to avoid the fire. The others who followed behind them hadn't yet reacted to what was happening when they were shot down. Seeing someone hit the ground, everyone immediately scattered to find the nearest cover. Lu Tu took out the Soul Hunter and began shooting at the group of zombies. The Soul Hunter's attack power was already high, and now with the switch to rifle ammunition, each shot could penetrate the zombies' bulletproof helmets directly. Meanwhile, Song Qinghuan provided fire support with her AR-15. However, the power was simply too weak to inflict significant damage on the group of security zombies. So she pulled out her NTW-20 to shoot. One shot went out, piercing through several of them. The others, who had just been rolling and crawling, also took out their weapons and began shooting. Although the zombies could shoot, they completely stood still, not dodging or avoiding, and faced off against the survivors. In no time, all the zombies in the lobby were dealt with. Lu Tu walked directly to the lobby and began to sift through the dropped items. They were all basic supplies, ammunition, and firearms. After Lu Tu and Song Qinghuan collected the necessary ammunition, they continued to move forward. Although they could transfer these items to the vehicle piece by piece through private trading, it was quite troublesome to go back and forth, and wasting time for such trivial items was simply akin to picking sesame seeds and losing watermelons. The group of people following behind saw that Lu Tu had finished selecting and left, and immediately rushed forward to start grabbing. Lu Tu and his companions stepped over the corpses of the zombies and passed through the lobby, completely ignoring those behind who were still fighting over the dropped items. After passing through the lobby, Lu Tu noticed that the internal space had become even larger, with several branches. Lu Tu glanced at the holographic signage in the center, which indicated the different paths leading to various areas: office area, weapon, experimental area, weapon storage area, cafeteria, equipment room. All marked very comprehensively. Lu Tu directly chose the direction of the office area. Most of the others, after looking at the sign, chose the weapon experimental area or weapon storage area. A small number of people chose other areas besides the office area. Everyone had clear objectives, Now that they were at the Weapon Research Institute, they would definitely prioritize finding places with weapons. Lu Tu and Song Qinghuan walked towards the office area, encountering very few zombies along the way. Most were zombies in employee uniforms with a small number of security zombies. All were dealt with by Lu Tu using his bloodthirsty Fang. After walking for about 10 minutes, the two finally arrived at the office area. This Weapon Research Institute's office area was much larger than the one in the wasteland. It was divided into 3 floors each with a large open space and over 10 offices. The zombies inside immediately rushed towards Lu Tu and Song Qinghuan upon noticing them. Lu Tu still took out his long knife and charged into the crowd of monsters, slashing fiercely. Meanwhile, Song Qinghuan was only responsible for killing the zombies that got close to her. After everything was resolved, Lu Tu glanced at his bloodthirsty Fang. Attack Power 128. 3. The effect of the Tao Tai trait, which increases attack power when killing monsters, was already more than halfway complete. It wouldn't be long before this effect was fully charged. After clearing all the zombies on the 3rd floor, Lu Tu and Song Qinghuan began to search separately for Director Chao's office. After running back and forth twice, they confirmed that all the office doors and cabinets here could be opened without. Moreover, there were no surnamed Chao people on the nameplates inside some offices. After collecting the items that had fallen on the ground, Lu Tu shook his head in frustration, saying the intuition of a man turned out to be wrong. Song Qinghuan comforted him, saying, "Don't be discouraged, let's check out the next place. Let's go." Just as the two returned to the atrium with the holographic display, many people were quickly heading towards the office area. However, upon seeing the silent and empty offices, they started cursing, "Damn. It's all cleaned out here. Let's go hurry to another area and see if we can find a couple of zombies. Why are you back? There are no monsters inside. Let's quickly change places." Zhao Feifei was outside driving around near the Weapon Research Institute. From time to time, she glanced at the culture dish radar, hoping to find a mycelium tree. Tang Yingxue was continuously monitoring the situation in the chat room. "Do you really just need to enter the facility, trigger the mission, and kill 1 or 2 monsters to receive rewards?" "Definitely, I just came out of another facility, but the mission above did not disappear. Now that I've gone to the Weapon Research Institute, the previous mission was not overwritten, but rather another one was added. To add a point, this task is calculated per person, not per vehicle, meaning everyone gets a share. We're going to get rich, everyone rush in. Brothers from other facilities, take it slow, leave some for everyone. Tested, personally effective. The task rewards are 50 gold coins, but it's worth it." Tang Yingxue observed for a while longer and then notified Lu Tu about the situation. Lu Tu had just been wondering why everyone else seemed to be in such a hurry. Now he had the answer. However, Lu Tu expressed that with only 50 gold coins, it wasn't necessary to meander through every facility. Lu Tu and Song Qinghuan went back to the weapon experimental area, but by the time they arrived, it had already been completely looted. Moreover, there were no offices in this area. The two could only head back. On the way back, Lu Tu opened the task-specific chat room. As soon as he opened it, Lu Tu's attention was drawn in. "There's a door in the equipment area that can't be opened. I didn't see anything that looked like a key. It should be the grand prize for this mission inside. Try using a gun." "Which idiot said to use a gun? My leg got hit by a ricochet." Lu Tu focused entirely on the door that couldn't be opened and immediately jogged towards the equipment area, following the indicated signs. When he reached the equipment area, Lu Tu saw a person lying on the ground not far away, while several others were bandaging his thigh. On the other side, a large crowd had gathered. The place surrounded by people must be the door that couldn't be opened. Lu Tu and his companion walked over. When others noticed Lu Tu's arrival, they instinctively moved aside and even tugged at the clothing of the person. The burly man who was tugged turned around in confusion, saying, "What's going on? Brother Tu is here." The burly man looked up and saw Lu Tu and Song Qinghuan, a striking pair, walking in their direction. He immediately made way, also informing the people standing in front of him. Soon everyone quickly cleared a path. Lu Tu and his companion naturally walked towards the door. Lu Tu observed it closely. The sign on this door had long since disappeared. There were marks left by gunfire on the bolt area. Additionally, this technologically advanced door still had a mechanical lock for inserting a key. Lu Tu took out a long and used key and compared its shape to that of the keyhole. This should be it. Lu Tu inserted the key and turned it. Click, click. As Lu Tu turned the key, the lock emitted 2 crisp and pleasant sounds. Those watching nearby held their breath, widening their eyes. Lu Tu was not worried about the onlookers behind him harboring ill intentions. Instead, he hoped they could provide him with some entertainment, allowing his bloodthirsty Fang to have a full meal. Moreover, Song Qinghuan, after her enhancement, had a physique and combat power that surpassed most others, so there was no need to worry about her facing other survivors. Once the lock was opened, Lu Tu gently pulled the handle. The door opened. Everyone stretched their necks, eager to see what treasures lay within. Lu Tu completely opened the door and walked inside, while Song Qinghuan took her place at the entrance with her AR-15, scanning the surrounding crowd with a keen gaze. Seeing this, everyone retreated reluctantly, as no one wanted to meet their end here. Once inside the office, Lu Tu began to search carefully. All drawers and cabinets were opened. What he found were merely some files and documents. Lu Tu then sat down at the desk and opened the drawer next to it. An ancient-looking wooden box appeared before him. Lu Tu took it out and opened the simple latch. Inside it was lined with luxurious red silk. On the red silk lay a tiny black iron chain entwined with a completely white jade rod. The item information given left Lu Tu completely baffled. Description A. Aside from the word description, everything else was a question mark. There was no indication of its effects or uses. Lu Tu felt around the box and discovered something hard beneath the silk. Lifting the silk revealed a metallic badge engraved with the character Chow. Chow family badge description handed to the Chow family. Oh, perhaps unexpected surprises await. Lu Tu began to suspect that these two items might be of great use in future tasks. After putting the items away, Lu Tu continued searching the office. Lu Tu approached the small door, grasped the handle, and gently pulled it. Click. It was surprisingly unlocked. Lu Tu stepped inside. The internal space was rather small. Directly opposite the door was a workbench cluttered with tools resembling a private workshop. Lu Tu noticed a small 3D printer on the workbench. Its information appeared before his eyes. Firearm replicator small effect can replicate a small firearm below the prism level, including modification accessories. Can replicate pistols, revolvers, micro submachine guns, etc. Description: one-tune reproduction. Unfortunately, it could only replicate small firearms, which left Lu Tu somewhat disappointed. If it could replicate the bloodthirsty Fong, he would be able to wield dual blades. Currently, the most valuable item for replication was probably the hunter's soul he held. Lu Tu refocused on the replicator, marveling that it could even replicate modification accessories. He directly opened the trading network and searched for firearm modification accessories. He ignored the basic accessories such as scopes and infrared sights, and instead focused on the special accessories. These special accessories were priced at 100 gold coins each. However, none of them included unlimited ammunition or durability. Lu Tu selected two suitable accessories: Super Radiator and Super Recoil Compensator. One significantly reduced overheating speed, while the other greatly diminished recoil. He confirmed the purchase. Once the accessories arrived, Lu Tu took out the hunter's soul for modification. Ding! Modification complete. After the modification, Lu Tu placed the hunter's soul into the replicator and confirmed through the information panel. As the replicator powered on, it began to emit faint sounds and vibrations. A minute later, the lid of the replicator opened, accompanied by a few sparks and wisps of blue smoke. The information panel of the replicator also disappeared. It seemed that this replicator could only be used once. Lu Tu carefully took out the two hunters' souls and examined them closely. They were completely identical. Not only in appearance, but even the provided item information was the same. Just as Lu Tu put away the two hunters' souls, the lights in the entire Weapon Research Institute began to flicker, and after a few flashes, all the lights went out. Lu Tu immediately made his way towards the door in the dark. The sudden turn of events left the others in the Weapon Research Institute somewhat bewildered. After more than 10 seconds, the lights came back on, but the impact had not ceased. Lu Tu and Song Qinghuan walked out of the office, glancing around. They saw a bright flame cutting through a thick metal wall. Where the flame passed, wisps of smoke rose and molten iron dripped continuously. At that moment, a survivor exclaimed, "Flame cutter. Someone is cutting through the wall." Allied forces. I saw someone in the mission chat say that the entrance was sealed. What's going on? The cutting speed was neither fast nor slow, and everyone was guessing who was behind cutting. Lu Tu immediately contacted Zhao Feifei, instructing her to stop searching for mushroom trees and return to the Weapon Research Institute right away. He had just received a prompt for killing a mushroom tree. Zhao Feifei had just been outside, having killed 5 mushroom trees. It seemed everyone was busy running missions and had no time to deal with mushroom trees. With the situation changing, Lu Tu could only ask Zhao Feifei to hurry back. Shortly after, the flame cutter ceased its operation. Boom! A large piece of the cut metal wall suddenly collapsed, revealing an enormous figure before everyone. Virus Aggregate Type 2 Tracker. Type: Biological Level Platinum. Overall Combat Power 150. Skills: Strength Enhancement. Chaotic Mutation. Description: Command Eliminate. Lu Tu gaped upon seeing it. It was actually a tracker. Its robust frame exuded an overwhelming presence, draped in a bulletproof black trench coat. Especially that signature mouth, its large white teeth gleamed under the light, making one dizzy. Most importantly, this monster possessed a certain level of intelligence and could wield various weapons. Lu Tu immediately saw it toss aside the flame cutter in its hand and lift a flamethrower with the other hand. Scorching flames shot out from the flamethrower in the tracker's hand. A few people who hadn't managed to run were engulfed in flames, writhing and screaming in agony. The tracker strode heavily from behind the metal wall. It looked down at a person engulfed in flames, writhing in pain on the ground, and raised its metal boot to stomp down, ending his suffering. Having played games before, Lu Tu knew that even if he blew up the fuel tank it carried, he wouldn't be able to kill it. So he drew out the bloodthirsty Fong and swiftly dashed behind the tracker. With a light leap, he aimed for its neck and slashed horizontally. Before the tracker could comprehend what had happened, its head was severed. Thud! The massive body fell backward. The flamethrower in its hand continued to spew a flame mix. Fortunately, there weren't many flammable materials in the equipment room, otherwise it would have turned into a furnace. After the tracker fell, Lu Tu cut open its bulletproof trench coat. He saw a heart rapidly beating in its chest, and its skin began to writhe and twist. Lu Tu speculated that this was a prelude to mutation. Without hesitation, he plunged the tip of the bloodthirsty Fong directly into that active heart. Bloodthirsty Fong attack power increased by 0.1. Killed virus aggregate type 2 tracker. Earned 100 gold coins. Killed virus aggregate type 2 tracker. Earned 100 mileage points. Just as others found cover and were preparing to draw their guns to shoot, they saw Lu Tu standing where the tracker had just been. At that moment, the tracker lay lifeless on the ground. Seeing this, some people began to whisper, "What happened? I don't know." In the blink of an eye, that monster is dead. Does this count as a big shot taking us along for the ride? Lu Tu noticed there were drops, so he took a glance. Unlimited durability. Type weapon modification accessory effect. Weapon durability becomes infinite. Description: best used in conjunction with unlimited ammunition. The weapon modification for unlimited durability he had been thinking about actually appeared. Lu Tu traded it to Tang Yingxue for her to modify on the rotary gun. Although the rotary gun could greatly extend its lifespan, with the super radiator modification, it couldn't withstand frequent use. With this, he could now hold the trigger down. As for the revolver in his hand, it wasn't needed for now. Giving it to him would be a waste. At that moment, a voice came from the corner of the chat room. Says there's another one in the weapon storage area, and it seems to have mutated. Upon hearing this, Lu Tu raised his hand and waved to Song Qinghuan. The two hurried back the way they came, preparing to confront the mutated tracker. Due to the ferocity of everyone's firepower, the tracker in the weapon storage area was quickly shot to pieces by the massive barrage of bullets. When the tracker fell, everyone erupted in cheers. Who would have thought that a platinum-level monster with 150 combat power could be slain so easily, even weaker than a 100 combat power recluse? However, some were curious as to who fired the final shot and obtained the reward of gold coins for killing the monster. After all, it was a platinum-level monster, and the gold coins should be substantial. As this question arose, everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion and inquiry. Who among them had snatched the last shot? "Don't look at me, I didn't receive a kill notification." "It wasn't me either. I didn't get it either." Everyone casually asked around, but no one pressed the issue further. Those who hadn't received the kill notification could only sigh in silence, lamenting their bad luck this time. Just as everyone was inquiring about who had made the kill, Ding Cheng rushed to the tracker's corpse, eager to see if there were. To his astonishment, Ding Cheng noticed that the tracker's head, which had been battered to a pulp, was now writhing with muscle tissue. Ding Cheng exclaimed in shock, "What the hell? It seems this thing isn't dead yet." Everyone turned to look at him. Just as Ding Cheng was about to draw his gun for a finishing blow, the tracker's body began to swell violently, tearing apart the black bulletproof coat it had been wearing. Then two tentacles shot out from the swelling body, quickly wrapping around Ding Cheng. In terror, Ding Cheng began to fire his gun wildly. However, after just a few shots, he was brutally torn in half by the tentacles, and before he could even scream, he was sent into a gaping maw. The others quickly reacted, grabbing their weapons to attack the mutating tracker. However, their efforts proved ineffective, only serving to further provoke it. Roar! After enduring the assault from the crowd, the tracker let out an enraged roar. Several tentacles extended from its ever-expanding body, lunging at the nearest person. Survivors present were one by one stuffed into the tracker's mouth by its tentacles. The tracker's mutated form continued to swell larger. Despite exhausting all their attacking methods, they still couldn't stop it. Taking advantage of not yet becoming the next dish, the survivors all fled towards the exit. When Lu Tu and Song Qinghuan arrived at the weapon storage area, everyone was running out. Lu Tu didn't rush to push through. He waited until most had exited before making his way in. At this moment, the tracker had transformed into a massive mound of flesh, continuously waving its tentacles. Lu Tu glanced at its combat power. Comprehensive combat power 180, continuously rising. Wow, this chaotic mutation is truly abnormal. Lu Tu said to Song Qinghuan. "Use the sniper rifle to take out those tentacles and cover me." "Okay." Song Qinghuan replied succinctly to Lu Tu and took out the NTW-20. She scanned the surroundings and found a relatively concealed and safe position. Then she aimed at the tentacles and began firing. Bang! Bang! Song Qinghuan fired twice in quick succession, severing two tentacles. Just as the tracker intended to attack in Song Qinghun's direction, it was immediately drawn to Lu Tu, who had rushed out from behind the wall, attracting its ire. Where the tentacles had just been severed, new ones rapidly sprouted, immediately lunging towards Lu Tu. Lu Tu activated his dash and vanished from his spot. Meanwhile, Song Qinghun continued shooting at the tentacles. Lu Tu moved closer, while drawing two soul hunters attempting to find its weak points. Under their combined assault, the tracker's mutation speed slowed down. Song Qinghun kept firing at its tentacles, making it difficult for the tracker to pose any threat to Lu Tu. Roar! Lu Tu hopped around like a rabbit, completely evading its attacks, which only elicited an even louder roar of fury from the tracker. This roar sent chills down the spines of those who had just escaped the weapon storage area. After dodging a few times closer to the tracker, Lu Tu sheathed his soul hunters and took out the PF-11 rocket launcher, using his legs to spring forward to its torso. He slashed down forcefully a few times. The cuts he made seemed to leave only superficial wounds. Seeing the healing speed of the wounds slow, the tracker immediately sprouted new muscle tissue from the side to cover the injuries. Seeing this, Lu Tu sighed. What a clever creature, but we can't let it mutate any further. Lu Tu hid behind a side wall, instructing Tang Yingxue to pass him a PF-11 rocket launcher and a piece of clothing from the RV's storage space. Meanwhile, he spent 100 mileage points to buy 10 high-explosive grenades from the arms dealer. The tracker kept attacking the spot where Lu Tu was hiding with its tentacles. However, the metal wall was too sturdy, and the tracker's tentacles could only create some dents in it. After acquiring the items, Lu Tu stuffed the grenades into the clothing and secured it. He then notified Song Qinghun. In a moment, I'll throw out a clothing bundle filled with grenades, but when it gets close to the tracker, shoot to blow it up. Understood. Lu Tu emerged from his cover, tossing the grenade-filled clothing towards the tracker before retreating back into his cover. Seeing the grenade package thrown by Lu Tu, Song Qinghun trained her gun on it. Just as the package adhered to the tracker, she immediately fired. Boom! 10 high-explosive grenades exploded in succession, creating a thunderous sound. Flesh and viscera from the tracker splattered everywhere. Lu Tu drew the PF-11 rocket launcher and dashed out. He saw that the tracker's body had been blown open, leaving a large gap, while its heart was still beating violently. The surrounding wounds were quickly generating various tissues, attempting to reprotect the heart. Lu Tu aimed at the heart and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The rocket launcher emitted a soft sound as the rocket shot forth. The tracker intended to use its tentacles to block, but was immediately interrupted by Song Qinghun's NTW-20. Upon hitting the heart, the rocket lit up and produced a loud bang. Half of the tracker's body was obliterated. Lu Tu also received a kill notification. Killed virus aggregate type 2 tracker. Earned gold coins 100. Killed virus aggregate type 2 tracker. Earned mileage points 100. Lu Tu glanced at the kill notification and curled his lips, noting how arduous the effort was only to receive such a reward. After completing the kill, an announcement echoed from the sky. The mission of the Dome Technology Weapon Research Institute has been completed. All participating survivors receive a mission reward of gold coins 50. After the announcement concluded, the previously shut doors of the Research Institute reopened. Seeing that there were drops on the remnants of the tracker, Lu Tu walked over to collect them. Chaotic growth cells description: cellular tissue dropped from virus aggregate type 2 in an extremely stable state. Currently in a state of death. Can be activated by electric shock and will undergo cell growth upon activation. A second electric shock will return it to a state of death. This will provide immense assistance for biochemical research. Usage instructions are as follows. Lu Tu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This item should help Ding Shuang accelerate the research progress of intermediate gene potions and fungal tree seeds. When the mission completion announcement appeared, everyone who had participated erupted in cheers. Though the task seemed simple on the surface, the actual combat proved considerably challenging for them. Hooray! Now we won't have to worry about gold coins for upgrading our vehicles. Who was that big shot who just went in? That's too good, don't you even recognize him? Lu Tu and his companion returned to the vehicle. Others gradually began to leave as well. A small number remained, hoping to see if there was anything left inside worth scavenging. Lu Tu handed the newly obtained disordered growth cells to Ding Shuang. See if this is of any use. Ding Shuang took the disordered growth cells and carefully examined the item's information. Her eyes lit up. This thing is like a controllable lab mouse. We can use it for drug testing and similar procedures from now on. Lu Tu nodded. Just be cautious in all things. During the time they spent exploring the weapons research facility, Zhao Feifei had used the fungal tree radar to locate 5 fungal trees. There were 2 more inside the building, but following Lu Tu's advice, no one chose to risk venturing indoors. From the vehicles hurrying back and forth on the road, it was evident that everyone was now focused on mooching missions at various facilities, temporarily pushing the fungal tree issue aside. Though breaking into the top 10 on the leaderboard would bring significant benefits, it ultimately only accommodated 10 people. Most opted for the strategy that maximized their gains. Lu Tu glanced at the map. The nearest location to him now was the Botanical Garden. Just one trip to the weapons research facility had yielded quite a haul. If he could visit more facilities before their missions were completed, the rewards would surely be substantial. At the very least, he could earn some mileage points along the way. He then said to Zhao Feifei, "Let's head to the Botanical Garden now." "Let's go." The Botanical Garden. It was vast in area and located near the city center. When the announcement was made, the Botanical Garden was encircled by tree trunks with all entrances blocked except one. Ma Zheng had a strong premonition that the harvest from the Botanical Garden would propel him to new heights. The Iron Horse Gang, with its base closest, declared the Botanical Garden as their exclusive territory. Anyone else trying to enter was driven away. The Urban Rose's base was also nearby. When Qinhua led her people there, the Iron Horse Gang had already begun expelling outsiders. Seeing Qinhua, the leader of Urban Rose, arrive, Ma Zheng immediately approached her. He had been secretly yearning for this seductive woman for a long time. As Ma Zheng drew near, Qinhua rolled down her window, squinted her eyes, and said to him, "Captain Ma, isn't this a bit underhanded?" Ma Zheng, with a nonchalant air, said, "First come, first served," while eyeing Qinhua lecherously. Qinhua rolled the window back up, leaving only a two-finger-wide gap. Unfazed by Qinhua's coldness, Ma Zheng said flirtatiously, "Come be a passenger in my car, and the Botanical Garden is yours to enter. I'll even split the resources with you. If you want your team members to come in too, they can ride with my guys. How about that?" Hearing Ma Zheng's blatant provocation, Qinhua clenched her fists in anger, fully closed her window, and led her team toward another facility. Previously, some team members had been captured by Shi Xiangyang while gathering supplies alone. Though they survived their ordeal, left Qinhua seething with rage. But constrained by their limited strength, revenge could only be rehearsed in dreams. To protect the others from harm, she had to keep everyone together, which slowed operations, dwindled supplies, and made life increasingly difficult. For now, Qinhua could only ignore Ma Zheng's provocations. Ma Zheng watched her leave, spat on the ground, and cursed inwardly, acting all high and mighty. "Sooner or later, I'll have you in my car." Ma Zheng turned back to look at the Botanical Garden and began gathering his trusted subordinates to ask for their opinion. Shi Xiangyang said, "I think we can send some men to mooch missions, splitting the gold coin 70-30. The rest will follow us to explore the Botanical Garden." Ma Zheng asked, "Why only 30%? Shi Xiangyang quickly added, "The gang gets 70. He was long accustomed to Ma Zheng's dullness. "That's not bad." Ma Zheng nodded with satisfaction. The others hesitated at the proposal, but didn't object, as they as squad leaders would also get a cut from the resources their underlings handed over. Ma Zheng scratched his head and looked at Shi Xiangyang. "How many should we send out?" Shi Xiangyang crossed his legs, tapped his knee lightly with his fingers, and rolled his eyes. "We've got over 120 people in the gang. Send 30 out, leave 10 to guard the Botanical Garden entrance, and the rest follow us inside." After speaking, Shi Xiangyang pulled out a cigarette and lit it. "Good. Let's do it old Shi's way. Anyone else have suggestions?" The others all nodded in agreement. As the Iron Horse Gang strategist, Shi Xiangyang's suggestions were far more reliable than theirs. These men were only good at looting and pillaging. Ma Zheng included all brawn and no brain. Shi Xiangyang then began to lay out detailed plans. Peripheral gang members were dispatched to mooch missions, while core members were assigned to the Botanical Garden team. Luo Jiashu, the disobedient member, was tasked with guarding the garden's gate. Luo Jiashu wasn't surprised by this outcome. After all, he had offended others over the Lu Tu issue before, so being ostracized was only natural. But looking at the simulated signal transmitter's switch in his backpack, Luo Jiashu smiled disdainfully. "Today, I'll send you all flying." On her way to another facility, Qinhua spotted Lu Tu's mighty domineering steel beast heading toward the Botanical Garden. Everyone in the area knew about the grudge between Lu Tu and the Iron Horse Gang from the previous round. Ma Zheng was Ma Yes' brother, dim-witted but loyal. Given Lu Tu's ruthless and domineering style, a conflict between them seemed highly likely. Qinhua had an idea and proactively sent Lu Tu a private message. "Qinhua, brother Lu, are you heading to the Botanical Garden?" "Lu Tu, what's up?" Lu Tu was slightly surprised by Qinhua's initiative to contact him. He didn't directly answer her question. Qinhua continued messaging. "Qinhua, friendly reminder. The Botanical Garden has been taken over by the Iron Horse Gang. Lu Tu, they can occupy it, I'll go my own way. Qinhua, could we join you? We have a score to settle with the Iron Horse." Reading Qinhua's reply, Lu Tu couldn't help but laugh. This woman was interesting. She clearly wanted to use his hand to take revenge on the Iron Horse Gang. But there's no such thing as a free lunch. "Lu Tu, I know what you're thinking, but there's no such thing as a free lunch." Qinhua took a deep breath and sent the information of a treasured item she had long kept to the chat window. Qinhua micro accelerator, click for details. Micro accelerator type, weapon modification accessory, effect exclusive to rifles, increases bullet speed, no bullet drop, within 2,000 meters. Description: a feeling like flying. Lu Tu, I only accept payment up front. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Hua traded the item to Lu Tu. After receiving the weapon modification accessory, Lu Tu immediately replied, Lu Tu, come then, but don't bring the whole team. The more people the messier it gets. Qin Hua, fine, I'll come alone. Lu Tu, deal. Lu Tu had already seen in the chat room that the Iron Horse Gang had claimed the botanical garden. He had been looking for an opportunity to wipe out the Iron Horse Gang anyway. Now Qin Hua came to him about the same issue. What a coincidence. Lu Tu handed the Ultra Micro Accelerator to Song Qinghuan after receiving it. Although this weapon modification accessory limited the types of usage, it was a perfect fit for Song Qinghuan. There was another reason for agreeing to Qin Hua's request, and that was her attributes. Name: Qin Hua. Beauty score 94. Figure 94. Charge count 0. Overall rating 94. Mileage points bonus 1. Beauty trait shop information shop. Beauty trait buff critical hit exclusive increases damage by 100 when attacking weak points. System evaluation: an enchanting and stunning beauty both in appearance and figure. Contracting with her will grant you a powerful ally. Another woman with an exclusive buff. What makes her special is her shop. While Tanging Xue and other shops sell tangible items, Qin Hua's shop is an information shop, which intrigues information. Monsters. Survivors. Lu Tu's mind began to wander. However, he hadn't signed a contract with her yet, so he didn't know what her shop would sell. Lu Tu started to think. After Qin Hua saw Lu Tu's agreement, she sent a message to the team's second-in-command, Zheng Qian. Qin Hua, Deputy Captain, I have to leave for a while. You take the team to other facilities first. Zheng Qian understood. Remember safety first. Zheng Qian looked at the message from Qin Hua. Though she didn't know what Qin Hua was up to, she still followed her instructions. Zheng Qian, you be careful too. Zheng Qian picked up the walkie-talkie and notified everyone in the convoy, saying that she would be in charge now. At the front of the convoy, Qin Hua made a sharp turn to head back. Before long, Qin Hua spotted the eye-catching armored RV in the distance. She immediately floored the gas pedal to chase after it. As she approached, the turret-mounted machine gun on the RV suddenly turned its barrel toward Qin Hua. Startled, she quickly sent a message to Lu Tu to clarify her identity. After receiving the message, Lu Tu opened a side window and looked at the white business car driving alongside him. A pale pink rose emblem was on the hood. Lu Tu then instructed Tanging Xue to disable the alert. Qin Hua let out a sigh of relief when the turret-mounted machine gun returned to its original position. Lu Tu noticed that Qin Hua's car window was covered with anti-peeping film, so he couldn't see what she looked like. However, the system's score of 94 surely indicated she was not bad. Moreover, Song Qinghuan had previously mentioned that the former captain was a great beauty. The edge members of the Iron Horse Corps had all been dispatched to do tasks. Luo Jiashu and 10 selected members guarded the entrance of the botanical garden, while Ma Zheng took his obedient team into the garden. Before entering, Ma Zheng patted their shoulders and painted a picture for these 11 gatekeepers, stating they would be rewarded after completing the task in the botanical garden. Luo Jiashu and the others listened, feeling disdainful and internally criticizing Ma Zheng's poor persuasion. Once Ma Zheng's group delved deeper into the botanical garden, the 10 members all left their posts either to gather supplies or to find entertainment elsewhere. Luo Jiashu couldn't be bothered with them. He was always paying attention to the movements inside the botanical garden. Once Ma Zheng went deeper, he would activate the simulated signal transmitter to have Ma Zheng's group meet their fate at the hands of monsters. At that time, Ma Zheng had set a succession order for the captain position to win people's hearts. As long as he died, the next in command would take over. Luo Jiashu was included in that order, but he was the last in line. Luo Jiashu thought, now they are all inside, and I am outside. As long as they all die, the captain position of the Iron Horse Corps would surely be mine without any blood debts. Just as he was immersed in this beautiful fantasy, Lu Tu and Qin Hua's car approached the entrance of the botanical. Luo Jiashu reached out to intercept, but upon seeing Lu Tu's car, he immediately fell silent. As Lu Tu pulled up next to him, he rolled down the window and asked, I heard your Iron Horse Corps has this area sealed off. Luo Jiashu looked up at Lu Tu and upon hearing the question involuntarily swallowed hard. Then he immediately put on a flattering face and said, no, you can come in freely, brother Tu. The captains wouldn't mind. Please don't kill me. We had no idea what the former captain had done against you. We just want to find a way to survive. After saying that, Luo Jiashu knelt down with a thud and knocked his head several times. Lu Tu coldly observed Luo Jiashu's performance and then asked, is your captain inside? Yes. They are all inside. Luo Jiashu's overly eager demeanor made Lu Tu feel some. However, Lu Tu remained cautious and instructed Zhao Feifei to set the space jump device to a jump of 70 meters. Lu Tu then smiled and nodded, saying, don't worry, debts have a master, I won't trouble you. Thank you, brother Tu. Zhao Feifei started the vehicle and drove towards the interior of the botanical garden, with Qin Hua closely following. After Luo Jiashu saw Lu Tu's group disappear from sight, he took out a remote control from his backpack and muttered, "You all have to die." Lu Tu did not drive deep into the botanical garden, but stopped after turning a corner upon entering the gate. Xinhua, somewhat puzzled, sent a message to Lu Tu. "Xinhua, what's wrong?" Lu Tu, "Wait a moment, the person at the entrance is acting unusually." Xinhua was already a bit confused by the sudden changes in the botanical garden. After seeing Lu Tu's message, she became even more confused. However, upon seeing the spores start to disperse, she quickly activated the air filter. Then she saw Lu Tu's RV disappear before her eyes. She opened her mouth, realizing Lu Tu was gone, and felt an uneasy feeling in her heart. After Luo Jiashu activated the simulated signal transmitter, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the tree trunks had completely enveloped the botanical garden. He then laughed maniacally, "Ah ha ha ha, let them all die inside. They all must die. Mahjong should die. You Lu Tu should die too. Oh, am I supposed to die as well?" A voice like that of a demon drifted into Luo Jiashu's ears. Luo Jiashu thought he was imagining things. When he turned around, he found Lu Tu standing right behind him with his RV not far away. At that moment, Luo Jiashu tightly gripped the remote control of the simulated signal transmitter. Lu Tu swung his blade, severing Luo Jiashu's hands. Lu Tu glanced at the remote and said, "You really are not honest. Brother Tu, spare me. Where did you hide the simulated signal transmitter?" "It's in our captain's vehicle. I just wanted to kill the captain in them. I didn't expect you to come. It seems I am a thorn in your side. I wouldn't dare. Brother Tu, spare me." Luo Jiashu's plea was cut short as Lu Tu beheaded him. Bloodthirsty Beast attack power increased by 1. Gold acquired 66. Survivor Luo Jiashu has died. Killer Lu Tu. At that moment, those deep inside the botanical garden, including Ma Zheng, felt a tingling sensation at the back of their heads. An unexpected change occurred in the botanical garden, and Luo Jiashu, who was guarding the entrance, was killed by none other than Lu Tu. Lu Tu quickly returned to the vehicle after disassembling Luo Jiashu's transport. "Okay, let's go back." Zhao Feifei pressed the button on the spatial jump device again. The massive RV vanished from the spot, leaving behind only the decapitated corpse of Luo Jiashu. Xinhua anxiously awaited Lu Tu's return. Not long after Lu Tu disappeared, an announcement of him killing other survivors was heard. Soon his RV abruptly reappeared before his eyes. What is this? Going to kill someone for excitement. However, upon seeing Lu Tu's reappearance, Xinhua's anxious heart finally relaxed. At the same time, she couldn't help but marvel at this man's strength. "Lu Tu, do you have a walkie-talkie?" Xinhua, "Yes." "Lu Tu, let's tune a frequency. Sending messages all the time is too troublesome." Xinhua, "All right." Xinhua took out the walkie-talkie and began to adjust the frequency with Lu Tu. Usually, she would command the people in the convoy in a commanding tone. Now that Lu Tu was giving the orders, she felt no resistance or aversion. Instead, it seemed only natural. When Ma Zheng and his group entered the botanical garden, the task given was quite simple: eliminate all sources of pollution in the botanical garden. Decaying leaf fungi. The decaying leaf fungi resembled mushroom trees, and around them, there would be vine monsters lurking. However, the branches of the mushroom trees bore fruit wrapped in zombies, while the fruit of the decaying leaf fungi was filled with miasma spores. The range of the miasma spores was limited, and as long as they kept their distance, they could lure and eliminate the vine monsters one by one, then simply throw a Molotov cocktail to easily deal with the decaying leaf fungi. However, the situation suddenly changed. The vine monsters not only emerged from the ground, but also charged at Ma Zheng in a frenzy. Although the vine monsters could be easily dealt with by a group, the problem was that Ma Zheng had divided the members into several groups to clean up the decaying leaf fungi to improve efficiency. Just as they were vigorously resisting the attack from the vine monsters, they received even worse news. Luo Jiashu, who was guarding the gate, had been killed by Lu Tu. When Ma Zheng heard the announcement, he felt his hands and feet grow cold. After taking a few deep breaths, he took out the walkie-talkie and impatiently shouted, "Everyone gather around me. Everyone gather around me. Why are all the vine monsters out? Oh, don't kill me. Captain, come save." The entire walkie-talkie channel was filled with cries for help and curses. No one seemed to care about the orders issued by Ma Zheng. Ma Zheng had over 20 core members by his side, and with the resources from the entire convoy supporting them, their equipment and personnel quality were extremely high. He wasn't afraid of the vine monsters' attacks, but he was worried that Lu Tu was also in the botanical garden. Lu Tu's RV activated the atmospheric inverter and began searching for Ma Zheng with Xinhua. Along the way, many vine monsters jumped out. These vine monsters were originally moving towards Ma Zheng's direction, but upon seeing Lu Tu's vehicle, they immediately turned and began attacking. Lu Tu raised an eyebrow. The 4th level blood hatred was too authoritative. Even with a simulated signal transmitter, they had to deal with me first. This excited Tang Yingxue. Previously, when firing, she had to calculate the timing of pulling the trigger to prevent the machine gun's durability from dropping too quickly. Although a supercooler was installed later to extend the continuous firing time, it still felt insufficient. Now that the machine gun had infinite durability, she could fire as much as she wanted. As soon as she saw the vine monsters charging towards the RV, Tang Yingxue pulled the trigger and turned all the vine monsters into fragments. Zhao Feifei trailed behind the vine monsters that had not found the RV. Although the drone had night vision capabilities, it would quickly locate Ma Zheng with their guidance. Along the way, several vehicles from the Iron Horse Corps were spotted, but they had all been killed by the vine monsters. After following the vine monsters for more than 10 minutes, Lu Tu saw dozens of vehicles surrounded in the distance. They were frantically firing in all directions, clearing out the vine monsters that tried to get close and attack them. Ma Zheng felt a surge of joy when he saw bright headlights shining from afar. Thinking it was his members returning, he quickly took out the walkie-talkie and called for them to gather. After all, every additional person meant more strength. However, after shouting twice into the walkie-talkie, the other party only stopped their vehicle and did not respond. While Ma Zheng was still puzzled, he suddenly heard screams. A hidden one has appeared. Everyone quickly used exhaust fans to blow the spores away. The Iron Horse Corps members began to frantically take out high-power exhaust fans, connecting them to electricity and blowing hard. Although they couldn't blow all the spores away, they could faintly see the figure of the hidden one. Upon seeing this, Lu Tu immediately donned his gear and exited the vehicle. Don't kill all the people, or what will my bloodthirsty beast eat? Lu Tu charged up directly with his blade. Due to the intense attraction of the blood hatred, the hidden one turned to attack Lu Tu. However, the hidden one was no match for Lu Tu. With each of Lu Tu's dodges, one hidden one fell. Ma Zheng, witnessing this scene, was completely bewildered, and he asked Shi Xiangyang, "When did our convoy have such an impressive person?" Shi Xiangyang's heart skipped a beat, and he replied with a tremor in his voice, It seems to be Lu Tu." Hearing this answer, Ma Zheng's pupils constricted, and his heart felt as if it had been tightly squeezed. He was puzzled again, asking, "Why would he save us? Does he think that following our Iron Horse Corps has potential?" Shi Xiangyang rubbed his forehead, cursing Ma Zheng the muscle-brained idiot in his heart. But he certainly couldn't say these insulting words out loud, so he said, "I don't know why he is doing this. Let's observe first. If there's an opportunity, we can try to kill him, since that RV of his is just too powerful." After listening, Ma Zheng nodded and suddenly thought of Luo Jiashu, who had died outside. There was one dead outside, and there were still 10. Why hadn't they died, and why hadn't anyone reported the situation? With this question in mind, Ma Zheng immediately opened the convoy chat room and began to scold the other 10 members guarding the gate. He declared that after completing the botanical garden task, he would punish them according to the convoy rules. The 10 members rushed back after hearing that Luo Jiashu had been killed. However, they saw nothing but a corpse. Now that the captain was questioning them in the chat room, they didn't dare to reply. Given Ma Zheng's character, they were already plotting to flee. After Lu Tu quickly dealt with all the hidden ones, he also handled the last few vine monsters with ease. Lu Tu waved at Zhao Feifei. Zhao Feifei drove the RV to the edge of Ma Zheng's small stronghold. Then Tang Yingxue operated the machine gun and began firing at their vehicles. Song Qinghuan also took out her sniper rifle and fired at the vehicle parked on the other end. The bullets all hit the vehicle, striking it, but not the people. Just as Ma Zheng and his group were about to retaliate with their guns, Lu Tu acted even faster. After seeing that all the Iron Horse Corps vehicles had been turned into scrap metal, he jumped on top of a car and loudly asked, "Which one is the captain of the Iron Horse Corps?" A powerful voice shouted back, "I am." Lu Tu turned to look and saw a bald, strong man stepping out from a vehicle with a gun in hand. Lu Tu drew his weapon and shot directly at his hand, his expression cold as he said, "Do you dare still hold a gun?" "Oh." The bald, muscular man let out a painful howl. Qin Hua, while believing in Lu Tu's strength, never expected him to be this ridiculously powerful. Just moments ago, he was holding a gun ready to fight to the death with the Iron Horse Group. Little did he expect that Lu Tu would arrive and unleash a barrage, turning the Iron Horse Group's vehicles into scrap metal. Seeing Lu Tu searching for Ma Zheng, he immediately opened the intercom to inform Lu Tu about Ma Zheng's appearance. Ma Zheng has a mohawk, is muscular all over, and very strong. From her current position, Qin Hua could only see the outer circle of vehicles of the Iron Horse Group and had no way of knowing the internal situation, so she could only inform Lu Tu in this manner. After hearing the description of Ma Zheng, Lu Tu directly slashed at the howling, bald, muscular man and said, "Don't misidentify yourself, be more careful in your next life." At that moment, Ma Zheng happened to be right behind Lu Tu, so he sent a message in the chat channel of the convoy urging everyone to shoot and kill Lu Tu. After all, Lu Tu's demeanor did not seem like one seeking reconciliation. Instead of waiting passively, it was better to take a shot at him. Who knows, they might win. After exchanging glances with other members, Ma Zheng immediately took out his weapon and started shooting at Lu Tu. Lu Tu had already reacted and quickly dodged to the outermost circle. As everyone was shooting, stray bullets flew everywhere. Several unfortunate members of the Iron Horse group were hit by friendly fire. While dodging bullets, Lu Tu took a glance at the appearances of these people and quickly locked onto Ma Zheng's position. However, he did not immediately go to kill Ma Zheng. Instead, he began eliminating the Iron Horse group members surrounding him. Like the Grim Reaper, Lu Tu appeared in front of a vehicle and immediately took the life of the person inside. Bloodthirsty Beast attack power increased by 1. Bloodthirsty Beast attack power increased by 1. All were swift and clean throat slashes without any hesitation. Seeing he could not stop Lu Tu, Ma Zheng gritted his teeth and had no choice but to use his trump card. He took out the strength-enhancing potion and the physique-enhancing potion he had kept in his backpack. He opened the bottle cap and gulped down the potion. 2 waves of scorching power exploded within him, enhancing his strength and physique by 50. Following that, he activated his ability Body Enhancement. When activated, it would boost his strength and physique by 30 points while his body would grow larger. His bones cracked as his body wildly expanded, tearing his clothes apart. With the potion and abilities stacking, his strength and physique reached a total of 120 points. Ma Zheng let out a furious roar and kicked the car door off, shouting, "Lu Tu, die!" Looking at Lu Tu's thin arms and legs filled with confidence, he stomped down hard and leaped toward Lu Tu at incredible speed. A fist the size of a sandbag came crashing toward Lu Tu's face. Lu Tu, who was clearing out the remaining members of the Iron Horse group, sensed the gust of wind, but did not dodge. Instead, he waited until Ma Zheng was nearly upon him before leaping sideways. Ma Zheng, seeing that Lu Tu did not evade, showed a look of joy. But soon he saw a soul at the position of his left cheek, followed by a solid kick to his face, sending him flying. Bang! His massive body crashed to the ground, and Ma Zheng rolled over and quickly got back up. While the damage from Lu Tu's kick wasn't severe, the humiliation was extremely strong. Feeling the fiery pain on his cheek, Ma Zheng cursed loudly and renewed his attack on Lu Tu. At the same time, he thought to himself he had to get close to Lu Tu before the effects of the enhancement potion wore off. Seeing Ma Zheng charging at him again, Lu Tu chuckled lightly, saying, "Up until now, you are the toughest opponent." Just now, when Lu Tu delivered that kick, an ordinary person would have been dazed, but Ma Zheng could immediately. Lu Tu was somewhat astonished by Ma Zheng's physical strength. Upon hearing Lu Tu's taunt, Ma Zheng's anger intensified, and he began wildly swinging his fists. The immense fist force created a whooshing sound, looking quite intimidating, yet it did not even graze the hem of Lu Tu's clothes. Lu Tu, no longer wanting to toy with him, drew out the bloodthirsty beast and slashed at Ma Zheng's hands and feet. Several red flashes passed by, and blood sprayed from Ma Zheng's wounds. Lu Tu delivered a powerful kick, sending Ma Zheng crashing into Qinhua's car. Then he used the intercom to say he's by your car, and his hands and feet are already incapacitated. Feel free to hit him, but leave his life to me. 4 of them ran forward. Should I snipe them? Song Qinghuan's voice came through the earpiece. Lu Tu replied, "No need, I can catch up to them." After saying that, he glanced at the 4 people who had just slipped out of the car while he was fighting Ma Zheng. However, they hadn't run far before Lu Tu caught up with them. He smiled at the 4 and said hello. It was evident that his tone was quite cheerful. Survivor Shi Xiangyang is dead, killer Lu Tu. Survivor Chong Song is dead, killer Lu Tu. After dealing with them all, Lu Tu returned to the RV and removed his gas mask. Qinhua also got out of the car holding a steel pipe wrapped in cloth to prevent slipping. Lu Tu leaned against the car door and watched her. Although he knew Qinhua was beautiful, he was still amazed when he saw her in person. Now Qinhua was dressed in thick winter clothing, but it couldn't hide her enchanting curves. Her slightly upturned eyes were like autumn waters, sparkling and enhancing her alluring beauty. With a high nose bridge, a rounded tip, and full moist lips, she exuded a hint of charming sweetness. Qinhua raised the steel pipe and swung it fiercely at Ma Zheng's face. Ma Zheng let out a painful whimper, not because Qinhua hit him hard, but rather due to the pain from his severed limbs. As the effects of the potion and body enhancement hadn't worn off, yet Qinhua's attacks felt like mere tickles. After beating Ma Zheng for a while, Qinhua turned to Lu Tu and said, "Your turn." Lu Tu walked over and swiftly ended Ma Zheng's life. After picking up his vehicle key, he began to dismantle all the abandoned vehicles left behind. Gained level 1 chip, 22. Gained metal parts, 580. This time Lu Tu earned a total of 1,334 gold coins just from killing the members of the Iron Horse group. This haul brought Lu Tu's gold coin count back to 4 digits. More importantly, the kill bonus for the Bloodthirsty Beast reached 31. Bloodthirsty Beast type cold weapon, level platinum, upgradable attack power 150. 3 weapon modification, endless edge traits. 1. Blood drink. After soaking in blood and flesh, it will slightly enhance the host's strength and physique. 2. Beastly rage. The wounds inflicted will be difficult to heal. 3. Gluttony. For every monster killed, attack power increases by 0. 1 points up to 40 points, currently increased by 29. 3. For every survivor killed, attack power increases by 1 point up to 40 points, currently increased by 31. When reaching its peak, this weapon will grow again. Durability 99. Description: it craves. With all the core members of the Iron Horse group dead and no successor in line, the system randomly assigned the leader position to a member of the Iron Horse group outside the botanical garden. This sudden surprise caught him off guard, but he quickly began to scavenge the supplies in the convoy's storage. Due to his limited personal storage space and the system notification when becoming the new leader, he couldn't eat everything alone even if he wanted to. He could only distribute the excess supplies to the others present. After distributing the supplies, he immediately disbanded the Iron Horse group, fearing he would become the next victim. This situation left the leaders of the various groups in turmoil. Previously, Lu Tu had only dealt with insignificant characters, and he had neither joined nor created a convoy. He only had that one vehicle. This time, however, Lu Tu single-handedly eliminated all the core personnel of the Iron Horse group. The leaders in this area had already warned their members not to offend Lu Tu. The leaders merging from other regions immediately issued a formal notice to all members of the convoy: do not provoke Lu Tu. Now Lu Tu felt even more terrifying in everyone's eyes than those howling monsters. Meanwhile, Tian Ku, who was out completing tasks, prepared to flee upon hearing the announcement of Lu Tu killing Luo Jiashu. To his surprise, it wasn't long before the upper management of the convoy was all taken down by Lu Tu. This made him somewhat anxious, so he sought out others who had just joined the convoy to discuss whether to stay with the Iron Horse group, when suddenly he received the system notification of the convoy's dissolution. Now he had lost the motivation to complete tasks and began to worry about finding the next convoy. For most people, only by banding together could they face the daily pressing survival crisis. After receiving the news of the Iron Horse group's dissolution, Qin Hua immediately messaged Zheng Qian. Qin Hua, the Iron Horse group is gone. Now everyone can form small teams to gather supplies. Zheng Qian understood. How are you handling things, group leader? Qin Hua, don't worry, I'm safe for now. After closing the chat window, Qin Hua let out a sigh, as if she had released the pent-up frustration that had been in her heart for days. Now that the Iron Horse group was gone, Lu Tu, while dismantling Ma Zheng's vehicle, found a small round device that fell to the ground. Upon picking it up, Lu Tu realized it was the simulated signal transmitter installed by Luo Jiashu. At that moment, it was still flashing with a faint red light. Lu Tu squeezed it hard, and the simulated signal transmitter shattered instantly. Although this device could attract monsters, it was uncertain if any unexpected situations would arise, so he had no intention of keeping it in the vehicle. Lu Tu, look at those spore clouds outside. Are they flowing towards a specific direction? Ding Shuang's clear voice came through the headset. Lu Tu walked to the boundary of the air inverter and looked carefully. With the aid of the light, he could clearly see the flow trajectory of these spores. Originally, these spores floating in the air were all drifting deeper into the botanical garden. He had initially planned to complete the task of clearing the infection source in the botanical garden, but now that new developments had arisen, that task could be set aside for the moment. Currently, there should only be his vehicle and Qin Hua in the botanical garden. It would take several hours to complete. Lu Tu approached Qin Hua's business vehicle and knocked on the window. Knock, knock. Qin Hua rolled down the window. What's up? We are preparing to explore deeper into the botanical garden. Are you coming along? Sure, although I may not be. Lu Tu nodded and returned to the vehicle. Although he could communicate with Qin Hua through the intercom or text messages, Lu Tu preferred face-to-face interaction, especially with someone like Qin Hua, who had a special buff and was beautiful. After Lu Tu returned to the vehicle, Qin Hua suddenly realized why Lu Tu didn't use the intercom to contact her. Beauty might not be of great use in this dangerous world, but it had its advantages. Lu Tu got back into the vehicle, drove, and had Zhao Feifei use the drone for reconnaissance. The vehicle began to slowly move along the direction of the spores, with the drone activating its night vision to keep watch. Qin Hua closely followed behind the RV. After driving for several minutes, Zhao Feifei looked at the images transmitted back from the drone and said, "There is a building ahead." Lu Tu glanced at the screen. A hemispherical structure built with a heavy alloy frame sat on the flat ground with blocks of translucent glass embedded in the alloy frame. Even the images from the drone looked imposing. Numerous thick vines had broken through the glass and clung to the alloy frame, giving the building a somewhat fantastical aura. Since a fight could break out at any moment, Ding Shuang was already seated in the driver's seat. She looked at the image and said, "It should be a plant greenhouse. Those spores are likely drifting towards it." Song Qinghuan Group Leader Qin, we are about to approach the anomaly source, so be careful. Receive thank you. Although Song Qinghuan had only interacted with Qin Hua for a few days, the latter had helped her before, so safety reminders were necessary. As Lu Tu brought the RV closer to the plant greenhouse, the vines on the outer walls began to writhe. Bang! A gigantic plant suddenly burst out from within the greenhouse. But it seemed to be stuck. It struggled violently, trying to break free from this plant garden that resembled a cave. Giant corrupted fungi-type creature, plant level platinum, overall combat power, 150 skills, spore ejection reabsorption. Description: the mother plant of the corrupted fungi which absorbs miasma spores and transforms them into corrupted spores. The corrupted spores it ejected not only had a toxic effect, but also caused a rapid decline in the durability of vehicles. The more miasma spores it absorbed, the stronger its power became. The surface of the giant corrupted fungi was covered in dark brown bark with deformed, swollen buds hanging between the gaps in its branches. At the top, there was a fully bloomed giant white flower crown. Looking at this monster that resembled a small mountain, Lu Tu immediately ordered Tang Yingxue to open fire. After the giant corrupted fungi lowered its flower crown, it immediately spewed out a stream of light purple corrupted spores. However, when the corrupted spores came within 30 meters of the RV, they were directly converted into normal air by the air inverter. The bullets fired from the machine gun all struck the giant corrupted fungi. Seeing that the spores it spewed could not break through Lu Tu's barrier, the giant corrupted fungi withdrew its body back into the greenhouse. Observing this, Lu Tu drove the RV a bit closer to the greenhouse. Then he saw the previously slowly moving spore clouds begin to gather rapidly toward the interior of the greenhouse. Meanwhile, the ordinary corrupted fungi by the roadside started turning black and withering. Everyone was astonished to find that the miasma spores had completely vanished. After the giant corrupted fungi absorbed all the miasma spores, an ordinary corrupted fungi, it re-emerged through the broken gap. Its flower crown had already changed from white to dark purple. The entire process took only a few seconds. Once the deep purple flower crown expanded, it released an even thicker stream of corrupted spores. But as this stream approached Lu Tu's RV, it transformed into ordinary air blowing towards him. The RV emitted a very slight tremor. Looking at the situation before him, Lu Tu joked, "Looks like the wind is quite strong." Tang Yingxue had not stopped shooting, and countless shells fell to the ground, some even hitting the roof of Qin Hua's vehicle, making a clattering sound. Qin Hua looked at all this numbly. How were Lu Tu and the others treating it like a game? Every meter the RV got closer to the greenhouse, the distance of the spores ejected by the giant corrupted fungi shrank by 1 meter. As the replacement range of the air inverter reached the flower crown, the spore ejection of the giant corrupted fungi seemed to have misfired. With a clear line of sight, Tang Yingxue began to pour a massive amount of large-caliber bullets into the deep purple flower crown. No matter whether it was a weakness or not, she held the trigger down and kept firing. The entire flower crown was completely blown away, and the trunk section beneath the crown was also riddled with holes. The entire body of the giant corrupted fungi began to contract and swell, then contract and swell again. Lu Tu immediately shifted to reverse gear and backed the RV 100 meters away. Pang! The giant corrupted fungi exploded with a sound akin to a balloon popping. The spores within it flew toward every corner of the botanical garden, following the shockwave of the explosion. As Tang Yingxue received the kill notification, the announcement of task completion also came out. 1 giant corrupted fungi killed. Earned gold coins 100. 1 giant corrupted fungi killed. Earn mileage points 100. The Dome Technology Botanical Garden task has been completed. All participating survivors receive task rewards gold coins 50. These messages were insignificant to Lu Tu. What was most explosive was that he heard the kill notification from his own system. 1 fungi tree killed. Earned gold coins 2. 1 fungi tree killed. Earned mileage points 2. Detected that the fungi tree has been destroyed. Earned 1,000 mileage points. This notification wasn't just 1 or 2, but dozens of them. Lu Tu closed his eyes and looked up with a smile. He had struck it rich. Lu Tu glanced at his current mileage points. Mileage points 47486. Just moments ago, he had only a little over 10,000 points. Now it had surged to over 47,000. With each fungus tree granting 100 mileage points as a reward, this wave had directly eliminated 37 fungus trees. Aside from reaping a vast amount of mileage points, the most important thing was the ability to open a huge gap between himself and others on the current leaderboard. Having struck it rich this time, Lu Tu planned to first enter the greenhouse to see what good items the giant leaf-rot fungus had dropped, and also collect some fungus tree seeds. At that moment, the tree trunk roots that had enveloped the botanical garden retracted back into the ground. The low, gloomy sky once again came into view. Lu Tu drove the RV to the greenhouse entrance. Stepping out, he walked in through the gap, smashed open by the giant leaf-rot fungus. The remaining glass panels of the greenhouse had been completely shattered by the recent explosion, leaving only the bare alloy framework. The ground was also strewn with the broken remnants of the giant leaf-rot fungus. Seeing those darkened, thoroughly withered leaf-rot fungi, Lu Tu speculated that the giant one must have drained all the leaf-rot fungi in the botanical garden dry, enabling it to spew out such a massive amount of spores. It seemed the task for the botanical garden required clearing out the smaller ones first before tackling the big one. However, he had completely ignored that sequence and went straight to confront the final boss Hedon. Gazing at the surrounding mess, Lu Tu immediately spotted several dropped items and hurried over to pick them up. Obtained Vehicle Upgrade Core 1. Obtained Level 3 Chip 2. Obtained Mother Plant Bud 1. Not only did he get another Vehicle Upgrade Core, but also 2 Level 3 chips. However, the Vehicle Upgrade Core was of no use to him for now, so he could just keep it. Lu Tu turned his attention to the Mother Plant Bud. Mother Plant Bud description: a bud from the giant leaf-rot fungus containing a massive amount of converted decay spores. It was stored in a metal canister about the size of a thermos. Lu Tu held the metal canister, examined it from all sides, and then put it away. He could have Ding Shuang take a look to see if this thing had any other uses. The drops from the giant leaf-rot fungus were decent. Lu Tu then walked deeper inside, where the interior was full of vitality. Strange and bizarre giant plants grew everywhere, with vines of varying thicknesses winding and climbing around. Layers of oddly shaped leaves and flowers spread out, and the air was filled with the scent of damp vegetation. Lu Tu also spotted the already withered and fallen fungus tree. It was so conspicuous amidst the lush greenery that it was impossible not to notice. The fruits that had originally wrapped around the zombies were now shriveled and shrunken. At the same time, he noticed that the withering of these fungus trees differed from that of the leaf-rot fungi, which turned dark. Instead, they took on a grayish, decayed hue. After the fungus tree died, the thick roots that had anchored it did not disappear, also presenting a grayish, decayed color. Lu Tu began collecting the fallen fungus tree seeds one by one. Looking at the unique, withered appearance of these fungus trees, his eyes darted around, and then he sent a message to Ding Shuang. Lu Tu: Shuang, come to the greenhouse. Ding Shuang: okay. Ding Shuang was about to head to the chemical experiment module to conduct research, but upon receiving Lu Tu's message, she immediately got out of the vehicle and walked toward the interior of the greenhouse. When Lu Tu saw Ding Shuang, he said, "This withering is different from that of the leaf-rot fungi. Take a look." Upon hearing this, Ding Shuang began to carefully observe the fungus tree and the leaf-rot fungi. Just as Lu Tu had said, the appearances of the two types of withering were completely different. Lu Tu then took out the mother plant bud and handed it to Ding Shuang. Taking the metal canister, Ding Shuang tilted her head and thought, then her eyes lit up. "I should have a way to solve the problem with those tree trunks. Then go and research it quickly." Ding Shuang nodded and hurried back to the vehicle. At that moment, announcements of other facilities completing their tasks came through from the sky. Dome Technology Arms Factory task completed. All participating survivors receive task reward gold coins 50. Dome Technology Power Plant task completed. All participating survivors receive task reward gold coins 50. It seemed the progress of the others was also decent. Lu Tu then took a stroll around the greenhouse. Seeing nothing else to collect, he returned the way he came. By then, Ding Shuang, Tang Yingxue, and a few others were holding some bottles and jars. Lu Tu asked curiously, "What are you all planning to do?" "Go collect some samples," Ding Shuang replied, then beckoned the others and headed toward the greenhouse. Meanwhile, Qin Hua was standing with her arms crossed, leaning against her commercial vehicle. Lu Tu walked over and greeted her. "What? Waiting for me. Waiting for you to come back, just to say goodbye, and then leave." "All right then, goodbye." Seeing Lu Tu decisively say goodbye, Qin Hua suddenly lost confidence in her own beauty. She opened her mouth and said a goodbye. After saying this, she opened the car door and sat back inside, then rolled down the window and said, "I thought you might try to persuade me to stay. Our deal is already done. Why would I persuade you to stay?" A sunny smile spread across Lu Tu's face as he continued, "If you want to stay and be my passenger, I wouldn't." Hearing this, Qin Hua also laughed, her eyes curving with allure. "Well, talk about it another time. I'm off." Lu Tu nodded, watching Qin Hua's departing trajectory. He thought to himself, what a temptress. Maybe he could find a way to get her into his vehicle later. Qin Hua drove toward the location of her convoy. Today, following behind him, she had watched the entire process of how he dealt with the Iron Horse group and had coasted through the task. Lu Tu's backing was just too formidable. She had even had the fanciful idea of using her beauty to make an exception and get this man Lu Tu to join her convoy, or perhaps to come aboard as a passenger in her vehicle. Now it was clear that it had indeed been a fantasy. The receding street scenes flashed past her vision, and Qin Hua was still pondering Lu Tu's final words. Usually she left most of the convoy's affairs to Zheng Qian, while she spent most of her time lazing around and occasionally acting as combat support. If she went to Lu Tu's vehicle, would she be able to just laze around? After this thought popped into her head, Qin Hua immediately cursed herself. How could she always think about being lazy? We'll talk about it another time. Lu Tu returned to the living room of the RV and opened the chat room to see if there was any new intelligence. Zhao Qinglin selling thermal transformer DM for details. "What's this used for? Never seen this thing before. What price are you asking for it?" Asked the seller. "The price is 2,000 gold coins, or trade for equivalent items." 2,000. You dare ask that price for something nobody even knows the use of? I suggest you keep it and let it have babies. Everyone in the chat room was shocked by the price of this item. However, when Lu Tu saw it, his eyes widened. Right now, to synthesize the RV's battery and engine, he was missing exactly this one item. Lu Tu immediately started a private chat with the seller. Lu Tu, what's the price? Zhao Qinglin 2,000 gold coins or exchange for other items of equivalent value. Lu Tu, too expensive. Although Lu Tu currently had 2,000 gold coins in hand, he wasn't willing to part with them so easily. So he began to haggle. Zhao Qinglin looked at Lu Tu's reply, feeling a bit anxious. It was not easy for him and his friends to get the first pick at the power plant, but now they couldn't find any use for the thermal energy transformer. He originally intended to post it on the trading network, but there were no similar items listed, and he had no idea if anyone would buy it. So he went to the chat room to send a message hoping to sell it at a high price by chance. However, Lu Tu contacted him. After Zhao Qinglin stiffly quoted a price, the other party simply replied, too expensive. As someone who had merged from another region, he had heard about Lu Tu's ruthless reputation from time to time. Yet he never had a clear concept of it. Just now, Lu Tu's ferocity had indeed opened his eyes as the announcements of killing survivors were incessant. It was estimated that he had killed a dozen or 20 people. Zhao Qinglin regretted sending the item information to the chat room, fearing that Lu Tu was someone who would stop at nothing to get his hands on treasures. The most common description he heard about Lu Tu, the killing god, was that he was more interested in beautiful women than in killing. Some people exaggerated these rumors when discussing. Rumors circulated about him having countless encounters in one night, and that various teams had to send a girl to him every night, otherwise he would go on a rampage. Zhao Qinglin knew these rumors were surely exaggerated, but since they had spread, there must be some truth to them. He glanced at Zhuang Yiran, who was sorting supplies with her teammates, and scratched his head. She had once saved his life by chance, and they had formed the Triumph team together. Throughout this journey, he had always been careful in his interactions with her, afraid of leaving a bad impression. Zhuang Yiran was beautiful and charming, not only possessing certain skills, but also making delicious food. Although she used some simple ingredients, the dishes tasted amazing. Everyone sometimes jokingly called her little cook. He had previously hinted at his admiration for her, but had received no response. She always appeared carefree and innocent. All the male members of the team harbored feelings for Zhuang Yiran. However, they all tacitly maintained their boundaries, ensuring a harmonious atmosphere among themselves. Thinking of the rumors about Lu Tu's lecherous nature, Zhao Qinglin gritted his teeth and replied, Zhao Qinglin, what price do you think is appropriate? This reply effectively handed over the pricing power, mainly because he did not want to attract Lu Tu's attention. He was even more unwilling to have Zhuang Yiran caught in his sights. In Zhao Qinglin's heart, he had already regarded Zhuang Yiran as his personal property. No matter how much he lost, he wanted to keep this property by his side without others knowing. Thus, this business deal had to succeed, with Lu Tu ensuring that his team would not be targeted by him. If Lu Tu were to hear these rumors about him, he would definitely deny all claims except for countless encounters. Seeing the ball kicked to him, Lu Tu no longer held back. Lu Tu, 1,500 gold coins. Zhao Qinglin, bro, this. Lu Tu, right now, besides me, no one else can use this thing. If you don't sell it to me, it will likely rot in your hands. Upon seeing this offer, Zhao Qinglin felt a bit dizzy. Lu Tu's cut was a direct slash of 500 gold coins. Zhao Qinglin did not rush to reply, but quietly pondered. The gold coins from selling the item would need to be split among everyone. After receiving 1,500 gold coins, he could tell the team that he only sold it for 1,000. If they asked, he could shift the blame to Lu Tu, as with his notorious reputation, nobody would dare to verify how much it was sold for. The excess gold coins could be used to secretly enhance his strength. After becoming stronger, he would have the confidence to face Zhuang Yiran. At worst, he could just directly. As the team leader, enhancing his own power was very meaningful. After having this thought, Zhao Qinglin decisively agreed. Zhao Qinglin, then it's 1,500. Lu Tu, fine, let's trade. After receiving 1,500 gold coins, Zhao Qinglin felt a surge of joy in his heart, but his face wore a gloomy expression. Zhao Qinglin walked in front of everyone, saying with a bitter laugh, the item has been sold. Zhuang Yiran replied, that's great, but why do you look so glum? After saying this, she tilted her head, looking adorably naive. It's Lu Tu who found us. Oh. All members of the Triumph team were astonished as they turned to Zhao Qinglin. Team member Zhou Bin asked, how much did you sell it for? 1,000 gold coins. Hiss. Everyone gasped, and Zhou Bin incredulously asked, Zhao Qinglin, you didn't haggle. Everyone knows this killing god. If he sets his sights on you, you won't sleep well at night. Zhao Qinglin displayed a helpless expression. Zhao Qinglin then began to embellish the story, explaining how Lu Tu had subtly indicated that they had to either agree to his price or he would come to take it. The atmosphere in the team instantly turned dull. Everyone had hoped to sell for a bit more. If they couldn't sell for 2,000, surely they could at least sell for 1,500 or 1,600. This way they could share more profits and buy more supplies or upgrade their vehicles, but now Lu Tu came knocking. Seeing the atmosphere becoming increasingly somber, Zhuang Yiran cheerfully said, well, we may have lost a bit, but at least we're not leaving empty-handed. Tonight, I'll make something delicious to reward everyone. Yeah, there will be good food. Little cook, I want roasted potatoes. I don't care about the rest, I just want meat. Everyone chatted happily, revitalizing the atmosphere. Meanwhile, Zhao Qinglin secretly pocketed an additional 500 gold coins. He began to think about how to spend this money to enhance his strength without being discovered by the team members. Lu Tu, after acquiring the thermal energy transformer, immediately began synthesizing batteries and engines. He silently recited in his heart, confirming the synthesis. Titanium alloy 20. Aluminum alloy 10. Thermal energy transformer 1. Upon completing the synthesis, he triggered the buff of Soul of Modification, which elevated the entire power system by another level. High-level oil-electric hybrid engine-level diamond-type vehicle component effect, 4,000 degrees of battery, generating 800 degrees per hour, significantly reducing fuel consumption. Description: embrace the new era. Looking at the newly synthesized vehicle component, Lu Tu felt satisfied. Now he could temporarily stop worrying about the vehicle's power consumption. With a battery capacity of 4,000 degrees, the space jump device's jump distance could reach 400 meters. The shield generator could withstand higher frequency attacks. Moreover, the power generation efficiency had increased several times. The previous engine could only generate a dozen degrees of electricity per hour, even with buffs applied. Most importantly, fuel consumption had not increased, in fact it had decreased. The fuel consumption per 100 kilometers had dropped to 15 liters. With the dual power support, the maximum speed increased to 320 kilometers. Spending 1,500 gold coins in one go still made Lu Tu feel a bit pained. Looking at the newly acquired vehicle upgrade core, he displayed it in the chat room. Let's see how much this thing is worth now. Lu Tu, the core for upgrading vehicles, bring your own price. This is the optional material for upgrading a level 2 vehicle to a level 3 vehicle. I think he is not just a level 3 vehicle. Lu Tu had just posted the vehicle upgrade core in the chat room, and his private messages immediately surged to 99. Lu Tu rarely appears in the chat room, and whenever he does, it brings great shock to everyone. This time the news was several times more explosive than before. Currently, the vehicle levels of the main force have reached level 2, and there are some daredevils who upgraded their vehicles to level 3 without using the vehicle upgrade core. As a result, it was just an ordinary upgrade, adding only a bit of defense and size, without any qualitative change overall. Therefore, many people, even if they gathered all the materials besides the vehicle upgrade core, did not upgrade their vehicles. They were all looking for opportunities to see if they could obtain the vehicle upgrade core. After all, some people had seen the earlier model of Lu Tu's vehicle, which was a far cry from its current powerful and imposing form. Everyone speculated that the vehicle upgrade core was the key to the vehicle's transformation. Lu Tu opened each private message to see the prices offered so he could negotiate later. Since buyers were allowed to set their own prices, the offers varied greatly. Most bids were a few hundred gold coins, with only a few reaching 2,000 gold coins. Some even offered dozens of gold coins along with some blueprints or supplies. Even more, some offered to accompany Lu Tu for free until the end of the current mission. Seeing such messages, Lu Tu curled his lips. Wasn't this just trying to get something for nothing? With so many messages, Lu Tu spent a long time reading them. After Ding Shuang and the others collected the samples and returned to the vehicle, they shut down the chat room. Everyone put the collected samples into storage and returned to their respective positions. Ding Shuang then returned to the chemistry lab to continue her research. Zhao Feifei asked, which facility are we heading to next? No need, other facilities have already triggered the final boss and all entrances are sealed. Let's find a place to hide from the rain, it's getting late. Zhao Feifei nodded, started the vehicle, and turned it away from the botanical garden. Besides checking private messages, Lu Tu also looked at other people's chat messages in the chat room. Since there were task hunters everywhere, the updates on various facilities were quite rapid. Wen Tang, Yingxue, and the others began preparing dinner. Announcements of completed tasks from other facilities came in. Lu Tu thought, it seems others are not having an easy time. It took them so long to complete the facility tasks after activating the boss. He then began checking the private messages from those wanting to purchase the vehicle upgrade core. Soon he saw a message from a new acquaintance, Qinhua. Qinhua, Lu Tu, are you there? Lu Tu, speak. Qinhua, have you sold that vehicle upgrade core? Lu Tu, no, do you want to buy it? Qinhua, yes. Qinhua, I offer 1,500 gold coins. Lu Tu, too low. Seeing Lu Tu's reply, Qinhua thought to himself as expected. He gritted his teeth and raised the price to 2,000 gold coins, which was the maximum the whole team could come up with. However, Lu Tu replied that there were already higher bids. Qinhua, can you lower the price a bit, considering my core member has become your passenger? Lu Tu, not possible, business is business. Qinhua clicked his tongue. He initially wanted to leverage his connection with Song Qinghuan for some face, but Lu Tu completely ignored it and refused to lose out. Qinhua leaned back in his seat and sighed. Zheng Qian saw the disappointment on Qinhua's face and asked, is Lu Tu not selling? 2,000 is not enough? He said there are higher offers and your suggestion to try the personal favor route. After hearing this, Zheng Qian opened the team's storage space and began browsing the items stored inside. Finally, she focused her gaze on the rocket launcher modification blueprint. After taking out the modification blueprint, she said to Qinhua, how about adding this? Qinhua turned his head and looked. This blueprint we got with great difficulty. You want to give it away? Having a gun without bullets is pointless, so we might as well trade it. Qinhua considered Zheng Qian's suggestion and said that's true, but it might not be enough. Let me try. Qinhua sent the item information to Lu Tu. However, after waiting for a long time without a reply, he became a bit anxious. When Lu Tu received Qinhua's message again, he did not reply immediately, but began to evaluate. He had always lacked large-scale destructive weapons. Although the vehicle parts modification store sold this blueprint, it was a platinum-level blueprint, rather expensive, requiring 1,000 mileage points. That meant he would have to kill another 10 mushroom trees, or drive 2,500 kilometers to earn it. Although someone offered 2,500 gold coins, the extra 500 gold coins could not be compared to the value of a platinum-level blueprint worth 1,000 mileage points. After much consideration, Lu Tu replied to Qinhua. Lu Tu, then it's 2,000 gold coins this blueprint. Qinhua, deal. Upon receiving the message, Qinhua immediately sat up straight. He then initiated a trade with Lu Tu. After entering the gold coins and blueprint into the trading bar, he quickly locked and confirmed it. He acted swiftly, fearing that Lu Tu might change his mind the next second. After receiving the vehicle upgrade core, Qinhua began using it. However, since her vehicle was a business car, the 3 options provided were not suitable. 2 were for leisure use, and 1 was for transporting high-precision items. The improvement in combat capability was basically 0. Fortunately, she could cancel the selection, and then Qinhua tried to let Zheng Qian use it. Zheng Qian's vehicle was a trailer-type RV, and after using it, the option for a trailer-type support RV appeared. When Zheng Qian saw the information, her eyes widened, and she immediately told Qinhua about the effects of the information. This upgrade option was the king of logistical support. After careful consideration, Qinhua decided to let this precious core be used by Zheng Qian. Qinhua had never been wrong about judging people, and after spending several days together, she could see that Zheng Qian had good character and was a responsible second-in-command of the team. When Qinhua made this decision, Zheng Qian cried out, almost kneeling down to Qinhua and calling her mother. While crying, she said, I will not disappoint the captain. All right. After Zheng Qian wiped her tears, she directly used the vehicle upgrade core and the required materials to upgrade. Since it was not a heavy-duty off-road RV like Lu Tu's, the required upgrade materials were not harsh, but the quantity required was relatively large. The upgraded trailer RV became quite futuristic, with a small living compartment followed by an added multifunctional compartment. After internal discussions within the team, the multifunctional compartment was set as a medical compartment. The medical compartment had 6 beds and 1 operating room, with beds providing effects for accelerating wound healing and eliminating viruses. The operating room was equipped with fully automatic surgical robots capable of performing even the most difficult surgeries. After this round of upgrades, the resources of Qinhua's Urban Rose team were basically depleted. Fortunately, Lu Tu had dealt with the Iron Horse group, allowing everyone to disperse and gather resources. After obtaining the blueprint, Lu Tu immediately began the modifications. Variable missile launcher. Level diamond. Type vehicle component. Effect A-tube launcher with a magazine that can automatically change structure to accommodate different missile sizes and has an automatic loading mechanism. If the vehicle has storage space, it will automatically load from the storage. Introduction. Within range lies the truth. After the modification, a launch pad with 8 tubes appeared on top of the RV. Most importantly, it can automatically load missiles from storage. This means that during use, there is no need for someone to manually load the missiles. Lu Tu then opened the arms shop and began browsing various missiles. There were cloud explosion bombs, cluster bombs, incendiary bombs. A variety of options, but all at high prices. A regular supersonic ground-to-ground missile costs 1,000 mileage points. Though expensive, its range is considerable at 500 kilometers, which can basically cover the entire Death City. Lu Tu bought one and placed it into the storage space. The missile was immediately loaded into the launcher's mag. Using it is very convenient. You just need to input the coordinates and press the launch button. However, there hasn't been an opportunity to test it yet, so they have to wait until night. After dinner, they returned to their usual routine and sat in the driver's seat. Ding Shuang casually had a couple of bites of food before immediately returning to the chemical lab to study the fungal tree seeds and the giant rot fungus buds obtained during the day. She mentioned that she already had some clues. The other girls saw the new equipment and got off the vehicle to take a look. After returning to the RV, Song Qinghuan looked at Lu Tu and asked, "Where did this new equipment come from?" "I exchanged it with your former team leader," Lu Tu said with a wink at Song Qinghuan. After hearing this, Song Qinghuan revealed an understanding expression and continued, "Is she pretty? Indeed. Should I trick her over?" Lu Tu chuckled. "They'll be waiting for your good news." Song Qinghuan raised her eyebrows and laughed, then stopped talking. After all, the beauty contract requires the other party to willingly sign it. The night attack of the corpse tide began. Meanwhile, miasma spores started to spread inside the buildings. However, the concentration had significantly decreased, even lower than when they first arrived at Death City. Lu Tu easily dealt with the corpse tide and collected the treasure chest. Today it was still a platinum treasure chest and a golden supply box. Although these zombies were turned into fragments by machine guns before they could get close, one could still sense that they seemed to have wilted. However, for others, their offensive capability was still very strong. After resolving today's troubles, Lu Tu opened the chat room as usual, preparing to release rescue information, only to see everyone beginning to share their joy. The concentration of miasma spores has decreased. How amazing! Wow, it's now possible to see the outlines and movement trajectories of the undead clearly. The trouble with the undead is that it relies on spores to become invisible, but now everyone can survive. Quickly resolving the undead will allow us to retreat into the buildings. Lu Tu felt somewhat helpless. This situation should be the benefit after completing facility tasks. After all, the announcement also stated that completing facility tasks would improve survival rates. However, Lu Tu still wanted to experiment with the power of the missile, so he edited a message to send out. Lu Tu, free missile strike, just give me the coordinates, the farther the better. What the hell is a missile? Free. Lu the great merchant actually said free. How much stuff does Lu Tu really have hidden? He might really have a blue fat man's pocket. This missile strike won't blow people up, right? Everyone wasn't too concerned about whether it was free. The main point was that Lu Tu could now produce missiles. Everyone was still shooting at each other with guns, and being able to kill someone from 2 to 3 kilometers away was already remarkable. Missiles had ranges of hundreds to thousands of kilometers. If someone were to become enemies with Lu Tu, perhaps one night, while asleep, several missiles would send them flying. Everyone lamented that the gap between people was even larger than the gap between humans and dogs. Lu Tu received some private messages with coordinates 3 to 400 kilometers away. These people truly weren't afraid of death, daring to become the missile test subjects for Lu Tu. So Lu Tu chose the farthest one, and replied to let them pay attention to themselves, stating that he would not be responsible if the vehicle was blown up. Then he instructed Zhao Feifei to drive the vehicle to an open area outside the building. After inputting the coordinates, the missile launcher quickly adjusted its direction and angle. When the green light of the launch button lit up, Lu Tu pressed it down directly. Launch. Whoosh. The tail flame of the missile erupted, instantly illuminating the surrounding environment. The missile left the launcher, the sound of it breaking through the air sharp and piercing, racing toward the target with a trail of white smoke. Some people outside resisting the corpse tide happened to see the missile launched by Lu Tu. It flew with a long white trail, but the smoke quickly dissipated in the pouring rain. The missile whizzed past, and the roaring sound of it breaking through the air spread out, with many people along the way able to hear this sound. The chosen lucky recipient, Lan Feng, was anxiously awaiting the arrival of Lu Tu's missile. He and his teammates hadn't had time to find a good defensive position before the corpse tide arrived, and now they were being surrounded by a massive wave of zombies. Upon seeing that Lu Tu had released a free summon for missile strikes in the chat room, Lan Feng immediately sent him a private message. He initially had no expectations, purely hoping for a miracle. To his surprise, Lu Tu replied to him, so he quickly told his teammates to move slightly further away from the coordinates he sent. The missile was gradually approaching, but every second felt like torture. Just as Lan Feng heard the roar of the missile, he hadn't had time to react when the massive explosion blasted his ears deaf temporarily. Forcing himself to regain his composure, he saw that the number of zombies had decreased significantly, and he couldn't help but shout, "Lu Tu is awesome." After launching the missile, Lu Tu waited for about 7 minutes. After the treasure chest and supply box were laid out, Tang Yingxue casually opened them. She obtained a level 3 chip and 10 titanium alloys. Lu Tu glanced at the newly acquired items. Lightweight exoskeleton armor. Type armor. Level platinum. Defense 50. Durability 100. Remaining power 106 hours. 1. When constitution is below 40, strength increases to 55. 2. When constitution is 40 or above, strength increases to 70. 3. Can mount various infantry firearms. Description: with this, my waist doesn't ache and my legs don't hurt. It presents a matte black iron texture with a streamlined alloy framework. The torso has relatively thick armor plates, while the armor on the limbs is simpler. On both sides of the back, there are 2 auxiliary mechanical arms that can mount various light weapons, which can be attached or detached directly through system prompts. Lu Tu examined the effects closely, realizing that he wouldn't really utilize this exoskeleton armor himself. His strength had already reached 157, and wearing the exoskeleton would only provide him with basic protection. This set of armor is very suitable for Tang Yingxue and the others. Lu Tu opened their information page. Survivor Tang Yingxue. Attributes Strength 48, Constitution 48, Spirit 42. Skill Basic Aiming. Overall Combat Power 46. Survivor Zhao Feifei. Skill Basic Aiming. Attributes Strength 50, Constitution 51, Spirit 46. Overall Combat Power 46. Survivor Song Qinghuan. Skills Bullet Time Intermediate Aiming. Attributes Strength 50, Constitution 52, Spirit 54. Overall Combat Power 52. Survivor Ding Shuang. Skill None. Attributes Strength 15, Constitution 14, Spirit 18. Overall Combat Power 15. Except for Ding Shuang, the other three can fully utilize the effects of this lightweight exoskeleton armor. Even if the Constitution is not enough to reach 40 points, simply raising Strength to 55 points is already terrifying for an ordinary person. Not to mention the three of them whose Constitutions all exceed 40 points, and after wearing it they can raise their Strength to 70 points. Although the operational time is only 6 hours, it is completely sufficient at this stage, and it can also connect to a power supply for recharging. Lu Tu said to the others, "Why don't you give it a try?" Tang Yingxue was the first to put on the exoskeleton. The exoskeleton is easy to put on and take off, similar to the early method used by Iron Man. You just need to step into the shoe slots. Once the exoskeleton detected her, it would automatically adjust to the appropriate size. Buzz click click. With a series of mechanical sounds, Tang Yingxue completed the donning of the exoskeleton. Lu Tu asked, "How does it feel?" "It feels good. My strength has noticeably increased." After saying that, Tang Yingxue swung her fists a couple of times. Lu Tu nodded and continued, "Then, let's try it in the combat simulation chamber." Okay. The four entered the combat simulation chamber and began to take turns wearing the exoskeleton for simulated battles. They could easily defeat vine monsters with a combat power of 50. While their strength was sufficient, their reaction speed still needed improvement. Strength not only increases physical power, but also enhances movement speed, but reaction speed relies on mental acuity. After the simulated battle, Tang Yingxue mounted a Gatling gun and ammunition box onto the exoskeleton. Then she tried again. Before the vine monster approached, Tang Yingxue raised her left hand to spray with the machine gun. Once it got close, she immediately swung her right-hand hammer spear to strike. Zhao Feifei and Song Qinghuan were not very interested in the exoskeleton, but Tang Yingxue was enamored with it. After the simulation, everyone returned to the living room. Lu Tu looked at the game console in disbelief. This thing turned out to be a golden grade item. Since they had it, they might as well connect it and play. Although there was a TV in the vehicle, watching movies or dramas required someone to buy USB resources. Everyone only occasionally watched, as they weren't very interested. The most frequent activities each day were training in the combat simulation chamber and giving Tang Yingxue and the others back rubs. With the game console, they could also slightly adjust their daily lives. After connecting it to the TV, there was nothing inside. Zhao Feifei said excitedly, "There are quite a few people selling game discs on the trading site. It seems you pay attention to quite a bit." Hehe. Lu Tu searched the trading site briefly. He was shocked at the variety of games available. Various games dazzled the eyes and prices were cheap, each game disc costing only 0.5 gold coins. After selecting a few games, Lu Tu gave some gold coins to the others, letting them choose the games they wanted to play. Before long, several stacks of game discs were piled on the coffee table. Lu Tu picked Mission Call 21 and started playing the multiplayer mode with Zhao Feifei. After a while, they switched to Tang Yingxue and Song Qinghuan for their turn. Lu Tu didn't idle, either watching them play while pressing their controller buttons. In the end, everyone couldn't hold back. The dry kindling ignited easily, and they began a themeless role-playing game. Ding Shuang stayed in the chemistry lab, researching the spore seeds and giant rotten leaf fungi flower buds. Late at night, tree trunks and vines grew in the field as usual. Confirming there was no danger, Lu Tu returned to his room to prepare for sleep. Before falling asleep, Lu Tu messaged Ding Shuang, asking her to come back early for sleep. After sending the message, Lu Tu closed his eyes. When Lu Tu woke up in the morning, he noticed Ding Shuang was not on the bed. After finishing his morning routine, he asked Song Qinghuan, who was preparing breakfast, "Is Ding Shuang still in the lab?" "She should be. Oh, anyway, I didn't see her on the bed when I got up." So Lu Tu entered the chemistry lab. He saw Ding Shuang sitting in front of the experiment table, fiddling with a microscope. On the empty table beside her were many cans of Red Bull and coffee. Hearing someone come in, Ding Shuang looked up at the door. Seeing it was Lu Tu, she smiled a bit shyly, saying, "I got too engrossed in my research." "Have you made any discoveries?" Lu Tu asked. "I found something significant. Our results should come out tomorrow." Ding Shuang briefly explained her discoveries to Lu Tu. The decaying spores do not directly destroy the fungus trees and those trees. However, after the fungus trees absorb a large number of decaying spores, the roots of the trees they grow alongside will wither and die. Next, Ding Shuang plans to study how to utilize the fungus trees and decaying spores to eliminate those peculiar trees. This time, Ding Shuang's explanation was relatively simple and easy to understand, and Lu Tu grasped it. Having breakthroughs is a good thing. Lu Tu said, "Let's go have breakfast first. If the next research will take some time, then you should sleep first." Okay. Ding Shuang nodded obediently, and after finishing her experiment notes, she walked out of the lab with Lu Tu to eat in the dining room. After the meal, Ding Shuang gave Lu Tu the fungus tree radar she made today, then took a shower and returned to her bedroom to sleep. Meanwhile, Lu Tu and the others sat in the driver's cabin, as usual, watching the heavy rain outside, while waiting for today's announcement. 8:00 a.m. Congratulations to all survivors for making it through the 4th day. The heavy rain has stopped and all survivors can travel safely. The number of environmental creatures has increased, and the drop rate and quality of items have improved. Total survivors in the Zone 100, remaining survivors 51229. The leaderboard has been updated on the information panel. Please check it yourself. After the announcement was made, the heavy rain above ceased abruptly, as if a tap had been turned off. However, the sky remained gloomy and oppressive. Lu Tu was somewhat surprised when he saw the number of survivors. Over 20,000 had died in just one day. Given that they had completed the facility tasks, the difficulty should have decreased. But he couldn't be bothered to think too much about it, so he opened the leaderboard. First place, Lu Tu eliminating 56 fungi trees. Second place, Tian Jitong eliminating 21 fungi trees. Third place, Ji Bai eliminating 20 fungi trees. Fourth place, Shin Jiheng eliminating 19 fungi trees. After seeing the leaderboard, Lu Tu thought to himself as expected. The wave he had cleared in the botanical garden yesterday had given him a significant lead. He was more than double ahead of the second place. However, there were also factors related to the facility tasks. Although he looked significantly ahead, Lu Tu had no intention of relaxing. He had to solidify his position in first place. Others were dumbfounded when they saw the leaderboard. He dominated with the elimination of 56 fungi trees. The leaders of various teams had initially thought they could compete for the first position due to their numbers. But this thought extinguished most of their hopes. With a gap of over 30 trees, how could they chase that? This leaderboard is laughable. A crushing victory. I declare Brother Tu the winner. How could such a gap be chased? Whoever wants it can have it, or I'll settle for a basic guarantee. Let's put the leaderboard aside for now. Isn't the only facility task left the Biochemical Research Institute? Seems like it's been a day and a night already. Did the entire team get wiped out inside? Something feels off. I think I saw a vehicle with a slightly different design. Did they use a vehicle upgrade core? Photo. JPG Urban Rose. Besides discussing the leaderboard, everyone was increasingly talking about the unfinished facility task, the Biochemical Research Institute. This facility is located on the outskirts of the city, but it is surrounded by many supporting buildings, almost like a satellite city of the Death City. Moreover, many of the buildings there have relatively spacious yards or parking lots, and many people choose to settle there. Since the trigger of the final boss yesterday, no one has heard from those who went to the Biochemical Research Institute. The entrances and exits have also been sealed off, and those who settled in the satellite city have no idea what is happening inside. In any case, no one has been seen coming out. With the disturbance of the Iron Horse Regiment gone, Urban Rose has dispatched 10 teams today to collect supplies. To be cautious, Qin Hua stipulated that all outgoing personnel should be organized into groups of 8 moving in pairs. She left over 100 people to act together. The main consideration for not sending more people to collect supplies was to protect Zheng Qian's level 3 trailer, which had been upgraded using a vehicle upgrade core. Although her team is quite large, they are all women, and their combat power is still considerably lower than other major teams. Moreover, the functional cabin is set as a medical cabin, so the overall combat effectiveness has not significantly improved. As the saying goes, a common man has no sin, but the precious jade is a crime. Others fear Lu Tu and do not dare to fight for it, but that does not mean they will fear her and her team. Qin Hua now felt as if she had taken on a hot potato. While contemplating the future of the team, Zheng Qian came to her vehicle. After being interrupted, Qin Hua turned to Zheng Qian and asked, "What's wrong?" Zheng Qian helplessly sent some messages from the chat room to Qin Hua. "You can take a look yourself." Qin Hua opened the chat window, puzzled to see what Zheng Qian had sent. After Qin Hua looked for a while, Zheng Qian said, "Why don't we send a message to clarify? How can there be such rumor?" The content was quite simple. It was because Zheng Qian's trailer was incredibly futuristic and stylish, completely unlike the vehicles of others, leading some in the chat room to speculate whether Urban Rose had made some dirty deal with Lu Tu. Additionally, someone noticed that Qin Hua's vehicle was seen together with Lu Tu's vehicle at the Botanical Garden yesterday. Coupled with Lu Tu's notorious reputation for being a womanizer and Qin Hua's ethereal beauty, it is hard not to lead to ambiguous assumptions. Everyone gradually came to a conclusion that Qin Hua was Lu Tu's lover And as for why Qinhua was not Lu Tu's passenger, the gossip was even more rampant. There were all kinds of speculations, from secretly raising a mistress to the main wife not allowing her to board the vehicle. Seeing these rumors, Qinhua showed no emotional reaction. Hey, say something. Zheng Qian became a bit anxious seeing that Qinhua had no reaction. Qinhua closed her eyes and pondered for a moment. Then a charming smile crept onto her lips as she said, "Why clarify? This is the best situation." Zheng Qian looked at Qinhua in disbelief. Seeing Zheng Qian's expression, Qinhua chuckled a few times, then asked earnestly, "Do you think they dare to provoke Lu Tu?" "Of course not. Right, if everyone thinks I am Lu Tu's secret lover, would they still dare to covet our team?" After hearing this, Zheng Qian opened her mouth in realization. "Oh." Qinhua continued, "Anyway, I neither admit nor deny it. Let them think for themselves. If they attack us, will there be irreversible consequences? What if Lu Tu denies it?" Zheng Qian was still a bit uneasy. "He definitely won't." "How do you know?" "Hehe, you can guess for yourself. By the way, send out 2 more groups to collect supplies." After giving Zheng Qian a mysterious smile, Qinhua fell silent. "All right, then I'll follow your lead." Qinhua recalled the contact from yesterday. Lu Tu's admiration for her was quite straightforward. Deep in her eyes, there was also a hint of possessiveness. Thus, Qinhua was certain that Lu Tu would not deny the rumors about them. However, she also knew that this was not a foolproof strategy. Lu Tu's wild violence towards the scum of the Iron Horse Regiment did not frighten her. Rather, it made her somewhat. Qinhua had a vague premonition in her heart. Perhaps one day she would indeed have to be Lu Tu's wife of the bandit lord. Well, that doesn't seem bad either. Lu Tu merely smiled upon seeing the gossip about him and Qinhua and did not jump out to deny it. He was still thinking of solidifying this gossip, but why would he deny it? However, for Lu Tu, this was just an amusing little interlude. He was more concerned about the situation at the Biochemical Research Institute. Everyone was sharing information while executing various facility tasks yesterday. But only the information from inside the Biochemical Research Institute could not be transmitted at all. Now he could only wait and see how things would unfold. It would be best to solidify his position on the leaderboard first. After observing the chat room for a while longer, Lu Tu came up with a way to ensure his lead. He then edited a message and sent it to the chat room. Lu Tu glanced at the gold coins and mileage points in his hand. Then he edited a message and sent it to the chat room. Providing the location of the mushroom tree in the main urban area or core urban area, 40 gold coins for 1 tree. If the vine monsters are left alive, an extra 40 gold coins will be given payment upon monster elimination. The mushroom tree locations can be both indoors and outdoors. While 80 gold coins. It seems Brother 2 is determined to secure the first place. Tian Jidong initially didn't even make it to the top 10 for the number of mushroom trees he eliminated. However, seeing everyone rushing to do facility tasks yesterday, he instead decided to eliminate mushroom trees, sending only a few members to participate in the tasks. Others were searching for mushroom tree locations and collecting supplies for him. After a day of searching and fighting, he had eliminated more than a dozen mushroom trees. He thought that with so many mushroom trees eliminated, he would climb to the top position, but when he checked the leaderboard today, he broke into a cold sweat. What is this 56 mushroom trees for Lu Tu? Didn't someone say he was also doing facility tasks? How could he eliminate so many mushroom trees? He had almost given up on the idea of competing for the first place, but after seeing the message from Lu Tu, he got inspired. His team's overall combat power was decent, mainly focusing on resource trading. Most of the resources collected daily were prioritized for sale. There was no strict requirement for members to regularly submit resources or gold coins. Instead, the team system unlocked by the current round of tasks would automatically take a portion of the members' earnings from selling items on the trading network. This choice greatly motivated the members. The overall profits of the team were substantial, with daily earnings of gold coins enough to rival those of top-tier large teams. However, business is ultimately just business. Strengthening oneself to survive is the core. Especially the substantial rewards for securing the first place on the leaderboard, which were impossible to ignore. Now holding 2,000 gold coins at his disposal, he could certainly compete with Lu Tu in eliminating mushroom. Tian Jidong purchasing mushroom tree locations at the same price. G by purchasing at the same price. Brothers charge. Since we can't make it to the leaderboard, we might as well ride on the coattails of the big shots and earn some gold coins. This job is accepted. An opportunity to get rich has arrived. The big shots are about to start climbing the... Lu Tu was not surprised to see others joining in and was not afraid of them competing. Spending gold coins to have others help him find locations, he wouldn't incur losses with the monster gold drop rate 100 activated. Others earn 20 gold coins for killing a vine monster, while he earns 40 gold coins. Each mushroom tree is guarded by 4 vine monsters. If he eliminates the vine monsters along with the mushroom tree, he can earn 162 gold coins. After deducting the gold coins spent, he would still gain 82 gold coins. In contrast, those who participated and spent the same gold coins to buy the mushroom tree location along with the consumption of ammunition and fuel could be said to incur losses. Moreover, he still has the cycle tasks and the buff from Song Qinghuan, the Queen of Arms, allowing him to earn an additional 1162 mileage points. What do you have to compete with me? In situations where the earnings are roughly the same, most people tend to choose the safest and most conservative option. Lu Tu leveraged this point to mobilize other survivors to find mushroom tree locations for him. By offering a price of 80 gold coins, he could make many people give up the risky task of killing vine monsters, while also allowing others who wanted to join in to weigh their own resources. After all, others could only earn 81 gold coins for killing 4 vine monsters and a mushroom tree. Considering the clusters of zombies guarding the outermost part of the mushroom tree, they could only earn an extra 23 gold coins. Since they weren't competing for the leaderboard, it was better to confirm the mushroom tree locations and directly send the coordinates to the big shots. Survivors killing the monsters themselves, and those who let the big shots do it would earn roughly the same gold coins, so why not choose the safest and most stable way to earn gold coins? At this moment, Zhao Feifei had already driven the RV from indoors to outdoors. Everyone was astonished by the outdoor scene. Most of the buildings were now entangled by vines growing from the ground. Some buildings had their outer walls breached by those tree trunks with branches wildly sprawling outward. Not only had the buildings suffered damage, but many roads were also cracked. Some road surfaces were even bulging up. This situation was similar to what Lu Tu encountered on the outskirts of the city before. Looking at the scene before him, Lu Tu felt that the situation in the city was not optimistic. Before long, Lu Tu received a private message from someone. Brother Tu, I found a mushroom tree coordinates. The vine monsters are still there, hurry over. Lu Tu, okay. After sending the coordinates to Zhao Feifei, she headed directly to the target location. When Lu Tu arrived at the location, he saw a mushroom tree by the roadside from a distance with several vehicles parked not far away. The people in the cars saw Lu Tu's RV and immediately got out waving their arms vigorously, afraid that Lu Tu wouldn't notice them. As the RV approached, Lu Tu looked around. Many corpses of zombies lay around, with some bodies already starting to be absorbed by the ground. The enormous RV driven by Lu Tu traversed the road, now ravaged by the roots of trees. The roots had cracked the surface while green plants spread along the path, and parts of the road had collapsed, creating a scene of utter chaos. To avoid disturbing Ding Shuang's rest, Lu Tu adjusted the filtering strength of the vehicle's balance device to 100. As long as there were no drops exceeding 80 centimeters during the drive, the interior of the vehicle remained as stable as if it were at rest. At the same time, Zhao Feifei reduced the speed of the vehicle to prevent driving into the collapsed areas. Though the speed was reduced compared to the snail's pace of others, the RV moved like the wind. Every 10 to 20 minutes, someone would send a private message to Lu Tu informing him of the position of the mushroom tree. Now that everyone was mobilized to find it, the efficiency was significantly improved. Although there was a mushroom tree radar assisting previously, its effective range was only 100 meters. If the mushroom tree was hidden a bit deeper, it could easily be missed. Given the many practical opportunities now, when the mushroom tree was hidden indoors or in places inaccessible to the RV, Lu Tu would have Tang Yingxue and others take turns wearing lightweight exoskeleton armor to deal with the vine monsters. Zhao Feifei was no exception. Tian Jidong, although also using 80 gold coins to buy the position of the mushroom tree, found that hardly anyone paid him any attention. After searching for a long time in the chat room, he finally found 2 people willing to sell him the location of the mushroom tree. Each time he inquired, the responses were either that the position had already been sold to Lu Tu or to other big shots. Tian Jitong looked at the gold coins in his hand, feeling increasingly frustrated. Damn it, I can't even spend money. The more anxious he became, the more he fell into his emotions. After thinking for a while, Tian Jidong decided to raise the price privately, but not publicly. A public price increase would not only offend other big shots, but also Lu Tu. So he decided to contact the person selling the position privately. Just then, someone in the chat room posted a message selling the mushroom tree's position. Tian Jidong immediately clicked on the person's profile to start a private chat. Tian Jidong, bro, I want the mushroom tree position. They'll pay you an extra 20 gold coins. What do you think? Fanda, are you trying to fool me? Tian Jidong, don't worry, I am Tian Jidong, the leader of the Eternal Team. You can ask around. Fanda did not reply, which made Tian Jidong anxious. Come on, give me a response. Just as he was about to give up, Fanda replied. Fanda, then you need to pay me 20 gold coins first. Tian Jidong didn't think twice and immediately paid 20 gold coins to Fanda. After receiving the gold coins, Fanda quickly sent him the coordinates. Fanda, coordinates. I just told Too Good that the coordinates were sold, so you better keep your word or you'll be in for it. Tian Jidong, don't worry, honesty is the foundation of business. After receiving the coordinates, Tian Jitong immediately rushed over with several subordinates. Upon arriving at the location, Fanda and his companions immediately drove up and surrounded Tian Jidong and the others. As everyone rolled down their windows, Fanda, with a vigilant expression, said to Tian Jidong, 80 gold coins. Seeing this situation, Tian Jidong remained calm and opened the private transaction to pay the additional 80 gold coins. Okay, I've paid you. After receiving the gold coins, Fanda smiled and gave Tian Jidong a thumbs up. You're generous, Tian. After that, he signaled his teammates to leave. After eliminating the vine monsters and mushroom trees, Tian Jidong immediately opened the chat room to look for the next seller. Soon he spotted someone named Wang Bing selling mushroom tree information, and it was even for 3 mushroom trees. Tian Jidong decisively contacted him. As soon as Wang Bing sent out the message, many people reached out to him, including Lu Tu. When Wang Bing saw Tian Jidong's enticing offer, he began to waver. Originally, he wanted to prioritize Lu Tu, but the extra 60 gold coins made him reconsider. Wang Bing also shared this situation with his teammates. What do you all think? Should I sell the coordinates to Tu Gu or make that extra 60 gold coins? I think we can sell it to that Tian guy for an extra 60 gold coins, said Wang Ming, Wang Bing's younger brother. No, I think it's better to sell it to Tu Gu, opposed a scholarly-looking guy wearing glasses. Ziqian, what do you say? Wang Bing supported his chin with one hand. Everyone has seen Tu Gu's formidable strength and team leader. Haven't you dealt with Tu Gu a few times? Selling this coordinate to him, while also informing him of Tian Jitong's disruptive behavior, will definitely deepen Tu Gu's positive impression of us. After speaking, Zhou Ziqian adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of light reflecting off the lenses. Wang Bing listened and lowered his head to ponder carefully. After a while, he raised his head again and said to everyone, I agree with Ziqian's suggestion. Let's sell it to Tu Gu. What do you all think? The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement with Wang Bing's decision. Thus, Wang Bing sold the coordinates to Lu Tu and also informed him of Tian Jitong's private price increase. Lu Tu simply replied with I understand in a rather calm manner. After receiving Wang Bing's coordinates, he rushed to the location. When Wang Bing and the others saw Lu Tu's RV again, they couldn't help but feel shocked, especially when they noticed the additional missile launcher on the roof. After eliminating 12 vine monsters and 3 mushroom trees, Lu Tu transferred 60 gold coins. Then he rolled down the window and said to Wang Bing, you can continue searching for mushroom trees. I will pay you the same price of 100 gold coins. This matter doesn't need to be publicized for now. Wang Bing did not refuse, his face beaming with sunshine. Thank you, Tu Gu. Lu Tu nodded at Wang Bing and curiously asked, why did you sell the coordinates to me? I just wanted to make a good impression with you, Tu Gu. Wang Bing said, a bit embarrassed, scratching the back of his head. Alright, if you have any information in the future, feel free to reach out to me. After saying that, Lu Tu hurried to the next mushroom tree location. Wang Bing and his group waved goodbye to Lu Tu. Lu Tu indeed had a good impression of Wang Bing. Although it wasn't particularly important information, knowing it in advance would still allow him to prepare. Lu Tu leaned back in his seat, pondering Tian Jitong's actions, raising the price by 20 gold coins. He really is willing to spend. In Lu Tu's view, Tian Jitong's actions indicated he was preparing to contend for the top position against him. Lu Tu decided not to raise the price for now. He would observe today and make a decision tomorrow. If I publicly raise the price by another 20 gold coins, wouldn't that blow up? Brothers. Aside from Lu Tu, others also gradually learned about Tian Jitong's private price increase. Everyone was cursing him for disrupting the market, truly shameless. Some even imitated the private price increase of 20 gold coins, initially losing on fuel and ammunition. They found it unbearable after a few transactions. As for Ji Bai and others like Lu Tu, they chose to observe the situation before responding, while also watching Lu Tu's attitude. Around 3 in the afternoon, Ding Shuang awoke. After washing up, she prepared to enter the chemistry experiment chamber to continue her work. Lu Tu, seeing this, walked over and asked her, how was your rest? Pretty good, I'll continue my research now. Alright. Ding Shuang immediately entered the chamber and resumed her research. Lu Tu returned to his seat, hoping that Ding Shuang's research would yield fruitful results. The vehicle slowly came to a stop. They had arrived at a new location for mushroom trees. Looking out the window at the 2 corpses and several people standing nearby, Lu Tu instantly understood what was happening. There had been conflicts over the purchase of mushroom tree locations. The reasons were varied. The most common conflicts arose in 2 situations. One was when 2 groups discovered mushroom trees simultaneously. If neither side yielded, it could easily escalate into bloodshed. The other situation was when latecomers directly robbed using force to threaten those who discovered the mushroom trees to leave. If the location had already been sold, they would wait for the buyer to arrive. If the location had not been sold, they would occupy it and start selling in the chat room. Since everyone wanted to avoid blood feuds, most would just stop at verbal exchanges. Lu Tu observed the situation outside the window, realizing that they had not held back. The group waiting on the spot saw Lu Tu's RV, and the leader walked over to politely knock on the door. When Lu Tu lowered the window, the leader immediately changed to a flattering expression and said, oh, I didn't expect it to be you, brother Tu. The mushroom tree is on the 3rd floor of the building ahead. Lu Tu glanced at the honest-looking leader and nodded. Instead of hurrying to get out, he asked Zhao Feifei to launch the drone for reconnaissance. Due to the small size of the drone, it flew unobstructed into the building for reconnaissance. After confirming everything was clear, Lu Tu instructed Tang Yingxue to put on the exoskeleton and accompany him to clear the mushroom trees. After completing the cleanup, the two returned to the vehicle. Facing the eager gazes of the others, Lu Tu promptly transferred 80 gold coins to the honest-looking leader. Thank you, Brother Tu. Safe travels. Lu Tu did not care whether the location had been taken from others. He recognized only the mushroom trees, paying whoever was guarding the location. As for the grievances between them, Lu Tu was indifferent. The time was now evening. Dark clouds had gathered in the sky, waiting for the right moment to unleash rain upon the earth once more. Due to many buildings being transformed into precarious structures by those strange trees, it was no longer possible to casually find a place to stop like before. Lu Tu carefully selected a location to take shelter from the rain. After parking the vehicle, he began to count today's harvest. They had eliminated a total of 28 mushroom trees, of which 3 were found by himself and 25 were bought. After deducting the gold coins paid out, he had gained a total of 2,476 gold coins. Adding the 166 kilometers traveled today and the cycle tasks, he acquired a total of 28,644 mileage points. Gold coins 5,392. 3 mileage points 75,130. 3 holding a fortune. The gold coins needed for the vehicle upgrade had been met. Now he just needed tungsten alloy and silicon crucibles. Lu Tu opened the system store and carefully reviewed the items inside. The supermarket unlocked by Tang Yingxue sold basic supplies for daily use. In contrast, the stores unlocked by the other 3 sold more specialized items, but the highest was only at diamond level, and diamond level items were quite scarce. Some previously acquired items, such as the extraordinary ability potion, were of golden quality and belonged to the special medicine category, but it was not found in the current pharmacy. Lu Tu pondered, wondering if there was any way to improve the quality level of the items in the system store and increase their variety. However, he had no knowledge in that area. He decided to focus on the main tasks first. He reopened the pharmacy store. Spending 1,000 mileage points, he bought a junior gene potion. Upon entering the chemistry experiment chamber, he handed the potion to Ding Shuang. Lu Tu's main aim was to enhance Ding Shuang's physique and spirit. After all, staying up late for research could easily take a toll on her health without improving her physical condition. After drinking, Ding Shuang immediately felt a surge of energy and her thoughts became much clearer. After finishing, Ding Shuang stuck out her rosy little tongue and licked her lips, saying, "This feels great, much more effective than those energy drinks." Lu Tu chuckled at her lingering expression and said, "Do you think it's syrup?" Although the store sold attribute-enhancing potions, there were none that could restore physical condition or stamina. If there were, Lu Tu wouldn't mind buying some for Ding Shuang. Survivor Ding Shuang attributes Strength 25, Constitution 24, Spirit 28, overall combat power 26. Lu Tu, influenced by the Heart Unity buff, further enhanced his own attributes. Attributes Strength 162, Constitution 162, Spirit 160, all 3 attributes exceeded 160 points. While the remaining 60,000 mileage points were sufficient to exchange for a mid-level gene potion costing 20,000 mileage points for Ding Shuang, or to buy a high-level gene potion for himself costing 50,000 mileage points. However, Lu Tu planned to save them for unexpected situations. Especially now that he had a missile launcher, he couldn't help but drool over the missiles in the arms store. The prices were exorbitantly high. With some time left before the evening's corpse-tide, Lu Tu entered the combat simulation chamber. He began practicing with his new friend, the Tracker. Though the Tracker was slow to react, it possessed tremendous strength and a certain level of intelligence. With Lu Tu's current physical condition, taking a punch would leave him half dead on the ground. Tian Jitong, relying on price advantages, managed to buy a good number of mushroom trees today, with 2 or 3 sellers even approaching him directly. As evening approached, Tian Jitong returned to his team's base with his subordinates. Due to the unique nature of the convoy, the members rarely gathered together. They mostly scavenged for supplies outside for resale. Currently, only around 10 people were present at the base. Tian Jitong had always wanted to monopolize the market, but his forces were currently weak. If he acted on it, he wouldn't be able to defend it. Moreover, there weren't many members or funds in the convoy, so he needed to accumulate resources before he could grow stronger. However, anything solvable by money was not a problem. As long as he secured the top position, everything would improve. Tian Jitong was fantasizing about his development path after becoming stronger when he was suddenly interrupted by a voice. A team member who had followed Tian Jitong to eliminate mushrooms today knocked on his window and said, "Captain, it's time to settle today's expenses." All right, I'll settle it for you right away. Tian Jitong not only privately inflated the prices of mushroom tree locations, but also hired a few members from his own team as muscle to handle the vine monsters. The daily wage for each person was 50 gold coins, and he had hired 6 people, so he had to pay out 300 gold coins just for labor. Additionally, for every mushroom tree eliminated along with the guarding vine monsters, he needed to pay each person another 10 gold coins. Tian Jitong set up custom rules within the convoy system, allowing him as the captain to distribute all the gold and items earned by the group. So by the end of the day, all the gold and items obtained from killing monsters were in his hands. Tian Jitong immediately began calculating today. He had bought 19 mushroom tree locations, spending 1,900 gold coins. From killing mushroom trees and their guarding vine monsters, he had earned a total of 1,539 gold coins. Besides the 300 gold coins for the members' wages, he also had to pay them an additional 1,140 gold coins as muscle fees. In total, 1,440 gold coins. Tian Jitong felt his heart bleed as he transferred the gold coins to them. All his earnings were being completely drained. But all of this was worth it. Thanks to the commission mechanism, the trading profits of the convoy members would continuously flow into the convoy's account, which was essentially his pocket, and losses would soon be compensated. Tian Jitong went to the logistics personnel to grab a bucket of instant noodles for dinner while simultaneously contemplating strategies for tomorrow. The zombies, accompanied by a torrential rain, emitted a peculiar clattering sound as they surged towards the positions of all the survivors. Lu Tu noticed that the intensity of today's zombie tide was significantly greater than yesterday's. Moreover, these zombies coordinated their attacks. Mixed within the tide were numerous spore spreaders whose combat power was only 25 and posed no real threat. Crucially, they continuously dispersed spores. Even if killed, their bodies would explode, releasing a cloud of spores. Then the hidden ones lurking within the zombie tide would immediately escape into the spore cloud and wait for the opportunity to launch an attack. However, this tactic was utterly ineffective against Lu Tu. Not to mention that the machine gun mounted on the roof prevented the zombies from approaching the RV. Even if they were allowed inside, the effect of the air inverser could completely nullify the combination attack of the spore spreaders and hidden ones. As Tang Yingxue operated the machine gun to sweep through the horde, Lu Tu paid close attention to the kill count. Excluding the ordinary plant-type zombies, there were countless spore spreaders and at least 10 hidden ones. Lu Tu and his group dealt with them effortlessly while others struggled immensely. Even without personal grudges, there was bound to be a hidden one mixed within the zombie tide. It is well known that if multiple people grouped together, the zombie tide would merge to launch an attack. Fortunately, some had high-powered exhaust fans on hand. As long as they prioritized clearing the spore spreaders, they could use the exhaust fans to disperse the spores, thereby limiting the hidden one's full potential. Those who were ill-prepared could only resign themselves to their fate. After spending some time clearing the zombie tide, a shining gem-encrusted treasure chest was automatically collected into the storage space. Lu Tu took a look. It was a diamond treasure chest. He called everyone to the living room, and then took out the diamond treasure chest and the platinum supply box. This was the first time he had seen a diamond treasure chest. Under the illumination of the lights, the diamonds inlaid on the chest refracted light, dazzling and resplendent. Everyone admired it for a while, their eyes sparkling with excitement. This time Lu Tu let Zhao Feifei open the treasure chest. Acquired Cloak of Invisibility 1. Acquired Level 3 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint Armored Transport Vehicle 1. Acquired Tungsten Alloy 5. Cloak of Invisibility Type Armor Level Diamond Defense 10 Durability 100 Effect 1. Wearing the cloak reduces your presence, making it difficult for others or monsters to detect you. 2. Optical Invisibility. When activated, you enter an invisible state for 5 minutes, during which you can manually deactivate the invisibility. Cooldown 4 hours. Description: you cannot see me, you cannot see me. Lu Tu examined the Cloak of Invisibility in his hands. It was simply a dark blue cloak, looking very ordinary and unobtrusive. Although its defense was only 10, its effect was what mattered, making it quite suitable for infiltration and assassination. To test the effectiveness of the Cloak of Invisibility, Lu Tu immediately put it on and asked the others, "So how does it feel? Any difference?" Seeing Lu Tu wearing the Cloak of Invisibility, Song Qinghuan widened her eyes and said in surprise, "I can notice you now, but if you don't speak, I would instinctively overlook you." Tang Yingxue and Zhao Feifei also agreed, with Song Qinghuan nodding in unison. Lu Tu then activated the optical invisibility and quietly walked a few steps, asking, "How about now?" Song Qinghuan responded from the direction of Lu Tu's voice, "I can only determine your approximate location by sound." Lu Tu deactivated the invisibility, quite satisfied, and said though it doesn't cover sound, it's sufficient. He then put away the Cloak of Invisibility and looked at the vehicle upgrade blueprint. This item was of little use to Lu Tu, as it could directly upgrade a vehicle to level 3, but without the enhancement effect of a vehicle upgrade core, it was just a regular upgrade. However, the armored transport vehicle was very practical for the convoy, especially for large groups. After all, the storage space of the convoy was limited, and they couldn't fit all the supplies for so many people. Some still had to be transported using vehicles. Lu2 spent some time on the trading network, compared prices, and listed it for 300 gold coins. It was bought in less than a minute. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, everyone opened the gaming console to start playing games. Lu2, like yesterday, occasionally played pranks near the girls. This made them giggle incessantly. Creak. The door of the chemical experiment chamber opened. Ding Shuang excitedly shouted, "We have results." Hurrying to see Lu2 immediately retracted his mischievous hands and quickly walked to Ding Shuang. Tang Yingxue and the others also dropped their game controllers and followed Lu2. Lu2 asked with concern, "What's wrong?" "Look." Ding Shuang presented a petri dish before Lu2. A small seed appearing similar to a fungus tree seed. Annihilation seed description: a miraculous seed that cannot grow into trees or flowers, but can inflict extremely terrifying damage to living beings and plants. Upon seeing the item information pop up, Lu2 asked in disbelief, "Did you make this?" Ding Shuang. Tang Yingxue exclaimed, "Impressive, my sister." This was enough to confirm that the unique items in this world could not only be obtained through treasure chest supply boxes or by hunting monsters, but could also be crafted by oneself. Lu2 then raised another question: "How do we use this?" Ding Shuang scratched her head and said, "Maybe put it into a bullet." Song Qinghuan lowered her eyes, pondering as she said, "It seems no bullet can hold this thing. Let me think of a way." Lu2 took the annihilation seed from Ding Shuang's hands, returned to the sofa in the living room, and began to rest with his eyes closed. He opened the arms dealer shop to search for a suitable carrier. Before long, he found the target item: capsule bullets. Capsule bullet sniper rifle type ammunition description: can be loaded with various strange things into the bullet head. Each bullet was priced at 100 mileage points. Purchased item: capsule bullet sniper rifle 1, cost 100 mileage points. Lu2 bought one. After all, it was just 100 mileage points, a mere drop in the bucket. The capsule bullet appeared in Lu2's hand. It looked very much like an armor-piercing bullet, but had an inconspicuous transparent shell in the middle. Lu2 soon received a prompt. "Do you want to load the annihilation seed into the capsule bullet sniper rifle?" "Yes." The seed from the petri dish directly appeared in the transparent shell of the bullet. Lu2 had seen this type of bullet while browsing items before, but its price was so outrageous that he had simply scrolled past it. He never expected to use it now. Lu2 handed the bullet to Song Qinghuan, and she immediately understood. After receiving the bullet, Song Qinghuan took out the NTW-20 and set the target bullet for automatic loading to be the capsule bullet. Then, holding the massive sniper rifle, she walked to the shooting hole and aimed at the tree inside. Bang! With the sound of the gunshot, the bullet precisely struck the trunk of the tree that Song Qinghuan had targeted. Everyone held their breath and watched. In less than 3 seconds, the tree appeared to be drained of its vitality, rapidly decaying and wilting. Its appearance was identical to those dead fungus trees seen in the botanical garden greenhouse yesterday. It worked. Lu2 spun around with Ding Shuang in his arms, then planted a heavy kiss on each of her cheeks. Tang Yingxue and Zhao Feifei also jumped up in excitement. This meant that the massive tree wrapping the metal processing plant could finally be dealt with. Just as their joy was blooming, the withered tree, now weak and feeble, caused the walls of the building to lose support and directly collapse. Boom! The walls of the building crushed the trunks and branches that once supported them as large chunks of concrete plummeted to the ground. However, the RV was equipped with an active defense shield generator which blocked the falling debris, redirecting it to the other side. Only a few harmless small stones pattered against the roof. Fortunately, the building they chose to park near was a modest low-rise residential structure. The roof and walls had collapsed significantly, and the torrential rain began to pummel the RV. Since the raindrops posed no threat, the shield generator did not activate. Lu2 received a notification that the durability of the vehicle was decreasing, so he moved to the driver's seat to start the vehicle, preparing to find another place to rest. Lu2's mood remained unaffected by this minor incident. Instead, he continued to smile as he sought out another building to shelter from the rain. After parking the vehicle, he inquired with Ding Shuang about the extermination seeds. Ding Shuang briefly explained. The core materials used in the production were the mushroom tree seeds and decay. The concept was simple: extract the decaying spores from the giant rotting mushroom buds, mix them into the prepared culture medium, and then inject the mixture into the mushroom tree seeds. However, the effectiveness lasted only 8 hours. After that, the extermination seeds would lose their binding due to the internal decaying spores and rapidly decay into waste. The production process was not difficult, though a bit time-consuming. Fortunately, there were many of them. Lu2 nodded in understanding. Despite the 8th-hour effectiveness, the storage space had a stasis property, so there was no need to worry about timing. Subsequently, everyone entered the chemical lab to assist in making the extermination seeds. Lu2 currently had 89 mushroom tree seeds and took out 80 for production. After 4 hours of collaborative effort, they successfully produced 80 extermination seeds. Each time a seed was made, it was immediately placed into the storage space for safekeeping. After completing the cleanup of the lab, the women prepared a platter of marinated snacks in the kitchen, while Lutu sat in the driver's seat awaiting the growth of the trees tonight. Now the buildings of the dead city were essentially overrun with trees and vines. The walls were riddled with cracks, twisted and deformed, all transforming into dangerous structures. Soon Tang Yingxue came to the driver's seat with a platter of marinated snacks using chopsticks to offer Lutu 2 pieces of marinated beef shank. Lutu chewed on the beef shank she fed him while gazing out the window. Time passed second by second. The ground began to tremble, the hard cement surface being forcefully uprooted by underground roots. Vines and branches broke through the surface, viciously emerging from the ground, and began to grow wildly. These growing vines and branches took on increasingly twisted forms, bearing little resemblance to any known plants. The formerly bare branches began sprouting dense leaves. The entire dead city had been overtaken by vegetation. Lutu, illuminated by the lights, vaguely saw that the leaves were emitting a faint crimson mist. Lutu cursed inwardly, "Damn it, I hope this doesn't turn into blood mist in a couple of days." His suspicion was not unfounded, as the blood mist that had lingered at the periphery of the dead city had already faded to the point of being barely visible. Given the current situation, it was hard not to make connections. Tian Jitong and the members of the convoy, after clearing the tide of corpses, leaned inside the vehicle and began pondering how to compete with Lutu for the mushroom trees tomorrow. While thinking, he cast his gaze upon the shared reserve of gold coins within the convoy. Originally, the reserve was meant for emergencies and member rewards and punishments. However, looking at the thousands of gold coins, Tian Jitong's mind began to race. Although he, as the leader, could use the coins without approval, acting without consulting the core members could lead to problems. After pondering for a while, he sent messages to various core members calling them for an evening meeting. Participants included some who were still out on errands. Since those individuals had to risk their vehicle's durability being eroded by the rain to return, Tian Jitong thoughtfully took some materials from his personal stash to help them with repairs. After a lengthy discussion, everyone reached a consensus. Today was the 5th day, and the current leaderboard would be settled on the 7th day, leaving only one day to catch up. To maximize their chances of obtaining the mushroom trees in the city, Tian Jitong decided to raise the price by an additional 40 gold coins on top of the original amount. Not only that, but he also prepared a reservation system. As long as someone provided a location and a photo of the mushroom tree, they would receive a direct advance payment of 60 gold coins. After reaching the location and exterminating the mushroom tree, they would pay the remaining 80 gold coins. Thus, the price for a single mushroom tree location rose to 140 gold coins, an increase of 75 compared to before. Due to the massive consumption of gold coins required for this operation, all core members contributed some coins to lend to Tian Jitong. Then they withdrew most of the funds from the convoy's public reserves, totaling 6500 gold coins. One core member, named Zhou Jing, found a vehicle dealer and spent 250 gold coins to buy a large double-decker bus. The reason for purchasing the bus was that once they made it onto the leaderboard, the rewards could benefit the passengers. The bus could accommodate the maximum number of passengers, and as long as they made the rankings, the overall strength of the convoy would significantly increase. Recently, even slightly capable convoys had acquired 2 or 3 buses. Those slightly weaker would at least acquire a small bus or a personnel transport vehicle as a backup. Upon seeing the dealer's reply, Zhou Jing said, "Old Tian, they are adamant about 250 gold coins. They won't budge even by a single coin." Tian Jitong instantly felt displeased, his expression darkening. This bastard was clearly looking for a fight. Did he have to make it 250? Just wait until I grow stronger and crush you all underfoot. Taking a deep breath, Tian Jitong said, "Fine, 250 gold coins it is." "All right," Zhou Jing replied, sending a deposit of 10 gold coins to the dealer waiting for them to deliver the bus the following day. Once everything was arranged, Tian Jitong dismissed the meeting. Looking at the resources he now held, he felt confident of victory. As long as they secured the top spot and the overall strength of himself and the convoy increased, there would be plenty of ways to earn back the gold coins spent. He was also gambling on whether Lutu would come looking for trouble because of his extensive acquisition of mushroom tree locations. After all, the rewards from the leaderboard were too tempting. Take a chance, and a bicycle can become a motorcycle. Meanwhile, Lutu was not overthinking. He had already fallen asleep with the beauties. He was recharging his energy, ready to rush to the metal processing plant as soon as the rain stopped tomorrow. The next day, everyone woke up particularly early. Last night, Lutu had only played a simple game with the beauties before sleeping. Everyone was already geared up in the driver's seat, while Ding Shuang continued researching the intermediate gene serum. While waiting for the rain to stop, Lutu also paid attention to the chat room. After all, the mutations of these plants had become increasingly concerning. The red mist emanating from the branches and leaves caused unease. While it posed no immediate threat, it was wise to remain vigilant and attentive. Congratulations to all survivors for surviving the 5th day. The heavy rain has ceased, and all survivors may travel safely. The number of environmental creatures has increased along with the drop rate and quality of items. Total survivors in the District 100, remaining survivors 40117. The leaderboard has been updated on the information panel. Please check it yourself. First place, Lu2 eliminated 84 fungi trees. Second place, Ji Bai eliminated 48 fungi trees. Third place, Shin Ji Hung eliminated 46 fungi trees. 10th place, Tian Ji Tong eliminated 38 fungi trees. Tian Ji Tong looked at his ranking feeling a bit uneasy as he had raised the price too late yesterday, resulting in fewer fungi trees available for purchase. This also strengthened his resolve to raise the price again. Lu2 glanced at the leaderboard, and as expected he remained in first place. Others were also catching up quickly. As the rain stopped, Zhao Feifei drove the vehicle out towards the metal processing plant in the industrial park on the outskirts of the city. Everyone looked out at the scenery feeling as if they were in a forest. Dense trees grew everywhere, accompanied by a faint red mist emanating from the branches and leaves, creating an eerie atmosphere. From time to time one could hear the thunderous sound of buildings collapsing. As the RV drove toward the city exit, they saw many people driving into the city. Those who initially planned to wait on the outskirts for this round of tasks saw how profitable selling fungi trees was and rushed into the city. As long as they did not step into the warning zone of the vine monsters and cleared out the ordinary zombies guarding the perimeter, they could report the locations to the big shots and take photos, directly earning gold coins. This business had high returns and low risks. As long as they did not encounter robbers, they would be fine. However, a small number of people felt that the competition within the city was too fierce and chose to stay in the suburbs. With only 2 days left until the leaderboard settlement competition became extremely fierce, Tian Ji Tong had an unfortunate start that morning. Although he raised the price again, very few people sought him out. After a night of settling and planning, various teams began to invest heavily today, sending out large numbers of members to search for fungi trees. They were much more efficient compared to scattered individuals and small teams. They began to mobilize other members of the team, offering prices 20 gold coins higher than outsiders. Under the gold coin offensive, people began to share fungi tree locations with Tian Ji Tong. Upon entering the suburbs, Lu2 felt that the road conditions were significantly worse. Although the roads in the city had also been damaged by the roots of these trees, some parts remained intact. In the suburbs, there were hardly any complete roads left. Everywhere was bare plant roots exposed on the ground. Others driving over them swayed back and forth, making the ride feel like a bumpy amusement park ride. For Lu2, it was as easy as walking on flat ground. When he arrived at the metal processing plant, he found that no one was there anymore. It seemed they had evacuated because there was no visible change in the tree. As he got closer, Lu2 immediately spotted the knife mark he had left with the bloodthirsty blade. After a few days, that mark had healed quite a bit. This was not surprising considering he had witnessed the defensive and regenerative capabilities of these plants. Lu2 turned around, took out a capsule bullet filled with extermination seeds, and said to Song Qinghuan, "Shoot at that wound." After saying this, he pointed with his finger. "Okay." After loading the bullet, Song Qinghuan aimed and fired in the direction Lu2 indicated. The extermination seeds in the bullet broke through the capsule and made contact with the tree trunk. They quickly reacted. The originally deep green trunk rapidly faded to a lifeless grayish-white, and the bark dried and became brittle, flaking off in large patches. The reaction soon stopped. The green cage that once surrounded the metal processing plant now had a conspicuous area of grayish-white. Lu2 immediately instructed Tang Yingxue to shoot at the tree trunk that had finished reacting. As soon as the machine gun bullets made contact, the trunk shattered into several pieces, creating a gap. Then a dense cloud of miasma spores surged out from the gap. However, Lu2 had already activated the air inverter, and as soon as the miasma spores touched the boundary, they were replaced with normal air. Looking at the open gap, Lu2 took out 5 capsule bullets and handed them to Song Qinghuan, preparing to enlarge the gap so that the RV could drive inside. Bang! Bang! With each shot, Song Qinghuan would observe before firing the next one to ensure the bullets did not hit the same trunk and cause waste. After 5 shots, the gap had become quite large enough for 2 or 3 vehicles to drive side by side. The RV entered, and the surroundings were eerily silent with no monsters in sight. Although light from the sky shone in, the environment still appeared dim. Zhao Feifei turned on all the lights in the RV. They could see that many of the buildings and small structures in the metal processing plant had collapsed into ruins. Lu2 looked at the ruins before him and couldn't help but say, "Don't waste your effort, you might not find anything." The RV reached the center of the factory, where there was a factory building that was swaying precariously from the torment of the trees. Lu2 instructed Zhao Feifei to stop the vehicle, and then he and Song Qinghuan quickly donned their gear, turned on their flashlights, and cautiously entered the factory for exploration. The internal space was large, but relatively empty. The machines inside were completely damaged, and dismantling them would yield only a small amount of metal resources. However, adhering to the spirit of "since we are here," Lu Tu did not miss any of these machines and dismantled them all. When he reached the back of the factory, Lu Tu immediately spotted some shelves. Lu Tu hurried over. The shelves were filled with tungsten alloy. Without hesitation, Lu Tu gathered them. Acquired tungsten alloy 500. He had initially thought that collecting tungsten alloy would take a long time, as he could only obtain 5 tungsten alloys from the platinum material box. This time he obtained 500 at once, which was enough for vehicle upgrades, and still left plenty for repair materials. Lu Tu nodded in satisfaction. "Lu Tu, come quickly. There seems to be something here." Song Qinghuan, who had separated from him, called over the intercom. Lu Tu ran towards the location of Song Qinghuan's flashlight. When he reached her side, she redirected the flashlight to the area in front of them. "Something is glowing wrapped in the trunk." Song Qinghuan said in a low voice, raised her hand to turn off her flashlight, and gestured to Lu Tu to extinguish his light source as well. Surrounded by darkness again, Lu Tu quickly saw a dim light seeping out from a small gap. Lu Tu purchased a pistol-type capsule bullet from the system store, loaded it with extermination seeds, and took out the hunter's soul. He turned on the flashlight again and shot at the trunk. After the decay reaction ended, he took out a crowbar and smashed the dried dead trunk. The light source that had just been wrapped instantly illuminated the factory. Lu Tu looked at the item. Silicon-based crucible-type special device level. Effect: when upgrading a vehicle, refresh 3 random effects and allow selection of 1 to grant to the vehicle. Only 1 special effect can take effect. The higher the vehicle level, the greater the chance of refreshing high-level effects. Description: it cannot be used to brew any kind of thick soup. Upon seeing the item information, Lu Tu's pupils constricted, and he felt a surge of joy. He was just 1 level 4 chip away from upgrading his vehicle to level 5. Lu Tu quickly stored the silicon-based crucible, and then, along with Song Qinghuan, searched the unexplored areas of the factory. After confirming there were no omissions, the two returned to the RV. Just as they got into the vehicle, Lu Tu received a private message from Wang Bing.